A seemingly ordinary senior high school student was accidentally bound to the super-rich system and has since reached the peak of his life. The task the system gave me was simple. I would be rewarded with 10 billion yuan if I could get into a first-class university. It sounded absurd, but I actually completed it and used the wealth to change my own destiny. On the first day of college, I drove my Ferrari LaFerrari, carrying my luggage in one hand, and I looked very impressive. The entrance of Shanghai University was filled with all kinds of talented people, and all eyes were on me. I'm used to this kind of attention, but today is a little different. The girls around me cast admiring glances at me, and that look of admiration makes me feel extremely satisfied. 99.999% of all the troubles in the world are caused by poverty. I sighed as I looked at the astronomical trillions in deposits on my bank card. Wealth has made me calm and has changed the way I look at the world. However, fate always likes to play jokes. Just when I was ready to embrace a new life, I met her, Unveiling. She stood in the crowd with her head down, looking helpless and lonely. Her arrival brought a huge upheaval in my life. Unveiling is a poor student from another place who has just stepped into the campus of Magic City University. She does not have a trace of aristocracy. Her fate is inadvertently intertwined with mine. At that moment, I saw her accidentally hit Li Yuangui's Porsche 718. This collision instantly ignited Li Yuangui's anger and forced me to stand up. Fuck. How dare you touch my car? Li Yuangui roared, showing the pride and arrogance of the car owner. Unveiling stood there, her eyes full of fear and her face full of guilt. I will compensate you for the money to repair the car. Unveiling whispered, her voice full of helplessness and trembling. However, Li Yuangui obviously did not intend to let it go. Compensation? This is a Porsche 718. I have to pay almost 100,000. He threatened viciously. At this time, I stood up and glanced at Li Yuangui coldly. You want a compensation of 100,000 for this car? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Everyone turned to look at me, and many people were whispering. Li Yuangui's face changed, but he was still unwilling to give up. He shouted at Unveiling, if you can't afford it, let your parents pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, I walked up to him and said casually, this Porsche is just an old model. A small dent on the front of the car costs 100,000 yuan. Do you really think I don't know how much this car is worth? Li Yuangui was stunned for a moment, but he was secretly pleased with himself. He took the opportunity to raise the price even higher. Since you are so handsome, I will just pay you 150,000. Without any further ado, I picked up a brick and smashed it onto the front of the Porsche, cracking the paint and completely destroying the bumper. Then, I looked at Li Yuangui and asked, how is it? Is this enough compensation? Everyone around was stunned. Li Yuangui's face turned pale instantly. He was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. Are you crazy? How dare you destroy my car? I'm just crazy, so what? I smiled disdainfully, then took out a business card from my pocket and slapped it on Li Yuangui's face. If you have any questions, find my lawyer. From that moment on, Unveiling's fate took a turn. She was no longer the poor girl who needed to pay compensation for the accident, nor was she the poor student who could only look down at herself with nothing. She slowly began to get in touch with me, the rich second generation with tens of billions in savings, and I was no longer the seemingly ordinary boy. For me, wealth is a kind of confidence and a weapon to solve all problems. And Unveiling gradually became a light in my heart. Her tenacity, her fearlessness, and her warmth made me no longer feel lonely. However, Li Yuangui's evil deeds are not over, and the confrontation between him and me has just begun. Bigger challenges and more troubles are waiting for us. The ever-changing situation on campus and the interweaving of love and money make this unique fate full of uncertainty. I once said that the simplest thing in the world is that money can accomplish anything, but I found that only money can bring me more troubles. Chapter 3. The senior student took the initiative to ask for my contact information. At this time, the boys at the registration gate couldn't help but envy me. The gap was really too big. When other people are 18 years old, they are already driving supercars and have a net worth of tens of millions. But when they are 18 years old, most of them take the bus or subway, and only those from slightly better off families can afford a small car to take themselves to school. As soon as everyone entered university, the gap was immediately revealed. Some people were born with Rome, while others had to engage in ordinary labor. The sight of me driving a supercar worth tens of millions of yuan made the people around me feel inferior. It was not until I and senior sister Hesse left that everyone slowly came to their senses and started to talk about it. So domineering, this is what a man does. Compared to him, the others are so inferior. Don't compare him with the one driving the Porsche. It's obvious that one is a noble and the other is a nouveau riche. Bah, you dare to show off here in a Porsche? You really bring shame to the people of Shanghai. Everyone talked at once. Hearing these words, Li Yuangue was completely ashamed. Just now he was driving the Porsche confidently, and several seniors even asked for his contact information. As a result, the Porsche suddenly broke down, and Senior Hesse and I left together. My appearance, figure, and the sports car I drive are simply overwhelming. The gap between the two of us is not at the same level at all. As everyone was pointing and talking, Li Yuangue's face turned pale and he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This matter is not over yet. He glared at Yunwei fiercely, swore in his heart, and then hurriedly got into the car, ready to avoid the limelight. At this moment, someone knocked on the car window. "Hello, I'm Mr. Gu's lawyer." The man outside the car was in a suit and spoke in a cold voice. Li Yuangue was burning with anger, knowing that his little trick would not succeed at all. He was completely clear in his mind. It was impossible for him to take advantage of this matter again. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system rang in my mind, prompting me that I had unlocked a new title, Hero Saves the Beauty. Along with this title, I also received a bonus of 1 billion renminbi. What made me even more excited was that I also gained a new skill, Invincible. Invincible strengthens the host's body in many aspects, enhancing bones, flesh, strength, resistance to blows, etc., making it fully optimized. I felt this power and felt my body become unusually light and strong. My slightly fat belly turned into a perfect six-pack abs. My physical strength has also increased significantly, and it's like I can fight against 100 ordinary people. The system is really powerful. However, I still don't fully understand the rules of the system for unlocking titles. After all, this is my second time to get a title. The first time was when I received the admission letter from Magic City University, and I unlocked Noble Son from a Poor Family. At that time, my reward was 10 billion renminbi and a Ferrari LaFerrari, which turned me from a penniless student into a billionaire. Maybe it's just like what the system says, good people will always be rewarded. As for helping Yunwei and accidentally unlocking the title of Hero Saves Beauty, I myself didn't expect things to turn out like this. Senior Hesse's service can be said to be quite attentive. When we arrived at the freshman dormitory, she made my bed and packed my luggage in front of 3 other boys. After the bed was made, she even took out my clothes one by one. Seeing that the clothes were wrinkled, she patiently smoothed them out, folded them neatly, and put them in the closet. I stood behind her, watching the busy figure of the senior sister intently. To be honest, the figure of the senior sister Hesse is really good. She was wearing a hip-wrapped apricot short skirt and a pair of white shoes, which perfectly combined mature sexiness and youthful playfulness. Her fair skin and slim waist, coupled with her outstanding looks, are really eye-catching. Is this what college life is like? With such a beautiful senior schoolmate, I must enjoy it. I sighed silently in my heart, thinking that my future college life may be even more exciting. However, I knew in my heart that despite the senior's kindness, I would have been annoyed by such a materialistic girl in the past. But now, with tens of billions of assets, I don't hate my senior sister because of her money-worshipping mentality. Everyone gets what they need, and it's fine as long as they don't lose money. In the dormitory, the other 3 boys were stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe what was happening. Damn it, a goddess like Senior would actually make the bed and fold clothes for the boys? This was something they had never dared to think about. This is too outrageous. A goddess-level girl would actually do this to others. Yes, it completely breaks our worldview. If I could have such a beautiful girlfriend, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years for her. +1. +2. After finishing her work, Hesse's forehead was slightly sweaty and she looked a little tired. She was also looking forward to it, thinking that if I praised her, maybe her efforts would be rewarded with my initiative. "Junior, why don't you praise me?" She looked at me with a little expectation. I just smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior. I'll treat you to a meal next time when I'm free." After that, I was ready to meet my new roommate. Unexpectedly, Hesse looked disappointed. "Is that all?" she muttered in a low voice, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "You said you wanted to treat me to a meal, but you didn't even ask for my contact information." "Nothing." Seeing the senior sister's reaction, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I laughed secretly in my heart. Senior sister still wants to play hard to get? I saw through it a long time ago. "Senior, please add my contact information. I can be your tour guide in Shanghai," I said as I took out my cell phone and prepared to add my senior's contact information. Chapter 4. My roommates. As soon as I entered the dormitory, 3 pairs of eyes stared at me. My goodness, do they want to learn from me? There are 4 people in one dormitory, with a bed and a desk. The 3 of them were each beside their beds, sorting out their belongings. One was a dark-skinned, tall and strong boy. There is also a guy wearing glasses, thin, with a smile on his lips. What is not nice is that his smile always reveals a hint of coquettishness. The last one is a fashionable boy who got his hair done after the college entrance examination. He has blonde, fluffy hair and is wearing all branded clothes. He is holding the latest Apple phone to report to his family that he is safe. Sure, brother. You took down this beautiful lady without making any noise, and even made her so obedient. Teach us. The tall, dark-skinned boy spoke in Mandarin with a strong hometown accent. I can't teach you. We are just ordinary friends. I answered truthfully. How can I teach you? Unless you can also drive a Ferrari with one hand. You're too modest, brother. Senior has been running around for you for so long. She must be interested in you. In a few days, you two might become boyfriend and girlfriend. The four of them exchanged pleasantries. The fashionable boy was called Huang Zicheng, a local from Shanghai. Zhou Tao, a dark and tall man, was from the countryside and always spoke with an accent. The other thin man who wore glasses and looked handsome when he smiled was called Zheng Xiaohong. Zhou Tao heard the name and grinned. Why does this name sound like a woman's? Huang Zicheng also laughed, but Zheng Xiaohong didn't care at all. Instead, she said that this was called being different. Everyone introduced themselves, and the four of them really got to know each other. As the three of them were chatting, Huang Zicheng, who was holding his phone, suddenly cursed. Bah! This scumbag has really lost all the face of men. As he said this, he showed his phone to the three people. On the campus forum of Shanghai University, a student who was watching posted the Porsche claim incident on the campus network. Porsche 718 junior student's arrogant remarks. Poor people are always troublesome, calling on the girl to claim a huge amount of money. The Porsche 718 is so arrogant that the girl has to sell her house to make up for the loss. Shocking. A freshman drives a Ferrari worth tens of millions of dollars and saves the girl. Great. It would be even more satisfying if the entire Porsche was smashed to pieces. In-depth information on Porsche 718 owner Li Yuan. I'm begging for the contact information of my Ferrari idol. What happened at the school gate today went viral on the campus network. As a result, the parties involved, Li Yuan and I, also became well known in the school. The difference is that Li Yuan is a bad name, and the internet is full of criticism for him. Fuck. A Ferrari sports car worth tens of millions. This is too awesome. Zhou Tao said in shock. If I drive a sports car like this, picking up girls will be easy. Zheng Xiaohong sighed obscenely. Huang Zicheng, a local from Shanghai, was also envious. Although his family was well off, they would not buy him a luxury car worth millions, let alone a sports car worth tens of millions. That's the difference. A rich second generation who can drive a Ferrari worth more than 20 million yuan must have at least tens of billions of assets in his family. It's too small. The scale is small. Maybe it's tens of billions. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. With such a lot of money, your family must be in real estate, medical care, or something like that. Everyone was expressing their envy for a while, and suddenly realized that I was the only one sitting on the bed and not participating. Zhou Tao grinned and said, Old goo, what do you think the second-generation rich who drive a sports car worth tens of millions of dollars do at home? Maybe he's an ordinary person. I replied. Before I got the system, my family was indeed a very ordinary family in the county. Haha, Lao Gu is really humorous. Everyone laughed, not knowing that the owner of the Ferrari LaFerrari they were discussing was right in front of them. I was too lazy to reveal my identity. They would find out later. I also didn't plan to stay in the dormitory for too long. Although the housing prices in Shanghai are despairing, it is no pressure for me as a person worth tens of billions. As long as I like it, there is no community that I cannot afford. I can buy one of the most luxurious houses in Shanghai, Thompson 1, if I want to. If I don't have enough, I can buy 10. Anyway, the last thing I lack is money. Once I buy a house, I will move out. Girls' dormitory 302. There were only Wen Qian and Wang Yanran in the four-person dormitory. The two of them had been welcoming new students for half a day, and they had worked up a lot of sweat and were exhausted. At this time, they all took a shower and lay on their beds. Wen Qian hesitated for a long time before finally summoning up the courage to ask, Have you added my junior to your contact information? Humph. Of course he surrendered obediently after I used my beauty trap. Wang Yanran wrinkled her nose and said proudly, Well, forget it. Wen Qian originally wanted to ask Wang Yanran for her junior's WeChat ID, but she felt that it was not appropriate, so she gave up. 10 days. I will definitely take down my junior brother within 10 days. Wang Yanran said while kicking her long white legs. I can't keep gooping you waiting. Time waits for no one. The junior is good-looking and very rich, and she is afraid that something bad will happen if time passes. If the chicken falls into the hands of other beautiful girls, she will have nowhere to cry. Wen Qian reminded her not to end up losing the rice while trying to gain the chicken. Wang Yanran didn't care at all. She was not stupid, so how could she suffer any loss? She opened Facebook, took a photo, edited the text, and sent it to her junior. I was discussing with my 3 roommates where to go for dinner tonight. Since we were all coming together from all over the world, we would definitely have to drink tonight. My cell phone rang, but I ignored it and continued to chat with Zhou Tao and the others. Huang Ziqing suddenly said, "Can we bring family members to the dinner party tonight? If possible, I'll bring my girlfriend along." Fuck. I didn't expect that Huang Ziqing, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray us. How embarrassed are 2 single guys like me and Yin Jing? Zhou Tao yelled. Hee, keep a low profile. If conditions permit, ask her to call her roommates as well. You should seize the opportunity, Huang Ziqing said with a smile. I listened to them bragging for a while and remembered that my Ferrari was still parked at the school gate. To drive the car into the school, I had to go to the security office to register it with the school. I said hello to the 3 of them and left the dormitory. It was a hot summer day. The cicadas in the trees were calling for summer. I like summer the most. There is less fabric in summer. All kinds of short skirts, long legs. It's dazzling. Without the attribute bonus of Ferrari, I am still handsome and still attract many female classmates to look back when walking on the university campus. Bang! Ouch! A burst of girls exclaimed. I just felt a soft bump and a fragrance. Before I could react, the girl who accidentally bumped into me ran out of my arms. Chapter 5. The BMW 5 Series is not good enough for me. Hey, Qinyunxue, you also got into Shanghai University? I was a little surprised. I never thought that I could meet someone I knew while studying at a university thousands of miles away from home. Qinyunxue was wearing a JK outfit, a sailor suit with a white shirt, a light blue bow tie at the collar, a bulge in the front, and a light blue plaid skirt. The white shorts that reached her calves made her legs look white and tender. How do you know me? Who are you? Qinyunxue asked in confusion. She had no memory of the handsome boy in front of her. I am also from Yeyang No. 1 Middle School. I smiled indifferently. She was the recognized campus beauty of Yeyang No. 1 High School and there were countless boys who liked her both inside and outside the school, and I was just an ordinary poor student in high school, so it was normal that Qinyunxue didn't know me. The only time we met before was when we played badminton together in the same PE class. I thought the school beauty would have some impression of me, but it seems that I was overthinking. I didn't say anything more and left. So what if she's a school beauty? I'm worth billions and I can't be a bootlicker. Yunxiue, who was that man just now? Behind the school beauty, a white-skinned, Korean-style pretty boy came up to ask. This boy's name is Chu Bowen, who was a classmate of the school beauty Chin in high school and was also a famous rich second generation in Yeyang No. 1 Middle School. He pursued the school beauty Chin for 3 whole years. When he learned that the school beauty Chin was going to apply to the Magic City University, he happily filled in the application form as the Magic City University. As soon as he came out, he met a boy who was taller than him and flirted with his goddess. He felt a little jealous. High school alumni, Qinyunxue said. Hearing the voice, Chu Bowen's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. The first thought was that someone was just like him and had applied to the same university to continue pursuing Chin, the school beauty. How bold. Everyone in Yeyang No. 1 Middle School knew that Qinyunxue was his designated girlfriend. Chu Bowen thought to himself, I must teach that kid a lesson if I get the chance. Qinyunxue didn't want to agree to have dinner with him. However, Qinyunxue and Chu Bowen's parents are old friends, and it would be bad to always reject him, so she simply agreed to Chu Bowen's constant nagging. She hated Chu Bowen very much in her heart, but she didn't show it too obviously because of her feelings. The 2 of them walked out of the school gate one after the other. Chu Bowen recognized me at a glance. It was him just now. Chu Bowen sneered in his heart, but pretended to be a gentleman in front of Chen Xiaohua, classmate. Yunxue said you were also from Yeyang No. 1 Middle School? He didn't notice that when school beauty Chen heard him call her Yunxue, her face showed disgust. Yes, I said. Are you waiting for a car here? I happen to have a BMW 5 Series. If it's on your way, I can give you a ride. Chu Bowen said pretentiously. Especially the 6 words, I have a BMW 5 Series, which were said very loudly so that people nearby could hear them. Feeling everyone's shock, his expression gradually became arrogant, and he continued. Don't be embarrassed. We all come from the same hometown. We should help each other. Riding in a BMW is always more comfortable than squeezing into a bus or subway. After he finished speaking, Chu Bowen's face was full of pride and boasting. He took out the BMW key and pressed it, and the lights of the BMW 5 Series on the roadside flashed. Oh my God, the college students around were all shocked. He could afford a BMW 5 Series in college. Although it was not as good as a Ferrari, it was still very cool for ordinary people. They looked at Chu Bowen with envy on their faces. No wonder he looked average while the girl next to him was so beautiful. Enjoying everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful expressions, Chu Bowen felt extremely proud. I regained the pleasure of showing off in high school. It was really cool to show off on the first day of college. Oh, no thanks. I shook my head and refused. There are mysteries hidden in the other party's words. On the surface, he is kind to me, but behind the scenes, he is pretending to be awesome. Treat me as a background wall. Treat me as a stepping stone for him to show off. I spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy my BMW 5 Series. You probably haven't ridden in such an expensive car yet. You can try it. Chu Bowen's face was full of pride. Boy, you are not from the same world as us. You still want to pursue Qin Yunxue. You are just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I have my own car. What car? Aren't you afraid of getting heat stroke by riding a shared bike in such hot weather? Chu Bowen said with a hint of sarcasm. I strode forward, and the fiery red Ferrari lit up coolly. The crowd watching the millions of sports cars not far away knew that the owner was coming, so they had to disperse and make way. I've never ridden in a BMW 5 Series, and I never ride in a car that costs less than 5 million, I said as I walked. I opened the butterfly door and leaned in. With a bang, the engine roared like a beast, telling us that it has top-notch power. In an instant, the air became quiet. 3 seconds later, a chorus of voices rang out. Fuck, the Ferrari owner is so young. A Ferrari LaFerrari worth more than 20 million is so enviable. He is simply at the peak of his life. Everyone was looking at the cool Ferrari LaFerrari, and they were filled with envy. They wished they could take my place and try the charm of driving a multi-million supercar. Seeing his love rival driving a Ferrari sports car, Chu Bowen felt as if he had eaten a rat shit, and his face looked extremely ugly. I was ruthlessly crushed. Just now he was showing off in front of me, showing off that he owns a BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan. He belittled me for not being able to afford a BMW worth 500,000 yuan. I never thought that I would be slapped in the face so quickly. I actually drive a Ferrari supercar worth more than 20 million. Compared with a Ferrari worth tens of millions, a BMW 5 Series worth 500,000 yuan cannot even compare to a wheel of a Ferrari. It's not that I can't afford a BMW worth 500,000 yuan. It's just that other people simply look down on such low-end cars. At this moment, Chu Bowen was extremely embarrassed. He had embarrassed himself in front of School Beauty Chun. He finally managed to get the School Beauty Chun out, but unfortunately the dinner was cancelled. While everyone's attention was still on the Ferrari, he ran away in shame. In the car, I was supposed to register my vehicle for school, but I didn't expect to be so pretentious. In that case, I might as well take a trip around Shanghai to get familiar with the new environment. Boom. The engine burst into life, and the car rushed into the traffic like lightning. On the road, when experienced drivers saw this brand new Ferrari without a license plate, they lost their road rage, fearing that they might accidentally hit the luxury Ferrari. On the way, I received a call from my mother. After asking me about some registration matters, she told me to go to my uncle's house when I have time. Among my relatives, my uncle is the most successful in his career. Chapter 6. Wang Yinran was hit on. Her uncle's career was flourishing, and he married a local woman from Shanghai and had a daughter. Over the past 10 years, my uncle's family occasionally returned to Yang during the Chinese New Year. I remember that every year my aunt and cousin always had a proud look on their faces, and they looked down on my family from the bottom of their hearts. If my mother hadn't called, I would never have gone to my uncle's house. He was annoyed when he thought of the mother and daughter's cold eyes and disdain. What the hell? Now that I'm rich, I should live a wanton life. I said to myself. Shanghai University. Girls' Dormitory 302. Wang Yinran almost fell asleep waiting for a reply, but the junior student didn't respond to her. She felt wronged. This was different from before. In the past, those rich second generations or boys would reply to her messages immediately, but she ignored them. Often when she sends a message, the guy on the other side will reply with a long list of chat records. But today, it didn't work in front of my junior. The scene was reversed. She had sent 20 to 30 messages, but the junior didn't reply to a single one. The most important thing is that she sacrificed her looks and took a few photos. When she looked at the photos, she felt that they were a bit borderline and her hormones were bursting. Could it be that her junior was with other women? A sense of crisis surged in her heart. No, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Wang Yinran bit her teeth lightly, made up her mind, and clicked the voice call. On the other side, I was enjoying the joy brought by the supercar, and the phone rang. Hello, what's up? When facing a T-art girl, one must have the upper hand. Otherwise, she will become more and more pretentious. Junior, I know there is a super delicious restaurant in Shanghai. Let's go there together, okay? Wang Yinran's gentle voice came from the phone. Okay, wait for me at the school gate. I had just missed lunch, and after she said that, I was indeed a little hungry, so I agreed. Yeah. Wang Yinran was delighted that I didn't reject her. Her fair face was full of smiles. That smile was exactly the same as the smiles of those licking dog boys after they got her reply. commonly known as the mysterious smile of a dog, which cannot be felt by people in the game. When Xian, who shared the same dormitory, saw it clearly, she sighed in her heart. Even the flower queen Yanran couldn't escape becoming a licking dog. If the boys pursuing her saw this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. Wen Xian and Wang Yanran are known as the two golden flowers of the dance department of Magic University. In the forum, they are called the beauties of the dance department by the boys. Their soft posture and long legs have fascinated countless male compatriots. After I answered the voice call, I found that there were dozens of unread messages on Facebook. Do you like it, Junior? Picture. Picture. Today's original pair is for you. Junior, you can collect it. Senior, I have many styles of socks, you can show them to you. Picture. Dozens of selfies of all kinds. Silk of all colors. Fairy. Fuck. How can I resist this? I felt a surge of excitement in my heart. I am at an age when I have the most energy. I am curious about the opposite sex and like to explore new things. Who can resist seeing these borderline tempting selfies? I'll let you show off for a while, and then you'll cry. I suppressed my desire, stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari rushed towards the direction of Shanghai University. I will not refuse any beautiful woman who comes to my door. Now I have 11 billion in my bank card. I want to live a carefree life. Happiness is the most important thing. What is a man's happiness? A lot of money, a successful career, and being embraced by beautiful women. I directly replied, where? At the main entrance of Magic City University, cars were coming and going. At this moment, Wang Yanran was standing at the main road intersection with her bag. She had long, slightly curly hair, and her well-proportioned facial features were delicately made up with light pink eyeshadow and lipstick, and a little bit of blush, making her look very pure and sexy. The light brown, slim-fitting short top highlights the size of the upper body, revealing the charming waist. The long and slender legs are covered with a light-colored mini skirt, and the white long legs are covered with plaid fishnet stockings. She was wearing sexy clothes, which made the opposite sex who passed by couldn't help but look at her. As expected of a dancer, Wang Yinran's figure and appearance were definitely among the best. Wang Yinran matures precociously. She knows that she is beautiful and what she wants. She never hides her desire for money. But her requirements are also surprisingly high. She has added many second-generation rich people on WeChat, but has never been involved in a love affair with any of them. At this time, a Maserati stopped next to Wang Yinran. Wang Yinran, it's so hot. Don't stand there. Come sit in my car for a while. I'll take you wherever you want to go. The boy driving the Maserati is called Du Ziding. He is a senior student in Shanghai and also a well-known rich second generation. Du Ziding is most keen on picking up girls. With Maserati, he has dated many girlfriends. He just broke up recently. When he was single, he saw Wang Yinran becoming more and more beautiful. When Wang Yinran found out that the person coming was Du Ziding, her calm expression changed slightly. She had a very bad impression of Du Ziding, who was promiscuous. She didn't say anything, just moved aside and waited. Du Ziding was not angry, but laughed and drove the car to Wang Yinran again. My family owns a high-end restaurant nearby. Are you free today to come and have dinner with me? Du Ziding said with a hint of boasting. He showed his financial resources and tried to win Wang Yinran today, which was enough for him to brag about in school. Also, I'm not free today, I'm not free tomorrow, and I won't be free in the future. You should find someone else. Wang Yinran said with a cold face and ruthlessly refused. Du Ziding was very angry after being rejected twice. He cursed in his heart. Everyone in the school knows that you are a gold digger. Why are you pretending to be pure? Did you date someone? I know all the rich second generations at Shanghai University. Who was the one you were dating? Du Ziding's tone was a little envious. Damn, someone else got this beauty first. Wang Yinran looked indifferent and didn't want to pay attention to him. Why don't you dare to tell me his name? Is it because he is not as rich as me, and his car is not as good as mine, so you are embarrassed to tell me? Du Ziding misunderstood and thought that Wang Yinran was reluctant to bring up the matter because the conditions of her date were not as good as his. He said proudly, it's okay if the person I'm dating is not as good as me. After all, there are very few students like me who drive $1 million Maserati sports car in college. There's no need to compare myself with others. Wang Yinran curled her lips, feeling annoyed by the buzzing fly around her. Why hasn't Baima arrived yet? I wore something he likes on purpose. Chapter 7. Unlock a new title. A red Ferrari was driving fast from a distance. Ferrari LaFerrari. Du Ziding was in the car. When he saw the Ferrari, he was extremely excited and screamed instantly. Awesome, super cool. Du Ziding is a car lover, and his favorite supercar brand is Ferrari. At this moment, Du Ziding, who was driving $1 million Maserati, was full of envy, and he was extremely envious of the owner of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Then he stared blankly as Wang Yanran sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari. He was stunned, especially when he thought about how he had been showing off in front of Wang Yanran before. Is it because he is not as rich as me, and his car is not as good as mine? Thinking of these two sentences now, Du Ziding wanted to slap himself twice. Damn. A person who drives an entry-level sports car, actually want to compete with others who drive top-notch supercars worth tens of millions in terms of money and cars. What's wrong with my brain? At this moment, Du Ziding suddenly understood. No wonder Wang Yanran didn't even look at him. It turned out that she had found a super rich nobleman. The woman he liked got into someone else's car, and Du Ziding looked at the Ferrari shadow going away with a dead look on his face. The host unlocked a new title, Take What Others Like. Reward, a high-end Western restaurant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, One-Handed Supercar. One-Handed Supercar greatly improves the host's supercar driving ability and track experience, making the host have the qualities of a racing athlete. Critical hit reward, a Magic A license plate, Special Leopard license plate. The items rewarded by the system will be reasonably delivered to the host, and the host can use them with confidence. As soon as the system notification sounded, I was stunned. It turned out that unlocking a title not only rewards money and skills, but also rewards shops, license plates, etc. There may be more unexpected rewards in the future. One-handed supercar is a skill that is more suitable for showing off, especially for picking up girls. Just imagine drifting with one hand and driving down an S-curve at high speed. Just thinking about it is exciting. This skill combined with a supercar may be able to stimulate girls to the extreme. It is guaranteed to make people feel like they're in ecstasy. I have a lot of driving experience in my mind, and my driving skills have improved a lot. Unfortunately, now I am in the city, and the speed limit is very strict. I have all these skills but nowhere to display them. I sighed, and my frustrated hands slapped the round, long legs and fishnet stockings of the co-pilot, Wang Yanran. As expected of a dancer, this touch is really great. You are so bad. Wang Yanran's face turned red, and she reached out to knock away the dirty hand. Why? You were such a talkative person online just now, and you made my blood boil, but now you're so cowardly when we meet. I said while driving. It's developing too fast. I'm scared. Wang Yanran said weakly. I frowned. If you are afraid, just listen and send me fewer photos that are not in line with the truth. You only care about making trouble and not putting it out. Hee, I don't care. Wang Yanran stretched out her long legs and continued. Dang, 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 dang. Am I beautiful in fishnet stockings? Wang Yanran's legs are really long. They are not shaped like bamboo poles. Her legs are round and straight. She is neither thin nor fat. These legs with fishnet stockings have a unique flavor. I have to say her legs are the most beautiful I have ever seen. Why are you stretching your legs so long? They're almost reaching me. If you want me to touch your legs, just tell me. I shamelessly touched them a few more times and got my fill. Wang Yanran blushed. You just want to see fishnet stockings, but I'm so obedient, and you not only don't praise me, but you also take advantage of me. You're so mean. Are you hungry? Since you were so obedient, I will treat you to a big meal, I said with a smile. We happened to pass by a 5-star hotel. There were many luxury cars parked in front of the hotel, including Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and several sports cars. Only super luxury vehicles are allowed to park on the ground in front of this kind of 5-star hotel, and unqualified vehicles can only be parked in the underground parking garage. I drove my $20 million Ferrari straight to the hotel entrance. When the doorman saw it was a Ferrari, he quickly removed the no parking roadblock from the empty parking space. Arriving at the 5-star hotel, Wang Yanran was nervous. What was his junior going to do? Check in? Although she assumed that they would eventually reach this point as time went by. But it's opening today? This is too fast. Wang Yanran gritted her teeth and found a lame excuse, and said hesitantly, Junior brother, my period is not over yet. What are you thinking about all day? I felt angry and amused at the same time, so I just snapped my fingers at her little head. Who says we have to book a room when we come to a hotel? There is a private chef here, okay? Let's just eat today and not talk about meat. Oh, okay. Wang Yanran nodded obediently. Although she is a materialistic girl, she is a good girl. She likes to post some borderline photos. In fact, she is still in her first love. We came to the restaurant, and I handed her the menu. Wang Yanran exclaimed that they were so expensive when she saw them. She felt dizzy when she saw the menu prices of hundreds or even thousands of dollars. She was just a student from an ordinary family. She saved up for a year or two to buy the Hermes bag she was carrying. She never thought that a special dish cooked by a private chef in a 5-star hotel would cost almost as much as the money for her bag. It would be a shame if you come here and don't try the signature dishes. Price is not an issue as long as they taste good. Seeing that she was hesitant to start eating, I directly ordered 5 or 6 special signature dishes. Wang Yinren only saw me, checked a few dishes from the most expensive menu, and finally checked 2 bottles of red wine. The price of the red wine on the price list shocked her. The price of 1 bottle was 88,888. 2 bottles would be nearly 180,000. Wang Yin felt that her eyes were blurry. She looked at it again and again for a long time before she dared to believe that it was real. The junior spent nearly 180,000 yuan to order 2 bottles of red wine. Including those signature dishes, wouldn't this meal cost more than 200,000 yuan? The cost of this meal for my junior brother was equivalent to the savings of others who had worked hard for a year or many years. Is this the life of rich people? Spending money like water, the junior is too handsome. Wang Yinran's little head became more dizzy, and her face was flushed as if she had just drunk red wine. Wang Yinran felt like she was living in a dream. This kind of high-quality life was something she had never dared to imagine before. After ordering the dishes, the two sat together and happily chatted about interesting things. After a while, the waiter pushed the dining cart and served all the dishes. I asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine, and I planned to take the other bottle home to taste when I couldn't sleep. Chapter 8. 2 Shanghai license plates, Gu Wenqing asked. It is said that people who learn to dance have very flexible bodies. After hearing the question from her junior, Wang Yinran's first thought was, it can unlock more postures. Feeling Wang Yinran's strange eyes, I frowned. What are you thinking of? This is a serious question. Wang Yinran pouted. Then can you take your hand off my leg? I can't help myself, Wang Yinran said shyly. Bad guy. The two of us had a very satisfying meal, and I took advantage of some of the things on hand. I still want more. Ding dong. My iPhone rang. At this time, my beautiful woman was beside me, and I had nothing to do. So I asked Wang Yinran to use the hands-free function. A nice female voice came from the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Wenqing? After receiving a positive response, she continued. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am a staff member of the Shanghai license plate auction. The license plate number Shanghai A11111 that you bought at a premium of 20 million yuan will be transferred and registered by the auction house. The special license plate awarded by the system. I am very satisfied with this awesome license plate number. If there is no system operation, I would not have the chance to buy this leopard license plate in the Magic City no matter how much money I pay. Shanghai is one of China's 4 first-tier cities and the economic center of China. It is very difficult to get a local license plate in Shanghai, and the chance of winning a license plate is even lower than in China's capital. It is much harder to get a local license plate in Shanghai than to buy a car. Many Shanghai locals have been trying to get a license plate by lottery for years, and finally they can only buy new energy vehicles as a second choice. After all, new energy vehicles do not require lottery. As you can imagine, it is so difficult to get an ordinary license plate in Shanghai, let alone a fancy license plate like Hu A11111. This is a tool for showing off that many wealthy people are eager to get. Wang Yinran heard everything clearly with her mouth open. She was stunned. What did she hear? My junior fellow student paid a premium of 20 million to buy a license plate. And it was only a premium of 20 million, so the total transaction price must be in the unit of billion, right? The premium of 20 million alone can buy a large apartment in the most prosperous area of Shanghai. My junior brother is so rich. Wang Yinran felt that her imagination was insufficient. She used to think that rich people were just extravagant in food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But she never thought that someone would spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a license plate. This world is too crazy. She couldn't imagine the life of rich people at all. She was still in surprise and didn't notice that someone had touched her soft body. The call was still going on. Mr. Gu, are you still here? I am. We have another celebrity license plate, Luaz 8888, for auction at our auction house. Is Mr. Gu interested? The staff of the auction house was afraid that I didn't understand, so they explained it to me. There are only more than 2,000 Shanghai AZ license plates. In the 1990s, a Shanghai AZ license plate was sold at a sky-high price of 300,000 yuan. In addition to its economic value, the Shanghai AZ license plate also has historical value. I heard that the license plate was so rare, and I would buy more luxury cars in the future with my financial resources, so there was no reason not to buy it. I said without hesitation, just tell me the price. The price of the license plate AZ8888 is 5 million. I said directly. So cheap? Buy it. I'm at the Zalelu 5-star hotel, come directly over. The staff of the auction house was full of respect for me after hanging up the phone. Is a 5 million license plate still cheap? Compared with the license plate I bought at a premium of 20 million, AZ8888 is really not worth mentioning. 5 million is not a small amount either. How many families can't earn 5 million in their entire lives? But I readily spent 5 million to buy a license plate that is of little use. She thought quietly. If I had 5 million, I would definitely buy a house. At this moment, she became curious about me. Judging from the voice on the phone, I should be relatively young. She picked up the mirror and started to touch up her makeup. She was going to see me soon, so she wanted to dress herself to the best of her ability. Zalelu 5-star hotel. Before Wang Yinran could recover from her shock, she heard that her junior had bought another license plate for 5 million yuan. With the previous 100 million license plate, she was not too surprised to buy another license plate for 5 million yuan. When she came to her senses, she realized that her body was numb, and she gently slapped the massager's hand off her soft body. Her face turned red. "Don't move." I laughed and said, "I'll just put it there, don't move." "Bah, you are shameless." The two were flirting with each other, and the middle-aged men who heard the conversation nearby said sarcastically, "Haha, you paid a 20 million yuan premium to buy the Shanghai A11111 license plate. Are you playing a double game here?" Young people nowadays are too impetuous. They just daydream all day and do nothing. One of the men shook the man with the Bentley key and said drunkenly, "Little girl, don't be fooled by this guy. The license plate number of A11111 is impossible to be auctioned. The person who owns this license plate is a well-known figure in the business community of Shanghai. He has no shortage of money, so he is just putting on a show in front of you." After the Bentley man finished speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally showed his Bentley key hanging on his pants. They drank some white wine and were a little drunk. Wine is a knife above the head of lust. When they found Wang Yinran so beautiful, they had some other thoughts. Seeing me pretending to be cool again, they stepped forward and exposed my lies. It would be best if girls could feel disgusted with boys, then they would have a chance. "Young man, you are so young. As someone who has been through this, I would like to remind you that you should stay on the right path and do things down to earth." The Bentley man spoke in an elder's tone, but his eyes were fixed on Wang Yinran's long legs. "Look, I worked diligently. Now I have 3 houses in Shanghai, several cars under my name, and I bought a new Bentley a few days ago." Bentley was pretending to be happy, but Wang Yinran was frightened by his obscene expression and felt very disgusted with him. She thought to herself, "My junior is better, he is not as lecherous as me." I sat calmly, listening to the Bentley man showing off in front of me. "Yeah, my big brother is awesome. Big Brother's company makes a profit of over 10 million a year. Big Brother is worth hundreds of millions. Young man, you should learn more from our big brother." Several people who were having dinner together were also flattering the Bentley man. The Bentley man smiled arrogantly. He was rich and powerful. Wang Yinran wanted to fight back, but I stopped her. I said slowly, "Have you said enough? Are you done pretending?" Chapter 9. I don't mind your smelly feet. You are worth hundreds of millions? You earn 10 million a year? Is this achievement worth showing off? I said disdainfully. I threw the Ferrari key on the table and opened the mobile bank balance. The interest on my deposit for 1 year is higher than the profit of your company for 1 year. Hearing this, several men were stunned. When they saw the series of numbers on the bank card, the Bentley man didn't believe it was true. He counted it 3 times, and it was indeed an 11-digit deposit. What did they see? A young man had tens of billions in his bank account. Oh my God. They were all so scared. They never thought that they could pretend to be awesome and hit the big boss. At this moment, they only felt their bodies weakened. They sobered up and collapsed to the ground in despair. They kept repeating 10 billion. The episode was over. I couldn't drive the Ferrari because I had drunk some red wine. I took a taxi and asked Wang Yinran to go back to school by herself. Next, I had to deal with the registration issue. In front of the Ferrari, the auction house beauty, wearing a business suit, black stockings and high heels, was waiting for me with the information in her arms. Inside the taxi, Wang Yinran was deeply shocked again. 10 billion. 11-digit deposits. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she heard it from those men. Does he really have 10 billion? Wang Yinran didn't believe it. I believe it because I drive a supercar worth more than 10 million yuan, and I spend more than 200,000 yuan on a simple meal. I paid a premium of 20 million yuan to buy a license plate. These are enough to show that my junior brother's family is not ordinary rich. I don't believe it because it's ridiculous that an 18-year-old freshman has 10 billion in savings. Even if the family is rich, it's impossible to give the child 10 billion pocket money. Why am I so hesitant? She used to be a person who dared to love and hate. Wang Yinran smiled and asked her junior if there was anything to guess. Wang Yinran took out her phone and typed, "What those old perverts said just now is true. Fake. Internet photo." After receiving the message, Wang Yinran breathed a sigh of relief. She became relaxed. After learning that her junior did not have a deposit of 10 billion, she was not disappointed, but became happy. It's good that it's fake. I'm afraid I'm even less worthy of you. Wang Yinran said silently in her heart. She has nothing but her beauty. She always feels inferior in front of her junior classmates. Zalayla 5-star hotel. Yang Emo waited quietly. She saw a handsome young boy walking towards her. The boy's clean and youthful outfit, coupled with his height of 180 centimeters, made him look very young and handsome. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. However, as the handsome boy got closer, Yang Mo's heart couldn't help but beat violently. Could he be Gu Wenqing, Mr. Gu? Yang Emo couldn't help but ask in her heart. A person who casually buys a license plate at a premium of 2,000 and then spends 5 million to buy another license plate like it's a piece of cake can't be so handsome, right? In people's deep-rooted minds, they always think that it is impossible for people to be perfect. There should be very few perfect people in the world who are rich, handsome, tall, etc. But when the boy walked up to him and said, "How did you guess my car is a Ferrari?" she was excited. Mr. Gu is so young and so handsome. He is simply the prototype of the domineering president in the novel. Yang Emo was slow to react for a moment, and his tone was a little stuttering. Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu? I nodded. You haven't answered my question yet. Yang Emo smiled and said, because the Ferrari is the only one here that doesn't have a license plate. I felt stupid. I actually asked such an idiotic question. It's all my fault for forgetting that the Ferrari LaFerrari doesn't have a license plate. I've had a little bit of wine. You drive. I threw the car keys to her. Ah. I didn't bring my flat shoes. Yang Emo was dumbfounded. Black stockings and high heels make Yang Mo's figure taller and sexier. Although her facial features are not as good as Wang Yinran's, she is also a rare beauty. I frowned. The Supercar has 2 seats, so it is impossible to call a designated driver. It seems that I have no choice but to buy a pair of shoes. My wife asked, "What size shoes do you wear?" "Size 38. Okay, wait here for me. I'll buy you a pair of shoes," I said and went to find a shoe store. Yang Emo was very touched. Mr. Gu was really a gentleman. When he saw the high heel she was wearing, he asked her to wait there while he went to buy her shoes. If it were any other second-generation rich, they would definitely not do this. Yang Mo, who works at an auction house, would inevitably come into contact with some rich people, and many rich people only use women as tools to show off and vent their emotions. Soon, I bought the shoes and came back. Yang Emo sat in the Ferrari, stretched her legs out, and lowered her head to prepare to change. Yang Emo covered her shirt with her hands and took off her high heels. I deliberately said, "Hurry up, I don't mind your smelly feet." "No, my feet don't stink. If you don't believe me, you can smell it." Yang Emo was both ashamed and angry. Chapter 10. 88888 Red wine is not expensive. Faced with a Ferrari sports car worth tens of millions, Yang Emo, sitting in the driver's seat, had no idea where to start. She has driven a lot of cars. This is my first time driving a Ferrari sports car. Sitting in the Ferrari, I was flustered and didn't know how to drive. Gu Wenqing was laughing as he watched from the side. Yang Emo looks silly, but she's quite cute. Start the engine like this, then put the handbrake here, then. Gu Wenqing had no choice but to stand next to Yang Emo and teach her step by step. There was inevitably some physical contact during the process, and Yang Emo blushed several times. The navigation only suggested a half-hour journey, but Yang Emo drove for nearly an hour to get there. I don't know how many car owners on the road are cursing that the Ferrari sports car is driving at a snail's pace. It's such a waste of such a good sports car. On the way, Gu Wenqing told her to speed up and step on the accelerator. Yang Emo said directly, "I'm afraid that if it gets damaged, I won't be able to pay for it." Gu Wenqing joked, "If you can't afford the compensation, just give the person to me as collateral." Yang Emo, don't you mind my age? A woman 3 years older than you is rich and powerful, not to mention that mature women are popular in today's society. Men's words are deceiving. Yang Emo pouted. Although he said this, he was actually very happy in his heart. He is rich, handsome, tall, and has a sweet mouth. It's over, which woman can stand it? Time passes. While Gu Wenqing was drinking tea, the license plate was ready. The license plate number of Shanghai A11111 on the Ferrari LaFerrari. Keep the other Luazi 8888 for now and use it next time you buy a car. Bah, the tea is still so unpalatable, Gu Wenqing said. It seems that at my age, I am only suitable for drinking some fat boy water or something like that. You are only 18 years old. Yang Emo learned Gu Wenqing's real age when registering the license plate. Yeah, it's weird. I'm just asking. I thought you were young before, but I didn't expect you're not even 20 years old. Sigh. When I see your age, I feel like I'm really old. Yang Emo sighed. How old are you? Gu Wenqing asked back. 24. Gu Wenqing smiled and said, he is 6 years older than me. Wouldn't I be rich and want to own Diamond Hill? You're annoying. All done. The two added each other on WeChat. Yang Mo had to go to work, so she left. Gu Wenqing sobered up and drove his Ferrari back to Shanghai University. At the school gate, the Ferrari attracted many exclamations again. After Gu Wenqing got out of the car to register the vehicle, the Ferrari roared into the school. After parking the car and before entering the door, I heard the sound of ghosts howling in the dormitory. As soon as Gu Wenqing entered the room, Zhou Tao came up and said loudly, "Old Gu, you have found a treasure. The pretty senior girl today is very famous in Magic City University. She is known as one of the campus beauties in the art department. Damn it, no wonder she is so pretty. At that time, I thought the girls at Shanghai University were of high quality, but I never thought that the girl was one of the best. Good boy, the most beautiful girl in the school is chasing you. You are going to make a fortune this time, Mr. Gu." As soon as Gu Wenqing came back, the three people in the dormitory kept talking about it, with envy for Gu Wenqing on their faces. Cough, cough. After expressing his envy, Huang Zicheng still had some concerns in his heart. He reminded her, "Many people say that the beauty in the department is a bit materialistic. You should take it easy and spend money wisely." Gu Wenqing smiled and said that he and Wang Yin were just ordinary friends. Zhou Tao noticed that Gu Wenqing brought some red wine. He chuckled and ran to the bathroom to get out a mouthwash cup. He opened the bottle with a corkscrew and gulped down a full glass of red wine. Zhou Tao drank it all in one gulp and even burped after finishing it. Fuck. This red wine tastes good. It's much better than the 35 yuan bottle in our town. Zhang Xiaohong poured a glass and drank it in a very professional manner. Huang Zicheng, who has seen the world, took a closer look and thought that this red wine brand was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It was at a party hosted by my cousin's friend. Wow. The price of this brand of red wine starts at 20,000 or 30,000. Fuck. Such a waste of resources. You have to savor a wine worth tens of thousands of dollars carefully, not guzzle it like you would a Coke. Huang Zicheng felt heartbroken when he saw that there was only half of the red wine left. What? A bottle of wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. Zhou Tao was dumbfounded and said in shock. Then I just drank 5,000 to 6,000 yuan in one gulp. Damn. I drank a semester's living expenses. Zhang Xiaohong was also extremely surprised. Old Gu, is this red wine really that expensive? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Gu Wenqing said modestly, "It's not expensive, drink it with confidence." A bottle of wine worth 88,888 yuan is not expensive at all for him now. Huang Zicheng took a sip and found that the wine tasted authentic and even better than the one at the banquet. Huang Zicheng glanced at Gu Wenqing, who didn't care and said nothing more. As a native of Shanghai, he was a little proud, thinking that his family should be the richest among the people in the dormitory. After this bottle of red wine, he realized that his idea was wrong. The real big shot in this dormitory is Lao Gu. Chapter 11. Girls like good-looking people. Night falls quietly. In this city full of lights and wine, the nightlife begins. As soon as Gu Wenqing and his friends left the dormitory, they saw several groups of girls coming and going. The weather is hot, and they either wear shorts or short skirts, exposing their white legs, and a pair of small white shoes or casual shoes. The outfit is simple, but exudes a youthful vibe. Zhang Xiaohong stared at her intently, smiling, and whispered that the girls in our Magic City University are of good quality. Zhou Tao agreed and grinned. I've been in my hometown for so long, and I haven't seen as many beautiful women as I have today. Huang Zicheng curled his lips and said, girls in big cities know how to dress up. As long as they have good looks and put on some makeup, they will definitely be more attractive than those plain-faced girls in small cities. The four of them talked as they walked, and found a barbecue stall not far from the school gate to sit down. Huang Zicheng's girlfriend is also studying in a local university in Shanghai. The school she attends is a second-tier university, not far from Shanghai University, only about 10 kilometers away. Huang Zicheng talked to his girlfriend on the phone and they were on their way. Has her roommate arrived? Zhou Tao asked hurriedly. Huang Zicheng smiled and said, don't worry, you are here now. Just seize the opportunity yourself. The four of them ordered some barbecue and beer and waited. About 20 minutes. Four girls got out of the taxi. When Huang Zicheng shouted excitedly in the direction of the girl. Zhou Tao and his friends saw from a distance that a tall, pretty girl, followed by three girls, was walking towards them. Zhou Tao's eyes lit up. Old Gu, what a beauty, she is so pretty. I've got my eyes on the one in the front, so don't snatch it away. Gu Wenqing looked in the direction and saw that the girl in the lead was indeed good-looking, with long brown hair, a pink top, light gray denim shorts, white straight long legs wrapped in white socks, and a pair of casual white shoes on her feet. The girl's eyes are really beautiful, they seem to smile, and people will feel happy when they see them. Huang Zicheng said with some resentment, fuck, you can't bully your friend's wife. That's my girlfriend. What? Your girlfriend? Zhou Tao was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohong was also a little confused. If Gu Wenqing had a girlfriend with such good looks, the two of them would not be surprised. After all, Gu Wenqing is extremely handsome. Huang Zicheng looks so ordinary, but his girlfriend is so beautiful. Li Wenhuan led his 3 roommates to the barbecue stall. Seeing the dirty and messy environment, he frowned and felt a little unhappy. She finally managed to get her 3 roommates out and drove more than 10 kilometers, but Huang Zicheng ended up choosing such a bad restaurant to eat at. She felt embarrassed in front of her roommates. It was the first time that Zhang Xiaohong had come into close contact with such a beautiful girl. She wanted to say a few more words, but her tongue was tied and she said dryly, "Hello, brother, sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaohong is the oldest in the dormitory, so she calls Huang Zicheng's girlfriend sister-in-law. "What did you call me?" Li Wenhuan frowned and spoke in a bad tone. Huang Zicheng smiled awkwardly, touched his nose, and said, "He is older than me, so it's right to call you sister-in-law. A temporary boyfriend is also a boyfriend." Li Wenhuan said with a proud look on his face, "You haven't been promoted yet, so don't advertise randomly all day long." Zhou Tao was stunned. "What? City people really know how to have fun. They even have temporary boyfriends and girlfriends." Huang Zicheng smiled bitterly. "Alas, it's hard to explain. I haven't been promoted yet." Hearing the sound, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong smiled at each other. No wonder they are not even boyfriend and girlfriend. Huang Zicheng dresses like a non-mainstream person all day long. If he wants to pursue such a beautiful girl, he must put in some effort. The 4 girls sat down next to each other. Li Wenhuan's 3 roommates originally wanted to see whether the boys at Moscow University were handsome. If all conditions are good, you can add each other's contact information and chat first. As a result, when they looked from a distance, Zhou Tao, who was dressed in black and looked dusty, and Zhang Xiaohong, who was as thin as a monkey, all looked disappointed. After sitting down and seeing Gu Wenqing, "Oh, I'm going to. He is so handsome." The 3 of them looked at Gu Wenqing, who had the highest appearance, and Li Wenhuan also looked at him twice. It can be said that the appearance of Li Wenhuan's dormitory is very good. The 4 people are all very good-looking, and they are all city girls. Their clothing style and makeup are well-organized. They have different styles and each has its own merits. Su Qiuqiu was wearing a white long dress, and she looked very fairy-like. Mo Luo was wearing sports tights and sports shorts. He liked fitness. His skin was slightly tan, but his figure and appearance were very good. The one with the lowest appearance is Daishi, who is wearing a white t-shirt and a denim skirt. Her skin is shiny white, and her fair arms and legs exposed to the air are particularly eye-catching. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but sigh that a white complexion can hide 100 uglinesses. Daishi's appearance was slightly lower than that of the other 3, but with her glowing white skin, she was actually the most attractive girl among the 4. Everyone introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other. Halfway through the drink, Mo Luo suddenly asked, "Gu Wenqing, do you exercise regularly?" Gu Wenqing took a sip of beer and asked, "Why do you ask that?" Gu Wenqing has lived for 18 years and has never been to the gym once in these 18 years. Mo Luo said with shining eyes, "I can see 8-pack abs. Such streamlined muscles are impossible for people who don't exercise regularly." Just now, when everyone was drinking and chatting, it was a little hot, so Gu Wenqing lifted the corner of his clothes slightly upwards, which was noticed by Mo Luo. Gu Wenqing couldn't say it was a system reward, so he smiled and said, "You figured it out. I really like fitness." "Wow, that's great. I have a fitness partner now. We can work out together when we have time. I just got an annual gym membership, and we can use it together." Mo Luo said happily. "Okay, you're going too far. You want to flirt with handsome Gu so soon?" Li Wenhuan giggled. Su Qiuqiu bumped Daishi's arm and whispered, "You're already staring at someone else. If you like him, chase him as soon as possible. Didn't you see that Mo Luo has already taken the initiative?" Daishi's fair face turned red, and she said softly, "No. How could I fall in love with him after just meeting him for the first time?" "Oh, woman, don't regret it later." 8 people in 2 dormitories were chatting enthusiastically. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Everyone in the store looked in the direction of the sound. The tables and chairs in front had been overturned to the ground. Chapter 12, Gu Wenqing's Justice. "Fuck, why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? You are so shameless." Several men were cursing, and the leader slapped the short-haired woman on the head. Gu Wenqing frowned. At this time, the short-haired girl was knocked to the ground. Gu Wenqing's eyes narrowed. He recognized the long-haired girl behind her. Chen Yunxiue, the school belle in high school. Just a few minutes ago, a few drunks saw an innocent young girl. One of them reached out to pull the school beauty Chen and said with a lewd smile, "How much is the price per night for accompanying me to drink?" This really pissed off Chen Yunxiue, and her companion, the short-haired girl Lu Yao, cursed her, "You're crazy." It directly angered the man. He punched Lu Yao directly on the head. Then several other drunks joined in. Lu Yao endured the severe pain and blocked Chen Yunshiwei behind her so that the school beauty Chen was not affected. The drunk leader did not give up and kept beating and yelling. I'm giving you face. It's a blessing for you to fall in love with me in 8 lifetimes. The leader grabbed Lu Yao's hair and dragged him to a few drunks, where he picked up a table and was about to smash it. The school belle, who had always been surrounded and courted by men, had never encountered anything like this. School beauty Chen felt helpless and desperate. The people eating around were also startled. Some took out their phones to call the police, while others took photos and recorded videos. It's too rampant and totally ignores the law. Who doesn't want to be a hero and save the beauty? But the other side has more people and stronger combat power, so keeping a low profile is the right choice. I called the police. Let's wait for them to handle it. They're so abominable. I hope justice comes soon. Damn, it's all my fault that I drank so much that I feel dizzy and have no strength left in my body. Someone said. Some of them were students from the Magic University, and they immediately recognized one of the girls as Chen Yun, the school beauty goddess on the campus network. The red-haired girl saw many people avoiding her, one by one, and avoided her gaze, not wanting to step forward to help. Her eyes were red. There are so many people at the scene. If they all come together, they can definitely stop the drunks from committing violence. But in this kind of situation, everyone chooses to protect themselves, and we can't blame others. It seemed that the table was about to hit Lu Yao. Gu Wenqing stood up. The 3 roommates shouted, "Don't go, Lao Gu. I've already called the police. Don't try to be brave." Gu Wenqing ignored him and rushed over. "Don't worry, I've practiced before." Gu Wenqing possesses the skill invincible. He didn't take these thugs seriously at all. The girls present felt a little relieved as they were anxious. The red-haired girl saw hope. At this moment, Gu Wenqing seemed like a ray of light in the darkness. The girls only had one thought. It's really heartwarming. It's hard not to love it. Gu Wenqing has already rushed over. He was very fast. Seeing that the drunk was about to smash the table, Gu Wenqing rushed over and kicked him. Before the drunkard could react, he was kicked to the ground and lay on the ground like a dead pig. As a result of his move, the drunks who were beating people around him also reacted. Fuck your mother, you're looking for death. Facing the big man coming towards him, Gu Wenqing did not retreat but advanced instead, completely ignoring the countless punches hitting his body. Every punch he threw hit the drunkard's head hard. Bang! Bang! Loud noises rang out one after another. After 7 punches, almost instantly, they all lost consciousness. His face was covered in blood. This is because Gu Wenqing held back on purpose, otherwise their jaws would have been dislocated. The drunk who was kicked away first regained his consciousness. Fuck, I'm going to chop you to death. As he said this, he rushed towards Gu Wenqing with the knife. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart tightened, and they prayed in their hearts that nothing would happen to him. Gu Wenqing frowned. It seemed that he was too kind and didn't put enough effort into it. Gu Wenqing rushed forward instantly. With his invincible skills, he was no match for the good-for-nothing guy on the other side. A moment. Gu Wenqing threw dozens of punches, beating the drunk until he vomited blood and fell to the ground. In the distance, Huang Zicheng was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. In just a short while, Lao Gu settled the matter. Fuck, this is too awesome. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong also widened their eyes in shock and nodded in agreement. Gu Wenqing is like a god of war at this moment. It makes people feel that Gu Wenqing is really like an ancient general who rushed into the enemy army invincible. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Seeing this scene, many girls held back their saliva. So manly. Feels so safe. The sound of sirens came from a distance. After understanding what happened and taking testimony from the crowd, the drunk's behavior was listed. Gu Wenqing, who bravely stepped forward to help others, went to the police station to make a statement, which was quickly completed, and he walked out of the police station. Several people who were accompanying Gu Wenqing saw Gu Wenqing coming out. Li Wenhuan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she stepped forward to take a closer look at Gu Wenqing's abdominal muscles, and chuckled. You're so good. You're so amazing. You made us worry for a long time in vain. Mo Luo said in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect you to have practiced martial arts. Can you teach me in the future? Daishi remained silent, but his eyes were full of worry. After this incident, several girls looked at Gu Wenqing with even greater respect. It turns out that it's because of his good looks that they like him. In addition, the fact that he rushed forward without hesitation and bravely faced the abuser alone made Gu Wenqing's image in the hearts of the girls even better. Feeling everyone's concern, Gu Wenqing smiled and said, when you see injustice, you should help. I can't just watch them get beaten. Gu Wenqing was born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze, and has justice in his heart. Hey, wait for me. Gu Wenqing and his roommate were about to leave with 4 girls. A girl's clear voice came from behind. A cute red-haired girl came running over panting. Phew, I'm so tired. Luckily you didn't leave. Chapter 13 Military Training begins. Lin Yingying, with red hair, is wearing expensive clothes and is very hot in her outfit. She is wearing a black lace dress and Valentino high heels. The black dress wraps her body, showing off her great figure. She held a newly bought dress in her hands. Here, this is for you. Gu Wenqing did not refuse. He took it and put it on. Lin Yingying glanced at Li Wanhuan and the other three girls with a hint of hostility in her eyes. Could it be that these girls also admired him? You were so handsome just now. Can you leave me your contact information? Brush. Brush, brush. Zhou Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, and Huang Zicheng's eyes were full of envy. Lao Gu is really awesome. A beautiful girl actively asked for his WeChat. Alas, is this the gap between us and Gu Wenqing? Gu Wenqing has a good figure, good looks, and he also knows martial arts. More importantly, he has a sense of justice. If I were a girl, I would definitely like him too. They thought so. Okay. Gu Wenqing agreed. Gu Wenqing accepted her friend request and returned to the dormitory alone. As for Zhou Tao and the other two, they were sending the girls back to school. After this incident, their temporary boyfriend Huang Zicheng was worried about Li Wanhuan and the other girls returning to school. Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao both locked onto their prey and thought it would be safer with more people, so they shamelessly followed them. Bite. The host unlocks a new title, Heroic Act. 10 storefronts in Huaxi Commercial Street will be awarded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character attribute blessing Gentle and Elegant. Gentle and elegant and graceful, makes the host have the elegant temperament of a young man and improves the host's appearance to a certain extent. Temperament, Gu Wenqing muttered to himself. He thinks he is good-looking and has a youthful temperament. Now that he has been blessed with gentle and elegant, wouldn't his appearance be extremely handsome? Oh my God, how can other boys on Earth survive? If he continues to unlock new titles like this, within 3 years, he will probably become a young, rich, handsome, and talented football player on Earth. Ballgrass, as the name suggests, it is the most handsome guy on Earth. It took a long time for Gu Wenqing to calm down. Gu Wenqing transferred 5,000 yuan to Lin Yingying via WeChat. This dress is a luxury brand and is quite expensive. Note, money for clothes. Lin Yingying replied immediately, "What are you doing? I don't want it. It's just a piece of clothing. This is my reward for your bravery. Gu Wenqing, the clothes are nice, but I don't like to owe favors to others." He then thought about it and realized that the girl was kind-hearted and speaking too harshly would easily hurt her feelings. He typed another string of words. "Just treat me to a meal when you have time." Lin Yingying replied obediently, "Okay, then you can't refuse dinner anymore." A villa area in Shanghai. After Lin Yingying received the money, she felt like she had met a treasure boy. She was in such a good mood that she couldn't help humming a song. A Ferrari. Bank card deposits of more than 10 billion. 10 storefronts in Huaxi Commercial Street. A high-end Western restaurant. 2 valuable Shanghai celebrity license plates. In the short time since he obtained the system, Gu Wenqing had unknowingly acquired so much wealth. Any one of the items above would be an enviable treasure. But Gu Wenqing has them all, and there will be even more wealth in the future. Today we are rewarding 10 storefronts on Huaxin Street. Huaxin Street is the most luxurious commercial street near Shanghai University town. Usually, students nearby will go to Huaxin Street first when they go shopping. Therefore, the flow of people on Huaxin Street is huge, and the huge flow of people has also caused the storefronts on Huaxin Street to become more valuable. If an ordinary person owns a storefront on Huaxin Street, they can rent it out and earn at least tens of millions a year. They don't have to do anything for their whole life and just collect rent, which is enough for them to spend. Gu Qingwen suddenly owned 10 of these stores. After a tiring day, Gu Wenqing fell asleep quickly. The next day, the counselor reminded us in the class group yesterday that we would have military training today. Gu Wenqing got up very early. "Hey, old Gu, why do I feel like you've suddenly become more handsome?" Huang Zicheng, who was fixing his hair, noticed the changes in Gu Wenqing. Zhou Tao grinned and said enviously, "Yes, I think so too." Zheng Xiaohong yelled jealously, "Oh my God, is this unfair? You were handsome enough to begin with, and you became even more handsome after sleeping. Are you going to let us live?" Gu Wenqing laughed and said, "Get lost. I have always been this handsome, but you just didn't notice it." After that, he went into the bathroom to wash up. Gu Wenqing washed his face, looked up, and was shocked to see himself in the mirror. WTF? Is the transformation so obvious? The facial features are still the same, but it has been optimized by several levels overall. You can tell at a glance that he has become much more handsome. No wonder the 3 guys in the dormitory were so surprised. Gu Wenqing was indeed very handsome in the past, but not to the point of being infuriating to both humans and gods. And after being optimized by the system, gentle and elegant, the appearance instantly became several levels higher. Before the optimization, Gu Wenqing's appearance was on par with Louis Koo, Daniel Wu, and Edison Chung. After optimization, I'm sorry, they are all scum. They were killed instantly by Gu Wenqing. The September sun is bright, and the fire is blazing. On the playground of Magic City University, thousands of freshmen stood in military posture in camouflage uniforms. The weather was hot and humid, and everyone was sweating. It feels like I have been washed by water. Okay, everyone, take a rest here. The instructor looked at his phone, and when the time was up, he blew the whistle for a break. The students who were undergoing military training all collapsed on the ground, as if their bodies were hollowed out. Gu Wenqing took off his hat. He was not tired after his body was strengthened, but he was really hot. Gu Wenqing felt that his underwear was wet. I saw that everyone was seated. Gu Wenqing also sat down. Huang Zicheng screamed, "Damn it, I just blow-dried my hair this morning." Gu Wenqing took a look and saw that his hair was greasy in strips, and the hat had tied his hair into a tight hoop. It looked quite funny. Gu Wenqing was glad that he had a neat short haircut. After taking off his hat, his hair remained unchanged. Wow! There were exclamations from the front formation. The sound was so loud that everyone in the playground looked up. Even the instructors and the seniors who specialized in gloating over the freshmen's military training couldn't help but look over. Wherever their eyes went, the boys stared with wide eyes. Isn't this the beauty from the art department in the forum? It's senior sister Wang Yinran. Why is she here at the playground? Chapter 14. Two goddesses come to deliver water. Focus of eyes. Wang Yinran wore a white off-shoulder t-shirt, a light-colored miniskirt, fishnet stockings, and white sneakers. Her long hair was tied into a playful bun, and her tight makeup was very eye-catching under the bright sunshine. She walked with her long legs and black stockings, looking a bit like a queen, with a charming smile on her face. Her appearance made everyone's eyes light up. The boys who were originally listless and drooping their heads instantly became energetic as if they had drunk pulse. Wang Yinran is a sophomore at Shanghai University. On the campus network, she is known as one of the two most beautiful girls in the art department. The new freshmen had already seen Wang Yinran on the internet. They sighed that she was more charming in person than in the photos. Wang Yinran walked to the front of the playground with her long legs. In her hand, she held a bottle of sparkling water. This is my junior's favorite. Seeing Wang Yinran carrying water, everyone on the playground was surprised. The department beauty is giving sparkling water to a freshman? It's impossible. It's only been one day since the freshman arrived at school, and he has already captured the heart of the most beautiful senior in the department. Senior Wang Yinran, you are so beautiful. Who is so charming that he can get the most beautiful girl in the department to bring him water? Looking at Wang Yinran, the boys in Gu Wenqing's class talked excitedly. Hey, don't you know yet? Wang Yinran likes Gu Wenqing from our class. Old Gu, the senior sister's caring service is here. Oh, Lao Gu is so enviable. Several people who lived in the same dormitory spoke with envy and jealousy. Wow. What? It's actually for Gu Wenqing. That's impossible. Although I admit that Gu Wenqing is handsome, it's impossible for him to charm a senior so quickly. I don't believe it either. The male students from several classes in the square formation said. The boys in the class all looked incredulous, thinking that Zhou Tao and his friends were bragging. It is rumored on the internet that Wang Yinran is a materialistic person and that you can't win her over just by being handsome. But when Wang Yinran got closer and closer, until she came in front of Gu Wenqing, they realized the reality. The beautiful and sexy senior sister was indeed looking for Gu Wenqing. They feel empty inside, like they've been brokenhearted. Wang Yinran winked playfully. Junior, you're sparkling water. The weather is so hot. Drink ice water to cool down. This scene shocked everyone present. The most beautiful senior student in the department braved the scorching sun to deliver water to the freshmen. Everyone watched this in shock, unable to believe it was real. After Wang Yinran's impressive delivery of water, the girls on the playground all discovered that there were such good-looking boys in the Magic University. Oh my God, I'm in love. This appearance is too high. He's so handsome. No wonder the pretty senior offered to bring him water. Obviously, everyone was wearing the same camouflage uniform. There were two men next to him. One of them was wearing glasses and was as thin as a monkey. The camouflage uniform he wore made him look like a puppet soldier. There is also a guy who dyed his hair yellow, and his hair looks like a non-mainstream. In this comparison, Gu Wenqing looks even more dazzling with his short hair and camouflage uniform. Even with his short hair, he looks so good. How can girls not like him? Most of the post-00s generation are obsessed with looks. The senior students not far from the stands were filled with regret. Why didn't I find him sooner? The handsome guy was beaten to the spot by that gold digger. Ah, I'm so pissed. Handsome Junior doesn't belong to me anymore. Mom, I'm in love. Mom, I'm heartbroken again. Someone secretly took a few photos of him and posted them on the school forum with the title, This Year's Most Handsome Freshman. The campus hunk of Magic University has been chosen. It quickly became a hot topic on the forum. Gu Wenqing became completely famous now. In the previous Ferrari incident, Gu Wenqing only took a blurry side profile photo. Although the Ferrari owner became famous on campus, no one knew who the Ferrari owner was. On a short video app outside the school, a video of Gu Wenqing bravely beating up 8 drunks was also uploaded to the internet, and the incident is fermenting. Wang Yinran noticed his change. Junior brother, you have become more handsome again. Right, handsome man and beautiful woman. We are a good match, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Wang Yinran looked back and smiled. I think so too. Why don't we give it a try? Okay, see you in Zalela tonight. Wang Yinran pretended to be angry. Get out, get out, get out. The two chatted quietly for a while, and then Wang Yinran left. At this moment, the boys in the class were extremely jealous of Gu Wenqing. We are both freshmen, so why is Gu Wenqing so outstanding? During military training, senior students gave us drinks. It seems that it is the school beauty who is pursuing Gu Wenqing. It seems that we have to work hard to have a happy sex life in college. Many boys clenched their fists to encourage themselves. Suddenly, another pleasant voice was heard. Gu Wenqing, give you milk tea. One wave has not yet subsided. Another wave has risen. Chen Yinxue was wearing a JK uniform, a white shirt, a light blue skirt, and white stockings that reached half of her calves. She stood in the sun with an innocent face. Because of last night's incident, she was in the hospital taking care of Lu Yao, so she did not participate in the military training. Another beautiful girl took the initiative to send warmth to Gu Wenqing. The boys present had red eyes from jealousy. Damn it, are you going to let us live? It's okay for a beautiful senior girl. Everyone can just bear with it. Anyway, there are other beautiful girls in the school. The result. Damn it. Chen Yinxue, who is known as the most beautiful freshman of this year, also brought water to Gu Wenqing. There are only a few girls with top looks, and Gu Wenqing alone has won the hearts of 2 campus beauties. How can this not make everyone angry? What a mess. He's a scumbag. Senior Wang Yinran just brought him some water. He's playing both sides. Don't be fooled. Several boys from Chen Yinxue's class came over and said one by one. When school started, the boys were very excited to find out that the most beautiful freshman was in the same class with them. Some boys think that the prettiest freshman might be attracted to them. Before I could be happy for long, the goddess in my class actually gave water to the boys in other classes. They can't let the school beauty jump into the fire pit. Chen Yinxue said in a cold tone. What does it have to do with you? She gave it to me, and I gave it to her. There is no conflict. She handed the milk tea to Gu Wenqing and left. She still had to go to the hospital to take care of Lu Yao. Zhou Tao, Huang Ziqing, and Zheng Xiaohong focused their eyes on Gu Wenqing. Damn, my role model. Awesome. He actually asked 2 beauties to deliver water at the same time. Aren't Wang Yinran and Chen Yinxue both competing for Gu Wenqing? My classmate, since you already have a senior, please stay away from Chen Yinxue, said a handsome boy. His name is Wang Sonyang, and he is in the same class as Chen Yinxue. Chapter 15, 1 license plate, 168 million. Wang Sonyang is Chen Yinxue's admirer and fell in love with her at first sight. When he saw the goddess he loved actually giving water to another man, Wang Sonyang felt strong hostility towards Gu Wenqing. Do you think you can have the ability to have 2 relationships at the same time just because you are handsome? Wang Sonyang asked. Gu Wenqing said calmly. Sorry, I'm single. How can I be cheating on you? Wang Sonyang said loudly. In short, you can't let Chen Yinxue bring you water anymore. You are not worthy of her. Hearing this, Huang Ziqing stepped forward and said, Are you fucking sick? First, make sure it was Chen Yinxue who took the initiative to deliver water to Gu Wenqing. If you have the guts, can you tell Chen Yinxue not to do it? Wang Sonyang was not to be outdone. Chen Yinxue is still young and is bewitched by his appearance. When she enters society, she will understand that good looks cannot make a living, and only money is everything. Wang Sonyang seemed to have found great confidence and said loudly, Do you know how much my house costs? You can't even afford a house in Shanghai even if you work hard all your life. Hear these words. The classmates around were silent. Although Wang Sonyang's words were unpleasant to hear, he was not talking nonsense. Only after coming to Shanghai, you will realize how poor your family is. The housing prices in Shanghai are as high as 80,000 to 90,000 yuan, or even over 100,000 yuan per square meter. To buy a 1-bedroom apartment in a prosperous area would cost at least 3 to 4 million yuan. If nothing unexpected happens, Many of them will leave the magic city where they have worked so hard because they simply cannot buy a house there. Even if you grit your teeth and empty the 4 wallets in your family to check the down payment, the not-so-low monthly payments can be overwhelming. Some students suddenly envied Lu Songyang. At least he didn't have to worry about the expensive housing in Shanghai. Wang Songyang's tone became very proud. My house is worth 8 million yuan, and I have 4 houses like this. He looked at Gu Wenqing sarcastically. What can you compare with me? After he finished speaking, he stood there very proudly, feeling very happy. So what if he is handsome? In this world, financial resources are the most important thing. 4 houses worth 8 million. The total price is 32 million. What is the concept? You can directly buy 30 or 40 high-rise apartments in a small city. After hearing that Wang Songyang had 4 apartments at home, several girls secretly flirted with him. Even though Wang Songyang is not very good-looking, his family has 4 houses in Shanghai. This makes Wang Songyang a hot commodity in the eyes of some girls. While everyone was still shocked by Wang Songyang's words, the school security guards walked onto the playground. The security guard shouted loudly, "Is Gu Wenqing from the economics department here?" Gu Wenqing walked out of the crowd and answered, "It's me. Your Ferrari is parked under a tree in the school, obstructing the school's gardening. Please move the car." Good. After saying this, Gu Wenqing went to move the car, ignoring Wang Songyang's provocation the entire time. Wang Songyang was stunned when he saw Gu Wenqing taking out the Ferrari keys. How is this possible? Gu Wenqing, a foreigner, actually drove a Ferrari to school. The cheapest Ferrari sports car costs more than 4 million. Zhou Tao, Huang Ziqing, Zheng Xiaohong, and everyone on the playground were all stunned. I couldn't believe what I heard. Gu Wenqing was driving a Ferrari. It took everyone a while to digest it before they came back to their senses. Someone took a breath and said, "What's the standard for driving a multi-million sports car as a freshman?" "The standard of the ceiling. The family has at least tens of billions of assets." Fuck. I was born at the finish line. After hearing what everyone said, Wang Songyang was extremely embarrassed. After a while, Gu Wenqing moved the car back. Zhou Tao stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Gu, how much is your Ferrari worth? Are you asking about the price of the car or the license plate?" Zhou Tao didn't understand. Of course it's the price of the car. Why am I asking about the license plate? A Ferrari LaFerrari worth more than 20 million. Wow. More than 20 million yuan can buy 2 houses in a prosperous area of Shanghai. The boys looked at Gu Wenqing jealously, their emotions extremely complicated. At this moment, Wang Songyang wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He boasted that his house was worth 32 million, while the car he drove was worth more than 20 million. How can the financial resources of a family of someone who can afford a car worth more than 20 million be compared to his? Wang Songyang simply stretched out his face to let Gu Wenqing hit him, and after being hit, he even shouted, "Good job." It's really the unlucky mother who opened the door for the unlucky one. The unlucky one is really at home. "Mr. Gu, is this the Ferrari you own?" Huang Ziqing found the picture in the forum. Gu Wenqing replied, "Yes." Gu Wenqing answered affirmatively. In the entire Shanghai University, or rather the entire university town, he is the only one who drives a Ferrari LaFerrari. Damn it. Huang Ziqing really admires Gu Wenqing this time. Fuck. The license plate of the Ferrari is VU A11111. Gu Wenqing, you are really awesome. What did they hear? Ferrari's license plate is VU A11111. Even girls who don't know much about cars know how expensive this license plate is. License plate is more expensive than the car series. A Ferrari LaFerrari worth more than 20 million is not as expensive as its license plate. Is this how rich people play? Look at the news on my phone. Some media reported that Shanghai A11111 was sold at a premium of 20 million. The total transaction price is 168 million. This moment, they truly experienced the gap between the rich and the poor. What is the social beating? One license plate can buy more than a dozen houses in Shanghai. 168 million in the bank. The interest alone for 1 year can make them achieve financial freedom. Everyone looked at Gu Wenqing with infinite jealousy. He is the real rich man. Wang Songyang was already in despair. Feeling the strange looks from people around him, he felt uncomfortable all over. He actually showed off in front of the rich man. Is a house worth 32 million so cool? No. A license plate of a wealthy person is worth more than 532 million. Comparing myself to Gu Wenqing is like comparing a firefly to the sun. It is a disgrace to myself. Wang Songyang lowered his head and ran back to his class formation in dejection. Gu Wenqing's 3 roommates gathered around him. Among them, Zhou Tao said, "Oh my God, the bottle of red wine I had last night was worth tens of thousands of dollars." Huang Ziqing. When Lao Gu signed up, You were the one who drove the Ferrari to save the girl, right? I have to say, you are really low-key. You fooled us all. I want to show off to my high school classmates that my roommate drives a Ferrari worth tens of millions. Chapter 16. Searching for the boy in white on the internet. Online, the incident was extremely popular on the two major short video platforms, Douyin and Kuaishou. Once the video was played, it instantly ignited the anger of the masses. The audience who watched this video were all worried. Once the matter fermented, it quickly attracted everyone's high attention. The store's complete surveillance video was also soon released. The people in front of the screen were all frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. The surveillance video continues to play. The young man in the white shirt suddenly stood up and rushed towards the leader. A flying kick saved the person. Then everyone saw countless punches and slaps falling heavily on the boy in the white shirt. His white shirt was torn to shreds by several big men. Facing several big men, the boy was not afraid at all. 1 punch. 3 punches. 5 fists. 7 fists. Knocked down a drunk guy with 1 punch. At this moment, the naked boy standing in the darkness seemed to be the light between heaven and earth. Dude, good job. Isn't this more worth chasing than some celebrities? There is no Ultraman or Tiga in the world, but there are ordinary boys in white shirts. Even an old man like me thinks he's handsome. This guy is a murderer. At the end of the video, the light comes. Countless people were moved. The young man went alone. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Things are starting to ferment. Of course, Gu Wenqing knew nothing about all this as he was still undergoing hard military training. For a time, looking for the boy in white spread throughout the entire internet. How popular is it? The top 10 hot searches on Weibo are all about young man in white. 9 out of 10 videos on Kuaishou and Douyin are about young man in white. Countless girls across the country regard boy in white as their idol. An office building in Shanghai. At the front of the conference room, an old man looked at his soldiers and said in a serious tone, "Fortunately, someone stood up. Otherwise, where would the face of the Magic City be? How would fellow countrymen from all over the country view the people of the Magic City?" Without this young man's help, the image of the Demon City would have plummeted. Investigate it thoroughly, and deal with those who stir up trouble sternly, and hold them accountable to the end. As the meeting was about to end, the old man's tone became slightly calmer. We cannot turn a blind eye to the young people who bravely do what is right. We should commend them if they deserve it. The playground of Magic City University. The freshmen had just finished military training and were resting in the shade. Zhou Tao asked enviously, "Lao Gu, what is the life of a rich person like?" Gu Wenqing smiled and replied, "Just like you, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping." "Damn, how can it be the same? Your bottle of red wine costs tens of thousands, which is more expensive than my family's annual income." Zhou Tao, who came from the countryside, sighed. "People cannot be compared to each other." Huang Ziqing said, "You can't even imagine the life of rich people." Zhou Tao. After a day of getting along, the 3 roommates did not have any estrangement because of Gu Wenqing's wealth. Instead, they felt that Gu was such a good person. Old Gu Ming's family is so rich, but he never shows off his wealth in front of others. Nor did he look down on any of them. Zhou Tao, who came from the countryside, felt it particularly deeply. Coming from a poor and backward land, he always felt that he was out of tune with the big city of Shanghai. He always felt that people were pointing fingers at him when he walked on the street. They said he was as black as coal and his clothes were tattered and shabby. Zhou Tao usually appears to be cheerful on the outside, but he is actually very sensitive in his heart. He can also be very sad. Some self-righteous city people always discriminate against him. On the other hand, Gu Wenqing can drive a luxury car worth tens of millions and has a license plate worth hundreds of millions, but old Gu is humble to others and has never looked down on him. Even though he drank half a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan from Lao Gu in one breath, Lao Gu said, "It's not expensive. Let him drink as much as he wants." It's right that Lao Gu is rich and popular with girls. Suddenly, 5 or 6 government officials in uniform appeared on the playground. There seemed to be a camera and an interviewer holding a microphone behind him. "Classmate, where is Gu Wenqing?" asked the uniformed policeman. "Oh, their class formation is over there. The most handsome one is him." The boy was a little timid when he saw the police. Thanks to Wang Songyang's pretense just now, he knew who Gu Wenqing was. Looking for Gu Wenqing? Why are so many police officers looking for Gu Wenqing? What connection does a freshman have with the police? Suddenly, someone said, "Shit. Could it be that Gu Wenqing has done something wrong?" The person who said this was Chu Bowen. He was humiliated by Gu Wenqing yesterday. "I also missed my private date with campus beauty Chen. He is a person who is easily bullied." Just now, he quietly watched Wang Songyang provoke Su Wenqing. I hated both of them to death in my heart. But Chu Bowen couldn't afford to offend either of them. One of them drove a Ferrari worth tens of millions, and the other's house was worth 32 million. He could only endure it. Now, Chu Bowen finally found an opportunity for revenge. Chapter 17 Mosaic. When I was in Yiyang No. 1 middle school, Chu Bowen was also a well-known figure in the school, and no one in the school had ever heard of Gu Wenqing. If Gu Wenqing's family was really that rich, it would be impossible for him to remain unknown in Yiyang No. 1 middle school. Yes, Chu Bowen felt that he had grasped the truth. There is only one truth. Gu Wenqing's family has no money at all, and all the money now is stolen money that Gu Wenqing got from committing crimes. Chu Bowen continued loudly. The police are here. Maybe Gu Wenqing has done something wrong. Boom. This sentence was like a bomb, exploding in the playground. It seems like the police are really looking for Gu Wenqing. Did I really make a mistake? Some students murmured in low voices. The facts are right in front of us. The police have come in person. He has definitely committed a crime. Moreover, the number of people mobilized was huge and the momentum was tremendous. There were 5 or 6 policemen, school leaders from Shanghai University, and journalists recording the video. It was obvious that Gu Wenqing had committed a serious crime. When the police and others came to Gu Wenqing, the 2 leading policemen had already put their hands on his shoulders. The arrest has begun. Chu Bowen was laughing happily in his heart. Haha, it makes people happy. Mad, let's see what you are still pretending for. It's useless to be handsome. No goddess will like him anymore. The 2 policemen put their hands on Gu Wenqing's shoulders, patted him gently, and said with a smile. Hello, brave young man in white. President of Shanghai University, student Gu Wenqing, you are great. You have brought honor to Shanghai University and are a role model for all teachers and students in Shanghai. What? Act bravely? Bring honor to the school? Aren't the police here to arrest Gu Wenqing? Didn't Gu Wenqing commit a crime? After hearing what the police said, Chu Bowen, who was taking advantage of the situation, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The school leaders took advantage of this free time to express their praise. Gu Wenqing, a freshman majoring in economics at our school, went to fight the perpetrator alone outside the school to save 2 girls from the same school. He was not afraid of the strong enemy and finally subdued the perpetrator, preventing the situation from escalating. All teachers and students of Shanghai University should learn from Gu Wenqing. After unanimous consultation, we have jointly contributed money to award Gu a bonus of 200,000 yuan as an encouragement. After finishing, Gu Wenqing went to an empty classroom with the reporter and did a separate interview. The Haiyan Villa area in Shanghai. Lin family. Lin Yingying's family of 3 were having dinner, and the TV was playing Magic City TV. After I went to college, I ran around everywhere all day and never came home. I couldn't see you anywhere. Remember, you can't fall in love before you graduate from college. Stay away from boys in school. Many boys nowadays like to deceive innocent, white, rich and beautiful girls like you. Mother Lin taught her daughter earnestly. In her opinion, her daughter is very good, looks like a fairy, and has no ulterior motives. She is afraid that her baby will be cheated of money and sex by a man. Lin Yingying was furious. I get it. It's a different era now. How can we prevent college students from falling in love freely? And this is the dormitory I live in when I'm not home. I have to build good relationships with my girlfriends. Father Lin also smiled and said, you must keep your eyes open when looking for a partner. There are too many questionable boys in your art department. You must protect yourself. Lin Yingying pouted. Okay, I know. I have someone I like, and he is very handsome and responsible. Even if you were my mother, you can't stop me from falling in love. Humph. Lin's mother said something that hit her daughter hard. What's the use of being handsome? The most important thing is character. As long as you have good character, it doesn't matter if your family is poor. We don't lack money anyway. As they were talking, suddenly, surveillance video of a beating started playing on TV. On TV, I only heard the host say, yesterday, at a food store in front of the Magic City University, 7 or 8 big men harassed and beat 2 female college students. At this critical moment, Gu Wenqing, a freshman majoring in economics at Shanghai University, stepped forward and bravely fought the perpetrator alone, successfully subduing the drunk. I urge that this video can awaken the passion of more people and help those in need if they can protect themselves, just like the red-haired girl and the boy in white in the video. Inside the villa, Mother Lin recognized her child at a glance. Is that red-haired girl you? The girl said proudly, Humph, that's for sure. Father Lin smiled and said, well done. This sense of justice is indispensable in our Lin family. Father Yingying is proud of you. Mom is proud of you, too. The news continues. Our station's reporter also interviewed the brave young man. The following is the interview footage. Gu Wenqing appeared on the screen. His clean and fresh crew cut and camouflage uniform caught the attention of everyone in front of the TV. Mosaic. The reporter thought the boy wanted to show off by doing this, so he said straightforwardly, "No fight." "Oh, then I'll wear a mask." Soon, Gu Wenqing, wearing a mask, appeared in the screen again. The girls in front of the TV were in a bad mood. "Ah, how come? Damn mask, I can never forgive you." Chapter 18. We all owe Brother Gu a white shirt. Watching the news, Lin's mother exclaimed, "This boy is not only responsible, but also looks good." Hearing Gu Wenqing being praised, Lin Yingying's eyes curved into crescents with joy. "Really? He's super handsome." Father Lin glanced meaningfully at his giggling daughter. Gu Wenqing, dressed in camouflage uniform, exudes a youthful temperament. Although he wears a mask, his stunning appearance that flashed across his face was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless audiences. Just do good things and don't worry about the future. Even if I am not here, I believe there will be countless brave people who will stand up for justice. Gu Wenqing is very humble and always speaks with positive energy. It makes people in front of the TV so excited that they want to do a good deed on the spot. At the end of the news, the reporter asked a question. How's Gu going to use the 200,000 yuan reward for bravery? The young people in front of the TV were very envious when they heard that there was a reward of 200,000 yuan for bravery. Especially those young people who dropped out of school to work were so shocked that they were speechless. They worked so hard, but after working for 4 or 5 years they still couldn't save 200,000 yuan. For an 18-year-old boy, the reward for his bravery is 200,000. It's really enviable. In front of the TV, they wondered how they would spend the 200,000 yuan if they were awarded. I'm going to use it to buy a house. I want to buy a nice car, so that those who look down on me will know that I am doing well. I can buy a lot of cosmetics, branded clothes, and bags. Everyone unconsciously fantasizes about how they would use 200,000 yuan if they had it. Gu Wenqing's voice came from the TV. First of all, I would like to thank the government and the school for the reward. I plan to give the 200,000 yuan to those in need. Children in poor mountainous areas need this money the most. Oh shit. Oh my god. Pattern. What is pattern? This is a person's pattern. At this moment, everyone was impressed by Gu Wenqing's qualities. He is a true role model for contemporary young people. Young people who fantasize about how to spend 200,000 yuan are also shocked by Gu Wenqing's noble character. Their faces turned red with shame. Smaller. Their vision is small. Tonight, Gu Wenqing dominated all the hot searches on the internet. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. I have to say it 3 times because it's important. Mom will never stop me from falling in love again. Gu Wenqing, wait for me. All the celebrities go away. Little brother Gu Wenqing is the eternal god. I was crying and wanted to find brother Gu, but he was so far away. When I saw the people upstairs, I burst into tears. How far away are you than me? I'm abroad. Gu Wenqing looks so handsome in his camouflage uniform. If he is used as a recruiting material, wouldn't that attract countless women to join the army? I'll sign up. Me too. Let's go together. Plus 1 million each. One of the hot searches, we all owe the boy in white a shirt, caused a surge in sales of white shirts in Taba's store tonight. It is said that many stores have sold out of white shirts. The girls bought white shirts online and had them delivered directly to Shanghai University. The recipient was Gu Wenqing, the young man in white. Gu Wenqing became an idol for countless young people overnight due to his bravery, noble character, and handsome appearance. A middle school. Wang Chong ran to school happily in a white shirt. He wanted to announce in front of the whole class that he was also a boy in white. When I rushed into the classroom, I found that all 48 people in the class were wearing white shirts. Wang Chong was dumbfounded at the time. Are they all Brother Gu's fans? Attend class. At this time, the head teacher walked up to the podium wearing a white shirt. The whole class. Magic City University, boys' dormitory. Gu Wenqing was lying on the bed, wanting to cry but unable to. He really didn't want to be famous. The reporter was a bastard. He had promised to cut out the part where he wasn't wearing a mask. The bastard reporter didn't keep his word. Bite. The host unlocks a new title, Rising in Fame. Award, 10 Chinese-style songs in the parallel space. The music and lyrics have been stored in the host's mind. Reward, 2 top cinemas in Shanghai. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. Unlocked a new title. In just 2 days, Gu Wenqing has unlocked 4 new titles. As for this reward, it is quite helpful. Not only do they not have any skills, but they also reward me with songs that have nothing to do with me. Chinese style. Why haven't I heard songs of this style? Gu Wenqing searched the extra memories and found that it was quite nice. This song could easily beat all the records released by the young stars in the entertainment industry. He couldn't help but hum softly. The song is called Blue and White Porcelain. The blank outlines the blue and white pattern, and the brush strokes turn from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is still in its original form. The charm of rendering ladies' paintings is hidden, and your sweet smile is like a bud about to bloom. Gu Wenqing admired in his heart. The lyrics and the artistic conception are really beautiful. Huang Ziqing suddenly said, "Old Gu, what the hell are you humming? It's really unpleasant to listen to, stop singing." Zhou Tao seemed to have discovered a new world, and said with a hint of mockery, "Fuck. I didn't expect that Lao Gu, who was so handsome, can sing so badly. Oh my. It's so unpleasant to listen to. No one is perfect. Old Gu, listen to my advice and don't sing. You can't control yourself." Zhang Xiaohong also said in agreement. Gu Wenqing. Is the singing really bad? Why does he sound so good? He continued to try. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain. The three people in the dormitory covered their ears and shouted loudly, "Lao Gu, stop what you are doing. You are committing murder." "Fuck, just wait for me. When I have the singing skills, I will let you guys see what a singing god is." Chapter 19. Meeting a funny guy in the milk tea shop. Military training ended the next day. Wang Yanran, who had been waiting for a long time, said she wanted to go for a walk outside the school with Gu Wenqing. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Wenqing and the most beautiful girl in the school walked side by side towards the Ferrari. Both boys and girls couldn't help but look at Gu Wenqing and the others. The boys were extremely jealous because Gu Wenqing had a sexy and beautiful senior schoolmate. The girls envied Wang Yanran. "I envy her for having such an ambiguous relationship with Gu Wenqing, and I envy her even more for being able to sit in the passenger seat of Gu Wenqing's Ferrari." Gu Wenqing asked, "Where are you going?" Wang Yanran said, "Let's go to Huaxi Street. It's quite fun there." Gu Wenqing nodded and went to take a look at the 10 storefronts in Huaxi Commercial Street. It just so happens that high-end Western restaurants are also on Huaxi Street. Ferrari driving on the road. Gu Wenqing looked at Wang Yan and found that her outfit was really amazing. She wore a white slim-fitting tank top, revealing her slender waist without any fat, and a denim miniskirt, revealing her round long legs wrapped in black half-knee stockings, sexy campus style. The perfect outfit and the pure pink makeup made Gu Wenqing feel a little itchy. Gu Wenqing was driving with one hand and his hand accidentally rested on Wang Yanran's long legs. Wang Yan looked at him helplessly. The big advantages have been taken before, so just let him be. After a while, Gu Wenqing was no longer confined to one place, and his hands moved a few. Wang Yanran was very shy and said, "Not now." Gu Wenqing asked, "How long will it take?" Wang Yanran, "Humph, it's okay only if I say it's okay." Gu Wenqing did not force it and quickly drove to the underground garage on Huaxi Street. "Let's go and see my storefront first," Gu Wenqing said. Wang Yanran nodded obediently. It was no surprise that Gu Wenqing, who was so rich, had a storefront on Huaxi Street. Following the system's prompts, Gu Wenqing quickly found his 10 storefronts. The storefront has a very good geographical location, in the very center of the commercial street, which is the best and most expensive location in this commercial street. Each storefront is more than 200 square meters, and the current market price of these storefronts is an average of 80,000 yuan per square meter. A 200 square meter storefront is worth 16 million. 10 sets would cost 160 million. The rent from these 10 shops alone is 10 to 20 million yuan a year. Storefronts in this kind of popular business district are completely out of stock. After all, who would sell such a profitable storefront? "Is this your store?" Wang Yanran asked, looking at a high-end milk tea shop. "Right." Wang Yanran was surprised and said, "Wow, your storefront is too big, and it's in a prime location. With such a large flow of people, it will be easy to do any business." Inside a high-end milk tea shop, Du Ziding was enjoying the air conditioning and drinking milk tea when he accidentally spotted Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran outside the door. Du Ziding pretended to smile. "Hi, Wang Yanran, come in. I'll treat you to milk tea." Although he had given up pursuing Wang Yanran, he still felt unhappy with Gu Wenqing. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yanran realized it was Du Ziding and wanted to leave. Gu Wenqing put his arm around her slender waist and walked in. Gu Wenqing said, "It's too hot outside, and I'm a little thirsty. Let's sit for a while." Gu Wenqing wore sunglasses and a mask to cover himself up completely, so he wouldn't be recognized as a young man in white by passersby. He plans to wait until this heat is over before showing his full face. After sitting down, Gu Wenqing sent a location message to the shop agent and the original owner of the shop. He signed the contracts for 10 storefronts when he had time today. "Would you like to drink? Don't be polite with me. I am the owner of this milk tea shop," Du Ziding said proudly. Hearing the sound, the customers in the milk tea shop all looked towards Du Ziding in surprise. To open a milk tea shop in this prime location, the rent alone would be close to 1 or 2 million a year. Coupled with this high-end and elegant decoration, the investment in this milk tea shop is no less than 5 million. A few girls who were drinking milk tea couldn't help but look at Du's eating twice more. The boss is so young. He is really promising. The clerk delivering milk tea happened to pass by and flattered Du's eating. Our boss is amazing. With his business model, our milk tea shop makes a net profit of more than 4,000 yuan a day. Our boss said that he will open a second branch next year and strive to have more than 100 stores nationwide within 5 years. After hearing what the clerk said, the young girl drinking milk tea was full of admiration for Du's eating. Wow, brother is awesome. The boss doesn't look that old. He's about the same age as us, when we were still asking for money from our families. Others make 4,000 a day and nearly 1.5 million a year, which is amazing. What a business mind. I really like men who are successful in their careers. The girls praised Du's eating generously. Du's eating was so happy that he was pretending to be cool invisibly. He suppressed his facial expression and pouted. Starting a business is really difficult. We encountered countless troubles in the early days of opening the store, and the store almost couldn't continue to operate. Fortunately, after my efforts to find the problem, I was able to get the milk tea shop back on track and successfully make a profit. After saying that, he glanced at Wang Yinran, but unfortunately Wang Yinran's expression remained the same, and she did not show admiration like the other girls. Du's eating glanced at Gu Wenqing with disdain again. Scum. He was born into a good fortune. If his family wasn't rich, Gu Wenqing would be a good-for-nothing. Unlike me, I started my business before I even graduated from university and have achieved some success. Du's eating thought to himself, you can only rely on the rubbish at home, so I'll let you know how big the gap is between us. Gu Wenqing, I really envy you. Your family is so rich. You can buy whatever you want. You don't have to do anything in your life and just live off your parents. Du's eating pretended to be envious. I am different from you. My family background is not as good as yours, but I will work hard to start my own business. I believe that one day I will become a business tycoon. Two young girls next to them exclaimed. Boss, you are awesome. You are countless times better than those people who rely on their parents for support. Du's eating said so much. I just want to emphasize 2 points. You, Gu Wenqing, are a useless person who only knows how to rely on your parents for support. Du's eating is very ambitious and has a good business sense. Du's eating constantly belittles Gu Wenqing just to highlight his own excellence. At this time, an old man walked into the milk tea shop, followed by a man in his 30s wearing formal clothes. As soon as Du's eating saw the old man, he immediately restrained his smugness. He hurriedly stood up and went to greet the old man respectfully. The old man was his landlord, but of course that wasn't enough to make Du's eating so respectful. The reason why Du's eating was so respectful was that all 10 of these doors belonged to this old man. Chapter 20 Mr. Gu. The 10 most prosperous stores on Huaxi Street have a market value of 160 million. In this money-oriented society, Du's eating certainly respects the elderly. The old man's surname is Liu. A few days ago, his business abroad suffered a devastating blow, and he almost went bankrupt. He had no choice but to put the storefront on Huaxi Commercial Street up for sale and use the money to ease the pressure abroad. He was so unlucky that even drinking water would make his teeth ache. When someone found out that he was in urgent need of money, they squeezed the price of his storefront hard. The storefront, which was worth 160 million yuan on the market, was directly slashed by 40 million yuan and wanted to buy it at a low price of 120 million yuan. What's even more hateful is that the other party has some strength and used some tricks to intimidate many people who intended to buy. For a period of time afterwards, no one was interested in Mr. Liu's shop, and he was in urgent need of money. Although he was sad and angry, the other party was strong, so he was helpless and almost compromised. Just then, someone was willing to buy a storefront for 160 million yuan. The 160 million yuan in funds could directly revitalize his overseas business. In his most critical moment, all his usual business partners added insult to injury, but Gu Wenqing came to his rescue and solved Mr. Liu's urgent need. He was grateful to Gu Wenqing for buying his shop. As soon as I entered the store, I saw Gu Wenqing. Before Mr. Liu stepped forward to greet him, he saw Du's eating walking towards him with a fawning look on his face. Mr. Liu frowned and didn't want to pay any attention to the serval Du's eating. Mr. Liu, why did you come here in person? This is a great trouble to you. There is no point wasting your time on such a small matter as rent. Shadu should have paid the rent to you, Du's eating said flatteringly. It was busy at this time, and there were no empty seats in the store. Customers cannot be offended, so Gu Wenqing had no choice but to give up his seat. Anyway, he couldn't stand Gu Wenqing. Du's eating walked over and said, Gu Wenqing, get up quickly and make room for Mr. Liu. Gu Wenqing ignored him, and Du's eating got anxious. Mr. Liu owns 10 shops here and has hundreds of millions of assets overseas. It's a blessing for you, Gu Wenqing, to give up your seat to a billionaire like Mr. Liu. If Mr. Lu is in a good mood, he might teach you some business tips or introduce you to some connections, which would be beneficial to your family's business. Hurry up and get up. Old Lu has walked up to you. Why are you still sitting here? Do you know how to respect your elders? Du Ziding said anxiously. Old Lu walked to Gu Wenqing's table and was about to thank him when he heard Du Ziding's nonsense, his words full of contempt for Gu Wenqing. It is Gu Wenqing's blessing to have someone give up his seat for him. He also introduced people and taught business tips. After hearing this, Mr. Lu instantly became furious. What kind of person is Gu Wenqing? He can easily take out 160 million in cash and easily solve the problem of the big boss who wants to buy the storefront at a low price. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of money and connections, Mr. Lu knows that he is inferior to others. Nonsense! Lu Lao is so angry that his beard was crooked. Master Gu is so well connected. Does he still need me to introduce him to someone? When Du Ziding heard Mr. Lu's angry voice, he was completely stunned. Mr. Lu calls Gu Wenqing Mr. Gu? How is this possible? Isn't Gu Wenqing just a freshman from a wealthy family? This doesn't make sense at all. It must be that Mr. Lu is old and his eyes are blurry, so he recognized the wrong person. Du Ziding kindly reminded him, Mr. Lu, you have recognized the wrong person. He is a freshman in Shanghai, not Mr. Gu at all. Old Lu looked around and then said loudly, Wrong person? I don't have Alzheimer's disease yet. When purchasing the storefront, the system implanted Gu Wenqing's information. How could Mr. Lu not know him? After Lu Lao finished speaking, he walked in front of Gu Wenqing, lowered his body slightly, and said, Mr. Gu, thank you. Gu Wenqing said calmly, it's just mutual benefit. If Mr. Gu hadn't bought these 10 storefronts and solved my urgent problem, I, Old Lu, would have lost my integrity in my later years. My family would have been broken up. Old Lu said excitedly. Mr. Lu, who even has to please the owner of a milk tea shop, actually respectfully calls a young man Mr. Gu. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on? Gu Xiao. This is how Mr. Lu addressed the young people just now. What's going on? Gu Wenqing is obviously a college student. How could he possibly have the financial resources to purchase a store worth 160 million? This is too outrageous. There is also 160 million to purchase 10 storefronts. The storefronts on Huaxi Street are so valuable, only a fool would sell the goose that lays golden eggs. Is this old man and young man playing a double game here? At this moment, only Du Ziding, who knew Mr. Lu's identity well, was horrified. What? Gu Wenqing bought 10 stores for 160 million? It solved Mr. Lu's urgent problem and helped revive his overseas business. Therefore, Mr. Lu called Gu Wenqing Mr. Gu. 160 million in cash. 160 million is not it, not 1.6 million, and certainly not 16 million. How terrifying is it that someone can easily come up with 160 million in cash? Mr. Lu is worth more than 1 billion, but his liquid funds are only more than 100 million at most. Gu Wenqing, a freshman, could easily come up with 160 million. Du Ziding was so embarrassed, he was showing off his sword in front of Guan Gong. He was bringing shame upon himself. Is this a truly rich person? Just spend 160 million to buy 10 storefronts for fun. Du Ziding knew that he had completely lost and his face turned pale. At this moment, he finally understood. He couldn't imagine the world of the rich. Soon, the agent in a suit took out the contract, and Gu Wenqing and Mr. Lu signed with a pen. At this moment, the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street officially changed hands. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks are flying all over the sky. The Huaxi Street property staff waiting outside the doors set off the fireworks in their hands. Congratulations, Mr. Gu, for becoming the owner of Huaxi Street. This is the display of rich people. Huaxi Street attached great importance to Gu Wenqing, who invested 200 million to purchase the storefront. The scene was grand and majestic, with gongs and drums, lion dancing, etc. outside the door, which was very lively. Chapter 21 Gu Wenqing's Debang Western Restaurant. I saw Huaxi Street property management welcomed Gu Wenqing with great fanfare. He slapped those people hard in the face. Oh my God. This young man actually spent 160 million to buy 10 storefronts. It's really crazy. For ordinary people who like milk tea shops, the owner of the milk tea shop, Du Ziding, is the successful person they envy. Mr. Lu is someone they admire even more. Gu Wenqing, who was even more awesome than Mr. Lu, made them admire him so much that they bowed down to him. To have such a huge fortune at such a young age. My dear Lord, you are a truly wealthy man. All the girls in the milk tea shop looked at Gu Wenqing infatuatedly. He's the prototype of the legendary overbearing president. Even sunglasses can't hide his handsomeness. The temperament is absolutely amazing. It makes people very excited. Many boys in the milk tea shop were heartbroken. Their girlfriends looked at Gu Wenqing with admiration, which made them feel as cold as the weather in Antarctica. Wang Yin was also confused. She thought it was just one storefront, but she never expected it to be 10 sets. She was completely shocked. Gu Wenqing monopolized 10 of the 15 most prosperous shops on Huaxi Street. If the girls in school knew about this, I'm afraid they would all go crazy. They would definitely rush to pursue Gu Wenqing. Hey, the junior is really too good. Can she really catch him? What are you standing there for? Go and collect the rent, Gu Wenqing said. Oh, okay. Wang Yanren agreed casually. She was still confused and was thinking about why her junior was so outstanding. It's time for dinner. Both of them are hungry. Gu Wenqing and Jiaran took a casual stroll and then went straight to their own Western restaurant. The location of the Western restaurant is just opposite the only cinema in the business community. Although its location is not as good as its 10 other stores, its location is definitely not bad either. Debong Western Restaurant. It has 2 floors with a total area of more than 800 square meters. It is the most famous Western restaurant in Shanghai University town. Wow, Junior, you are so awesome. You know I like this Western restaurant. The delicious restaurant I mentioned last time was this Western restaurant. The food is delicious. The only downside is that it's too expensive. I only dare to come here once every semester. Arriving at the Western-style restaurant she had been longing for, Wang Yin and was in a good mood. She hugged her junior's arms with both hands, and without noticing, her entire upper body was pressed against Gu Wenqing. The softness and the unique body fragrance of the girl made Gu Wenqing intoxicated. He suddenly had an urgent desire to go further. I won't do that again in the future. If you want to eat, just come. I can afford to feed you even if you eat it every day, Gu Wenqing said softly. Huh, you're just bragging. This store is very popular. If you don't make an appointment in advance, you have to queue up, and this queue can take 3 or 4 hours. I don't want to wait that long. Wang Yanren didn't believe it. Gu Wenqing said, Don't believe it? Then let's make a bet. If you lose, you have to listen to me all day. Wang Yanren frowned and said, What if you lose? I can't lose. Bullshit. What if you lose? If I lose, I'll treat you to 100 meals of Debon Western food. Wang Yanren chuckled. Deal. Hiki. The junior was still too naive. As soon as he entered the store, he knew he had lost. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, the cool air from the air conditioning in the Western restaurant swept away the heat from their bodies. Gu Wenqing and Wang Yin had just entered the store when another couple followed them in. The girl spotted Wang Yin and said, Hey, Wang Yanran. What a coincidence that you're here to eat too. The girl's name is Zhu Yu, and her boyfriend is Yang Kuan. Zhu Yu is also from the art department of Magic City University. Yang Kuan glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was beside Wang Shihua, and then nodded to Wang Yin as a greeting. The three of them have a connection. When he was a freshman, Yang Kuan pursued Wang Yin for a whole year, but ultimately failed to win her love, so he had to give up and start a relationship with Zhu Yu. Her friends often tease her that she is not as good as Wang Yin and is her substitute. For so long, Zhu Yu has been brooding over this matter. Hello, the restaurant is full now. You need to queue up to dine in. The waiter said politely. Wang Yin asked, How long do we have to wait? The waiter said gently, There are 35 tables of guests waiting in front of you. It will take about 3 hours. Wang Yin said, It took so long. Junior brother, let's go eat somewhere else. I was so happy in my heart, haha. I lost this bet. The other side. I heard from Wang Yin that he needed to wait for another 3 hours. Zhu Yu's face was full of smiles. She said to the waiter, I am an acquaintance of your restaurant manager. Tell manager Zhu that her cousin is here and ask him to arrange a meal for me right away. After saying that, Zhu looked at Wang Yin with a sense of superiority and told her to just queue up. She herself had the privilege and could eat right away without having to queue up. The waiter went inside and told manager Zhu. After a while, another waiter came up and invited Zhu Yu and her boyfriend to come in for dinner. Zhu smiled proudly. Wang Yin, you guys wait patiently. I will go in to eat first. Zhu felt great. I came later than Wang Yin, but I could eat without waiting at all. Wang Yin must be very envious of me. Privilege, that's the benefit of having privilege. Gu Wenqing frowned beneath his sunglasses. Why is there an idiot like manager Zhu in such a good Western restaurant? He even dared to open the back door for his relatives without even queuing. Zhu Wen is just a manager. How did he get such great privileges? As far as Gu Wenqing knew, his Western restaurant would always reserve a luxurious private room no matter how busy it was. This private room would not receive any guests. Only one person has the right to use this private room, and that is the boss, Gu Wenqing. Manager Zhu is so bold that he actually uses his private room to entertain his relatives. Wait a moment, go and ask Zhu to come over to me. Gu Wenqing's voice was cold. Zhu was dissatisfied. How can you call my cousin by his first name? You should call him Manager Zhu. She continued, My cousin is the manager of this high-end Western restaurant. He must be respected here. Haha, Gu Wenqing sneered. I respect him? Who the hell is he? Gu Wenqing took off his sunglasses and mask, exposing his face to the air. Boss. The waiter was dumbfounded. The person in front of me turned out to be the elusive boss. As for the violation just now, he was instantly frightened when he thought of it. The Western restaurant rewarded by the system is Gu Wenqing's exclusive property. The legal person of the Western restaurant's business license is Gu Wenqing, and all the staff in the restaurant have also been implanted with the memory that Gu Wenqing is the boss. Gu Wenqing has been the boss since the store opened, but he rarely appears in the store. Chapter 22. Is he really the boss? Boss? The waiter called boss Gu Wenqing? How so? Gu Wenqing is so young and looks like a student. How could he become the owner of a high-end Western restaurant? This is unscientific. Pity. Is he really the boss of Debong? Ziyu looked at the waiter with a trembling voice. When she saw the waiter nod, she felt like a cucumber hit by frost. All the strength in her body was drained, and she collapsed to her knees on the ground. It's completely over. She screwed her cousin badly. After a while, Zhuan ran out quickly when he learned that the boss had arrived. When he saw his cousin collapsed on the ground, he knew that his boss knew all about his abuse of power for personal gain. Manager Zhuan walked up to Gu Wenqing tremblingly, his eyes evasive and guilty. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Zhuan didn't want to lose this job. Working in Debon is not only easy, but the annual salary is also not low, at 500,000 yuan. More importantly, Zhuan likes this kind of freedom. The boss doesn't come often, so he is the local tyrant in the store. Please forgive me for my hard work. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing sneered. Pack up your things and leave. Gu Wenqing has already asked the waiter. Zhuan is late for work, leaves early, and is slacking off. If he is not fired, should he be kept for the new year? Zhuan burst into tears. He knew that he had lost this job forever. He looked at his cousin with hatred in his eyes. Blame her. This is all her fault. I must teach her a lesson when I get home. Ziyu knew that she had caused her cousin to lose his job, so she would inevitably be beaten by her parents when she returned home. The cost of this pretense is really high. She suddenly envied Wang Yin and for finding a boyfriend who was so handsome and successful in his career. The customers in the waiting area looked at Gu Wenqing and his companion with envy as they walked into the boss's private box. The owner of Debong restaurant is so young? That's amazing. A Western restaurant with an average consumption of 700 per person must have an annual income of tens of millions, right? It's amazing that you have achieved financial freedom at such a young age. I feel like he looks like a young man in white. He has a successful career and an amazing girlfriend. I really envy him. Words of exclamation echoed in the waiting area. At this time, everyone was extremely envious of Gu Wenqing. Wang Yanren sat in a luxurious box. At this time, I still couldn't believe that my junior was the owner of Debong Western Restaurant. This Debong restaurant has been open for 3 years. By this calculation, my junior opened this restaurant when he was 15 years old. This is too unreliable. Junior, did you open this store when you were 15? Gu Wenqing responded calmly. Who told you that? I bought it. Wang Yanren frowned and pretended to be angry. Well, you were such a bad guy. You are obviously the boss of Debong Western Restaurant, but you still set me up and made a bet with me. Gu Wenqing chuckled, feeling somewhat hopeful. Who told you not to ask? You lose anyway. Don't forget our agreement. Wang Yanren blushed. Bad guy. I'm going to eat you hard today, and I'd better eat you until you go bankrupt. The kitchen staff learned that it was the boss's turn to eat, so they put 200% of their energy into cooking in order to make him happy. Soon the table was full of dishes. Famous Western dishes such as foie gras steak, Paris lobster, red wine pheasant, roast turkey, orange roasted wild duck, American steak, etc. were placed on the table. It looks delicious and appetizing. There is also a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands. The price of this table of food was over 300,000 yuan, and 2 people could not finish it. These are the famous dishes that Wang Yin and had always craved but could not afford, so Gu Wenqing would of course satisfy her. Who told her to be so beautiful and so obedient? Gu Wenqing is now worth a lot of money, so he doesn't mind spending some money on women. Gu Wenqing ate a little bit of everything. It really deserves to be the flagship Western restaurant in the university town. The food tastes really good. Gu Wenqing said, Is it delicious, senior sister? Wang Yanran's cheeks puffed up as she answered directly, delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Yeah, okay. Senior, I'll bring you here every week from now on, okay? Wang Yanran didn't even raise her head. Yeah, okay. Senior, I want to see sexy lace stockings tonight. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Yanran, who had been eating, suddenly came to her senses and said, No, I was eating the whole time. I didn't hear what you said at all. Anyway, no. Gu Wenqing held Wang Yanran on his lap and said, Is it not possible? Wang Yanran blushed and said, No. Woman who doesn't keep her word, I'm going to teach you a lesson. No, it's itchy. After the meal, Gu Wenqing felt refreshed, although the last line of defense had not been broken. But the senior's upper body was already exposed to him. When the two finished their meal, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Passing by a shop, Wang Yin asked Gu Wenqing to wait outside while she went to buy some personal items. After the shopping, the two walked aimlessly on Huaxi Street holding hands. The two people holding hands, Wang Yin is 170 centimeters tall and Gu Wenqing is 180 centimeters tall, which gives the impression of a perfect couple's height. This good-looking couple attracted the attention of countless boys and girls. Chapter 23 Wang Yin is always the god. As time goes by. Wang Yinran's face was flushed, but what she said really spoiled the mood. The relatives are coming. Gu Wenqing moved his hand down a few centimeters. Really? Gu Wenqing's face could not hide his disappointment. Soon Gu Wenqing thought of a method for the movie plot. Gu Wenqing stood up and took Wang Yinran's hand and walked towards the hotel. However, not far behind them, two girls happened to see it. Hey, isn't that Wang Yinran? He actually went to the hotel with a man. Seeing this scene, one of them quickly took out his mobile phone to take a picture. The two of them just happened to come to Huaxi Street for dinner. I accidentally discovered Wang Yinran. They had seen Wang Yin this morning and recognized her at a glance from the clothes she was wearing. Wang Yinran was taken down already? A girl of average appearance said. She has been hanging around with a rich husband for so long, and her record of never having any scandals has been broken. Another asked, who is the boy next to her? It should be Gu Wenqing, a freshman. She even brought water to Gu Wenqing during the military training. At school, everyone knows that Wang Yinran is materialistic, but there are still countless rich second generations, entrepreneurial students, etc. who fawn on her. It's not just because she is beautiful, more importantly, she has never been in a relationship. The first love of the most beautiful girl in the school. Many good boys in the school racked their brains to become Wang Yinran's first boyfriend. Unfortunately, Wang Yin never had a meal alone with a boy during her entire freshman year. So she got the nickname of a money-worshipping goddess. Materialism means that Wang Yin is very picky about the financial strength of the man. The goddess refers to Wang Yinran's outstanding appearance and pure body. Gu Wenqing put his arm around Wang Yinran's waist and walked into the hotel. Seeing this scene, the two girls were inexplicably envious of Wang Yinran. This is the super-rich second-generation Gu Wenqing. Possessing good looks. Driving a multi-million sports car, with a license plate worth hundreds of millions. The most important thing is that the boy in white is the dream of many girls. They stared at Gu Wenqing's back infatuatedly. I was extremely envious of Wang Yinran. Inside the hotel, beauty comes out of bath. Wang Yinran was extremely shy. This outfit made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. The headlights are bulging. Make someone's gaze irresistible. The atmosphere is set to its extreme. Gu Wenqing finally saw the personal belongings that the senior student bought. Long black stockings. Gu Wenqing smiled. How could he let go of such a charming and beautiful girl? The charming Wang Yin felt the burning gaze of her junior and became even more shy. It was also the first time I wore such revealing clothes in front of a boy. When love is deep, it naturally becomes stronger. Gu Wenqing picked up Wang Yin and walked inside. Wang Yin was like an ostrich, burying her face in the arms of her junior, extremely shy. After a long time, Wang Yin frowned, looking pitiful. My hands are sore from holding the cup while drinking water. Junior, you are so mean. Wang Yin took a soft pillow and hit his junior on the head. Then, the exhausted Wang Yin clung to him like an octopus. She curled up in his arms like a kitten and fell asleep. Juwan was fired from the Western restaurant, and the system prompted an unlock. Gu Wenqing has time to read it now. Bite. The host unlocks a new title, Kill the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. A Porsche Cayenne as a reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Sound of Nature. Heavenly Sound, strengthen the host's singing skills, change the host's tone-deaf voice, and make the host have the qualities of a professional singer. Soon, Gu Wenqing also fell asleep. The next morning, Gu Wenqing drove his Ferrari straight to school. It took more than 10 minutes to reach school. Gu Wenqing parked the car in the parking space. It was early in the morning, the time for freshman military training and college students' morning classes, so there were a lot of people. When everyone saw the Ferrari LaFerrari and the extremely cool license plate Shanghai A11111, they knew that Gu Wenqing had arrived. Today, Gu Wenqing is an absolute celebrity at Shanghai University and the focus of everyone's attention. It's not just about being brave. It's more because of his super-rich status. The butterfly door of the Ferrari slowly opened, and a handsome man and a beautiful woman walked out of the car. When you see a girl's face, all the boys present were thinking WTF. Oh my god. Early in the morning. The school beauty Wang Yin actually got out of Gu Wenqing's car? Did the two of them check into a hotel last night? She gave it to him? At this moment, all the boys' moods sank to the bottom. The money-worshipping goddess was taken down so quickly. Wang Yinran, one of the 4 recognized goddesses of Magic City University, has become someone else's. All the boys looked at Gu Wenqing with jealous eyes. Soon, someone found a photo of Huixi, the school beauty, and Gu Wenqing heading to a hotel together on the campus forum. In the photo, Gu Wenqing hugged Wang Yinran affectionately, and Wang Yinran leaned her body in his arms like a little bird. When you see this photo, combined with the 2 people getting out of the car early in the morning, it's basically confirmed. She gave him. Countless rich second generations and potential men have been chasing goddesses for more than a year, but ended up in the arms of others. More importantly, it's only been 3 days since school started. They got the goddess they dreamed of in just 3 days. The boys present were heartbroken. After getting off the car, Wang Yinran didn't care about other people's opinions. She has always been straightforward and dares to love and hate. She has already been honest with her junior. Is she still afraid of what others will say? I'm going to go back and catch up on my sleep. You should also go to military training soon. After Wang Yinran finished speaking to her junior, she left. I may not even be able to write with a pen today. Old Gu, did you really check into a hotel with Wang Yinran yesterday? Huang Zicheng asked. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong were also very curious and listened with their ears perked up. Yes, Gu Wenqing replied. Fuck. So she really gave it to you? Damn, freshman year just started, and he already hit a home run against the most beautiful senior in the department. I'm really envious. The 3 roommates were howling with envy. They hadn't even touched a woman's hand, but Gu Wenqing had already ended his virginity. The gap is too big. After his roommate calmed down, Gu Wenqing continued, we'll book 2 rooms, 1 for each of us. 3 people. Your uncle. Why didn't you say so earlier? They have been envious for so long. The 4 of them chatted and boasted for a while, then walked towards the playground together. It's enough for you to know about women's affairs yourself. There's no need to share them with others. Let them guess. Chapter 24. School beauty Chen came to deliver water to others? The sun is shining. The air is filled with the smell of heat. For freshmen undergoing military training, even the hot underwear can squeeze out sweat. After 2 days of military training, everyone learned their lesson and brought their own water bottles. You can replenish water when resting on the spot during military training. They are not like Gu Wenqing, who had 2 senior schoolmates who took turns serving him sparkling water and milk tea. Many boys on the playground looked at Gu Wenqing. I heard that Gu Wenqing checked into a room with the most beautiful girl in the department yesterday. The pictures have been exposed on the campus network. Damn, I get angry when I see that filthy hand in the picture. Now that Gu Wenqing and the beauty in the department have officially announced their relationship, will Qin Yunxue send her water again? TSK, I definitely won't send it again. It is said that Qin Yunxue was the school belle in high school. How could a school belle be a bootlicker? How could a school beauty become a third party? By the way, Miss Qin is really pretty. The freshmen all felt sad but also relieved. The heartbreak was because the sexiest beauty in the school became Gu Wenqing's girlfriend. Fortunately, after Gu Wenqing had an affair with the beautiful senior, Qin Yunxue probably won't like Gu Wenqing anymore. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Gu Wenqing couldn't help but frown slightly. Does Wang Yinran have such a great influence in Demon University? Didn't he just get off the car with Wang Yinran? Why did everyone make such a fuss? Besides, their relationship is not as bad as everyone thinks. Although Gu Wenqing really wanted to, the reality was that Wang Yinran had a relative coming over. The military training is taking a rest. After being exposed to the sun for so long, everyone was thirsty and took out their water bottles to drink water. Gulp. Gulp. After drinking it all, everyone felt much better. Gu Wenqing was also thirsty. He came to the military training right after getting off the Ferrari and did not bring any water. It's not possible to buy water, and you can't run out of the playground just to rest on the spot. Gu Wenqing had no choice but to ask his 3 roommates, do you have any water? Zhou Tao shook the empty bottle and said, Old Gu, you're too late. We've already finished it. Oh my god. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing felt his mouth become even drier. Seeing that Gu Wenqing had no water to drink, the boys on the playground all laughed with glee. Haha, he has come to this day too. Seeing that he had no water to drink, I finally felt at peace. Let him show off, now he's in trouble. He must have thought that a goddess would bring him water. That's great. Miss Chen finally sees through his true face as a scumbag. Everyone was very happy to see Gu Wenqing's dry mouth. 2 days ago, 2 goddesses delivered water. One was a beauty from the university, the other was a former high school beauty. Both were top-notch girls who brought water to Gu Wenqing, making others envious. Any boy who sees this will not go crazy and be envious. He installed it 2 days ago. Everyone was of course happy to see Gu Wenqing had no water to drink today. Many girls actually want to give Gu Wenqing water, but when they think of the two goddesses who gave Gu Wenqing water before, they will feel invisible pressure in their hearts. They don't have the beauty of the goddesses. Many girls are struggling whether to send water to Gu Wenqing. After all, who can bear to see a handsome guy suffering? Just as the boys were feeling happy, a very soft voice was heard from the playground. If you don't mind. Drink my water. The girl who was speaking was wearing camouflage clothes and her white canvas shoes were slightly yellowed from washing, but they were very clean. The girl was wearing black glasses and her face was completely covered by her black hair when she lowered her head. Yun Weiwei carefully handed Gu Wenqing the kettle. Gu Wenqing looked at the kettle in front of him, the surface of which was worn and the paint peeling off. The old kettle told us that it had been with its owner for a long time. She is the girl who learns to help herself. Gu Wenqing recognized it immediately. Yun Weiwei saw that Gu Wenqing didn't take the kettle. She lowered herself even lower and was despised again. Yun Weiwei said in a small voice, "The boiled water I got from the cafeteria is clean, too. He is so rich, he should not bother to drink the boiled water in the cafeteria." Suddenly, the kettle in his hand was taken away by the man Gu Wenqing. Gulp, gulp. Gu Wenqing drank all the water in one breath. Gu Wenqing smiled happily. "Thank you so much. How could I dislike you?" Yun Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief as she held the empty kettle. The wind started to blow. The breeze blew up Yun Weiwei's hair, and her fair and beautiful face flashed by. Gu Wenqing was amazed. Who would have thought that the girl who always kept her head down had a beauty that was as good as Qin Yunxue and Wang Yanran? Frightened by Gu Wenqing's eyes, Yun Weiwei quickly lowered her head and walked away. Gu Wenqing was happy drinking, but the boys on the playground were unhappy. Damn, someone is bringing water. The girl delivering water is so tall. Damn, it's a pity that I can't see Gu Wenqing getting thirsty. My happiness is gone. It's okay, as long as it's not school beauty Qin who delivers the water. Don't worry, Miss Qin will definitely not come. As they were talking, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the playground. At this time, Qin Xiaohua changed her previous JK campus style. She was wearing a tight little vest and a light gray skirt today. The straight long legs were covered with black stockings, and the shadows of the legs wrapped in the black stockings vaguely reflected the fair skin color. She is beautiful and has a good figure. The breeze blew Chun Yunxue's long hair, and her hair fluttered, making her look like a girl from an anime. The cup in Chun Yunxue's hand was no longer milk tea, but sparkling water. The bottle of sparkling water was just taken out of the refrigerator and was still covered with frost. Chun, the school beauty, is here again. Are you going to deliver water to Gu Wenqing again? That shouldn't be the case. It's definitely not for the scumbag. The first 2 days they sent Gu Wenqing milk tea, but today they changed to sparkling water. What does that mean? It means that school beauty Chun changed the recipient of the water. Brother, it's so fine. After the big brother's analysis, everyone thought it made sense. Changing milk tea to sparkling water meant that school beauty Chun changed the person to whom the water was delivered. The school beauty must have known that Gu Wenqing had a senior girl and was disappointed in him. So she changed someone to deliver water. The boys followed the figure of the school beauty Chun, and they thought, how I wish it was me who was being sent water. After dressing up carefully, the school beauty Chun was as beautiful as a fairy, and all the boys were stunned by her. Step 2. In everyone's sight, school beauty Chun walked to the class formation to which Gu Wenqing belonged. The boys' hearts were hanging in the air. Chun Yunxue looked around and soon found the most handsome person in the crowd. Gu Wenqing was also looking at her. Eye to eye, school beauty Chun remained calm and shifted her gaze. When school beauty Chun walked up to Gu Wenqing, she handed him the sparkling water. At this moment, all the boys in the playground seemed to hear the sound of their own heartbreak. Chapter 25 Little Anchor Yuanan. I heard that you like to drink sparkling water, so I bought it specially for you. Coming in front of Gu Wenqing, Chun Yunxue handed him the sparkling water. Thanks. Gu Wenqing took the water from Qin Xiaohua. He just drank a lot and is not thirsty now. But feeling the expectant look in Chun Xiaohua's eyes, Gu Wenqing opened the bottle cap and took a gulp. Seeing Gu Wenqing drinking the water she gave him, school beauty Chun smiled with satisfaction. Instantly, seeing the charming smile of school beauty Chun, the boys went crazy. I give in. It's for Gu Wenqing again. Qin Xiaohua is confused. Gu Wenqing has a girlfriend. Why did school beauty Chun choose to hang herself on Gu Wenqing's tree? I was just laughing at Gu Wenqing. But then school beauty Chun came to deliver water again. Everyone was discussing this matter. They don't know why school beauty Chun loves Gu Wenqing alone. Although Gu Wenqing is handsome and rich, he already has a senior schoolmate. So why doesn't Qin Xiaohua let go? They didn't want to know that among the girls Gu Wenqing bravely rescued was Chun Yunxue. The surveillance footage was blurry and the girl's face couldn't be seen clearly. The school did not publicize who the rescued girl was, leading to no one knowing that Gu Wenqing and Chun Yunxue had this connection. The two walked to the shade, one in front and one behind. Gu Wenqing said, "There is no need to thank me for delivering water every day. No matter who was beaten that day, I would go up to help." Chun Yunshue's tone was cold. "I know. It's a gift from me. If you don't like it, then just don't drink it." Gu Wenqing was speechless. She really deserved to be called an iceberg beauty in high school. Her every word and action was so arrogant. Gu Wenqing responded directly. "Drink, as long as you give me something to drink. Just send it off. It's not him who is in trouble anyway. She is so cold. Whoever marries her in the future will be like marrying an iceberg, saving the air conditioning fee in summer." Bite. The host unlocks a new title, standing out from the crowd. Reward, 10% of Huafeng Real Estate shares. Reward Douyin platform Douyin, coins 1 billion. After military training, Gu Wenqing returned to the dormitory and turned on the system. The reward for unlocking a new title this time is unreliable. Even Douyin virtual currency can be used as a reward. The system is a bit perfunctory recently. However, this reward does look quite impressive. Huafeng Real Estate. As we all know, the market value of real estate companies is not low, and 10% of the shares is worth at least tens of billions. Gu Wenqing opened the browser and searched for information about Huafeng Real Estate. Huafeng Real Estate was founded in 1996 and grew up in Shanghai. The company's scale is also limited to Shanghai. Business covers real estate development, commercial operations, rental housing, smart services, house rental and sale, and house decoration. As of 2022, Huafeng Real Estate has a total valuation of 8 million yuan. It has acquired 7 pieces of land with great development value around Shanghai. The land in Shanghai alone is worth 40 billion yuan. When real estate companies across the country collapsed and owed banks hundreds of billions of yuan in loans, Huafeng Real Estate's book funds were greater than its liabilities. One of the reasons is that Huafeng Real Estate has not taken big steps and has not acquired land across the country. It has only lived in the west of Shanghai and worked hard. The market value is 80 billion, and 10% of the shares is 8 billion. Gu Wenqing thought to himself. Today alone, he achieved 80 small goals. It has to be said that life with cheats is really awesome. At this time, a phone call came in. Someone was interviewing for the manager position at Debong Western Restaurant. Gu Wenqing drove to Huaxi Street. After parking the car in the garage and walking into the store, I could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the store was much more positive than yesterday. The applicant was a man in his 30s. According to him, he worked as a manager in a star-rated hotel. He looked down on the young boss of the Western restaurant. "Mr. Gu, don't worry. I used to be a management manager in a star-rated hotel. It will be no problem for me to manage this hotel." Gu Wenqing frowned as he listened to the man's babble. He could no longer bear it and interrupted him, saying, "Thank you. Our temple is too small to accommodate your big Buddha." The man was shocked. He was a former hotel executive, and it was the boss's blessing that he was willing to work in such a small Western restaurant. "I thought I could get the job easily, but I was rejected on the spot." Gu Wenqing walked out of the Western restaurant. His mood turned bad. "Damn, as a corporate executive, don't you even know the most basic humility? First of all, you brag about your abilities and look down on the small size of the Western restaurant. I want nothing from you. A guy with high expectations but low skills. He might as well hire someone who has little management experience but works down to earth. Anyway, the store is not big and does not need any senior management talent at all." Gu Wenqing went out of the garage. I saw a female anchor dressed in sexy clothes, broadcasting live next to a Ferrari LaFerrari. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a flagship super sports car launched by Ferrari. Only 499 units are available worldwide, and the price is in the tens of millions," said Yuanin, while adjusting the camera of his mobile phone to face the Ferrari LaFerrari. Yuanin glanced at the screen and continued. "As a good-looking anchor, I came across this rare Ferrari LaFerrari today. Today, I will be a guest anchor explaining sports cars. This Ferrari LaFerrari is equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine that can output a maximum power of 588 kilowatts, and the electric motor independently outputs 120 kilowatts of power, making the combined output power of the LaFerrari as high as 708 kilowatts. The powerful engine allows it to outrun the world on the road, without even letting you see its taillights." After the explanation, Yuanin looked at the supercar worth tens of millions and continued jokingly. "Brothers, you have to work hard. If you can drive a Ferrari in the future, I will definitely marry you." As a small anchor on Douyin, Yuanin's popularity is very low, so low that his monthly income is just enough to cover his daily expenses in Shanghai. Without a big brother in the live broadcast room, it will be difficult for even the most beautiful anchor to become popular. After all, in this age of live streaming for everyone, if you are not famous, who would watch your live broadcast? Yuanin had the opportunity to become famous before. There was a big brother in the live broadcast room who gave him 100,000 yuan in one day. Yuanin was so happy that her hard work finally paid off. I added my eldest brother on WeChat, and he directly sent me the location and told me the hotel room number. Yuanin was so disgusted that she blocked her eldest brother's WeChat account. The eldest brother would definitely not do it if he spent money without getting any benefits. He spread the word everywhere, saying that he spent so many gifts only because Yuanin agreed to have sex with him. After a few days of commotion, the matter was finally settled after Yuanin paid 100,000 yuan in compensation. After the platform divided half of the 100,000 yuan gift, Yuanin only had 50,000 yuan left. She then raised money from everywhere and borrowed 50,000 yuan to finally raise the 100,000 yuan. She worked hard on her live broadcast and did nothing wrong, but she still had to pay 50,000 yuan, which is equivalent to her salary for 3 months of live broadcasting. That day, Yuanin cried till she was dizzy. Chapter 26 Audience. Young people are too stiff in their pretense. The Douyin live broadcast room named, "N is the cutest," shows more than 1,000 people online. Fuck. If I could really afford a Ferrari, I would at least give the anchor a gift worth 100,000. I like the anchor so much, I want to take him away. Ferrari is awesome. I'm not here to see your face. Point the camera at the Ferrari. The little anchor is ridiculous. You're a fucking anchor, but you still refuse to check into a hotel with Big Brother. What a pretentious guy. There are not many barges, there are fans and haters. After Yuanin refused her elder brother's request to book a hotel room, she now receives fewer gifts every day. In the past, those big brothers who were crazy about giving gifts were all eyeing her body. After realizing that there was no profit, they stopped giving gifts to Yuanin and turned into black fans, slandering Yuanin in the live broadcast room all day long. Some viewers who really like Yuanin were furious when they saw the comments. Protect our female anchor. Anin is not the kind of bad woman who would climb into bed just for money. Brother Meng, Anin has lost his big brother recently. Everyone please give Anin more gifts. For a while, the audience who loved Anin gave her a lot of gifts. Thank you, Brother Mosquito, for the 66 lollipops. Thank you, Brother. Cat is not a good boy, for giving me 10 hearts. Thank you, Brother, Home Safe, for the 66 beers. Thank you, Brother. I like Xiaonin for the 2 hot air balloons. When Yuanin saw the gifts sent by everyone, she thanked the audience for giving them gifts in a clear voice. Although she had a happy smile on her face, she was about to cry inside when she saw these. Dozens of people gave gifts, but the most valuable ones were just 2 hot air balloons sent by, like Xiaonin. 1 hot air balloon costs 52 yuan, and 2 are only 104 yuan. Yuanin felt helpless. The current gift list had a turnover of no more than 400 yuan per day. She didn't even get 200 yuan. This kind of income of several thousand yuan a month is not enough to pay her monthly rent, not to mention having to eat and repay tens of thousands of foreign debts. Gu Wenqing stood in the distance and waited for a while, letting Yuanin live broadcast the Ferrari for a while. Seeing that Yuanin had no intention of leaving, he had no choice but to walk towards the Ferrari. In the live broadcast room of "Nin is the cutest," the audience's barrage of comments is scrolling. An unknown man appeared behind the anchor. Fuck, walking towards Nin. Could it be An's boyfriend? Cry and cry, and found a strange man without telling us. Haha, no wonder you rejected me. It turns out you found a gigolo. The anchor is so shameless. Stupid anchor, young and ignorant of the value of money. Yuanin looked at the comments, ignored the haters who were criticizing him, and turned back curiously. See a boy wearing a white shirt, black loose casual pants, and white casual shoes walking towards you? Although the boy's face was covered by sunglasses and a mask, she was sure that he was definitely handsome. The invincible youthful temperament, and those long legs, the hardware is simply invincible. Yuanin thought, could it be that the boy came over to chat with her because he thought she was pretty? Thinking of this, Yuanin's face turned slightly red. So should I give him my WeChat message later? This is not because N is narcissistic, but because she often encounters boys who approach her or ask for her contact information when she walks on the street. When N was struggling with himself, Gu Wenqing came to Yuanin and said, "Excuse me, can you please make way? I'm in a hurry." Yuanin. You said you would chat me up? Yuanin felt inexplicably disappointed. Then I felt a little aggrieved. The road is so wide. Who am I blocking? Yuanin's soft and clear voice. The garage is so big. Why don't you go to the side and make me give you the way? It seems that he is not Yuanin's secret boyfriend. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Mad, is this man sick? You're blind. He insists on saying, and is blocking his way in such a big garage. He just wanted to show off his presence in front of Anin. It's confirmed that he is a pervert. Anin might have met a perverted sex maniac. Gu Wenqing was speechless. Beauty, you are standing in front of my car, blocking me from driving. After hearing this, the viewers in the live broadcast room went crazy, mocking him desperately. Haha, this is so awkward. Young man, I would like to call you the world's #1 bully. I give this guy minus 100 points, not for anything else, but because it's so fake. Stop dreaming, young man. Go work on the assembly line. This brother is amazing. In order to show off in front of Anin, he brags without even thinking. Not only did the comments on the video not believe it, Yuanin also didn't believe that the tall boy in front of her was the owner of the Ferrari. He has such a youthful aura of a school idol. How can he drive a Ferrari when he is so young? He doesn't seem to have the arrogance and ruffian nature of a rich second generation. Could he be doing this to attract her attention? Yes, this must be the case. Yuanin gently stroked the bangs on her forehead and sighed in her heart. He is so handsome, it is enough to attract her. Why does he use such a blunt method to attract her attention? Seeing Yuanin still standing there in a daze, Gu Wenqing simply took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. The Ferrari's headlights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire garage. Wow. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What did they see? The boy took out the car keys, and the Ferrari was unlocked. OMG. This boy is not pretending, the Ferrari is really his. It was a pity that they had just mocked the boys and were slapped in the face by the boys. For a while, the popularity of Yuanin's live broadcast room directly reached more than 3,000, and the barrage was overwhelmed. Fuck. It blinded my eyes. Oh my god, this young man. Are you going to slap me in the face? Oh my god, the little anchor met a big guy on the road. He is so rich. It must be very cool to drive a sports car worth tens of millions. Fuck, I'm so envious. He is definitely a nobleman. His family assets are conservatively estimated to be at least tens of billions. The audience was busy brushing the barrage. They were all shocked. Just now they actually criticized a rich second-generation man who drove a Ferrari. Luckily, that man couldn't see the comments. From the moment Gu Wenqing pressed the car key, the online audience and the host Yuanin were deeply shocked. Chapter 27. For the sake of G-rated softness, pity the little anchor. Yuanin was so confused that she couldn't even speak coherently. This Ferrari is really yours. After saying this, Yuanin regretted it. She cursed herself in her heart for being stupid. Others had already taken out their keys to unlock their Ferraris, but she was still asking such an idiotic question. It's not her fault. She was really shocked. Such a handsome young man drove a car worth tens of millions. Yuanin felt a little embarrassed in front of the rich man. Hearing the voice, Gu Wenqing felt that the beautiful female anchor in front of him was a little cute, but why did she look so silly? It's absolutely genuine. Are you live streaming on Douyin? Gu Wenqing asked curiously. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and saw the host's nickname. Anin is the cutest. Gu Wenqing subconsciously glanced at Yuanin. Oh, she's still a cute girl from the second dimension. A black and white maid outfit, a baby face and big breasts. I'm afraid it's a G cup. Under the skirt of the maid outfit, the white half-length stockings are just to the knee, and the high heels on her feet make Yuanin look taller and more sexy. Feel. With cute facial features, big eyes and pink hair, she is such a cute girl. Gu Wenqing took a few more glances at the super big G1. These two are really too cute. Yes. Yuanin responded. Do you usually play Douyin and watch live broadcasts? Let's play. Gu Wenqing searched the live broadcast room of Anin is the cutest on his phone and saw more than 3,000 people. You don't seem to be very popular. Keep working hard, little anchor, and try to become a big internet celebrity with over 100,000 online viewers. Gu Wenqing followed her because of her G-level softness. Yuanin groaned. Humph, this day will come sooner or later. Gu Wenqing glanced at the comments. I beg you to point the camera at the rich man so I can see what he looks like up close. The anchor doesn't understand? Go and lick the rich man. Streamer, please kneel down and lick the tycoon's ass. He is so rich that any leak from him is enough for you to earn from live streaming for several months. It's over. I always feel like Anin will run away with the boss. Bullshit. Anin is the kind of woman who is blinded by money? Anin is a good girl. She won't do anything messy. Gu Wenqing then looked at the gift list again. The sound wave that topped the list today was only worth about 100 yuan. All of Yuanin's sound waves that day added up to less than 200 yuan. This is a bit too miserable. With such a cute face and incomparable G-rated softness, this shouldn't be the case. Gu Wenqing asked, Little anchor, You are doing too poorly. When you become a big internet celebrity, I'm afraid the world will be destroyed. Yuanin was stunned for a moment. He said pitifully, "It wasn't like this before. It's because I rejected my eldest brother's excessive request that I ended up in such a miserable state." In the live broadcast room, the barrage took off. I cried, feeling sorry for Mayanin. "Anin, don't be unhappy. When I get my salary, leave 500 for me to eat instant noodles for a month, and I'll give you the remaining 2,500. What a show upstairs. Anin, you don't bow down for money. Good job. Haha. You dog anchor. Why are you pretending to be a bitch? No way. No way. There are still people who believe in pure anchors? You loser. Why are you pretending to be pitiful in front of the super rich man? Fuck. You're beautiful and soft, but you won't let me play with you. Why should I give you money?" Gu Wenqing glanced at the screen and got a general idea. The big brother gave money as a reward and wanted to sleep with the little anchor, but the little anchor didn't want to. Later, the big brother stopped giving her gifts. The elder brothers are all coveting Anan's body, but she won't give it to them. Only a fool would give her gifts. This is the first time Gu Wenqing has seen a full-time anchor doing so badly. Those big internet celebrities earn millions a day from live streaming, and when you look at small streamers like Yuanin who only make a few thousand a day, it seems that all walks of life are in a state of drought or flood. Yuanin, who couldn't pay the rent, was dying of thirst. Gu Wenqing unlocked a new title, standing out from the crowd, yesterday, and the system rewarded him with 1 billion Do coins. The recharge virtual currency cannot be exchanged for real money. Dubi is just a chicken to Gu Wenqing. It is worthless. Since you have big G-class breasts, I'll brush them a little lighter. Gu Wenqing glanced at the white and tender waves and said in his heart. Gu Wenqing started giving out gifts. Gu Wenqing hadn't given gifts to anyone yet, so he opened the interface and looked for it. Found the most expensive gift, Supreme Salute. Supreme Salute, 66,666 Do coins, equivalent to 6,666 renminbi and 60 cents. At this time, the live broadcast room of Anin is the cutest, welcomed another wave of small gifts. Yuanin was looking at the screen and shouted in a soft voice. "Thank you, brother, love beauty, for the 66 bottles of beer. Thank you, big brother, cat is not a good boy, for the 66 hearts I gave you. Thank you, brother, I have money, gave me 20 little clouds. Thank you, brother, I like Shaonan, for sending us 2 more hot air balloons." Yuanin's cute voice echoed in the garage. He made a lot of moves and earned 250. However, for Yuanin recently, today's gifts and rewards are still a lot more. Today's gift turnover has exceeded 500 yuan. Yuanin is a little happy. Since she rejected her elder brother, today's gift list has reached the highest record. Suddenly, Yuanin saw a series of cool special effects. The light from the special effects almost takes up the entire phone screen. As we all know, the more expensive the gift, the cooler the special effects and the more it takes up the phone screen. This is the special effect of Supreme Salute. 1. Supreme Salute costs 6,666.6. The last time she was rewarded with a Supreme Salute was when her eldest brother asked her to get a room. You have to know that with her recent daily turnover, she needs to live broadcast for 20 whole days to get one Supreme Salute. Yuanin only saw a barrage of messages on the screen. The cool special effects fill the entire phone screen. The special effects of Supreme Salute whistled continuously in her live broadcast room. The first one. The 5th. The 10th. The 60th. At this moment, Yuanin first felt her brain was lacking oxygen, and then a surge of excitement emerged from the bottom of her heart. Oh my God, she is so prosperous. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute times 1. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute x 10. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute x 20. Chapter 28, a balance of more than 900 million? Brother, I'm afraid. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute times 40. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the cutest anchor in it, the Supreme Salute times 66. The most affectionate person in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute times 100. 100 consecutive Supreme Salutes not only exploded in the live broadcast room of Anin is the cutest, but also made the entire Douyin platform like an atomic bomb was dropped, causing a huge shock. For all Douyin online users, a banner will appear at the top of the screen. The most affectionate person in the Magic City, 100 Supreme Salutes were given away in the cutest live broadcast room of Anchor Anin. Everyone hurry up and grab the boxes. The most affectionate person in the Magic City, 100 Supreme Salutes were given away in the cutest live broadcast room of Anchor Anin. Everyone hurry up and grab the boxes. The most affectionate person in the Magic City. 100 supreme salutes were given away in the cutest live broadcast room of Anchor Inn. Everyone hurry up and grab the boxes. 3 golden banners floated on the screens of all online users. This is the lineup. A total of 100 supreme salute cannons are given away. Douyin official also gave the super rich, the most affectionate in Magic City, enough pretense scenes. This time, countless people were shocked. What did they see? The supreme salute worth 6,666 renminbi and 60 cents. The supreme salute is not uncommon, and people will give it to the anchor every day. But a full 100 supreme salutes, such a feat has rarely occurred since the establishment of the Douyin platform. How could they not be shocked by these 100 supreme salutes? 100 supreme salute cannons, converted into real money, would be worth more than 600,000 renminbi. More than 600,000 yuan. Many people can't save this much in their lifetime. With more than 600,000 yuan, you can buy a house in a small city. For more than 600,000 yuan, you can buy a brand new Mercedes-Benz E-Class with high configuration. The anchors on the Douyin platform are also crazy, wishing that the anchor who received more than 600,000 yuan in rewards was themselves. But I am uneducated, so I can only say F***CK all the time. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. 600,000. Wouldn't it be nice to spend it on flowers? The rich man, we are not worthy of understanding his world. If one wow represents 10,000, it would be very hard for me to yell 100 wow, but it's easy for the super rich to get 600,000. Damn, my eyes are red with envy. Boss, that's awesome. Long live the most affectionate person in the Magic City. A group of people admired and all rushed into Yuanin's live broadcast room. The number of people in Yuanin's live broadcast room soared from 3,000 to over 50,000. With a popularity of over 50,000, he is considered a second-tier anchor on Douyin. Yuanin looked at the popularity of her live broadcast room and felt like she was dreaming for a moment. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, the most affectionate brother in the Magic City, for sending me 100 supreme salutes." She continued, "Deeply affectionate, rich, and awesome, mighty and domineering, the best in the world." The audience in the live broadcast room were also going wild at this time. Fuck, and then stood up. Awesome. The anchor easily earned 300,000 renminbi. Coming from the banner, I have to say the anchor's looks are indeed worthy of the 600,000 plus yuan of the super rich man. Is the most affectionate brother in Magic City here? I have spent so much money on you, and I can't repay you. How about I sing a song for you, or do a dance for you? Yuanin's soft voice sounded. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Ever since he was rewarded with 100,000 yuan and it was recovered, Yuanin felt both happy and scared when he saw the large amount of reward. If this big brother makes another rude request, how should she politely refuse? So she tentatively said that she would sing a song and dance for big brother to repay his reward of more than 600,000 yuan. As soon as she said this, she blushed with shame. The comments were all, airdrop, deliver 1,000 miles, drive up the price, 1,000 miles a day. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing was speechless. Thank you for nothing. Give me something practical. Yuanin was confused again. Yuanin's voice trembled. You are the most affectionate person in the Magic City? Gu Wenqing said, what else? Yuanin walked over and said, oh. The camera was accidentally pointed at Gu Wenqing's Douyin account. A series of numbers. To be 999333340. At this moment, Yuanin was completely stunned. Not only Yuanin, but also the more than 50,000 viewers in the live broadcast were shocked to death. What did they see? Oh my god. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. The most affectionate account in the Magic City has hundreds of millions of Doubi. More than 900 million Do coins. The most affectionate person in Magic City, the total cost of the 100 Supreme Salute, just rewarded is 666,660 Doubi. 999333340 plus 6666660 equals 10000000000. Mean. The most affectionate person in Magic City has 1 billion Doubi in his account, which equals to 100 million renminbi. Damn. How rich must the most affectionate family in Shanghai be to top up 100 million yuan in cash on Douyin? What does it mean to top up 100 million yuan in cash into Douyin? Nowadays, many people are worth hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars, but most of them are stocks, real estate, etc. Many wealthy people who seem to be worth more than 1 billion yuan actually don't even have 100 million in cash in their pockets. Even if a billionaire with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan can take out 100 million yuan, he will definitely not recharge it into Douyin. What did I see? A true super rich man. My eyes are dazzled by the series of numbers. Damn, this little anchor is so lucky that he actually met a super rich man in real life. He drives a Ferrari worth tens of millions and tops up 100 million on Douyin. This rich man must have at least tens of billions or hundreds of billions of assets, right? Little anchor, why don't you go eat PUBG quickly? After you finish eating, you will know clearly what the rich man has arranged for you. I burst into tears at that moment. I was going to lose my lovely Anan. So rich. I'm really jealous of this kind of life. In the live broadcast room with more than 50,000 people, countless comments, and people of all shapes and sizes expressing their opinions. Yuan was terrified when she saw the balance of more than 900 million Dubi coins. She said in a sad tone, "Brother, I'm afraid. Could it be that he wanted her to accompany him again? She really doesn't do this." Chapter 29, What to Buy. I'm going to buy condoms. Countless viewers felt as if their phones were frozen, and they could only see the awesome special effects flashing repeatedly on their phones. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute ×1. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute X20. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute ×40. The most affectionate in the Magic City, presenting the cutest anchor in it, the Supreme Salute ×66. The most affectionate person in the Magic City, presenting the most adorable anchor in it, Supreme Salute ×100. Another 100, Supreme Salute, roared into the live broadcast room, and the popularity of "and is the cutest" live broadcast room directly soared to 200,000 plus. With over 200,000 viewers, Yuan got to experience the thrill of being a top anchor. Fuck. Another 100 Supreme Salutes. Everyone, shout with me. Affectionate big guy is awesome. Oh my god. The most affectionate person in the Magic City directly gave more than 1.3 million gifts in An's live broadcast room. The world of the rich is so terrifying. The boss is so confused. How many women can you get with 1.3 million? Why give it to you, Anan? I beg the boss to let the innocent Anan go. 1 billion Dubi is equivalent to 100 million RMB. Although Gu Wenqing can find someone to reward him and cash out 50 million renminbi. But Gu Wenqing thought it was too troublesome. Gu Wenqing's current net worth is at least close to 20 billion. The properties under his name are also countless. 110 billion in bank deposits. A Ferrari LaFerrari and a Porsche Cayenne. 10 Huaxi street storefronts, 800 square meters of high-end Western restaurants, and 2 top cinemas in Shanghai. A license plate worth 168 million. Huafeng real estate shares worth 8 billion. All the properties added up are definitely worth more than 20 billion. Douyin has reached 1 billion to coins, which is just rubbish to him. There is no need to spend time to get 50 million. He doesn't need that little change. Yes, in Gu Wenqing's eyes, 50 million is equivalent to 50 cents or 5 yuan in the past. He is too lazy to bend down to pick it up if it is dropped on the ground. Wow, such a small amount of money? My goodness, 1.3 million is a small amount of money. Is this the pattern of the super rich? It seems like we really don't understand the world of the super rich. Yuan also said that she was shocked by the pressure. What does 200 royal gun salutes mean? It's more than 1.3 million renminbi. After splitting the profits 50 to 50 with the platform, she can get more than 650,000 yuan. It is no exaggeration to say that she has never seen so much money in her life. In the eyes of the most affectionate person in the Magic City, it is Xiaoqian. 2. Brother has recharged 100 million in cash into Douyin. More than 1 million is nothing to you. Yuan said flatteringly. She didn't realize how licking her expression was. She was just about to hug Gu Wenqing's thigh and call him daddy. Okay, let's turn off the live broadcast. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, I've given you so many gifts. If you want to thank me, you don't have to sing or dance. Just accompany me to the mall to buy some things. Anyway, the dough coins are given by the system, so it would be a waste if you don't use them. Okay, brother. Inan is willing to accompany you all night. Yuan's voice was still soft. After saying that, she ended the live broadcast at the speed of light. More than 200,000 viewers looked at the black screen, but the barrage of comments never stopped. It's going off air right now? What the hell? What are we going to buy when we go shopping with the rich man? Black stockings, high heels, directs. On the top floor, Inan's health is in danger this time. He drives a Ferrari, tops up 100 million on Douyin, is still so young, and gave the anchor $1 million or so in tips. If it were you, would you refuse? If my brother gives me a reward, I will kneel down and lick your ass. I am beautiful and have a good life. Is it too late to change sex now? Gu Wenqing returned to Huaxi Street with the cute 2D girl Yuanan. At this time, the lights are bright on Huaxi Street, the most prosperous street in the area, where you can eat, drink, and have fun. All kinds of goods, cheap, expensive, and luxurious, are available in this huge commercial street. Brother, what are you going to buy? Yuanan asked curiously. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing wanted to tease this cute female anchor. Gu Wenqing replied, buy condoms. What is that? Yuanan asked, unable to react for a moment. Gu Wenqing smiled and said, directs. Yuanan was frightened and pale. Brother, no, I'm not that kind of person. Gu Wenqing was amused when he saw Yuanan's face turn pale with fear. Of course, the more women the better, but he doesn't just want their bodies. More importantly, he wants the girl's affection. A woman who has no feelings for him is just a body at his mercy, no different from a walking corpse. Just kidding, I want to buy a watch, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. Gu Wenqing also wants to buy a watch for fun. Oh, brother, you scared me to death. Yuanan said, patting her chest. She breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Wenqing's eyes widened. Honey, it seems you really don't know your own charm. The giant software was filmed to go with the flow. Feeling that Gu Wenqing was wearing sunglasses but was facing her straight, was he staring at her? Yuanan's face turned red, but she didn't hate Gu Wenqing's gaze. If it were someone else, she would definitely curse in her heart, old pervert. Because Yuanan is a real beauty lover. Judging people only by their appearance. Although Gu Wenqing's face was obscured, it definitely wouldn't be bad. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Wenqing found the gathering place of luxury brands according to the road signs. The entire shopping mall here has 7 floors, all selling domestic and foreign luxury brands. Gu Wenqing knows a little about famous watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Richard Mille, etc. I have only heard of their names but never seen them in person. Chapter 30. Poor people play with cars. Rich people play with watches. Buy a watch for fun. Enter the mall. Gu Wenqing went straight to the second floor, which was a gathering place for luxury watches. World-famous watch brands such as Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Lang all have stores here. It's a pity that Patek Philippe doesn't have a store on Huaxi Street, otherwise Gu Wenqing would have bought a Patek Philippe directly. Not for anything else, just because this brand is famous enough and looks cool enough. Especially the sassy advertising slogan of Patek Philippe. No one can own a Patek Philippe, it is just kept for the next generation. Listen to this advertising slogan, isn't it much more high-end then? I won't accept any gifts this Chinese New Year, and if I do, I'll accept melatonin. Just as Gu Wenqing walked to the transparent glass door, a female clerk in uniform opened the door with a smile. Hello, distinguished guest. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. The store is decorated in a light luxury style, and the air in the store is filled with a light fragrance. There is a huge billboard in the store with the slogan of Vacheron Constantin. You can easily own time, but you can't easily own Vacheron Constantin. After seeing this, Gu Wenqing was deeply moved. I have to say that these luxury brands are really great. Even an ordinary slogan can be designed to be so high-end. It seems that a famous watch not only needs a history, but also needs a cool advertising slogan to show off. Do you have an appointment, sir? Asked the sales clerk. Appointment? You need an appointment to buy a watch. This time it was Gu Wenqing who was a little confused. He had only heard that buying a luxury car required making an appointment in advance to select optional features, but this was the first time he heard that buying a Vacheron Constantin required making an appointment. At this time, a middle-aged man came in and said in a carefree manner, My last name is Wang. Appointment at 5 o'clock. Judging from the way he comes and goes freely, it is obvious that he is a regular here. Wang Qin, the salesperson who received Gu Wenqing, hurriedly left Gu Wenqing to greet the middle-aged man who had just entered the door. The middle-aged man had come to Vacheron Constantin several times to buy watches. Wang Qin knew his financial strength very well and knew that each time he spent money on watches he spent around 1 million yuan. For selling a watch worth millions, the salesperson can get a commission of 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Wang Qin would never go against money. She is not stupid. Gu Wenqing is so young. Even if he is a rich second generation, he can only spend 400,000 to 500,000 yuan at most, while a middle-aged man can spend millions. After such a comparison, she would definitely choose the middle-aged man. Gu Wenqing thought that the salesperson who was going to receive him had made an appointment with the middle-aged man, so he simply took Yuanan to look at watches at Vacheron Constantin. It was the first time for Gu Wenqing to see a luxury watch. He didn't care about the price, he just looked at the appearance of the watch. Yunjing is a new salesperson at Vacheron Constantin. No. She should be a trainee salesperson. If she wants to get rid of the word internship in her job, she must sell a Vacheron Constantin watch within a month. The internship lasts for 1 month. If she doesn't sell a single watch in a month, she will be fired. Famous watches like Vacheron Constantin can easily cost tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars, so it is not easy to sell them. Today is her last few days of internship. If she fails to sell a watch in these few days, she will be unemployed. Dear guest, what kind of watch do you like? Yunjing walked up and asked Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing said, expensive. Yunjing was shocked and could not hide her disappointment. According to experience, people like this usually just come in to watch. Out of professionalism, Yunjing took Gu Wenqing to the glass counter where watches were priced the lowest. It's not that she looked down on Gu Wenqing, but she thought that Gu Wenqing was so young that even if she wanted to buy a watch, she would definitely not buy one that was too expensive. Vacheron Constantin 25250/D01A 9123, price, 88,000. Vacheron Constantin 25015/000G 9233, price, 89,000. Vacheron Constantin 25093/000R 8741, price, 93,000. Dear guest, these watches are very popular among young people. You can take a look at which one you like. Yunjing Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Well, these watches are so expensive. Yuan said in surprise. Gu Wenqing frowned as he looked at these Vacheron Constantin watches that cost between tens of thousands and 300,000 yuan. I feel that these watches are not to my liking and always have a petty feel to them. As a man worth tens of billions, he must wear a unique watch. On the other side, Wang Qin has already dealt with the middle-aged customer. The middle-aged man bought a Vacheron Constantin watch worth 1.5 million yuan. Wang Qin received a commission of more than 70,000 yuan from the sale of the watch. Wang Qin smiled proudly at Yunjing. The newcomer was still too inexperienced and didn't know how to judge people by their appearance. It's nothing like me who sold a watch worth 1.5 million in just 2 or 3 minutes and made 70,000 yuan easily. Especially when she saw Yuan saying that a Vacheron Constantin worth tens of thousands of yuan was expensive, and Gu Wenqing frowning, she wanted to laugh. If a Vacheron Constantin worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands is considered expensive, then wouldn't the 1.5 million that I just sold be outrageously expensive? Thinking of this, she was even less optimistic about Gu Wenqing being able to buy a watch. Dear guest, don't you like these series of Vacheron Constantin? Yunjing asked softly. It's a petty thing, it doesn't suit me. Gu Wenqing nodded, and then he continued. Don't save money for me. As long as the watch looks good and has personality, it doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. How could Gu Wenqing not know that the young salesman in front of him was worried that he couldn't afford it and would make a fool of himself, so he took him to see the cheapest watch? Gu Wenqing appreciated her kindness, but he really doesn't like this style of watch that costs tens of thousands of dollars. With assets of more than 20 billion yuan and a luxury car worth tens of thousands of yuan, it would be very discordant if he wore a watch worth tens of thousands of yuan. Hearing this, Yunjing introduced each counter to Gu Wenqing one by one. Dear guest, this Vacheron Constantin 30110/000P 9999 is priced at 2,660,000 yuan. The case is made of platinum. It is deeply loved by Chinese watch fans and has great collection value. Yunjing introduced the watch. When Yuan heard that a watch cost more than 2 million, she was stunned. This is like having a house in your hand. So scary. Gu Wenqing shook his head. It looks too old. Then this Vacheron Constantin watch 30682/S21G 9477 is priced at 6,100,000 and is made of platinum and laid with diamonds. Yunjing also introduced a younger style. It looks okay. Let's see if there is anything else. Gu Wenqing said. Gu Wenqing was quite satisfied with this Vacheron Constantin Dumarine 30682/S21G 9477. He thought that the others were not good looking, so he just bought this one. Chapter 31. I want a 10 million watch. Cut. What a show-off. At this moment, the salesman in the store thought so. A watch worth more than 6 million is just okay? The salesmen were almost laughing their heads off. This was not the right way to act cool. It would be so embarrassing if the buyer didn't buy it. A watch worth more than 6 million. There are 1.4 billion people in China, and no more than 10,000 people wear watches worth 6 million. And the young man in front of you still looks down on you? At this moment, no one in the store thought that Gu Wenqing would buy a watch. He probably just came to take a look and show off in front of that cute 2D girl. Even the middle-aged man who bought the watch stood in the store and wanted to see how Gu Wenqing would leave. Just at this moment, Gu Wenqing's eyes lit up, and a watch in the clear glass attracted him. Gu Wenqing pointed at the watch and said, "Take out this watch for me to see." Dear guest, this Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G 9899 watch has a case made of 18K platinum inlaid with diamonds, and 228 rectangular cut diamonds, said in a secret style. Yunjing said patiently. She accompanied Gu Wenqing in looking at the watch for such a long time without showing any impatience and always explained patiently and gently. In the transparent crystal box, Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G 9899 exudes a mysterious and noble atmosphere. Can I wear it? Gu Wenqing said. VIP, of course. Yunjing carefully took the watch out of the box. She didn't dare to be careless at all. If something unexpected happened, she wouldn't be able to pay for it even if she sold her house. Yunjing wanted to help him put it on, but Gu Wenqing was not used to it. Gu Wenqing took the watch, but unlike Yunjing, he was very careful. He just put the Vacheron Constantin on his hand as if it were a digital watch worth dozens of dollars. He shook his arms, and it really looked good. This watch has 228 baguette-cut diamonds, which are secretly set. Its noble value can be seen at a glance. Gu Wenqing nodded with satisfaction. This is the one. Swipe the card. Ah, Yunjing was confused. This? Buy it right now. Dear guest, this Vacheron Constantin Malta P30630/S22G 9899 is priced at 10,121,000. Yunjing told the price. Gu Wenqing said nonchalantly, I know, I saw the price tag. Swipe your card quickly, I still have to go back to school. Boom. Wang Qin's mind was struck by lightning. She still couldn't believe it. This young man who is still studying can really afford a watch worth 10 million. Not only Wang Qin, all the sales staff in the store didn't believe that Gu Wenqing could come up with 10 million. The middle-aged man also looked at Gu Wenqing with suspicion. Yunjing trembled as she walked to the cashier's counter and swiped her bank card. In her heart, she didn't want to believe that Gu Wenqing, who was still studying, could afford it, but she hoped that Gu Wenqing had the financial resources to do so. This way she won't lose her job. At the scene, only the young anchor Yuanan, who knew Gu Wenqing's background well, stared at Gu Wenqing in amazement. He bought a watch worth tens of millions. Mamma mia, not 100,000, not a million, but a full 10 million worth of watches. Yuanan's eyes were full of stars. Gu Wenqing bought the watch worth tens of millions without blinking an eye, as if he was buying a bunch of vegetables on the street. If she had 10 million renminbi, what would she buy? Yuanan would definitely choose to buy a house. She was tired of the frustration of moving. 10 million yuan can buy a two-bedroom apartment in the most prosperous area of Shanghai. Gu Wenqing actually has a house in Shanghai. Just thinking about it makes her feel so rich and inhumane. When the receipt comes out of the machine with a clatter, this means that 10121000 was successfully deducted from the card. Hiss. Everyone in the store gasped. 10 million really succeeded. Oh shit. This is too unbelievable. Especially those salesmen, who were used to seeing customers buy watches worth 1 million or so, they are no longer surprised. But today, when the multi-million-dollar Vacheron Constantin watch that had been in the store since its opening was bought, they were all shocked. The middle-aged man was also frightened. Damn, he thought he was a winner in life because he wore a watch worth 1 million yuan, but it turned out that he was so angry when he compared himself with others. A student bought a watch worth 10 million yuan, which was 6 times the price of his watch. He was extremely envious. The person who regretted the most was Wang Qin. She regretted it so much. If she hadn't been so smart just now, the commission for this order would have been hers. For a watch worth 10 million, the salesperson would get 500,000 in commission alone, and there are also various bonuses. A slight change of thought made her lose 500,000 yuan. She slid to the ground, completely dazed. On the other hand, Yunjing. At this moment, her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The VIP she received bought a kilowatt watch, and her commission was 500,000. And she got the order and kept her job. When she thought about how she had earned 500,000 yuan just after entering society, she felt dizzy and like she was dreaming. She quickly calmed down and said, "Congratulations, VIP, for buying your favorite watch. The distinguished guest is really young and promising." Gu Wenqing was delighted to hear the salesperson flattering him. "The service is very good. I will come to you again next time I buy a watch." Just one simple sentence made Yunjing extremely happy. After leaving the Vacheron Constantin store, Gu Wenqing admired the newly bought watch as he walked. It's expensive for a reason. 228 rectangular cut diamonds sparkle in the nightlight. So handsome. Yuanan was still dizzy, immersed in the shock of spending 10 million yuan on a watch. After buying the watch, it was already past 7 o'clock. "Brother, I'm hungry," Yuanan said while rubbing his stomach. "Then let's go. I'll treat you to something delicious." "What are we going to eat?" "Debong Western Restaurant." Gu Wenqing had a smile on his face. He was very happy after buying a watch he liked. The two walked towards Debong Western Restaurant. On the way, men frequently looked at Yuanan, which made Yuanan feel a little uncomfortable, so the two of them quickened their pace. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yuanan saw many people queuing up and felt a little disappointed. It seemed that they were unlucky and would not be able to eat the most famous Western food in the university town. Just as she was feeling lost, she saw Gu Wenqing walking skillfully into the store, and the waiter respectfully invited him into the private room. Bang! There was a sound of slapping the table. A bald man said angrily, "Everyone is queuing up. Why can he cut in line to eat? You are asking for privileges." After someone took the lead in questioning, other customers also complained about Gu Wenqing cutting in line. At this time, a waiter said calmly, "Sir, please don't be angry. That is our debong boss. You don't have to worry about being cut in line, because the boss has an exclusive box that is not open to the public." Hearing this, the bald man was embarrassed. He scratched his hairless bald head and said, "That's fine." Chapter 32 Yun Weiwei, do I need this little money? Yuanan, who was about to catch up with Gu Wenqing, just happened to hear it. Oh, no wonder he rushed in even though there was no room. It turns out that he is the boss behind Debong Western Restaurant. This is really too amazing. It wasn't long before the two of them entered the box. Exquisite French dishes were served on the table. Marseille fish soup, foie gras steak, Paris lobster, red wine pheasant, saffron chicken, chicken liver steak, etc. She used to live on the poverty line. How could she afford to eat in such a luxurious restaurant? When the young anchor Yuanan saw these dishes, her mouth was watering. It was also Yuanan's first time using a knife and fork, and she seemed flustered and a little embarrassed. Hey, you look exactly like my idol, the boy in white. Guan also took off his sunglasses and mask at this time, and Yuan saw his face clearly. Really? How similar are they? Yuanan took out the picture she had taken with great difficulty from the video, and finally captured the full picture of the young man in white. To be honest, this picture made Yuanan lick the screen for a long time. The eyes look alike. The nose looks like it. The mouth is similar too. Yuanan compared the pictures and said to herself, even their temperaments are the same, they are simply cut from the same mold. So what? Gu Wenqing anyway. So you are the boy in white, right? Wow, I am so lucky to meet my idol and have dinner with him. Yuanan's eyes were twinkling with stars. Being with the person she loves, Yuanan became more talkative. Idol, I want your autograph. Okay. Idol, I want to take a picture with you. Gu Wenqing said, yes. I want to hug my idol. Okay, hug. Before Gu Wenqing could hold Yuanan in his arms, he took the initiative to hold Yuanan in his arms. There was a surge of waves. Very nice. With a baby-faced girl and big breasts in her arms, Gu Wenqing shamelessly said, what else do you want? I'll satisfy you. No more. Oh. Yuanan's legs felt weak and she said it in a soft and cute way. All good things must come to an end. After a meal, the two became familiar with each other. After dinner, Gu Wenqing sent Yuanan home. Looking at Yuanan's back in a maid outfit, Gu Wenqing said, why don't you invite me upstairs to sit down and have a glass of water? Hearing this, Yuanan secretly spat. Rogue. She ran back home. Gu Wenqing was just about to drive when Yuanan ran over in a hurry. Gu Wenqing only felt a dizzy shaking. It was really big. Gu Wenqing teased, why, you figured it out and asked me to go up and drink some water? Yuanan panted hard, her lips moving up and down with her breathing. No, I forgot to add you on WeChat just now. After Gu Wenqing met his good friend, he drove back to Shanghai University. Yuanan returned to her rented apartment and felt like today was a dream. Not only did someone give her a gift worth 1.3 million, but she will also be able to earn more than 650,000 next month and escape her current poverty. The happiest thing was that she met her idol whom she had always dreamed of. The money was also a reward, and Yuan was very happy. She was in a very good mood and posted a selfie and a screenshot of the young man in white on WeChat. And the caption reads, it's a super happy day to be supported by my idol. Soon many people liked and commented on her post, but she ignored them all. Gu Wenqing was driving when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far from the roadside. The camouflage uniform for military training, plus the yellowed white canvas shoes, Yun Weiwei always keeps her head slightly lowered. Gu Wenqing was really afraid that she would accidentally bump into a telephone pole. Yun Weiwei finished her military training and prepared to go get the money. There is only Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Shanghai University, but Yun Weiwei uses the postal service. There was a handling fee for interbank withdrawals, so Yun Weiwei had no choice but to ask passers-by as she walked. After walking 8 or 9 kilometers, she finally found a bank to withdraw money, only to find that it was already dark. There were fewer pedestrians on the road to ask for directions, and as night fell, she got lost in this strange city. She felt a little helpless, but still relied on her vague memory to walk towards the school little by little. Suddenly, the loud roar of a sports car engine whizzed past, and a red Ferrari stopped in front of her. A familiar head popped out of the car window. Hey, get in the car. Yun hesitated for a while, walked to the passenger door, stood aside and did not get in the car. Gu Wenqing knew that she didn't know how to open the car door, so he opened it for her, but Yun Weiwei was still standing outside the car. Gu Wenqing continued, "Get in the car." Yun Weiwei spoke in a low voice. I just came to ask you for the way back to school." Gu Wenqing smiled and said, "I'm just going back to school, and I'll take you back on the way." Yun Weiwei lowered her head and said, "I'm dirty." She sweated a lot during the military training and walked 8 or 9 kilometers under the scorching sun. Her military training clothes had become sore. It would stink up his car. Gu Wenqing felt sorry for this girl who always thought of others. He really didn't know what she had been through before. Gu Wenqing said loudly, "What's dirty?" "The dirtiest thing is the human heart, not the person." Hearing the voice, Yun Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then got into the car carefully. After getting in the car, she sat quietly, not daring to touch the interior and things inside the car. "I heard from a girl at school that this car is very expensive, and if it gets damaged, she won't have the money to pay for it." En route, Gu Wenqing asked, "What's your name?" "Yun Weiwei." Gu Wenqing praised sincerely. "What a good name. It sounds really nice." Yun Weiwei lowered her head and stopped talking. "By the way, did Li Yuangue cause you any trouble?" No, Gu Wenqing advised. "If he bullies you, come to me, don't be afraid of him." Yun Weiwei lowered her head and fumbled in the small bag she was carrying. After a while, she took out a stack of money and put it in the car. This is 5,000 yuan. I will definitely pay you back the remaining 145,000 yuan slowly." There is stubbornness hidden in the small voice. Gu Wenqing looked at her yellowed canvas shoes that were coming unglued and asked, "How much money do you have left?" Yun Weiwei answered honestly, "After paying the tuition, I still have more than 300 left." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing inexplicably got a little angry and spoke a little loudly. "What can you buy with 300 yuan? It's not even enough for food. Can't you take care of yourself first? Why are you in such a hurry to pay me back? Do I need the 5,000 yuan?" The words were a little loud and a little fierce. Yun Weiwei was frightened and her nose felt a little sore. She didn't dare to speak anymore. Gu Wenqing parked the car on the side of the road. He suddenly wanted to smoke a cigarette. Normally, he didn't have a smoking addiction and only smoked occasionally. There were cigarettes in the car. Gu Wenqing took them out and asked, "Do you mind?" Yun Weiwei shook her head gently and whispered, "My old man often smokes in front of me." Chapter 33. Jean used hostility towards Yun Weiwei. Yun Weiwei muttered quietly, "Smoking is bad for your health." "Then don't smoke." Gu Wenqing put out his cigarette. "Take the money first, and pay me back slowly after you graduate and get a job. Also, the repair fee is 10,000 yuan, not 150,000 yuan. Li Yuangue deliberately said that the price was so high in order to cheat people out of money. Really? Seeing Gu Wenqing nod, Yun Weiwei felt less depressed. In fact, even though the Porsche cost only 60,000 yuan, Gu Wenqing would definitely not tell her the truth. 15,000 is really too much. She has been suffering from insomnia every day recently. Although 10,000 yuan is not a small amount, if I work hard and work part-time, I should be able to pay it back in one semester. Yun Weiwei suddenly felt a little hopeful about the future again. Yun Weiwei said stubbornly, "I don't want the money." Gu Wenqing said in a deep voice, "I told you to take it." Yun Weiwei still lowered her head stubbornly. Gu Wenqing knew that if he didn't take some ruthless measures, he wouldn't be able to succeed. He rolled down the window and said, "You don't have to. I don't want it either." Gu Wenqing grabbed a thick stack of money in his hand, put it outside the car window, and said threateningly, "Since no one wants it, I will throw it away. Just consider it as your money returned to me." "Ah." Yun Weiwei was startled. He waved his hands nervously. No. Gu Wenqing sighed, took the money into the car, and said in a commanding tone, "You must take the money back, or I will do what I say." Yun Weiwei was frightened by his tone. She was really afraid that Gu Wenqing would throw the money away, so she had to hold the money tightly in her hand. She squeezed a little too hard. Her fingers were left with white marks. Gu Wenqing said gently, "Be good and listen to me." Gu Wenqing started the car and arrived at the campus in more than 10 minutes. Yun Weiwei got out of the car, whispered thank you, and walked towards the girls' dormitory with her head down. On the balcony upstairs from the girls' dormitory, Jinyu, who was hanging clothes, happened to see Yun Weiwei getting out of the Ferrari. "Go back to the dormitory." Gu Wenqing took a shower and felt refreshed again. "As soon as I lay down on the bed, I heard a pleasant sound from my phone. It was my senior sister Wang Yinran calling me." Gu Wenqing answered the call. "Hello, what's up? I missed you after not seeing you for a day. By the way, why didn't you reply to the message I sent you just now?" The senior student asked with a hint of resentment in her tone. Gu Wenqing said nonchalantly, "I was taking a shower just now and didn't check my phone." "Really? Are you sure you're not with other girls?" I heard that school beauty Chen brought you water again today. The little vinegar jar was overturned. Gu Wenqing could feel the jealousy of his senior sister even through the screen. Gu Wenqing hung up the phone and made a video call. The senior student answered the call, but there was a black screen. Gu Wenqing was dissatisfied. Fuck. I only let you look at me, but I can't look at you. Isn't that a big loss? Humph. I won't show it to you. Who told you to ignore me all afternoon? Gu Wenqing said as a matter of course. I have something important to do this afternoon. I fired Debang's manager, and he's going to interview someone. Gu Wenqing spoke without any guilt, completely forgetting about his encounter with Yu Wanwen. The senior schoolmate said arrogantly, Humph, you passed this time. After he finished speaking, Gu Wenqing saw a pair of long legs wrapped in sexy lace stockings appear on the dark screen. Oh my god! Gu Wenqing exclaimed in admiration, his eyes widened. Before I could take a closer look, the senior student snorted and hung up the video call. Sure enough, the senior sister is still the same, only caring about creating fire but not putting it out. Fuck, you fired the manager. Are you the boss of Debang Western Restaurant, Lao Gu? Huang Zicheng, who heard the call, asked in surprise. Gu Wenqing didn't want to be too high profile, so he said, I'll help take care of the family business. My family also runs a Chinese restaurant next to Debang. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. Huang Zicheng exclaimed. Hearing the voice, Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. Open next to Debang Western Restaurant? If I remember correctly, 10 of the 15 shops in that row were under Gu Wenqing's name. This world is really small. He is actually the landlord of Huang Zicheng's parents. Zhou Tao just came in from the shower and heard the conversation between the two, so he asked, What is Debang? Huang Zicheng said, A high-end Western restaurant in University Town. Zhou Tao exclaimed, Fuck. Lao Gu is awesome. His family runs a Western restaurant, and I have never tasted what Western food tastes like. Gu Wenqing said, I'll invite you to eat when I'm free. Zheng Xiaohong gave a thumbs up, open-minded, brotherly. Zhou Tao grinned and said, I didn't expect that there are two rich people in our dormitory. One of them runs a Western restaurant, and the other runs a Chinese restaurant. We won't have to worry about having a job during the holidays. Magic University. Girls' dormitory. Yun Weiwei returned to the dormitory, put the small bag containing the money under the bed, and then went into the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a bath, he put the bucket on the ground and rubbed the dirty clothes. There is a washing machine in the school, but you have to pay to use it. $2 per time. In order to save some money, Yun Weiwei chose to wash by hand. At this time, Jin Yu, who was sitting on the bed, asked, Where did you go after military training? Yun Weiwei paused while washing clothes, and then said, I went out for something. Jin Yu, are you alone? Yun Weiwei nodded. Yes. Jin Yu suddenly said arrogantly, You are lying. I just saw you getting off Gu Wenqing's car. After the military training, you must have done something shameful with Gu Wenqing. For a moment, the other two girls in the dormitory also looked at Yun Weiwei and Jin Yu. Yun Weiwei stopped talking and lowered her head to continue rubbing the clothes. Seeing that she was ignored, Jin Yu became even angrier. Don't think that just because you are good-looking, you can hook up with a rich man like Gu Wenqing. You don't even consider whether you are worthy or not. Your clothes are not worth 100 yuan, and you only drink boiled water from the cafeteria every day. You only eat cheap vegetarian dishes, can't even afford a $2 washing machine, and wash your clothes by hand. Do you think you are worthy of Gu Wenqing? Jin Yu, that's enough. Another fat girl in the dormitory said loudly. Her name was He Yuan. Humph, what do you think of her? Jin Yu said arrogantly, then put on her headphones and listened to music. Yun Weiwei, who was washing clothes, didn't change at all. She was still rubbing the clothes, as if the words just now had never come from Jin Yu's mouth. The relationship between the four people in their dormitory is not good. The main problem is Jin Yu, who has a bad temper and is picky about everything. He Yuan and another girl don't like her at all. Jin Yu was lying on the bed, and she felt angry when she thought of Yun Weiwei's stunning appearance. It's such a pity that God gave such a perfect face to Yun Weiwei. If only you could give it to me. Chapter 34 Girls. Gu Wenqing, come on. Military training is not hard. It's better to go home and grow sweet potatoes. Life in military training was the same as usual. Gu Wenqing would receive sparkling water from his senior sister Chen Yunxue every day. Everyone felt tired in the first few days, but after getting used to it, it just felt like that. Amid everyone's envious eyes, Gu Wenqing received 2 more bottles of sparkling water today. In particular, Chen Yunxue wore different stockings every day, and the boys on the playground were stunned. Gu Wenqing frowned and thought, how did Chen Yunxue know his hobby? Who leaked the news? Huang Zicheng curled his lips and said, Old Gu, drink less carbonated drinks, they kill sperm. Gu Wenqing laughed and scolded. Don't be afraid of shit. I'm full of energy. During the military training breaks, the teams from each class gathered together. I don't know which class took the initiative to perform a talent show, which drew applause from everyone. A girl played a popular song on Douyin. As the music started, she flirted, shook her head, and twisted her body. Even wearing baggy camouflage uniforms, you can still feel the girl's sexy figure. Zheng Xiaohong said excitedly, "Fuck. So fucking sexy." Huang Ziqing also agreed. Which class is this girl from? How come I haven't noticed her before? The girl's passionate dance brought the atmosphere to a climax, and some boys whistled excitedly. There was also a noise from below. Oh my god, she has such a great figure. Universities have priority in choosing spouses. Isn't this better than those slutty bitches in Douyin? In one word, absolutely. Qi Munin twisted her waist to the beat of the music, paying no attention to the boys around her who were cheering. She danced passionately while looking at Gu Wenqing, her eyes always on him, never moving away. After the song ended, Qi Munin was breathing slightly. At this moment, Qi Munin's name became a hot topic in Magic City University. Qi Munin's long hair was scattered, and there was a slight sweat on her fair forehead. Her camouflage top was sweaty and stuck to her body, revealing her beautiful figure. Below, the excited boys were screaming. They were all amazed. What's that girl's name? She's so pretty. Hey, Qi Munin from our class. Do you have a partner? Brother, you are dreaming. It's not your turn whether there is one or not. Damn it, I can't do it even if I want to. How can I bear to see this? How can I sleep at night? Hearing the discussion, Huang Ziqing also said excitedly, "White moonlight, it's the feeling of first love." Zhou Tao yelled in dissatisfaction. Damn it, you already have Li Wenhuan, and you are still looking at the bowl while eating from the pot. Huang Ziqing cursed. You know nothing, I just admire you. Besides, Mr. Gu has both a senior schoolmate and a school beauty. Can't I just fantasize about them? Gu Wenqing was speechless. He was watching the performance quietly, but the war could actually spread to him. Zhou Tao looked disgusted. Fuck, you dare to compete with Lao Gu. Lao Gu is so handsome, look at you. Huang Ziqing pouted. What's wrong with me? Are you jealous of a handsome Korean guy like me? Zhou Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, Gu Wenqing. I feel like the Korean handsome guy was insulted. Everyone around was cheering for Qi Munin, but Gu Wenqing just sat there quietly. He had been through all kinds of storms with his senior schoolmate, so he was no longer excited about this little trick. Qi Munin finished the song and looked at Gu Wenqing in a daze. She danced with all her heart, but it was not for him. She had no understanding of romance at all. She was not as attractive to Gu Wenqing as the starry sky. Qi Munin was a little emotional for no reason. She looked around and suddenly called out, Economics Gu Wenqing, come on. Boom. After hearing the goddess call, everyone's emotions, which had just calmed down, became excited again. Especially those girls. When they heard the three words, Gu Wenqing, they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. At Shanghai University, whenever Gu Wenqing is mentioned, there is no shortage of topics among girls. No matter if they are freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or even seniors who are about to graduate, they are all familiar with Gu Wenqing. When they mention Gu Wenqing, they will think of, the one driving the Ferrari. The young man in white was on the news for fighting 8 people alone and acting bravely. It was senior Wang Yanran from the sophomore year, and it was the one who took the turn to deliver water with the school beauty Chen Yanxue. Oh, he's the most handsome one from Shanghai University. In private, many girls secretly discussed that the most handsome boy in Shanghai University was Gu Wenqing, who was studying economics. It is no exaggeration to say that the girls at Shanghai University may not know any teachers or professors, but they will definitely know Gu Wenqing. Girls have no limits when they go crazy. Someone took the lead, calling Gu Wenqing, and soon more girls joined in. For a moment, the girls on the playground shouted in unison, Gu Wenqing, come on. Gu Wenqing from economics, please come. Many boys below also joined in and shouted together. The instructor saw it and waved his hand to ask everyone to shout slogans. Instructor, 123. Everyone, come on. 12,345. We waited so hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're waiting so anxiously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you have it or not? Do you have it or not? Economics, Gu Wenqing's class. Zhou Tao was horrified. Fuck. When did you ever provoke Qi Munin, Lao Gu? Huang Ziqing was also stunned. Damn, you may have become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Zheng Xiaohong said gloatingly. Haha, Lao Gu will go up and perform a ghost howling performance. The three of them spoke one after another. If you don't sing, you can't sing. Faced with everyone's shouts, Gu Wenqing was not fooled. I will sing if you ask me to. I won't sing. Gu Wenqing stood up and gave a lecture to the economics students. He started loudly. Let me sing, and I will sing. Where is my face? You want me to sing, but I won't sing. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? Shoo, shoo, shoo. There was a burst of playful booing from the other side. Everyone had a great time, and the atmosphere was lively. At this time, the instructor said, other classes have performed their talents, so our class can't fall behind. Gu Wenqing, so many girls are calling you. You are the one they are looking forward to. Don't let other girls down. At this time, Zheng Xiaohong kindly said, Old Gu, please don't sing. If you can dance, just do some street dance, robot dance or something like that. If you can't do that, just tell a joke. Zheng Xiaohong recalled the horror of being dominated that night. Zhou Tao also came over and said, don't sing, otherwise your image as a perfect male god in front of girls will be ruined. Huang Ziqing nodded. Yes, 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 you can't control the singing. After hearing what the three roommates in Gu Wenqing's dormitory said, the classmates in the class were shocked. Could it be that Gu Wenqing's singing was really bad? Students from the next class also heard it. Some people who were jealous of Gu Wenqing were immediately delighted, hoping that Gu Wenqing would make a fool of himself in such a big scene. Chapter 35. Lao Gu, change your talent. You are tone deaf when singing. It is no exaggeration to say that the freshmen were completely dominated by Gu Wenqing during their military training. The one who stole the show was Gu Wenqing. He was also the one to whom the goddess gave water. Now even the dancing, white moonlight seems to be interested in him. Oh my god, why do all the good things happen to him? Everyone was impressed by him. He showed off. Everyone is looking forward to seeing Gu Wenqing make a fool of himself today. Gu Wenqing wouldn't be stage fright. Maybe he has no talent. I heard that his singing is terrible. Haha, this time he should be embarrassed. It's pitiful. This is the consequence of being famous. Others don't even have the chance to perform. A coward. The boys below, especially Li Yuangui, Chu Bowen, and others who had a grudge against Gu Wenqing, were now very happy. I wanted to jump up and cheer. Gu Wenqing, you have finally come to this day. You have made a fool of yourself in public. This is how you can feel better. It's better to screw up the show. Economics class square. Gu Wenqing borrowed a guitar and tried out the sound. This scene scared the three roommates greatly. Fuck. Lao Gu, are you really going to sing? Take our advice and don't act on your own, okay? Don't you really know that you are tone deaf? It's over. This time, Mr. Gu is going to be completely embarrassed. The three of them surrounded Gu Wenqing and tried to persuade him to change his performance. Several boys in the dormitory next to Gu Wenqing's class also had terrified faces. The school walls are not very soundproof. They had also heard Gu Wenqing's ghostly howls. The duck voice is tone deaf, and it sounds like a ghost screaming in the middle of the night. Duck voice, so scary. He usually speaks like a spring breeze, but for some reason he sings in a duck voice. It seems that no one is perfect. They also gave advice. Gu Wenqing, change your talent. It's over. If you start singing, the girls will probably be scared to death. Hey, why do you insist on singing? If you really don't have any talent, let's find someone else. Gu Wenqing held his guitar and listened to everyone's kind advice. Was it really true that his singing was so bad in the past? Gu Wenqing frowned slightly and scolded with a smile. Get lost. I sing so well. Stop making up rumors. Oh, a bunch of scum. He is no longer the same as he was before. Gu Wenqing took a look at the sound of nature, rewarded by the system. Heavenly voice strengthens the host's singing skills, changes the host's toneless voice, and makes the host have the qualities of a professional singer. Everything is so perfect. Who is afraid of who? In fact, Gu Wenqing can't play the guitar at all. But as long as he sings the 10 Chinese songs rewarded by the system, he will be invincible. The arrangement and lyrics are deeply imprinted in his mind, and he can sing it the way he wants. To put it simply, when he sings the songs rewarded by the system, he can use various instruments, piano, violin, guitar, even suona and arrow. The playground is bustling with people at this time. The girls were eagerly waiting for Gu Wenqing. Why haven't you come yet? Kiki, he won't be embarrassed, right? Look, Gu Wenqing is holding a guitar. Wow, he can play the guitar? He's really good. So handsome. Gu Wenqing took off his hat, revealing a slightly longer buzz cut, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a gentle and elegant aura emanating from within. A short buzz cut is a hairstyle that tests a boy's true appearance. Gu Wenqing, with his buzz cut, is pleasing to the eyes of many girls even if he does nothing. Not only girls, boys also sighed in their hearts, he is really handsome. Qinyun Xue was also curious. He can also play the guitar? In Yeyang No. 1 middle school in a small city, any boy who can play the guitar will definitely become a celebrity in the school. How come she had never heard of anyone named Gu Wenqing who could play the guitar in her 3 years of high school? It's just bluffing. Chu Bowen said confidently. Hearing this, Chen Yunxue frowned. In her mind, Chu Bowen's score dropped a few points. Chu Bowen looked at Gu Wenqing and hated him extremely in his heart. Firstly, it was because the girl he liked, Chen Yunxue, seemed to have a crush on that boy. Secondly, he hated Gu Wenqing for stealing his limelight. He had always been a prominent figure since he was a child, but when he went to college, he became Gu Wenqing's background wall. How could he not hate him? Gu Wenqing walked towards the center of the circle in the breeze. Many girls whispered, he looks so handsome holding a guitar. As Gu Wenqing played the strings, the originally noisy playground became quiet. There was a long and beautiful prelude, and everyone was attracted. The prelude is so comfortable. Somewhat classical feel. Nice prelude. She'll listen carefully. After a long prelude, Gu Wenqing looked towards the direction of his hometown. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, and others have covered their ears. Although the prelude is nice, it can't change the fact that Lao Gu is tone deaf. Whose light did I steal by drilling a hole in the wall when I was a child? I haven't reviewed the past for a while, and I recall the hard 10 years of study. Now I am reading leisurely under the lamp, with the fragrance of red sleeves adding to my heart. A lifetime of fame is just vanity. March is full of mist and flowers, with birds flying and grass growing. I saw my hometown among the flying willow catkins. I wonder if you are still in Luyang in my heart. A strand of black hair is treasured for a lifetime. Lovers on the bridge come in pairs. This song is Luzhou Moon from a parallel space. In the parallel space, it is called a Chinese-style song, but this style does not exist in China now. Gu Wenqing's voice was clear and pleasant, and he attracted everyone's ears as soon as he opened his mouth. Some girls looked at him infatuatedly, feeling their hearts beating. The lyrics are so beautiful. The moonlight shines on Gu Wenqing's three-dimensional facial features, adding a sense of mystery to him, making girls more curious and wanting to get to know him. The decisive blow. The climax is coming. Gu Wenqing thought in his heart, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The moonlight of Luzhou shines on my heart. You under the moon are no longer the same as you used to be. Too many pains to express. I sighed and thought it was normal at that time. The moonlight and pear blossoms in Luzhou are cool under the rain. Who are you beside now? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply engraved in my heart. But I can't shed the tears I shed back then. The lyrics are beautiful, the music is nice, and the person is handsome. It seems to bring everyone into the lyrics of Luzhou Moon. A scholar studied hard for 10 years and finally passed the imperial examination. After seeing through the meaning of fame and fortune, March returned to his hometown. Looking at the couples walking in pairs on the bridge, I remembered her in the past. Is she in her hometown, or is she married? Standing in the most desolate place under the moonlight, looking at my hometown from afar, I suddenly realized that she under the moonlight was no longer herself. A song Luzhou Moon makes me miss my hometown and the woman I once loved deeply. Chapter 36 Qin Munin. Gu Wenqing, you really don't remember me? The moonlight and pear blossoms in Luzhou are cool under the rain. Who are you beside now? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply engraved in my heart. But I can't shed the tears I shed back then. Gu Wenqing had a hint of sadness on his face as he played the guitar. Luzhou, also known as Hefei, is Gu Wenqing's hometown. Below, a light-hearted song that tells of a faint sadness made many sentimental girls shed tears. Listen quietly, it's really a sad song. In particular, all kinds of homesickness correspond to them at this moment. Most of them left their hometowns to study in Shanghai. It was their first time to be away from their parents and they missed home. I want to go home so badly. I miss my parents so much. I miss him so much. Girls are always sentimental and look for their own stories and songs. When the song ended, everyone fell silent. They were still immersed in the singing. Half a while later, Zhou Tao was shocked and said, "Fuck. Is this really sung by Lao Gu? He's not possessed by a ghost, right?" Zhang Xiaohong was stunned. I can't believe it. Huang Zicheng shook his head and said, "It seems that we were all deceived by Lao Gu before. In fact, now is his true level." Wow. For a moment, there was a loud noise. The male student from the economics department shouted frantically, "Gu Wenqing is awesome. Gu Wenqing, you are so awesome." The girls below were also asking each other, "What's the name of this song? Why haven't I heard of it? I didn't find it online either." "This song is called Luzhou Moon. Luzhou refers to Hefei, my hometown," said Gu Wenqing. A girl asked curiously, "Gu Wenqing, did you write this song?" Gu Wenqing replied, "I guess so. Anyway, it's a song from a parallel world, and the system has registered the copyright for itself." "What? It's really his own original creation. It's incredible." When the girls heard Gu Wenqing say that he created the work, their eyes sparkled and they praised him. Woo Gu Wenqing is so talented. What should I do? Who can refuse such a good brother? It's over. I feel like it's going to be hard for me to find a partner in the future. Once you meet Gu Wenqing, your life will be ruined. Listening to the girls around them praising Gu Wenqing, The boys who had come to their senses couldn't help but shout in their hearts. Damn it, I've been tricked by this kid again. There is no way. They have to admit that Gu Wenqing is so outstanding. He is just too awesome. Rich, good-looking, and can also sing and compose music. How can you compare? There is no comparison at all. Chen Yunshue's eyes followed Gu Wenqing all the time, and she became more and more curious about him. After the end, Gu Wenqing rejected several girls who came to him to ask for his WeChat messages. Following my roommate on the way back to the dormitory. Old Gu, Nope crass. Damn it, we were worried for nothing. The four of them were talking and laughing. Gu Wenqing, stop. A female voice came from behind, and Qin Munin was standing under the streetlight beside the tree. Gu Wenqing said helplessly, You go first. I'll be back later. Huang Ziqing was full of envy. Old Gu, you are so lucky. Zhou Tao was envious and jealous. Fuck, she's the best girl in the school. Zhang Xiaohong said, Take it easy, Mr. Gu. Don't let the backyard catch fire. The three of them patted Gu Wenqing on the shoulder and returned to the dormitory with envy on their faces. I don't seem to know you, Gu Wenqing said. A senior from Magic City University and Chen Yunque were already enough to give him a headache. He really didn't want to mess with girls anymore. The girl under the yellow light has her camouflage t-shirt tied up, revealing her slim waist and long legs. Humph. It's enough that I know you, the girl said with a hum. Okay, now we know each other. I'll let you go first. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Suddenly, Qin Munin ran in front of Gu Wenqing, and his entire body was magnified in front of him at a close distance. Look carefully. Do you really not remember me? Gu Wenqing looked at her for a while and thought she might have recognized the wrong person. I really don't know you. Qin Munin looked at Gu Wenqing aggrievedly as he left her behind. Fool. Asshole. Idiot. I haven't seen her for only 7 or 8 years, and I've already forgotten her. Bite. The host unlocks a new title, The Attention of All. Reward. A game studio in Shanghai. Reward skills will keep your appearance forever. Eternal Beauty. Refreshes the host's anti-aging. The skin and self-spirit are improved to a certain extent and will not cause baldness. System. Stay up all night, young man. Simply unlocked a new title. Game studios are good. They're the legendary cash cows. For example, a game from Tencent can bring the company more than 10 billion in cash income in 1 year's annual report. Gu Wenqing made up his mind. Let's go and have a look tomorrow. When Gu Wenqing saw the skill Permanent Beauty, he was a little shocked. The system is awesome. Anti-aging, never go bald. It's so fucking great. The biggest worry for men is baldness. No matter how handsome a man is, once he becomes bald, no matter how good-looking he was before, he will become ugly. When Gu Wenqing returned to the dormitory, he hurriedly looked in the mirror to see how he had changed. I found that my skin has become smoother and rosier, and its elasticity has also improved, with a face full of collagen. In the past, Gu Wenqing's skin had some acne due to staying up late, but now the few small pimples on his body have disappeared without a trace. With the help of Forever Beauty, Gu Wenqing's appearance has become a little better, but not particularly obvious. After all, he is already good-looking enough, and he can't be much more handsome. Gu Wenqing walked out of the dormitory bathroom happily. Huang Ziqing is unpacking his newly bought watch. Zhou Tao, who had never seen the world, also leaned over to watch. Zhou Tao asked, The packaging is so exquisite. This watch must be expensive. It's just SOSO. This is a Longines watch. Huang Ziqing looked very proud. Longines is a world-famous watch brand with a long history. It is a must-have for successful men. Kiki. I have liked this watch for a long time, but it is a bit expensive. I considered it for a long time before I decided to buy it. The newly bought watch has arrived, and Huang Ziqing just wants to show it off in front of everyone, just to pretend to be cool. If you buy such an expensive watch and don't tell me the brand and price, then you will have wasted so much money. Zhou Tao frowned and asked, Longines. Why haven't I heard of it? How does it compare to Wenxuan watches? Huang Ziqing was confused. What is Wenxuan brand? Oh, the electronic watches sold in the grocery store in my hometown are quite expensive. One watch costs 200 or 300 yuan. Huang Ziqing felt like he was just talking to a cow. It's useless to pretend. Zhou Tao is an old-fashioned guy who knows nothing. He shouted loudly, Don't compare those cheap brands with Longines. They lower the quality of my watch. Chapter 37 Whoever bullies Yun Weiwei, I will make him pay. Oh. Longines is more than a few $100s. Is it so expensive? Zhou Tao had heard someone bragging before, saying that Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin were very expensive, and he remembered it. Zhou Tao thought for a while and continued. Which one is more expensive, your watch, Patek Philippe, or Vacheron Constantin? Huang Ziqing wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm not talking to you. Vacheron Constantin and Patek Philippe are much more noble than Longines. How to compare when the levels are different? He just wanted to show off and make everyone envy him. Why is it so difficult? Zhou Tao, who had nowhere to show off, just happened to see Gu Wenqing walking in. Mr. Gu, what do you think of my watch? It's from Longines. Huang Zicheng said this and swung his arms, making the Longines sparkle under the light. Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly, "Oh, it looks pretty good. This Longines watch is very suitable for young people. You can also buy one, Lao Gu." After Huang Zicheng said this, he subconsciously looked at Lao Gu's wrist. Oh shit. His jaw dropped. What did he see? Vacheron Constantine. This is too outrageous. As a native of Shanghai, Huang Zicheng has studied various luxury brands. The watch in Lao Gu's hand is not an ordinary Vacheron Constantine. Through the watch case platinum diamond, rectangular cut diamonds, and diamond hidden setting, he was sure that the watch Gu Wenqing was wearing was Vacheron Constantine P30639/S22G, 9899. The selling price is more than 10 million. My roommate is wearing a watch worth 10 million. It's so freaking scary. Huang Zicheng had considered buying a Vacheron Constantine before, but the lowest price of Vacheron Constantine is close to 90,000 yuan. It was far beyond his psychological budget, so he finally chose a Longines watch worth more than 20,000 yuan. Huang Zicheng asked in a trembling voice, "Old Gu, are you wearing a Vacheron Constantine Malta?" Hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong also looked over. They have all heard of the name of Vacheron Constantine. Old Gu, your watch is really handsome. Vacheron Constantine's diamonds emit a noble glow under the light. Zheng Xiaohong was stunned. Zhou Tao asked curiously, "Old Gu, how much did you pay for such a handsome watch? If it's cheap, I'd like to buy one too." Without waiting for Gu Wenqing to answer, Huang Zicheng said directly, "You want to buy one too? You were dreaming. Do you know how much this Vacheron Constantine Malta costs? A full 10 million. What? 10 million? Zheng Xiaohong and Zhou Tao couldn't believe what they heard. How is that possible? A watch is worth more than 10 million. How can such a small watch be so expensive? Mr. Gu, did you really buy this watch for more than 10 million? Zhou Tao asked tremblingly. Gu Wenqing replied, "Yes, it's pretty nice." Oh shit. Lao Gu really is wearing a watch worth 10 million. What is the concept? 10 million can buy an apartment in the heart of Shanghai where land is extremely expensive. 10 million can buy 2 ordinary Ferraris. 10 million can allow an ordinary person to live a life without worries about food and clothing. What Gu Wenqing is wearing is not a watch. It is clearly a house in Shanghai that is worth every penny. Huang Zicheng also stared blankly at Vacheron Constantine Malta. I feel mixed emotions. Just now I told Lao Gu to buy a Longines. As a result, Lao Gu brought a Vacheron Constantine Malta worth 10 million. I wanted to show off my 20,000 yuan Longines watch in my dorm. As a result, all my roommates are wearing famous watches worth tens of millions. If he shows off his 20,000 yuan Longines, wouldn't that be like showing off his sword in front of Guangong? At this moment, Huang Zicheng had an illusion. He is compared with Gu Wenqing. As a native of Shanghai, I seem to be from a small place. But Gu Wenqing looks like a native of Shanghai. Looking at the license plate worth 168 million, the Ferrari sports car worth 10 million, and the Vacheron Constantine watch worth 10 million, all these made Huang Zicheng envious to death. Gu Wenqing was lying on the bed, chatting with Wang Yanran. Senior, Junior, I saw your singing video on the campus network. Hey, how is it? It sounds so good. You are really talented, Junior. I like you more and more. Gu Wenqing, I like you too. What do you like about me? Gu Wenqing, black stockings and long legs. Wang Yanran, can you like me except for the black stockings? Oh. I also like that you don't wear anything. Oh. Early morning. Gu Wenqing, Zhou Tao, and the other two finished washing up and went to the cafeteria to eat. Canteen number 1 is located past a girl's dormitory. Mr. Gu, look, it's the girl who brought you water before. She looks like she's crying. Zhou Tao was the first to notice Yun Weiwei with his sharp eyes, and he spoke loudly. At this moment, Yun Weiwei was sitting on the steps by the roadside, with her head buried in her arms, sobbing softly, her shoulders heaving. When Gu Wenqing saw this scene, he was furious. Was she bullied? Who would have the heart to bully such a kind and innocent girl? Gu Wenqing stepped forward and asked, Yun Weiwei, is Li Yuangwei causing you trouble? Yun Weiwei cried. No. When she saw Gu Wenqing, all the strength in her heart was shattered. She leaned on Gu Wenqing's shoulder and cried loudly. Tears wet her black hair on her cheeks. Her beautiful face was faintly revealed. The boys passing by were amazed when they saw it. The look of pear blossoms in the rain really makes people feel pity for them. Who is that pretty girl who is crying? So beautiful, she looks as pretty as the school beauty Chen Yunqiwei. Shit, could it be that Gu Wenqing made her cry? Gu Wenqing, you damn thing. He already has a senior, but he still wants to mess with other girls. The male student who came later was confused. I thought Gu Wenqing bullied Yun Weiwei. They gathered not far away, looking indignant. Someone said. Gu Wenqing, you are a man. Bullying a woman is simply too much. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will go to the principal's office and sue you. Don't cry, beautiful lady. We will seek justice for you. A group of people were chattering. Gu Wenqing yelled angrily, what are you guys doing quarreling? Everyone, be quiet. For a moment, the air froze. Everyone was shocked by Gu Wenqing. They were all frightened by the angry Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing usually gives people a gentle and elegant impression, but today he was angry and his eyes were scary, like a mad dog ready to bite people at any time. Then, Gu Wenqing turned around and gently wiped away the tears from Yun Weiwei's face. He said gently, don't cry. It won't look good if you cry like a little cat. Don't worry, no matter who bullies you, I will make him pay. Chapter 38. Regardless of gender, if you make a mistake, you should be beaten. At this time, a fat girl walked out of the crowd. He Yuan said. The money Weiwei hid under the bed is missing. I searched the dormitory with her but couldn't find it. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing became even angrier. The 5,000 yuan that Yun Weiwei withdrew yesterday was lost? He knew very well what 5,000 yuan meant to Yun Weiwei. Maybe for other college students, 5,000 yuan may only be living expenses for 1 or 2 months. Although it would be painful to lose it, they can still ask their families for it. For Yun Weiwei, who walked 8 or 9 kilometers to withdraw money just to save a few dollars in handling fees, 5,000 yuan might be enough for a semester or a year's living expenses, or even for the entire university. Gu Wenqing glanced at Yun Weiwei's canvas shoes, which were somewhat degummed. He frowned. Did anyone else enter your dormitory today? Seeing He Yuan shaking her head, Gu Wenqing continued. Then someone in your dormitory took it. Let's go find the other 2 people in your dormitory. Even if the gods stop me today, I will find the thief. As long as the crime is not committed by an outsider, it will not be difficult to find the thief. There were only 4 people in the dormitory. Excluding Yun Weiwei who lost the money, there were only 3 suspects. At this time, school playground. Jin Yuezheng and his male dog were sitting on the playground waiting for military training. Jin Yu said, I want to buy an iPhone 13 Pro Max and I'm still 1,000 yuan short. Can you lend me 1,000 yuan? Didn't you say yesterday that you were still short of 6,000? Jin Yu said calmly, well, my family gave me 5,000. Before the male liquor could speak, Jin Yu saw Gu Wenqing leading a group of people, walking towards her in a mighty manner. When she saw Yun Weiwei following behind Gu Wenqing, she was horrified inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. Gu Wenqing stood in the playground without saying a word, quietly waiting. Jin Yu, who was already feeling guilty, felt a little overwhelmed. Soon, another girl in the dormitory, Yang Lihua, also came here. Let's go find a place to talk, Gu Wenqing said. Although he was angry, he still didn't want to make a big fuss. His original intention was to find a place with few people and talk to the parties involved. Jin Yu refused. I won't go. Gu Wenqing suppressed his anger. I don't want things to get out of hand. Jin Yu's male liquor then asked loudly, what are you going to do? Jin Yu's male bootlicker stood up and blocked Gu Wenqing from taking Jin Yu away. Gu Wenqing said patiently, it's nothing, just a small matter. Who do you think you are? You just leave when you say so? You are nothing. The male toady shouted angrily. If you dare to force Jin Yu today, I will never be reconciled with you. In front of Jin Yu, the male liquor behaves like a particularly manly person. Because Jin Yu once said that she likes boys who can give her a sense of security. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing also got angry. Irreconcilable? Who the hell do you think you are? In a battle of strength, I can beat 8 people alone. As for money, the money in my bank account can crush you into ashes. I say it again, get out of the way. Hearing this, the male liquor suddenly realized that the boy opposite was Gu Wenqing. He bravely fought against 8 people alone and became famous in the Magic City. Driving a multi-million luxury car with a license plate worth 168 million. Thinking of this, the male dog suddenly felt weak all over. He can't win the fight, and he doesn't have as much money as Gu Wenqing. It seems that I can only say harsh words. Gu Wenqing's sharp eyes swept over the male liquor. Seeing the male liquor in silence, Gu Wenqing took the 4 people from Yun Weiwei's dormitory away. In the empty stairwell, Zhou Tao, take Yun Weiwei away first, Gu Wenqing said. Zhou Tao nodded, and he and the other 2 people in the dormitory took Yun Weiwei to military training first. At this time, besides Gu Wenqing, only He Yuan, Jin Yu, and Yang Lihua were left in the corridor. To make a long story short, I think everyone knows why I brought you here. The thief who stole Yun Weiwei's 5,000 yuan must be one of the 3 of you. I hope the person who stole the money won't make the same mistake again. Gu Wenqing glanced at the 3 of them and said lightly. Jin Yu sneered. You just know that it was the 3 of us who stole it? What if Yun Weiwei lied herself? Maybe her money wasn't lost at all? Gu Wenqing, you don't know that Yun Weiwei is extremely stingy. She eats vegetables, rice and boiled water in the cafeteria every day. In order to save 2 yuan on laundry, she laboriously scrubbed the clothes by hand every day. And even though her clothes and shoes were so old that they could no longer be used, she was stingy and refused to buy new clothes. For a stingy, poor person like her, do you think she can afford 5,000 yuan? She is framing us. She is just jealous that we are living better than her. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the stairwell. Shut up. Jean Yu covered her face, unable to believe that Gu Wenqing, who always had a gentle image, would hit a woman. What qualifications do you have to look down on Yun Weiwei? Gu Wenqing looked at her with a murderous look in his eyes. Stop spouting shit here. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and slap you again. Jean Yu shed tears. How can you? How can you hit a woman? Gu Wenqing frowned. No matter the gender, if you make a mistake, you should be beaten. He already had the answer in his mind. There was a 90% chance that the person who stole the money was Jean Yu in front of him. But there must be evidence for everything. The dormitory is so small, and there is always someone there. He doesn't believe that Jean Yu could steal the money without making any noise. 5,000. Whoever reports the thief will be given 5,000 as a reward. Gu Wenqing looked at the 3 people and said slowly. Among the 3, He Yuan shook her head and said she really didn't know. Gu Wenqing looked at the other 2 and continued. 10,000. 30,000. Gu Wenqing continued. 50,000. Whoever tells me who committed the crime will be given 50,000 immediately. I believe you won't doubt my strength. Jean Yu was already scared and anxious. She glared at Yang Lihua, who wanted to speak. Yang Lihua was so frightened that she gave up the idea of speaking. Jean Yu's family is from Shanghai, and his brother is a gangster. Before the start of the school year, his brother brought a few tattooed brothers to give each other Jean Yu gifts, and Yang Lihua also saw it. Yang Lihua, who has been a good student since childhood, is most afraid of people in society. Gu Wenqing angrily cursed. I'm staring at you. Then he said to Yang Lihua, don't be afraid. I guarantee she won't dare to do anything to you. Just tell me the 50,000 yuan, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Hearing the sound, Yang Lihua hesitated for a long time. 50,000 yuan is equivalent to her father's income for half a year. How could she not be moved? But she was really afraid of Jean Yu's revenge. She was struggling fiercely in her heart. After a while, she let out a breath. She has made a choice. Chapter 39 Gu Wenqing. I almost vomited after drinking the sparkling water you gave me, Miss Chun. 50,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. With this money, she can buy the mobile phone, computer, etc. that she has always wanted to buy. Yang Li was so angry that she said, Jean, you stole the money. In the morning, when Yun Weiwei and He Yuan went to wash up, I saw her take the bag that Yun Weiwei had hidden under the bed. Jean Yu was furious. You are talking nonsense. Since she had already spoken and offended Jean Yu, Yang Lihua simply stopped hiding it. She put the money in her military training pants. Gu Wenqing looked down and saw that Jean Yu's right purse was bulging, which must be filled with money. The lie was exposed, and Jean Yu collapsed to the ground crying. Gu Wenqing said, take it out. Considering that this is your first time, we will keep your theft a secret and let you off this time. Changing the subject, Gu Wenqing said fiercely, if you dare to bully Yun Weiwei again, I guarantee that the whole school will know that you are a thief, and Magic City University will definitely expel you. So be honest in the future. Hearing this, Jean Yu breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little grateful to Gu Wenqing. Fortunately, he did not kill her, otherwise she would definitely not be able to continue studying in this university. Even if the school didn't expel her, she would not be able to stay in school if the news of stealing money spread. Gu Wenqing did what he said and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Yang Lihua, and asked Yang Lihua and He Yuan not to spread the news that Jean Yu stole the money. And you are not allowed to tell Yun Weiwei that I spent 50,000 yuan. He is not a saint. He just wants to give Jean Yu a chance to reform. Everyone makes mistakes. Give Jean Yu a chance, and maybe she will correct it. This moment, Yang Lihua and He Yuan began to admire Gu Wenqing. After a slap in the face, Jean Yu was given a candy. After being beaten up by Gu Wenqing, she felt grateful to him. He does things at all like a college student, taking every detail into consideration. It's really amazing. Yun Weiwei is so lucky to be protected by Gu Wenqing. They suddenly felt extremely envious of Yun Weiwei. As for the matter of exchanging 50,000 yuan for 5,000 yuan, not only did they not think Gu Wenqing was stupid, but they felt that he doted on Yun Weiwei very much. In order to get back the money that belonged to Yun Weiwei, he was willing to pay 10 times the price. Really like the overbearing president in the novel. Makes people fall in love with him. Gu Wenqing left with the money, as he still had to go for military training. 50,000 yuan is rubbish to him. A meal costs him hundreds of thousands of dollars, so he doesn't care about 50,000 yuan at all. In fact, he could take out 5,000 yuan himself and give it to Yun Weiwei and lie to her that the money had been found. She was so naive that she would definitely not be suspicious. But Gu Wenqing did not choose to do so. Firstly, if the source of the problem is not resolved, what should we do if Yun Weiwei keeps losing money? Secondly, he really didn't want to lie to Yun Weiwei, such a simple girl. Gu Wenqing hurried as hard as he could, but was still late for the military training. Gu Wenqing, the instructor shouted loudly. Gu Wenqing, here. You were 10 minutes late for military training, which violated school regulations. You are punished to run 10 laps around the playground. Fuck, Gu Wenqing thought of a plant in his mind. The instructor continued. Any objections? Gu Wenqing winked at Yun Weiwei in the crowd and answered loudly. No. On the extremely hot playground, Gu Wenqing was running alone in his military training uniform, sweating profusely. Yun Weiwei stood in the crowd, her nose aching. Why was he so nice to her? On the playground, following the instructor's whistle, all the freshmen felt relieved and sat down on the ground to rest. At this time, Gu Wenqing was still running circles around the playground. After Chu Bowen drank a sip of water, he said cheerfully to the boys in his class. He deserves it. He deserves it for being late for military training. Chu Bowen was extremely happy to see Gu Wenqing in trouble. He always tries to be in the limelight. It's time for him to get into trouble. 10 laps, run him to death. Haha, look at him running like a dog. Several boys nearby also mocked him. They had long been unhappy with Gu Wenqing. Chen Yunxue, the most beautiful girl in their class, always gave him sparkling water. He was extremely jealous of Gu Wenqing. They are very happy to see Gu Wenqing being punished. They felt very happy at this moment. At this time, the girls in the class all frowned and looked unhappy. Several girls said loudly, "Are you crazy? What are you talking about without knowing what happened?" Gu Wenqing was late because he was helping a girl find money. He was just trying to help others. How dare you laugh here? That's right, a bunch of stupid straight men. How could they possibly understand Gu Wenqing's romance? Hey, how come Gu Wenqing is so nice? Yeah, they are not like me who only gloat over other people's misfortunes. If looks could kill, the girls' looks would have turned Chu Bowen and the others into ashes in seconds. Chu Bowen and his companions were extremely embarrassed. Just because they say a few bad things about Gu Wenqing, they become bad people? They wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn, why are these girls so fierce? After running 10 laps around the playground, Gu Wenqing was soaked all over. He felt like his underwear was soaked with water. His camouflage top stuck to his body tightly. His perfect abdominal muscles can be vaguely seen, which really attracted the attention of countless girls. Gu Wenqing, sweating profusely, walked up to Yun Weiwei, stuffed the money into Yun Weiwei's bag, and then left. Huang Ziqing came over at this time and gave a thumbs up. Old Gu, you are this. Zhou Tao also stepped forward and asked, Old Gu, why didn't you explain it at the time? Maybe the instructor would let you go. You know shit. Some people don't like to be noticed by too many people, said Gu Wenqing. Yun Weiwei, that girl, was so self-conscious and shy, she would always keep her head down and cover her face with her hair. If she was noticed by so many students in military training, she would definitely be frightened. Not far away, Yun Weiwei looked at Gu Wenqing lying on the ground with his face in the shape of a big character. She hesitated for a long time, but finally overcame the urge to bring water to Gu Wenqing. As a result, another girl appeared in sight. She was dressed beautifully and had light makeup on. She brought some sparkling water and gave it to Gu Wenqing. Yun Weiwei looked down at her faded water cup and felt a little disappointed. Chen Yunxue stood in front and watched Gu Wenqing drink water. Can we change to sparkling water? Gu Wenqing frowned. Orange flavor every day? He almost vomited from drinking. Hearing the sound, the boys on the playground wanted to jump up and beat the bastard Gu Wenqing to death. The school beauty personally brought him water, but he was still picky about the taste. I really want to strangle this bastard. If the school beauty brought them water, they would be so happy. I will never be as pretentious and picky as Gu Wenqing. Chapter 40, I've already bought a Porsche Cayenne worth $3 million, but I still need your $10,000. Military training is over. Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. As soon as he answered the call, a clear female voice rang out. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am a salesperson at the Shanghai Porsche 4S store. The top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne you ordered has arrived at the store. When are you free to pick up the car? It is the Porsche Cayenne that the system had previously rewarded. Gu Wenqing said directly, I'll be there right away. If it weren't for the call from the Porsche salesperson, Gu Wenqing would have almost forgotten that he had a Porsche Cayenne. Gu Wenqing called Wang Yinran. Is senior free? Wang Yinran chuckled and said, as long as my junior fellow student looks for me, I'll be free even if I'm not. Okay, then go out with me. Gu Wenqing went downstairs, started the red Ferrari, and came to the door of the girls' dormitory. After a while, Wang Yinran came down. Wang Yinran, the co-pilot of the Ferrari, wore a one-shoulder denim jacket, revealing her tender and fair collarbones and shoulders. She wore a denim miniskirt of the same color, revealing her extra long and round legs. The length of her white stockings just covered her calves, and she wore a pair of white Nike Air Force shoes. Her makeup is still her favorite pure and sexy style, like a ripe apple that makes people want to take a bite. Passing the traffic light, Gu Wenqing naturally put his hand on Wang Yinran's legs. Wang Yinran was still embarrassed and said shyly, "Junior, don't be like this." Gu Wenqing said, "Don't be shy, we have been honest with each other." Humph. Wang Yinran pouted her lips, glanced at Gu Wenqing, and said nothing. Gu Wenqing touched it for a while, and then asked, "Why didn't you wear stockings today?" "I'm wearing it. Isn't this it?" Wang Yinran lifted her legs and let Gu Wenqing see her half-length white stockings. "Is she wearing it? How come I didn't see it?" Gu Wenqing said, and lifted up her denim skirt. When she lifted it up, all she saw was black leggings. Pete, what about trust between people? Which idiot invented leggings? Bah, pervert. Wang Yinran knew Gu Wenqing's character. He just liked to take advantage of her. Gu Wenqing touched the round long legs hard several times before giving up. Gu Wenqing used the navigation and soon arrived at the Porsche 4S store. As soon as the two entered the door, they heard a boy's voice. "Isn't there no car in stock? Why is there only one car parked in the showroom? I don't like waiting. I want the red Porsche Cayenne. Please swipe my card." Liu Yongwei held the girl in one hand and pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne with the other. At this time, the salesperson hurried forward to explain. "Sir, this Porsche Cayenne was reserved in advance by another customer, and it has been paid in full. If you want to pick up the car today, you can exchange it for another model of our Porsche." When Liu Yongwei heard the salesperson's words, his face became gloomy. At this time, the girl in her arms said in a coquettish voice, "Away, I only like the Porsche Cayenne. I don't want any other car." Liu Yongwei looked at the girl in his arms and listened to her coquettish voice and felt a lot more energetic. He just likes the way she is, like a little bird, and acts coquettishly every day. Liu Yongwei has known this girl for 2 or 3 months. This girl is not as easy to deal with as other girls. He originally thought of buying a Porsche Cayenne today and letting her drive for a few days. Maybe he could succeed in getting into bed with her. Yes, Liu Yongwei is not stupid. He just gave away a car worth millions. He prepared to put his own name on the car's driving license and insurance. The Porsche Cayenne was just for the girl to drive. When the girl gets tired of playing with you one day, you can just kick her out. The car is still yours, so there is no loss. Liu Yongwei has been coveting this girl's body for a long time. He knows that today is the best time to get her. If he misses it today, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait. After thinking it over, Liu Yongwei frowned and said loudly, "My father knows your boss, Mr. Su. Don't be ungrateful. Swipe the card, I want this car." Liu Yongwei handed the card to the salesperson and asked her to swipe it. The girl said in a coquettish voice, "Away, you are so domineering." Liu Yongwei said with a smug look on his face, "I'll show you something even more domineering tonight." The girl said charmingly, "Hate it." Looking at the girl's hot body, Liu Yongwei couldn't wait for tonight to come. The female salesperson stood there with a look of grievance on her face, feeling caught in a dilemma. "Why don't you go now? Believe it or not, I can get you fired from Porsche 4S with just one phone call." Liu Yongwei yelled at the saleswoman who was standing still. "What the hell is this? Shameless thing. You ignored my words." Liu Yongwei continued, "I tell you, it is an honor for the original owner to buy this Porsche Cayenne with my identity." At this time, the female sales staff in the store did not dare to step forward to help, as they could not afford to offend Liu Yongwei's background. The female salesperson who was scolded was about to cry. She was just following the rules of the 4S store. Why did this person still make things difficult for her? "Oh, that idiot didn't fasten his belt tightly and let you out." Gu Wenqing walked forward with a look of disgust. When dealing with this kind of rich second generation with no manners, Gu Wenqing would not be polite and would just scold him. "Speak humanly to people and beat a mad dog with a club. Who the hell are you?" Liu Yongwei said with a gloomy face. When he saw Wang Yinran's appearance, a hint of greed appeared on his face. "This woman is so beautiful. This comparison, the girl in my arms is just garbage. Their looks are like heaven and earth. They are not on the same level at all. The girl in his arms is not worthy of being compared with Wang Yinran. Just now you said it was an honor for you to buy my car. How come now that I'm here? How can you give me this honor?" Gu Wenqing said coldly. "I heard that he was the owner of a Porsche Cayenne, and the other party brought such a beautiful girl with him, so he must have some power. Liu Yongwei was silent for a while, no longer arrogant, and said in a calm tone, "How about I add 10,000 yuan to the original price of this car?" Gu Wenqing sneered. "Are you a funny guy sent by the monkey? My Porsche Cayenne top configuration is worth more than 3 million, and I'm short of your 10,000 yuan." When Wang Yinran heard this, she also covered her mouth and chuckled. Even the sales ladies at the Porsche 4S store couldn't help but smile. It's really off the mark. How can someone who can spend 3 million to buy a Porsche care about 10,000 yuan? After spending 3 million, you still care about 10,000 yuan in change. This Liu Yongwei is really silly and cute. I don't care anyway. I just want this red Porsche Cayenne. The girl insisted and blew a breath of hot air into Liu Yongwei's ear. Liu Yongwei saluted directly. Chapter 41. If you act this way next time, I will slap you to death. Damn. For the sake of tonight's sexual happiness, Liu Yongwei gritted his teeth and said with a heartache, 100,000. I'll add another 100,000 yuan and give me the car. Damn, this is a huge loss. He used the excuse of doing business to swindle 3 million from his father and originally wanted to buy a Porsche Cayenne to get this little anchor for free. After using it, she kicked her out, so he didn't lose out as long as he still had the car. As a result, an extra 100,000 was added. His heart was bleeding. Damn it. Today, I must let this bitch serve me well. 100,000? Gu Wenqing frowned. He spent more than 100,000 yuan on a bottle of red wine for dinner. Hearing him bragging about himself so much, I thought he was some big shot, but he turns out to be like this. What's more, Gu Wenqing would never give the Porsche to him. Gu Wenqing calmly stretched out 3 fingers. Liu Yongwei was shocked. 300,000. Gu Wenqing said loudly, "No, it's 30 million. It's your honor to buy my car with 30 million. Treat others the way they have treated you." Fuck, are you crazy? You're crazy about money. Let me tell you, my father is Liu Guoyang. Liu Yongwei introduced himself. He continued, "I'm telling you not to be ungrateful." Gu Wenqing didn't care. "Fuck you. Get away from me. It's you who wants to buy my car. If you can't afford it, then stop talking nonsense. My father is Liu Guoyang, and this piece of real estate was developed by my family. Even the storefront of this 4S shop is owned by my company. Boy, you still have time to apologize to me now. Otherwise, when I call someone over, your small body won't be able to withstand the beating." Liu Yongwei frowned and said viciously, "This residential area was developed by Huafeng Real Estate. 5% of Huafeng Real Estate. Huafeng Real Estate has a total value of 80 billion yuan, and 5% of the shares is worth 4 billion yuan. Liu Yongwei has the capital to be arrogant. Moreover, with just one phone call, he can call countless construction workers over to show off his power. So why should he be afraid? Junior, why don't you sell it? I've heard about Huafeng Real Estate. It's best not to get involved with them," Wang Yinran advised. Huafeng Group has been in the limelight recently. It has a villa complex for sale in a prime location for college students. Wang Yinran has also heard of the name of Huafeng Real Estate. She didn't want her junior to offend those business tycoons. The sales ladies in the 4S store were also worried about Gu Wenqing. They are well aware of the horror of Huafeng Group. With total assets of over 80 billion, he has extensive connections in Shanghai that cannot be shaken by ordinary people. It's over. The handsome guy really pissed off young Master Liu. Oh, it's all because Liu Yongwei is too domineering. The little brother is bound to be beaten up by the construction team. The sales lady whispered. Liu Guoyang? Why does it sound so familiar? Gu Wenqing thought for a while. Isn't Liu Guoyang a small shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate? Because of the 10% shares of Huafeng Real Estate given by the system's incredible function made all the senior management of Huafeng Real Estate aware of the existence of shareholder Gu Wenqing. Similarly, Gu Wenqing was familiar with their information. Look at Liu Yongwei, who is laughing arrogantly. How could Liu Guoyang give birth to such an idiot? Still forcing sales? Gu Wenqing walked up to him and slapped Liu Yongwei twice, causing him to see stars. Without waiting for Liu Yongwei to react, Gu Wenqing called his father Liu Guoyang. Hey, old Liu. Gu Wenqing. You really gave birth to a good son. You're forcing me to buy things? In 2 years, won't you be so powerful that you can just buy Huafeng Group directly? As a business partner, I couldn't bear to watch this, so I gave him a lesson on your behalf. Please don't take it personally. Okay, I'll give the phone to that guy right away. Boom. Liu Yongwei, covering his face, felt like he was struck by lightning. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. What did he hear? The boy in front of me seemed to have called his father? And he calls his father Lao Lu? Liu Yongwei was filled with fear. He was finished. Hey, that's not right. He thought again. How could the boy opposite him be so young and know his father, and even brag about being a business partner? Bullshit. You are pretending to be awesome? Liu Yongwei sneered and took the phone carelessly. In order to prove to everyone that the person on the other end was definitely not his father, he simply turned on the speakerphone. Lu Yongwei said arrogantly, "Hey, you idiot. How dare you pretend to be my father, Lu Guoyang? Do you know how serious the consequences will be? I'm pretending to be paralyzed. Lu Yongwei, have you grown wings, or do you think my belt is too soft? You get carried away if you don't fight for a day, right?" The familiar middle-aged man's voice coming from the phone made Lu Yongwei's legs go weak uncontrollably. He trembled and shouted, "Dad." There was another barrage of curses from the other end of the phone. "Don't call me Dad. I'm not worthy of being your dad. Do you know that you made a heinous mistake today? I usually turned a blind eye to your arrogance, but today you actually offended old Gu. Your Uncle Gu has 10% of the shares in our Hua phone group, which is very important. How can a junior like you offend him? Both my father and I depend on him for our livelihood. Hurry up and apologize to your Uncle Gu." Boom. After hearing what his father said, Lu Yongwei felt like his head was about to explode. What did he just hear? The young man in front of him owns 10% of the shares of Hua phone group. What is the concept? Hua phone group is worth 80 billion, which means that the young man in front of him has a net worth of 8 billion. It's twice as much as his house. And he could feel that his father had special respect for Gu Wenqing. I think his background must be complicated. At this moment, Lu Yongwei was so scared. Compared with Gu Wenqing in terms of money, his family is far behind him. In terms of background, his family's background is Hua phone group, while the young man's connections are not only with Hua phone group, but also with other forces. Lu Yongwei held the phone with both hands and handed it to Gu Wenqing respectfully. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "I'm sorry, Uncle Gu. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me." Gu Wenqing nodded and educated him in the tone of an elder. "There are always people better than you. Don't be so arrogant and domineering. Be humble and low-key. If I see you acting this bossy next time, I will slap you to death on behalf of your father." Lu Yongwei nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Uncle Gu is right. Lu Guoyang's voice came from the phone again. "Old Gu, it was Yang who was wrong about what happened today. Next time we come to the company, let's have a drink and I'll apologize to you in person." When Lu Yongwei heard his father's humble attitude, the little bit of dissatisfaction he had with Gu Wenqing disappeared immediately. Chapter 42 Porsche Cayenne for you. Lu Yongwei, who was so arrogant a second ago, was now like a docile pug, nodding and bowing, admitting his mistakes with a very good attitude. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, "Yongwei, why don't you go and apologize to the sales lady? You scared her." Lu Yongwei, when he heard Gu Wenqing call him Yongwei, his face turned green as liver. If those bad friends outside dare to call him that, Lu Yongwei will definitely let that person know why the flowers are so red. But when Gu Wenqing called him that, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Who said Gu Wenqing and his father are business partners? I had no choice but to say, "I'm sorry," to the saleswoman. Watching this dramatic scene, the salesmen at the Porsche 4S store were all shocked. It turns out that the arrogant and domineering Mr. Lu would actually apologize to a female salesperson. This young man is so amazing. He was able to make young Master Lu convinced after being disciplined by him, and he even apologized after being slapped twice. I heard on the phone that he is also a shareholder of Hua phone group. He still owns 10% of Huafeng's shares, with a total value of 8 billion. He is really rich. If there wasn't a stunningly beautiful girl by his side, they would have come up to him and asked for his contact information. Who doesn't like a young and rich man? I'm really envious of the girl next to him. 8 billion. How can we spend all this money? According to this calculation, this young man's family must have assets worth hundreds of billions. They thought of the handsome boy in front of them, who was worth 8 billion yuan. When they looked at Gu Wenqing with their beautiful eyes, their legs became weak uncontrollably. They loved him. "Uncle Gu." Gu Wenqing frowned and said, Stop calling me Uncle Gu. You look older than me. Don't be so shameless. Call me Brother Gu." Lu Yongwei. Gu Wenqing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go home and play in the mud." "Okay, bro. I'll weigh my Porsche Cayenne." Bang. Lu Yongwei raised his hand and slapped her in the face. "Fuck you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have offended Brother Gu. Damn it. If you don't pose well for me tonight, I'll kill you." The little anchor cried. Woo woo. Inside the Porsche 4S store, Wang Yinran was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened for a long time. My junior is actually a shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate. This is too crazy. My junior fellow student is already so amazing, so surely his family must be even more amazing. When she saw the information about Huafeng Group on her mobile phone, she found that her junior's 10% stake was worth 8 billion yuan. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The junior was so outstanding. Was she really worthy of him? I still remember that the boyfriend of a girl in the dormitory bought a villa in Huafeng real estate. The girls kept bragging about it in the dormitory for several months. My junior is a shareholder of Huafeng. If I tell them about this, they probably won't believe it. At this time, Gu Wenqing patted her slender waist and motioned for them to go and see the car together. Wang Yinran put what happened just now behind her and looked at the Porsche Cayenne in front of her. The appearance is fashionable and dynamic. The overall lines are relatively complete, smooth and sporty. The appearance is tall and majestic, and the front face looks very imposing. The interior of the top-of-the-line Cayenne is finely crafted. The configuration is relatively complete. The seats are comfortable. The steering wheel is automatically heated, and the armrest design next to the seat is more user-friendly. The panoramic sunroof, etc. Wang Yinran really liked it and wondered in her heart how long it would take for her to be able to drive such a luxury car. She touched the bright paint of the Porsche Cayenne and said, "Junior, the red Ferrari suits you very well, but the red Porsche Cayenne looks good, but it doesn't suit you very well. Why don't you choose a different color?" Gu Wenqing said, "Because I'm not driving this car." Wang Yinran suddenly felt nervous, afraid that she had guessed wrong. Could it be? That's right. It's just what you think. "Junior, I really love you, kiss you." Wang Yinran took the initiative to kiss Gu Wenqing a few times. Then I looked at the Porsche Cayenne with surprise. She felt like she was dreaming. She was just imagining when she could drive a Porsche, but her junior gave her one. Wang Yinran is extremely happy now. Her junior has a luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan, which means that she is still very important in his heart. When she thinks of this, she feels a sense of fulfillment. At this time, the Porsche salesperson came forward and said, "Sir, please provide your ID card so that we can help you with the registration and insurance." Gu Wenqing said directly, "Use my senior sister's." "Brother, this is not good." Gu Wenqing said gently, "Be obedient. The car I gave you is yours. Don't think too much." At this moment, Wang Yinran's eyes were as gentle as water, and her love for Gu Wenqing reached the deepest level. He is his own man in this life. As the saying goes, a man will die for his confidant, and the same is true for women. After finishing the car matters, the two of them drove out of the 4S store, each taking a car. Two red luxury cars, like couple cars. Gu Wenqing called Wang Yinran. "Senior, let's go to the movies." Wang Yinran. "Okay, I like watching movies the most." "Okay, then get in my car, and I'll take you to a nice place." Gu Wenqing directly navigated to Magic City International Cinema, which was a high-end cinema rewarded to him by the system. The cinema is located in the 5th and 6th floors of Lameo Business District, a well-established business district in Shanghai. It is not only the 5-star luxury cinema with the largest area, the most screening halls, and the largest number of seats in Shanghai, but also one of the most luxurious cinemas in China. As a super-large cinema ranked among the top luxury cinemas in the country, it currently has 17 screening halls, including 14 ordinary halls, a 600-person super hall, and 2 VIP halls, with a total of about 3,500 seats and a construction area of about 15,000 square meters. The system rewarded him with 2 such top-notch cinemas. At this time, it was around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the busiest time in the business district, with a huge flow of people. The Magic City International Cinema was also crowded with people. In the waiting hall, many men, women, young and old bought movie tickets and waited for their favorite movies to start. The service attitude of Magic City International Cinema is very good. There are 2 receptionists at the gate. When they see customers, they will greet them warmly and ask if they need anything, etc. As usual, they saw a couple coming over and called out cordially, "Welcome." When he looked up, he met the boys' gaze. They were startled and hurriedly shouted, "Hello, Mr. Gu." Gu Wenqing smiled and nodded to them. As expected of a top-notch movie theater, the service attitude and awareness were very good. This surprise inspection was not as bad as that of Debong Western Restaurant. Gu Wenqing understood that it was the invincible existence of the system that directly used unscientific means to put the movie studio directly under his name, and all employees remembered him and knew that he was their boss. "System, you are really awesome." Chapter 43, Give Me the Lighter. "Hello, boss." "Good evening, boss." "Good evening, Mr. Gu." "Mr. Gu, good evening." Wherever Gu Wenqing went, all the employees in the cinema greeted him. This caused countless people in the waiting area to look at Gu Wenqing in surprise. I want to take a look at the true face of the boss of a 5-star luxury cinema. Isn't it a middle-aged man with a big belly? At first glance, the first impression is that she is tall, has a decisive temperament, and is very young. After experiencing the heroic act, the heat had not yet subsided. Seeing so many people looking at him, Gu Wenqing frowned and put on his sunglasses. This moment made many girls scream, "Oh my God, I feel so overbearing." especially the moment he raised his eyebrows. I even thought of a name for the child. You are so outstanding. You are already the boss of a big movie studio at such a young age. I want to give him a baby. Forget about it. Didn't you see the little wife next to the overbearing president? The boys also looked at Gu Wenqing with envy. They were not only envious of his wealth, but also envious of the girl behind him, who was so beautiful. Wang Yinran's appearance overwhelmed all the girls in the theater. When he came to his own movie studio, Gu Wenqing was not polite. Directly book the VIP hall. Whatever movie you want to watch, you can find it here. All the special snacks in the cinema are served in one go. Wang Yinran looked at Gu Wenqing frequently with her beautiful eyes. Ever since she had been with Gu Wenqing, she knew what kind of man was an excellent one who would attract everyone's attention wherever he went. No matter where you are, there will always be people trying to please Gu Wenqing. So awesome. Being with her junior, she felt a high quality of life that she had never experienced before. VIP room. In the huge space, there were only Gu Wenqing and Wang Yinran. A youth romance movie was playing on the huge screen. Wang Yinran was attracted by the movie and watched it intently with her head raised up. Watching a movie is just a cover. He is not interested in wine. Gu Wenqing looked at Wang Yinran's super hot body and very impactful long legs. Gu Wenqing smiled and put his arms around her slender waist. Wang Yinran was frightened by Tu Ru's other actions. She looked at Gu Wenqing's evil smile and pouted her lips like a spoiled child. Gu Wenqing slowly moved his head closer to Wang Yinran's ear. I could feel Gu Wenqing's hot breathing, and the cinema was a romantic and passionate place. Wang Yinran's body was trembling slightly, and her whole body felt weak. The atmosphere was right, and Gu Wenqing's hand moved down a few centimeters. The plot of the movie is still playing out. Wang Yinran covered her face with her hands with a flushed face, and her denim top slipped slightly. This time, Gu Wenqing doesn't want to just try it out. Although he knew that Wang Yinran's relatives had not left yet. But there are many ways. When love is deep, it becomes stronger. Half a while later, looking at Wang Yinran's pure and lustful face, Wang Yinran understood instantly. I watched this movie for a long time. Returned to the dormitory. At this time, the other 3 people in the dormitory were also in the dormitory. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the summer. When Qian was about to light a mosquito coil but couldn't find a lighter. She had just seen Wang Yinran's Porsche keys, so she asked, Yinran, can you lend me your lighter? She never thought it was a real borrowed key. She thought it was just a lighter. Aren't lighters that look like luxury car keys quite popular on Douyin recently? She often sees videos of that kind. I don't have a lighter, Wang Yinran answered seriously. I clearly saw it. When Qian picked up the Porsche keys from Wang Yinran's desk and looked for the lighter switch, but couldn't find it. When Qian had no choice but to ask, Yinran, how do you use this lighter? Wang Yinran opened her eyes wide and said, Qian, do you believe me when I say that's the car key? When Qian joked, this joke is not funny at all. She was sure it was a lighter. When Qian knew Wang Yinran's family conditions, and that she came from a well-off family. A Porsche would cost at least 600,000 yuan, and Wang Yinran's family simply couldn't afford it, let alone buy a Porsche for Wang Yinran. She also knows her best friend Wang Yinran very well. Although she worships money, she loves herself very much. Men can never take advantage of her, so no man would give her a Porsche sports car. Wang Yinran took Wen Qian to the balcony and pressed the unlock button of the Porsche. Downstairs from the dormitory, the lights of a red Porsche Cayenne lit up majestically, illuminating the darkness ahead. When Qian looked downstairs and saw the red Porsche Cayenne, which was one of her favorite cars. Girls all like bigger cars, especially big SUVs, which can give girls enough sense of security, and Wen Qian is no exception. Her favorite cars are Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Porsche Cayenne, and Jeep Wrangler. At this moment, she was looking at the luxury car of her dreams downstairs and was extremely envious of Wang Yinran. But she immediately became a little frightened. My bestie won't go astray, betray her first love, or be kept by someone else. Otherwise, where would she have so much money to buy a Porsche Cayenne? When Qian said with great sorrow, Yinran, you are not being kept by a rich man, are you? Hearing this, Wang Yinran was like a kitten with its fur standing on end. How is that possible? You know my personality. I have very high standards for my future significant other. Not only does she have to have some money, she also has to be good-looking and have a good personality, and she also has to have a sense of responsibility. As she spoke, she looked just like Gu Wenqing. Wen Qian snorted coldly and continued to ask, then tell me where you got this Porsche Cayenne? The lowest configuration of this car costs more than 1 million. Don't say you bought it yourself. Chapter 44. Lao Huang needs to exercise moderation every day. Wang Yinran. My junior gave it to me. Gu Wenqing? Then you give it to him. Relatives are still here. When Qian continued to ask, the car is in your name? Seeing Wang Yanran nod, when Qian admitted that she was envious. What kind of divine man is this? In the bathroom, she looked at herself in the mirror and saw her beautiful face and figure. Her style was different from Wang Yanran's, and each had its own merits. Boys' dormitory. Huang Ziqing saw Gu Wenqing coming back, so he stepped forward and said, Old Gu, why are you back so late? You must have gone out with your senior sister. How's it going? Fuck. Stop worrying about my progress. Become Li Wenhuan's official boyfriend first. Damn it, old Gu, don't expose people's scars like this. Besides, Li Wenhuan and I still have a pure relationship. Huang Ziqing retorted. As a person who has been through this, Gu Wenqing shared his experience. You are a coward. A temporary boyfriend should also exercise his rights as a boyfriend. Don't be afraid. Start by holding hands with Li Wenhuan. Okay, I'll give it a try next time. Huang Ziqing looked determined. At this time, Huang Ziqing's Apple phone rang. Huang Ziqing was delighted when he saw that it was Li Wenhuan calling. He gave Gu Wenqing a smug look and said, See, Wenhuan must be missing me. Huang Ziqing answered the phone with a smile on his face. Li Wenhuan immediately asked, Why did you take so long to answer my call? Xiao Huang said humbly. Oh, I was just talking to Lao Gu and didn't hear the ringing. Li Wenhuan said coldly. Send Gu Wenqing's V signal to me. Mo Luo wants it. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. After Huang Ziqing sent Gu Wenqing's WeChat business card to Li Wenfang, he said, Wenhuan, let's go play together after the military training. He was going to give it a try to see if the method Gu Wenqing taught him worked. Let's talk about it later. Li Wenhuan got Gu Wenqing's WeChat ID and hung up the phone directly. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong both laughed. This is the reality. Huang Ziqing touched his head awkwardly and said, When Huan's personality is like this, I've gotten used to it. After turning off the lights in the dormitory, Huang Ziqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He asked weakly, Old Gu, have you ever held hands with my senior sister? Gu Wenqing pouted and said, What do you think? Your lips are all rotten from kissing. Zhou Tao said enviously, Fuck, Lao Gu, you are awesome. The faint moonlight caused ripples in the single man's heart, and he couldn't calm down. Zhou Tao hesitated for a long time and said, Lao Gu, can you give me Mo Luo's WeChat? Zhou Tao has a good impression of Mo Luo. He is so handsome and nice, so Zhou Tao really wants to contact him. Huang Ziqing didn't have the heart to hit his roommate, so he said tactfully, Mo Luo is not an easy person to deal with, and I can't control him. Zhou Tao, I just want to try it. Gu Wenqing said, I'll give it to you. Huang Ziqing curled his lips. Doesn't Zhou Tao have any idea? Mo Luo took the initiative to send Gu Wenqing's WeChat. He must be interested in Gu. Besides, Zhou Tao's family conditions are so different from Mo Luo's. It's simply impossible. Huang Ziqing sighed silently in his heart. It seems that only when Zhou Tao hits the wall will he turn back. Zhou Tao quickly added Mo Luo on WeChat. I looked through her circle of friends, and all she had were daily posts about fitness and food. Mo Luo, who was wearing tight fitness clothes in the picture, made Zhou Tao feel a little hot. Zhou Tao asked Mo Luo if he knew who he was. Mo Luo said she knew. She thought that if she hadn't been in the same dormitory with Gu Wenqing, she wouldn't have added Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao, military training must be very hard. Mo Luo, General. Zhou Tao, remember to put on more sunscreen so you don't get sunburned, grinning. Mo Luo, well, I took a break. Zhou Tao, good night, have a sweet dream, bye. On the other side, Shanghai University of Business and Technology. Girls' dormitory. After chatting with Zhou Tao for the day, Mo Luo took out the screenshot from his mobile phone and looked at it attentively. Gu Wenqing's muscular body made her lick the screen. As she likes fitness, she often meets muscular men in the gym, but it is rare to find someone as coordinated and streamlined as Gu Wenqing. Mo Luo thought that after being accepted as a friend, Gu Wenqing would soon contact her to chat. However, she waited and waited for a very long time, but did not receive any text message from Gu Wenqing. She had no choice but to take the initiative to find Gu Wenqing. I picked up the phone but didn't know what to send. Usually, boys take the initiative to find topics, but she only responds selectively. Mo Luo racked his brains and sent a military training must be very hard, right? Smile? Gu Wenqing was looking at the benefits sent by her senior schoolmate, which showed her long legs and black stockings. Direct perfunctory, average. Mo Luo, the ultraviolet rays are strong in the summer, so be sure to apply some sunscreen, grin. Gu Wenqing, well, I slept. Mo Luo, go to bed early, be good. Gu Wenqing chatted with the senior student for a while. Wang Yanran, my relatives will be gone in a few days. Shy? Gu Wenqing, hee hee, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, compensation. Wang Yanran, You're overthinking it. What I meant is that we can eat hot pot after the relatives are gone. Grin. Gu Wenqing, want to be punished? Wang Yinran. Come on, I'll wait for you, kiss. Gu Wenqing. Haha, I'll make sure you call me daddy in a few days. The next day, the sun is at noon. Seeing Huang Zicheng with pale face and weak body, Gu Wenqing reminded, take care of your health and do less needlework every day. I fucking didn't. Zhou Tao pointed at the trash can next to Huang Zicheng's bed and saw a basket of paper balls. What are these? Huang Zicheng argued. I just caught a cold. Zhou Tao looked disdainful and asked, you still catch a cold in summer? I have a fever and a cold. Is that okay? Gu Wenqing patted Huang Zicheng on the shoulder and said, okay. Whether you have a cold or not, it's always good to take care of your health. Huang Zicheng wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why didn't anyone believe him? Seeing Zheng Xiaohong coming in after washing up, he ran forward to prove his innocence. You said it's normal to have a runny nose when you have a cold in the summer. Zheng Xiaohong said without hesitation. Who would catch a cold in summer? With just one sentence, Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao in the dormitory burst into laughter. A day of military training is over. The red girl Lin Yingying called me via V-message. Gu Wenqing, come out for dinner. You promised me, you can't refuse. Lin Yingying's clear and pleasant voice came from the phone. Send me the location, I'll be there in a moment. Haha, I'm already at the gate of your Magic City University. Come quickly. Did you drive the car yourself? Gu Wenqing asked. The clothes that Lin Yingying gave as a present were not cheap, so her family must be well off. In addition, the Magic City Conservatory of Music is not close to the Magic City University, so Gu Wenqing guessed that she was driving the car. Okay, I'll be right out. Lin Yingying had already arrived at the entrance of Shanghai University, so Gu Wenqing was too lazy to change his clothes and just walked out of the school wearing his military training uniform. Chapter 45. I got drunk at TXX Nightclub. Gu Wenqing just left the school gate. Lin Yingying recognized her at a glance. Lin Yingying rolled down the car window and waved. Gu Wenqing here. Gu Wenqing looked at the Bentley Lugo GT in front of him. The car was priced at more than 3 million yuan. It seems that my guess was correct. Lin Yingying is a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Gu Wenqing got into the car and asked, where are we going to eat? Lin Yingying smiled and said, what do you want to eat? Western food or Chinese food? Let's have Chinese food. Gu Wenqing has been vomiting all the Western food lately. Lin Yingying said hello and drove the Bentley into traffic with ease. Lin Yingying is wearing a black slim dress today, and her long legs are wrapped in Balenciaga black stockings under the dress. I think a beautiful, wealthy girl like Lin Yingying will have no shortage of suitors at school. Lin Yingying, who was driving, felt Gu Wenqing's gaze, and her face blushed slightly. She pretended nothing had happened and concentrated on driving. Shanggongfu Restaurant is located in the Magic City Bay National Forest, and the average consumption per person is 4,000. If there is no one to lead the way, first-time visitors will most likely get lost in the green sea of Shanghai Bay Forest Park. The willows in the pond are covered with smoke, the peach blossoms are shining on the Jinhu embankment, the blue brick and gray tile horse head walls, the carved beams and painted buildings with flying eaves and walls. The Hui-style buildings in Shanggong Mansion are said to have a history of more than 400 years. All the buildings are antiques and exquisite. The upstairs hall was originally used by the elders of the prominent families to discuss matters. The large round table with dragon patterns carved by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty is used as a dining table. The chairs are couches used for meditation in the Ming dynasty. The plaques inscribed by the national teacher, the carved wooden screens, and the pottery and porcelain from the Han and Jin dynasties all display the Anhui culture to the fullest. The two of them ordered a lot of dishes. Kaiwa duck, white-cut chicken, braised shark's fin, steamed mushroom, sesame kidney, chicken soup fish roll, mushroom meat pie, steamed chicken, peach pan fried. When the table is filled with exquisite dishes, regardless of the taste, just the appearance looks like a work of art. Gu Wenqing, how does it taste? Lin Yingying leaned over and asked. Because he was so close, Gu Wenqing could smell the fragrance of the girl. Yes, it is delicious and I like it very much. Lin Yingying giggled and said, hee hee, as long as you like it, I'm afraid it won't suit your taste. Even if I don't eat anything, just looking at you is a feast for the eyes. Lin Yingying is really good looking, both in appearance and figure, and she has a distinct personality. Although she is from Shanghai, she has the unique chilly flavor of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing, and she is cute and fierce. Before at the barbecue restaurant, if Gu Wenqing hadn't been there, Lin Yingying would probably have rushed up to save people herself. Especially Lin Yingying's outfit today, and especially the style that Gu Wenqing likes. Mr. Gu just likes good-looking women wearing black stockings. As the saying goes, to tell whether a woman is beautiful, just look at her thighs. Lin Yingying's legs are not much worse than those of her senior. Both are top-notch. Lin Yingying's face flushed. She dressed up carefully today, just for Gu Wenqing to see. Feeling Gu Wenqing's gaze, she felt a little happy in her heart. The two finished their meal chatting and laughing. On the way back, Lin Yingying drove the car, preparing to take Gu Wenqing back to school. She received a call from her friend, saying that she had broken up and was drunk in a bar, and asked Lin Yingying to pick her up. Before she hung up the phone, a man's voice came from the other end. "Beauty, are you alone?" Lin Yingying was worried about her friend's safety and said, "Can we go to the bar to find my friend first? She's drunk and her condition is not good." Gu Wenqing immediately said that there was no problem. "Let me open it," Gu Wenqing said at this time. He explained, "Your friend's condition is not optimistic, but my driving skills are still pretty good." Lin Yingying nodded, stopped the car, and exchanged seats with Gu Wenqing. Her friend is at TXX bar. Gu Wenqing set up the navigation system and reminded him, "You better sit tight." Since acquiring the skill of one-handed supercar, Gu Wenqing has never used it. After acquiring this skill, Gu Wenqing's driving level is now comparable to that of professional racing drivers. Fasten your seatbelts. With the roar of the engine and the fierce push on the back, the car body rushed out like a flash of lightning. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the car speed reached 200 and continued to rise. Gu Wenqing kept driving at super high speed, turning and weaving in and out of the traffic as if he was finding a gap. The journey would normally take 40 minutes according to navigation, but Gu Wenqing arrived in 20 minutes. He was indeed driving quite fast, especially when overtaking. He stepped on the accelerator widely, which must have scared Lin Yingying. After Gu Wenqing parked the car, he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" What he expected did not happen. At this time, Lin Yingying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a ruddy complexion and was extremely excited. She said loudly, "It's so fun and exciting." She has always been a good girl, but she is very rebellious at heart. Today's car racing gave her an incomparable experience. It was so exciting. Lin Yingying was even more stimulated, and her whole body went limp. TXX is the top nightclub in Shanghai. Since its opening, luxury cars have been crowded on both sides of the road every night. TXX has a large venue of 3,000 square meters and can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a wall covered with ace of spades. The style is industrial and cold, with a 3D surround sound system, 4D holographic projection, and a 12-meter-long bar. It combines an electronic music festival, an underground club, and an indoor music festival. Many second-generation rich people and petty bourgeoisie young people in Shanghai like to indulge themselves in TXX at night and release the unhappiness of the day. Gu Wenqing and Lin Yingying, who looked blushing, walked into TXX. The corridor was filled with extremely flashing lights, which was extremely dazzling. The further one went inside, the louder the music became. The walls are filled with ace of spades, and the air is filled with the atmosphere of the rich. The road is full of men and women walking together. The arrival of Gu Wenqing and Lin Yingying attracted countless people's attention. Handsome men and beautiful women are the most popular in nightclubs. Gu Wenqing's neat short hair and three-dimensional facial features make him even more charming under the flashing lights, attracting countless girls to wink at him. Especially when he was wearing a camouflage uniform, his somewhat conflicting temperament of boyishness and masculinity was fully reflected in him. To sum it up in one sentence, he is different from the other sluts in the film. Gu Wenqing waved his hand to refuse the marketing girl who came forward and said that he was looking for someone. Lin Yingying and Gu Wenqing looked around together. At this time, TXX was sitting in a scattered seat. Wang Min was wearing a revealing black suspender top, the fabric only covering her soft body. Her collarbone and slim waist were exposed to the air. She was wearing shorts, stockings wrapped around her round long legs, and a pair of black high boots that reached below her knees. The way she is dressed is definitely like a girl group girl. Chapter 46. Compensate you 1 million. Wang Min was in a bad mood. Her boyfriend of 6 months cheated on her. As a result, he cheated on a woman who was worse than her. My boyfriend just said, "It's been half a year. I've been dating you for a whole half a year, but you only let me hold your hand, and you won't even let me touch your mouth." But that girl was different. She gave it to him within a few days. Hearing this, Wang Min felt extremely absurd. In fact, she had long discovered that her boyfriend had flirted with many women online, which could be considered as mental infidelity. That's why she kept the distance between them intentionally. She was soft-hearted and hoped that he could change this bad habit. Result: fuck my love. Didn't I realize that I was blind to find a man like Zhou Gui? After drinking for an unknown amount of time, she felt a little dizzy and used her remaining sanity to call Lin Yinging to pick her up. The nightclub was full of people of all kinds, and she didn't want anything to happen there. But the accident happened. The three men at the opposite table had been eyeing Wang Min, who was drinking alone, for a long time. Wang Min is good-looking, dresses revealingly, and is alone, making her the best prey for men in nightclubs. Wang Min had just finished her phone call when a man who thought he was very handsome came up to her and started a conversation with her. "Beauty, are you alone?" Wang Min ignored him and continued drinking alone. The man was not angry. How could a nightclub go to pick up girls without being thick-skinned? Besides, Wang Min in front of him was so stunning. How could he easily miss her? He sat not far from Wang Min and watched Wang Min drink hard. The man had an inexplicable smile on his face. "Drink it. If you are drunk, we will serve you later." He waited for about 20 minutes, and Wang Min was obviously drunk. He was about to call his other two brothers to take Wang Min away together. Before they could make a move, a man and a woman came into view. When they saw the red-haired girl, they saluted under the influence of alcohol. "Fuck, she's so fucking hot and has a sexy body." They looked at the man next to him with envy, envious of him for being able to get such a hot girl. The woman brought the man closer and closer until they reached Wang Min's booth. Lin Yinging frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you sitting here with my friend?" Hearing the sound, the three men knew that the drunk woman's friends had arrived. But how could they easily let go of the hunting moment? The prey itself was drunk, and they were just about to take it away to a hotel. The three drank some wine and shouted loudly, "You say it is? What evidence do you have? We are still her boyfriend." "Haha, that's it." The three of them laughed out loud, and the taller one pointed at Gu Wenqing and said, "Brother, take care of your own woman. If you really can't control her, we can help you." Hearing this, the other two people also became aroused and said, "Hey, I just like helping others. Looking at this little redhead is really intoxicating." Hearing this, Lin Yinging said disdainfully, "A bunch of stinky hooligans. Are you worthy of being Wang Min's friends? I have known her for such a long time. How could I not know who her friends are?" Gu Wenqing on the side was not idle either. He raised his eyebrows and was about to carry Wang Min out from the innermost booth. Seeing this scene, the three men roared like mad dogs. "Get lost. Don't touch her. She is ours today. Try to move her." Gu Wenqing smiled disdainfully and said, "Just give it a try." He picked up the drunk Wang Min and carried her like a princess. His sharp eyes swept over the three lustful men. They are all a group of young people who have been drained of alcohol and sex. Gu Wenqing can knock them all down in just 1 or 2 seconds. At this time, the atmosphere was tit for tat. Gu Wenqing faced 3 people alone with such a fierce momentum that he frightened them instead. "Okay man, you're tough. You can take her away if you want, but she drank so much alcohol from us. You can't just let the money go like this." The tattooed man said nonsense. Anyway, the girl was already drunk and unconscious. They said they bought the wine, so it was them who bought it. Yes, this table of wine is not cheap, a full 100,000 yuan. As long as the money arrives in your account, we brothers will not stop you from leaving. Another person echoed. The 3 of them exchanged glances privately. They thought, even though they lost the drunk woman, as long as they got 100,000 yuan, the 3 of them could go straight to a foot bath and massage, a one-stop service, etc., which would be just as cool. Although Gu Wenqing doesn't go to nightclubs, even a fool knows that the wine on the table is definitely not worth 100,000 yuan. These people are asking for an exorbitant price. "No problem, 100,000 is 100,000. Lin Yinging spoke up at this time. 100,000 yuan was not a lot of money for her. She thought it was better to have less trouble than more, so she just gave him 100,000 and left. Most importantly, she was also afraid that something might happen to Gu Wenqing. At this moment, Gu Wenqing was holding Wang Min, so his hands were busy and he might not be able to beat the 3 hooligans. The 3 of them laughed and were about to tell me their bank card numbers. At this time, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "Ying, wait a minute, I'll take care of it." Gu Wenqing sneered. "Is 1 million enough for me to compensate you?" The 3 men were stunned. What kind of person likes to suffer losses and lose more and more? If the compensation of 100,000 is not enough, then the compensation should be multiplied tenfold to 1 million. Gu Wenqing didn't wait for them to speak. He gestured to the marketing girl not far away, and the marketing girl came over immediately. "What's the most expensive wine you have here?" The marketing girl looked at the handsome man in front of her shyly and said, "The price of a set of 5 color dragons of spade ace is 78,888. Gu Wenqing said without hesitation, "Give me 20 sets first." 20 sets? The marketing girl was so scared that she stuttered. Could it be that the music in the venue was too loud and she misheard it? She continued to ask word by word, "Handsome, Are you sure it's 20 sets? That's right. Suddenly, the marketing girl's face was filled with ecstasy. What did she hear? The incredibly handsome man in front of me ordered 20 sets of 5-colored dragons. As the most noble and valuable 5-color dragon set meal in the nightclub, one set alone is worth 78,888. And 20 sets of 5-color dragons are 1,577,760. The total value is as much as 1.5 million. The commission she received was 150,000, which was higher than her previous year's salary. Normally, when a customer orders a set of 5-color dragon suit, it will cause a sensation. And the handsome guy in camouflage uniform in front of me ordered 20 sets in one breath. Isn't it going to be a TXX hit tonight? The marketing girl was so excited that she ran to the front desk to get the POS machine. The 3 tattooed men frowned in their place. Didn't they say they would compensate them with 1 million? Why did they turn around and ask for 20 sets of 5-colored dragons? Chapter 47. Keep drinking until you die. They didn't think much about it. Instead, I felt even more excited. He could afford 20 sets of 5-colored dragons, which proved that Gu Wenxing was rich. Then, wasn't the fact that he had just said that he would compensate them with 1 million also true? Haha, I was lucky enough to meet a sucker today. The tall man waved his hand and said, Okay, as long as you pay 1 million for the wine today, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. And at this moment, although Lin Yingying didn't know why Gu Wenxing did this, she didn't think about anything else at this moment and only thought about raising money. A set of 5-color dragons is 78,888. 20 sets is 157,7760. There is more than 1.5 million yuan, but she only has more than 1 million yuan in the card now, and she still needs 500,000 yuan. She ran out of the nightclub and asked another close friend to lend her 500,000 yuan. The 3 tattooed men turned a blind eye to Lin Yingying, who ran away. As long as the drunk woman in Gu Wenxing's hands was still here, the monk could escape, but the temple could not. Lin Yingying is a beautiful, wealthy woman, and her best friend is also wealthy, so she happily transferred 500,000 yuan to Lin Yingying's card. After borrowing the money, Lin Yingying ran back panting. After spending more than 1.5 million, they definitely couldn't have individual seats, so the marketing department immediately arranged Gu Wenxing and others to sit in the A1 zone booths. Just then, the marketing girl came to the booth with a POS machine. Lin Yingying was about to take out her bank card. I ordered the wine, so swipe mine. Gu Wenxing held Wang Min with one hand and took out his card with the other hand to swipe it. After a while, he handed over a spending bill, which showed an amount of 1,577,760. The marketing girl looked at the bill and felt like she was dreaming. She had just become an elite salesperson who sold millions of drinks a day, just like that. The 3 tattooed men standing nearby were also stunned. Oh my God, it really reached over 1.5 million. She is so rich. Wouldn't they have 1 million today? Hey, wait a minute, 1 million. We'll split it among the 3 of us, more than 300,000 each. I'm so excited just thinking about it. With 1 million, we can find as many girls as we want. The 3 of them couldn't help but get excited and talked in low voices. After swiping the card, the sales girl didn't dare to be negligent and said into the intercom, A1 area 205 card, 20 sets of Shunlong package, hurry up. After saying that, she continued to ask Gu Wenxing what his last name was. Gu Wenxing directly answered Gu. In nightclubs, the privileges of the rich are extremely obvious. Less than a minute after swiping the card, the exclusive music for the Shunlong set menu started playing. The exclusive, shocking music and the brilliant lights directly ignited the atmosphere of the entire TXX. Wow. Whether it is the customers in the booths, or the bar atmosphere group that follows the beat, or they could be men and women who come to the hotel specifically to have fun, there was a burst of exclamations from all of them. A big guy opened a 5-color dragon suit. Everyone thought, a set of 5-color dragons is only 78,888. How fucking generous. A group of dancers in made outfits and black stockings wrapped around their long legs were holding up light boards and tapping to the beat. The colorful light boards were eye-catching. There was a long queue behind them, with 5 girls in total, each holding up their hands with drinks and bringing 5 different colors of ace of spades. At this moment, everyone in the nightclub was fascinated by it. This was the show of rich people. It was really amazing. A long queue came to the A1 booth, where 2 tall and strong security guards stood on both sides of the booth, one on the left and one on the right. Their job is to stop those girls who try to use the card. Only when the VIP nods will the security guards let others enter the booth. Next came the dance group dressed in black and white maid outfits, surrounding the A2 booth and twisting their bodies to the beat. The 5 girls respectfully placed a set of 5 color dragon suits on the table. At this time, the DJ stage also played more exciting music. At the climax of the music, the DJ held the microphone and shouted loudly, "Welcome to Mr. Gu from booth A1. Tonight, we will purchase 20 sets of 5-colored dragon. Welcome to Mr. Gu from booth A1. Tonight, we will purchase 20 sets of 5-colored dragon. Welcome to Mr. Gu from booth A1. Tonight, we will purchase 20 sets of 5-colored dragon." The DJ's magnetic voice filled the entire TXX. Wow! The whole audience cheered at this moment. The whole nightclub was packed. Countless girls rushed to the A1 booth, wanting to see Mr. Gu's true face, and most of them wanted to hook up with the rich man. People in the venue swayed to the music. No one is calm now. Watching It's Another Round, a dragon was serving wine, the dance group was holding light boards, and behind them was a beautiful girl holding up the ace of spades. 1.5 million spent in one night. Who is not crazy? Who is not shocked? At this time, in booth A1, Gu Wenqing was sitting calmly, and the drunk Wang Min was also placed in a corner of the booth. He ignored the increasing number of boys and girls coming here. Gu Wenqing directly transferred 100,000 yuan to each of the 2 security guards, and then said to the 2 bodyguards, Gu Wenqing's cold tone, "This wine is my compensation to these 3 idiots. You must watch me carefully. From now until 7 o'clock tomorrow, you must make them drink it all the time. As long as they don't die from drinking, they will drink it to death. If they don't drink, beat them as hard as you can. As long as they don't kill me, I'll be responsible if anything happens. Save any leftovers for me. I'll come back to drink them next time." The 2 tall and strong security guards nodded hurriedly, indicating that they would definitely do as they were told. This guy spent 1.5 million in one night. They dare not offend him. Moreover, the rich man was very considerate and gave them a tip of 100,000 yuan every day, which was almost equal to their annual salary. They must do a good job of the super rich's affairs. Thinking of this, they saw the 3 tattooed men still standing there stupidly, so they went up and slapped each of them in the face. "Stop staring blankly. Drink. It's an honor for you to give ace of spades to the rich man to treat you to such an expensive drink." The 3 tattooed men were terrified when facing the tall and strong security guard. They were just hooligans on the street without any background and were easily controlled by the 2 security guards. "I'll pay for the wine. It's best to compensate you," Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly. "You heard what I just said. Anyone who dares not to drink will be beaten." Gu Wenqing's voice sounded like a devil to the 3 of them. When had they ever seen such a scene? At first, they just wanted to take away a drunk girl. Then, in order to extort 100,000 yuan. Later, in order to divide the 1 million equally. As a result, the other party directly chose to compensate more than 1.5 million yuan in exchange for 20 sets of 5-color dragon packages. The other party is so rich that they dare not offend him again. Just drink one glass of wine after another. The noble ace of spades, which they had envied and desired, was now like a death warrant in their eyes. They have to drink for 8 or 9 hours. How can they bear it? For a while, they cried heartbrokenly and regretted deeply in their hearts. Chapter 48. Looking for a cell phone. How come I got kissed? Gu Wenqing, if you respect me 1 inch, I will respect you 1 inch. Gu Wenqing hugged Wang Min and left TXX with Lin Yingying without looking back. The man who ordered 20 sets of Shenlong suits has left, but the nightclub is still bustling with cheers for him. Fuck, this is so damn handsome. Bullshit, ordering such expensive wine just to take revenge on those 3 people, letting them drink until dawn. Is this the super rich man? If you don't agree, just use 1.5 million to hit him. This little money is just dregs for the super rich. I'm so envious. When will I be able to act so uninhibitedly? Brother, I can do it in my dreams. The men were all impressed by Gu Wenqing's methods. Having money really allows you to do whatever you want. The girls present were still screaming. Handsome, so handsome. It turns out you can pay to get slapped in the face this way. Money is really just a string of numbers for the super rich. That handsome guy is really domineering when he does things. 1.5 million just to slap 3 idiots in the face. They were really shocked by what the rich people did. Many people think, if only I had 1.5 million. You can buy a Porsche Pala directly, or you can pay the down payment for a house in Shanghai. From tonight on, the legend of Mr. Gu will continue to spread in TXX nightclub. 1,500,000 to buy 20 sets of Shenlong, just to make the person who offended him drink until he vomited. I, Mr. Gu, won't drink the wine worth 1.5 million yuan. I'll feed it to the dog. The 2 left the nightclub. Gu Wenqing asked whether to send Wang Min to the hotel or to send him home. Lin Yingying said to just open a hotel. Gu Wenqing looked at his watch and saw it was already early morning. He couldn't go back to school, so he simply booked 2 rooms next to the nightclub. The 2 men sent the drunk Wang Min to the room and left. Gu Wenqing sent Lin Yingying to the parking lot as she still had to go home. Lin Yingying asked, "Is it worth spending so much money?" Gu Wenqing smiled but said nothing. He had just unlocked a new title, which was certainly worth it. "I wanted to treat you to a meal, but I never thought that such an accident would happen. Not only did you not return to school, but you also wasted 1.5 million yuan. Lin Yingying said with some embarrassment in her tone. "Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the 1.5 million to you. You're here to help Wang Min out, so I can't let you pay for it." Gu Wenqing shook his head. "No, I was the one who pretended to be so arrogant. How can I let you pay for it? Besides, I don't lack money." Lin Yingying sighed and compromised. "Okay, if you need money, just tell me, and I'll give you more. Oh, I took a taxi back. You can drive me to school tomorrow." Lin Yingying threw the Bentley keys to Gu Wenqing, and without waiting for Gu Wenqing to refuse, she got into a taxi and left. "I would rather take a taxi back and give the Bentley to him." Gu Wenqing shook his head. Lin Yingying was such a reliable girl. Gu Wenqing took the hotel elevator to room 602. "After taking a shower, I wanted to chat with my senior about life, but I realized that my phone was gone. It seemed like he fell on Wang Min's bed when he was carrying her back to the room. Holy shit. This is fucked. Young people nowadays can't sleep without their mobile phones." Gu Wenqing gritted his teeth and went out, hoping that Wang Min would be sober now so that he could knock on the door and get his phone. Wang Min's room is next door, number 601. Gu Wenqing knocked on the door and waited quietly at the door for a long time. Just when he was about to return to his room in disappointment, the door was opened. "I have to say, Wang Min really looks great in this outfit. A black suspender, revealing the white collarbone and jade back, small shorts on the lower body, and round long legs wrapped in Balenciaga. This outfit really made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. Wang Min is also very pretty, and she is wearing Gu Wenqing's favorite black stockings. A black suspender with very little fabric, showing off the waves. Gu Wenqing would never refuse. The drunk Wang Min seemed to have regained some consciousness. Her instinct was to take revenge on her ex-boyfriend. At this moment, she was extremely disappointed in love and just wanted to indulge herself. When she thought about it this way, she didn't feel as bad as before. The effect of alcohol has stimulated the sudden idea in her head. In fact, her head was not so dizzy in the bar, and she was still clear about what Gu Wenqing had done for her. But after leaving the bar, she was drunk and confused. Her mind was a mess. She could only speak subconsciously with her last bit of consciousness. Gu Wenqing walked towards the room. "This is my first time." Wang Min breathed hot air into Gu Wenqing's ear and spoke softly. Feeling the soft voice beside his ear, Gu Wenqing paused slightly. Then, he went into the room without hesitation. Chapter 49. Unlock titles continuously. The moonlight is charming. A long time. Gu Wenqing glanced at the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, Any Means Needed. Reward, TXX, a top nightclub in Shanghai. Reward 1 billion cash. The items rewarded by the system will be reasonably delivered to the host, and the host can use them with confidence. This is the reward for slapping the 3 tattooed guys in the face with money in the nightclub. From today on, TXX, the top nightclub famous in Shanghai, has become Gu Wenqing's property. A cash reward of 1 billion was also given. Gu Wenqing smiled. Just these alone would make him a safe bet for the 1.5 million he spent that night. The system also popped up a reward. Gu Wenqing continued to check the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, Battlefield First. Reward skill. Detect goodwill. Detect favorability. You can detect the opposite sex related to the host and their favorability towards the host. Reward skill. The golden gun never falls. Golden gun greatly improves some qualities of the host. Gu Wenqing gave it a try. 85% favorability. No wonder girls always have deep feelings for their first guy. Gu Wenqing has deeply experienced this time. When he saw the invincible golden gun, Gu Wenqing's calm face showed surprise. Gu Wenqing's face was calm, but his heart was already exploding. The system is really amazing. This is probably a skill that all men want. The icing on the cake of the invincible golden gun has brought Gu Wenqing's kung fu to a new level. Gu Wenqing is ready to try this new skill again. I looked at the time, 7 o'clock. Gu Wenqing has military training at 8 o'clock. Suddenly Wang Min heard his stomach growling. Wang Min blushed and buried her face in the quilt. Are you hungry? I'll order some food. Gu Wenqing directly took the menu on the table and used the room phone to order many blood-enriching dishes, such as chicken stewed with mushrooms, pig's trotters, and other tonic soups. The two have not known each other for long, but he is Wang Min's first boyfriend in the true sense. And now the girl's heart and body are only on Gu Wenqing, so Gu Wenqing must be worthy of her. Let her take more supplements. Wang Min leaned on Gu Wenqing, stretched her waist lazily, and gently stroked Gu Wenqing's nose with her hand. Your name is Gu Wenqing. Wang Min whispered his name. She had just broken up with her boyfriend yesterday, and she was so upset that she almost collapsed and wanted to go to another world. She wanted to drink to give herself courage. She has no regrets. But after meeting Gu Wenqing, she regained her courage and figured it out. It was just a scumbag. What was the big deal? How did you know that? Gu Wenqing asked curiously. He had never told Wang Min his name. She was drunk as a dead cat yesterday. How could she know his name? Wang Min blinked. Although I was drunk yesterday, I was still somewhat conscious, and I still have some impression of what happened in the nightclub. You were really domineering yesterday. I'm sure many women were fascinated by you. Gu Wenqing smiled and listened to Wang Min quietly. Her brown hair was scattered on her collarbone and back. She had peach blossom eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a red mouth. Her appearance alone had a hint of fairy spirit. Classical beauty. If she plays the role of Little Dragon Girl or Sudaji, who brings disaster to the country and the people, she will definitely become a big hit. Now this woman belongs only to me. Gu Wenqing thought about it and smiled. Thanks to that cheating brother for leaving such a good woman to him, Gu. After a while, the doorbell rang. Gu Wenqing is not short of money. He booked a presidential suite for 8,888 a night. The waiter pushed the food cart and placed the dishes on the table in the living room. Took a bath together. Gu Wenqing walked out refreshed. Wang Min just reapplied her lipstick and it got smudged again. Applying lipstick in front of the mirror. On the dining table. Min, where are you studying now? Hearing Gu Wenqing's question, she replied. My grades were not good, so I went to junior college and studied hotel management. Gu Wenqing said while eating. This major has a bright future. No, almost all graduates will be hotel waiters, waitresses, etc. It's a major that will make you unemployed as soon as you graduate. Gu Wenqing said nonchalantly. Who said that? I'm here. If you really can't make it, you can go to my store and be a lobby manager. Not only is the annual salary high, but the work is also easy. Oh, husband, you also opened a shop. Yes, there are all kinds of industries. Wang Min hummed and groaned, not believing it. Humph, bragging. Gu Wenqing smiled and said, Then I will definitely take you to see it later. Gu Wenqing asked again. By the way, is your home in Shanghai? Wang Min was a little depressed. My parents are not in harmony and have divorced and formed their own families. I have nowhere to go, so I usually live in my grandmother's house. Wang Min's father divorced when she was young. Because she was a girl, her parents didn't want custody of her, so she was raised by her grandmother. Gu Wenqing frowned. Let the past go. You have me in the future. No matter what happens in the future, I, Gu Wenqing, will always be your strongest backer. Wang Min was so moved that her eyes were blurred with tears. Hubby, you are so kind. I will always love you. After getting the promise, Wang Min cried with joy. She was abandoned since childhood and longed to have a complete family. Because of the misfortunes she experienced as a child, she was wary of everyone, including her boyfriend whom she had dated for half a year, who never really got into her heart. Now, she let down her guard and opened her heart to Gu Wenqing, whom she had only known for one day. Fate is really a magical thing. Gu Wenqing suddenly remembered that he hadn't called home for a while, so he called his parents. When he just received a system reward of 10 billion, Gu Wenqing lied that he had won the lottery and left hundreds of thousands for his family. After greeting my parents, I hung up the phone. Gu Wenqing was eating and enjoying their own world. Chapter 50, The Wee Kid. Gu Wenqing looked at Wang Min, who was in a daze, stroked her hair, and said, You stay in the hotel for 2 days first. When my military training is over, we'll go look for a house together. If we find a suitable one, we'll buy one. Buy a house. The housing prices in Shanghai are too expensive. We are still students, and the monthly mortgage payments are very stressful. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Wang Min frowned slightly. Although she really wants a little nest of her own. But she didn't want Gu Wen to take out a loan so easily at such a young age. Although Gu Wenqing seems to have no shortage of money, he is a student, and all his money comes from his family. Buying a house in Shanghai costs at least 7 to 8 million yuan. Gu Wenqing's family will definitely not give him such a large sum of money easily. Gu Wenqing had been thinking about buying a house for a long time and had always wanted to go house hunting. Unfortunately, he had been in military training recently, or had been delayed by something else. He had not been able to go house hunting for a long time. Gu Wenqing's hometown is Anhui, which is thousands of miles away from Shanghai. Sooner or later, I will settle down in the magic city. It's better to buy one early and live in it, and then change it if you feel uncomfortable living there. Anyway, you have money, and these things are not a problem. Although I get along well with the three funny guys in the dormitory, why should I choose to live with a few idiots when I can buy a house and live with my beautiful woman? Don't worry, my little baby. Your husband has plenty of money, so he won't take out a mortgage to buy a house. Wouldn't it be better to just pay in full? Gu Wenqing said with a smile. It's great to have money. It can solve 99.9999% of the problems of hunger in the world. Honey, that's great. Wang Min, who was standing by, looked at Gu Wenqing with adoring eyes. Seeing his handsome face, Wang Min's heart started beating fast, filled with love. Gu Wenqing cannot give him exclusive love, but he will try his best to give her, or them, the best. Gu Wenqing's net worth has now exceeded 20 billion yuan, with more than 10 billion yuan in cash, and the remaining 10 billion yuan in stocks, real estate, etc. Gu Wenqing's net worth is second to none in Shanghai, a first-tier city. Besides, he was only 18 years old. In the future, he can also unlock new titles through the system and get more rewards. Now money is just a string of numbers to him. He just wants to live happily and casually, whether it is love or career. If there are more women in the future, the worst that can happen is that we can just migrate. Isn't this how many urban novels are written? Gu Wenqing thought that maybe he could give it a try. Gu Wenqing left under Wang Min's reluctant gaze. There is no way. I have to go to military training. It's rush hour in Shanghai, and traffic is heavy. Gu Wenqing drives the Bentley Land Cruiser GT and uses his skill of driving a supercar with one hand to the fullest. Gu Wenqing doesn't want to be late and be punished by having to lap the playground 10 times. After rushing and hurrying, we finally arrived at the playground before the military training. As soon as we arrived at the class formation, the three funny guys in the dormitory came over to greet Gu Wenqing as soon as they saw him. Zhou Tao grinned and said, "Fuck. Lao Gu, you are really awesome. You dare to stay out all night before the military training is over. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Hee, with you guys helping me to hide the truth, I'm definitely not afraid. Zhang Xiaohong shouted. It's good to know. Don't forget to treat me to a good meal. Huang Ziqing also shouted. Don't forget your Uncle Huang. Gu Wenqing punched him in the chest. How dare you, a little brat who is still wet behind the ears, talk about seniority in front of adults. You are the little brat who is still wet behind the ears. Hee, I'm already different from you. Gu Wenqing said mysteriously. Hearing the voice, Huang Ziqing, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong in the dormitory looked at Gu Wenqing in shock, considering that he didn't come home last night. Chapter 51, I bought the senior's Porsche. Oh shit. The three of them were all shocked. Could it be that he and his senior sister, the beautiful elder sister, gave it to him? Mr. Gu, did you really do that to the senior? Zhou Tao asked what the three roommates wanted to know most. Who told you that she was a senior? Is that the school beauty Chen Yinxue? The white moonlight Qin Yinan? The girl with red hair? Zhang Xiaohong urged Gu Wenqing to tell her which girl it was. Gu Wenqing shook his head and said, Why do you know so much about my private affairs? Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong, and Huang Ziqing all looked jealous. To be honest, they all envied Gu Wenqing for being the first one in the dormitory to taste a woman. Especially Huang Ziqing looked unwilling, thinking that he must ask Li Wenfeng out during the holiday. The red Porsche Cayenne at school looks so nice. Is it the one parked downstairs from our dormitory? Yes, I heard that a Porsche costs at least over $1 million. I heard that it belonged to senior sister Wang Yanran. Oh, is that the senior who brought water to Gu Wenqing? The freshman girls were gossiping and discussing the brand new Porsche downstairs that had not yet been registered. After a while, someone said that senior Wang Yanran's family was really rich. Some girls also said disdainfully that Wang Yanran was hooking up with a rich man. Fuck. Old Gu, have you heard? The senior bought a Porsche. Huang Ziqing looked surprised. He just heard a girl say that. Did the senior give up pursuing Gu Wenqing and was succeeded by another man? Hearing this, there was an uproar around the class. Senior Wang Yanran successfully found a rich husband. Isn't senior sister pursuing Gu Wenqing? He's been tangled up with so many girls, so the senior must not like him anymore. It's a shame that such a beautiful senior has fallen into the hands of someone else. The freshman boys looked regretful. If they were young and promising and had more money in their bags, would they not have missed the most beautiful senior girl in the department? Wang Songong, Chu Bowen, and others in the crowd felt very happy after hearing this. Gu Wenqing, you have come to this day. You deserve it. Now you have to experience the feeling of having a cheating on your head. Everyone thinks that Gu Wenqing was abandoned by a senior. Some boys felt a little happy to be able to witness the loss of the tall, rich and handsome Gu Wenqing. Old Gu, don't be sad. You can find another woman if you lose her, but brothers are for life. Zhou Tao sighed and patted Gu Wenqing on the shoulder to comfort him. Brothers for life? Fuck. Are you gay? Gu Wenqing felt a chill. I'm not gay. Zhou Tao, neither am I. Then you can stir up some emotions. Huang Zicheng said, I can understand that you must be very sad inside that you have become someone else's woman. Who told you that? My watch is worth 10 million. Are you like someone who can't afford a Porsche Cayenne? Gu Wenqing looked around and said loudly, I bought the Porsche worth more than 3 million. Hearing the sound, everyone in the playground widened their eyes in disbelief. Oh my God. What did they hear? The senior sister's red Porsche Cayenne was given to her by Gu Wenqing. Did the senior really give it to him? And the watch he was wearing was worth 10 million? 10 million for something so small, that's crazy. Gu Wenqing doesn't care about everyone's shock. Whether it was 3 million or 10 million, in his eyes, it was just pocket money, just like the 3 or 10 yuan of ordinary people. It was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 52: The Anger of the Student Union Vice President. I heard Gu Wenqing admit in person that he bought the senior's Porsche. Everyone present was stunned. When they are still thinking about saving some living expenses and saving some money to buy a new phone or computer. Gu Wenqing spent more than 3 million to buy a luxury Porsche for the most beautiful senior in the department without even blinking an eye. When they hide in their beds at night and say, how expensive, looking at the Tissot, Longines and other brand watches that cost tens of thousands of dollars on their mobile phones. A world-famous luxury watch worth 10 million is currently on Gu Wenqing's hand. At this moment, all the boys on the playground felt powerless in their hearts. The gap between Gu Wenqing and them is like the gap between heaven and earth. Gu Wenqing is the sky and they are the earth. Chu Bowen drives a BMW 5 Series, while Wang Songong owns 4 houses worth 32 million yuan. There is also Li Yuangue who drives a second-hand Porsche sports car. Their family conditions are considered outstanding among the freshmen. They usually walk with their noses in the air, looking extremely arrogant. But as arrogant as they are just younger brothers in front of Gu Wenqing. At this time, they were extremely envious and jealous of Gu Wenqing. Compared to the boys, the girls all exclaimed, Oh my God, I'm so envious of senior sister Wang Yanran. Gu Wenqing is so nice. He dotes on me so much. I cried. I regretted so much that I should have chased him first. Wake up upstairs, stop daydreaming. The real-life version of the overbearing president's little wife. Which girl fantasizes about this? Compared to the Prince Charming in the past, the new generation of girls prefer the domineering president. And Gu Wenqing is tall, handsome, rich, and dotes on women. He satisfies all the girls' fantasies about their significant other. At this moment, countless girls looked at him infatuatedly. Qin Munin in the crowd was different. She looked at Gu Wenqing with hatred. What a bastard. When we were little, we promised each other that we would marry each other when we grew up. Now she is standing tall and gracefully in front of Xiao Gu, and he doesn't even recognize himself. It would be fine if he just forgot about me, but now he has provoked other girls and even gave his senior a Porsche car. Qin Munin felt very wronged. I must reveal my identity to him someday. She was his older sister when he was a child. The other side of the square. Chu Bowen tried to sow discord and whispered, Yunxue, you see Gu Wenqing is a scumbag. Not only did he not reject you, he also gave you a Porsche. Schoolgirl Chen frowned. How many times have I told you to call me Chen Yunxue? Ugh. Chu Bowen was frustrated, but he was not discouraged. He had long been accustomed to it, and it did not affect him from continuing to speak ill of Gu Wenqing. Gu is a scumbag who plays 2 girls at the same time. He first flirts with the senior girl, and then comes to you after he gets tired of her. Chen Xiaohua's cold voice. Enough. It doesn't matter what he did, and it has nothing to do with me. Finished. School beauty Chen walked towards Gu Wenqing and changed the sparkling water in her hand to apple flavor. Damn it. Chu Bowen clenched his fists tightly. Chen Yunxue kept saying that it had nothing to do with her, and turned around to deliver the sparkling water. Chu Bowen was about to explode with rage. Gulp. 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 The boys looked on enviously as Gu Wenqing drank up the sparkling water given by school beauty Chen in one gulp. Chen Yunxue, thank you. The apple flavor is much better than the orange flavor, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Hearing his slightly unfamiliar name, Chen Yunxue curled her lips slightly in dissatisfaction, and still said in a cold voice, just call me Yunxue from now on. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Okay, Chen Yunxue. After school beauty Chen left, Huang Zicheng walked up to her with an envious look on his face. The water that school beauty gave me is different. You drank it all in one gulp? Gu Wenqing said, to be honest, it's pretty average. Hearing this, the boys next to him turned green in the face and gnashed their teeth in hatred. The water given by the school beauty they have always dreamed of. Gu Wenqing said it was very ordinary. Gu Wenqing is just bragging without thinking. How could the water sent by school beauty Chin be just average? Fuck, let alone sparkling water. The boiled water sent by school beauty Chin must be sweet. Her foot washing water is fragrant. Ah, goo, the scumbag is too much. Yeah, you actually said the water sent by the school beauty is just average? The boys were talking about it below, wishing they could replace Gu Winching so that they could drink the water given by the school bell. As the freshmen enjoyed the rare rest time during military training, a man with long hair parted in the middle walked and looked around, and finally his eyes locked on Gu Winching, and he strode towards him. The person who came was Neo Tianxi, a junior. He was the vice president of the student union and a loyal pursuer of Wang Yanran. He was wearing luxurious Burberry clothes, showing his extraordinary family background. During the military training, someone asked, "Who is that flirtatious man?" An insider said, "You don't use the school forum?" His name is Neo Tianxi. He is a well-known rich second generation in the school, and he's also the vice president of the student union. No wonder, his nostrils are almost up to the sky. There's nothing I can do. Others have the capital to be arrogant. Someone said dissatisfiedly, TSK, to be honest, he is not even a little bit worse than Gu Winching. What a joke. As soon as Neo Tianxi, who was arrogant and looked down on everyone, appeared, some boys scolded him in disgust. Pretentious freak. Of course, some girls don't think so. Instead, they think Neo Tianxi has the capital to be arrogant. A bunch of pickles. I think the senior is very elegant. He is the vice president of the student union, so he must be very outstanding. Neo Tianxi was very angry, but in front of so many freshmen he pretended to hate the gentleman. But in fact he was burning with anger. He saw someone post on the forum saying that a freshman gave sophomore Wang Yin and a luxury Porsche Cayenne. He was disdainful at first and didn't believe it at all. Because at the end of last year, he had learned Douyin's confession routine, using a trailer to pull a transparent glass. Inside the glass was a luxury car, and on the outermost layer of glass was a sticker saying, "Yan Ran, please accept my love." He launched a powerful confession campaign against Wang Yin and at the school gate. As a result, Wang Yanran said, "I'm sorry, I don't like Porsche cars." Unfortunately, the car he confessed his love for was a Porsche Cayenne. He always thought that he was too hasty, so he secretly inquired about what type of car Wang Yin liked and planned a second confession. So, his first thought when he saw the forum post was that it was absurd and funny. Wang Yin doesn't like Porsche Cayenne at all. But as more and more posts spread, rumors spread, such as Wang Yin gave water to a junior, Wang Yin sat in the passenger seat of a junior's Ferrari, and so on. Neo Tianxi was completely confused. How come after he returned to school, the forum was dominated by a freshman named Gu Winching in just one summer vacation? There are also rumors about him and Wang Yin everywhere. Chapter 53. Wearing a $20,000 longins, you are not worthy of talking to me. The school forum was full of rumors about Gu Winching and Wang Shihua. This made Neo Tianxi very angry. Damn, these must be the Navy hired by Gu Winching. It's nothing more than a little trick used by Gu Winching to pursue Wang Yanran. He felt it necessary to warn this kid. Neo Tianxi came in front of Gu Winching. When I saw Gu Winching's appearance up close, my heart skipped a beat and sank to the bottom in an instant. Then I felt lucky that Wang Yanran was not a face lover. Although I don't like this guy, I have to admit that he's really handsome. Damn, pretty boy. Neo Tianxi cursed inwardly. He said unkindly, "I heard Yanran brought you some water? You also gave Yanran a Porsche Cayenne." After he finished speaking, he felt disdainful in his heart, thinking that these must be just rumors. Gu Winching was chatting and laughing with Zhou Tao and others in the dormitory, and saw that Neo Tianxi ignored them. Does he care about everyone? If he only explains once when someone asks him, with so many curious people in school, I'm afraid he won't have anything else to do all day. Seeing that Gu Winching didn't say anything, Neo Tianxi thought that Gu Winching was scared, so he continued. "Why are you so guilty that you dare not speak? I'm telling you the truth, Wang Yin doesn't like Porsche cars at all. The forum is full of posts by the trolls you hired, just to pursue Yinran." Gu Winching didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue with Shadiao. Instead, some of the classmates around looked at Neo Tianxi with ridicule after hearing it. Damn, I'm a sailor. Fuck, I just posted a message. I am also a troll. I'll water your grandma. It seems this guy is a shark. Faced with these small characters, Neo Tianxi simply ignored them. He still said to Gu Winching, "Don't rely on your appearance to think that Yin will look at you differently. After all, she still likes capable people like me." Neo Tianxi proudly adjusted his luxurious Burberry clothes with a look of disdain on his face. A freshman doesn't know his own limitations. As soon as he arrived at the school, he flirted with the beauty Wang Yanran. I don't know who gave him the courage. Gu Winching in the shade looked at Neo Tianxi as if he were a fool, raised his wrist to look at his watch. Wouldn't it be hot standing in the sun for more than 10 minutes? Neo Tianxi happened to see the watch and said in a mocking tone, "Oh, what a great guy. Wearing a Vacheron Constantine Malta. I admire your ignorance. You wear a fake watch, but don't even ask about the price of a real one. You are a student, but you wear a watch worth tens of millions. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell it's fake. That's it. He raised his hand, revealing an exquisite Rolex watch, and said proudly, "My Rolex is not expensive, just over 150,000. When you graduate in the future, you may be able to buy one if you work hard, but by then I will probably be wearing $1 million watch." Neo Tianxi looked arrogant. In the past, whenever he mentioned the price of his own watches, it would cause exclamations and the envy of countless people. He was waiting at this moment, and these freshmen who had never seen the world looked shocked. Everyone was silent. Although they thought that a watch worth 150,000 yuan was indeed very expensive, with Gu Wenqing's example in front of them, they felt that Neo Tianxi, who was complacent about wearing a watch worth 150,000 yuan, was narrow-minded. Others like Gu Wenqing wear a watch worth 10 million, but he is not as pretentious as Neo Tianxi. 1 second. 3 seconds. For a whole minute, no one was amazed, no one was envious, and no one came up to praise Neo Tianxi. Neo Tianxi was a little at a loss. Well, these freshman dogs must be scared silly. Huang Zicheng couldn't stand it anymore. What the hell is this guy doing? He said, "First of all, you have to understand that it was senior sister Wang Yin and who pursued Gu Wenqing, not Gu Wenqing who harassed senior sister. And you're a watch appraiser? You say if it's fake, it's fake." Huang Zicheng hates the pretentious Shanghainese the most. It is because of local people like Neo Tianxi who look down on others that many people think Shanghainese are xenophobic and like to show off. Neo Tianxi's face was gloomy. "With a worthless Longines worth 20,000 yuan, what qualifications do you have to talk to me?" Damn it, Huang Zicheng is so angry. Neo Tianxi looked at Gu Wenqing, who was playing with his phone, frowned and said arrogantly, "Can't you hear me? Are you dumb? Or deaf?" Gu Wenqing didn't want to pay attention to him, but the other party is too arrogant. Gu Wenqing finally spoke up, "I'm your father. You're wearing a 150,000 yuan worth of junk watch. Are you qualified to talk to me?" Neo Tianxi said, "Haha. It's better than wearing a fake watch." "Are you proud of wearing a fake watch?" Gu Wenqing said calmly, "What is true cannot be false, and what is false cannot be true. Do I need to prove it to you?" Neo Tianxi laughed out loud. The more Gu Wenqing said this, the more Neo Tianxi thought that he was wearing a fake watch. He thought it was easy to figure out. How could a college student wear a watch worth 10 million? It's outrageous just thinking about it. What else is there in the special forum? Ferrari luxury cars worth tens of millions, license plates worth 168 million. Neo Tianxi has never seen them with his own eyes and doesn't believe that there is really someone who can be so awesome. Just thinking about these makes you think they're fake. This is exactly what Gu Wenqing did, using forum opinion to package himself as a super rich second generation and win Wang Yanran's heart. Because you can't prove it at all. You are just a poor loser who packages himself as a rich second generation in school to deceive the feelings of college girls. Neo Tianxi said firmly. Gu Wenqing suddenly frowned. Neo Tianxi happened to see it and laughed. "Haha. You are angry and embarrassed because I exposed your identity." Gu Wenqing ignored Shadiao. He looked at the person coming from a distance. It was an acquaintance. Lu Yagwei heard from his friends that Xin Yunxue, a freshman at Shanghai University, is very beautiful. Today he drove more than 30 kilometers to come to Magic City University. Lu Yangwei walked slowly towards the playground. He simply came here to check out the quality of the new girls. Especially after hearing from his friends that there is a girl named Chen Yunxue who is as beautiful as a fairy, he wants to see how amazing Chen Yunshue's looks are today. The depression of the past few days has been swept away, because that night he got a taste of the little anchor. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. 3 million did not spend a penny, equivalent to free, comfortable. Now that he has 3 million in his card, he feels that as long as he uses sugar-coated bullets, it is only a matter of time before he wins over Chen Yunxue. Neo Tianxi turned around and found Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei's family was not simple. His family was a shareholder of Huafeng Group. Most of the business of the construction company opened by Neo Tianxi's father comes from Huafeng Real Estate. It is no exaggeration to say that Neo Tianxi's family relies on Huafeng Real Estate for survival. Brother Yang. Neo Tianxi, who was so boastful just now, became fawning and trotted forward to hand Lu Tianxi a cigarette and lit it. His movements were smooth and seamless, and it was obvious that he often flattered Lu Yangwei. Chapter 54. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Lu Yangwei was smoking with great enjoyment. The vice president of the Shanghai University Student Union lit a cigarette for me. Is this a big deal? The freshmen also looked at the thin Lu Yangwei in front of them with surprise, and everyone was somewhat surprised. Who wears a 150,000 yuan Rolex, is the vice president of the student union, and has assets worth hundreds of millions at home, but he would be so servile. A boy asked, "Is this boy very important?" He must be something extraordinary to make Neo Tianxi so humble. Indeed, people like Niu Tianxi like to flatter the powerful. The person who can make him lick his boots must be extraordinary. But some girls were disappointed and were totally shocked. The arrogant vice president of the student union actually lit a cigarette for a second-rate thug like a lackey and followed behind the second-rate thug with a smile on his face. The image that Niu Tianxi had just established in their hearts suddenly collapsed. Lu Yangwei felt everyone's shock and felt very happy. Not bad. Niu Tianxi does have some sense. Then he said casually, Xiao Niu, who is the freshman girl named Xinyun Xiwei in your school? I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I just returned to school today, and I'm not familiar with the freshmen yet. Lu Yangwei raised his eyebrows. So you came here today just to see the girl? Mr. Lu misunderstood. I just happened to pass by today and saw a junior student with a fake 10 million Vacheron Constantine Malta. I just happened to have some free time, so I could educate him and let him know that he should not compare himself with others randomly and should be down to earth in the future. Niu Tianxi said with a smile. Niu Tianxi concealed the fact that he came to cause trouble for Gu Wenqing because of Wang Yanran. Lu Yangwei is a pervert. If he knew the existence of a goddess like Wang Yanran, he would definitely take action against her. Hearing this, Lu Yangwei also frowned. His family had assets of more than 4 billion yuan, but he only wore a watch worth 400,000 yuan. The watch cost 400,000 yuan, and he had to beg his father to buy it for him. If everyone wears fake watches, then what is the point of the watch he bought with 400,000 yuan of real money? How can he still show off in front of others? Lu Yangwei, who has always loved face, frowned and said, Whoever this bastard is, I will teach him a lesson. Niu Tianxi pointed at Gu Wenqing and shouted, Master Lu, this bastard is showing off with a fake watch worth tens of millions. Lu Yangwei raised his head proudly and took a closer look. Oh shit. Gu Wenqing is from Magic City University? Suddenly, he was so scared that his soul flew away. Gu, brother Gu. Lu Yangwei was so shocked that he stuttered. Just now, there was a group of people wearing green camouflage uniforms. Everyone was wearing the same clothes during military training. He didn't notice Gu Wenqing. Then, anger rose in his heart. Lu Yangwei, I have been tricked by this bastard Niu Tianxi. I just insulted Gu Wenqing by calling him a bastard. No, he must make amends. Lu Yangwei swung his arm and slapped Niu Tianxi hard. Niu Tianxi was stunned. Before Niu Tianxi could say anything, Lu Yangwei pointed at his forehead and shouted, You are the bastard. Your whole family is a bastard. As he said that, 2 slaps came from both sides. Do you know who he is? Brother Gu is someone you and I look up to, and you actually dared to make up a story that Brother Gu was wearing a fake watch. Lu Yangwei continued to say loudly, Brother Gu has a big family and a big business. How can he lack these little things? Let alone a 10 million watch. Even if Brother Gu wore a 30 million or 100 million watch, I would think it was normal. Well, as soon as these words came out, most of the students were shocked to death. Is Gu Wenqing's family so powerful? Lu Yangwei, who even tried to please the vice president of the student union, actually called Gu Wenqing Brother Gu. Doesn't that mean Gu Wenqing's background is even more impressive? Gu Wenqing said calmly, I heard you want to teach me a lesson? Lu Yangwei was so scared that he ran to Gu Wenqing, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said with a smile, If I had known it was you, Brother Gu, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if I had 100 courages. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, Xiao Niu, you must be tired of living. My brother Gu is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, owning 10% of the shares of Huafeng Group, with a total value of 8 billion yuan. What kind of watch can't you afford? You are so bold to spread rumors that Brother Gu wears a fake watch? Niu Tianxi was shocked when he heard Lu Yangwei's words. The freshman that he had provoked was a shareholder of Huafeng Group. Also owns 10% of the shares. At this moment, he wanted to die. Lu Yangwei's family owns 5% of Huafeng shares, and he needs to beg and curry favor with them. But today, he offended another shareholder of Huafeng Group. What's more terrible is that Gu Wenqing owns 10% of Huafeng shares. Looking at Gu Wenqing's cold face and thinking about what he had just said, Niu Tianxi broke out in a cold sweat. Just now I was mocking Gu Wenqing for having a family watch worth 10 million. He also tried to pursue Wang Yanran, the woman that Gu Xiao liked. How could he have imagined that a freshman was a shareholder of Huafeng and had a net worth of 8 billion? Now I have offended Master Gu to death. It's all over. It's all over. It must be fixed. Otherwise, Mr. Gu only needs to say one word and his family's construction company will go bankrupt immediately. Mr. Gu, this is all my fault. I was blind and didn't recognize the authenticity of the watch. Niu Tianxi said and slapped himself twice. Then, he slapped her twice more. I shouldn't have messed with the woman that Brother Gu liked. I was really blinded and confused. I deserve to be beaten. Master Gu, please show some mercy and spare me. Niu Tianxi cried loudly. He was terrified. He was extremely afraid to provoke a big shot like Gu Wenqing. Just a word of hello, and his family's construction company immediately ceased to exist. Neo TNC doesn't want to live a poor life. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Your family won't be affected, so don't worry, I won't clean up your family's company, Gu Wenqing said coldly. Hearing this, Neo TNC breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your kindness. After saying that, he took off his watch worth 150,000 yuan, and with great reluctance, he smashed it to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Then, he slapped himself hard on both sides, preparing to slap himself 100 times. When he slapped the 10th one, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "That's enough, get out. Punishment should be just enough." Neo TNC felt as if he had been pardoned and fled in disgrace. OMG. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. They never expected that facing Gu Wenqing, the vice president of the student union whose family assets exceeded 100 million, would be as embarrassed as a dog. What did they just hear? Gu Wenqing is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. This is too fucking awesome. Chapter 55. A discount on home purchases. Some students who didn't understand what was going on took out their phones to search and were shocked. Oh my god, the total value of Huafeng Group is 80 billion. Fuck. Doesn't that mean that Gu Wenqing's 10% stake is worth 8 billion? Mr. Gu, please accept my knee. Damn, the villas in Huafeng Group's university town are sold at 300,000 per square meter. Who would have thought that it was young Master Gu's property? What a rich man. Low-key, really low-key. If it weren't for others telling us, we wouldn't know that Gu Wenqing is so awesome. The boys were in a very complicated mood. While they were still struggling for their future, Gu Wenqing had already stood at the top of the society. Think about Gu Wenqing, a shareholder of Huafeng Group, who is worth 8 billion. It's really enviable. The girls looked at Gu Wenqing, their faces flushed with excitement. This was a true nobleman. Neo TNC was not even worthy of carrying Gu Wenqing's shoes. They looked at Gu Wenqing with eyes that made them want to eat him up. If they could cling to this towering tree, Gu Wenqing, they wouldn't have to struggle for the rest of their lives and could become rich wives. The girl who thought she was pretty kept winking at Gu Wenqing, hoping to attract his attention. Unfortunately, Gu Wenqing turned a blind eye to them. Gu Wenqing saw the second-rate Liu Yawei. He took a puff of his cigarette elegantly and said, "Yang Wei, what are you still doing here? Get out of here." "Okay, brother," Liu Yawei said with a smile, and then he ran away. He was really afraid that Gu Wenqing would call to complain again, and he would inevitably be beaten with a belt and fried meat when he got home. He was even more reluctant to smash his 400,000 watch. The arrogant and domineering Liu Yawei is such a powerful person, but in front of Gu Wenqing, he is like a younger brother. People are both afraid and respectful of him. Everyone has a clearer understanding of Gu Wenqing's strength. After the military training, I returned to the dormitory. The 3 roommates in the dormitory were also shocked at this time. Who would have thought that the roommate who had been joking and playing with him was actually a shareholder of Huafeng Group, and his net worth was calculated in billions? How could this not shock them? "Old Gu, why didn't you reveal your identity earlier?" Huang Zicheng asked first. Gu Wenqing said, "You didn't ask." "Fuck. My family just bought a house from Huafeng Real Estate a few days ago, but Huafeng is relying on the good sales of the house and won't give me any discounts." Gu Wenqing asked, "Who bought it, and what's its name?" "My dad bought it, Huang. "Fuck, your dad's name is really awesome." Gu Wenqing joked, picked up his phone, and called the Huafeng Real Estate sales headquarters. "Hello, I'm Gu Wenqing. Among the owners who recently bought a house in Huafeng, is there a person named Huang? When the sales department heard that it was Mr. Gu calling, they did not dare to be negligent and quickly looked up the information. "Mr. Gu has it. This customer is buying a house in the university town property." Gu Wenqing said without hesitation, "He is my friend's elder. Just give them the biggest discount for buying a house." When the sales lady heard that the buyer knew Mr. Gu and that Mr. Gu had spoken, she dared not neglect him and directly gave Huang a 30% discount on the internal price. After the call was hung up, the sales lady immediately went to give Mr. Gu's instructions to implement Huang's housing discount as quickly as possible. Chapter 56. 30% off, saving over 5 million. Magic City. Huaxi Street, University Town, Yuan Chinese restaurant. Huang suddenly received a call from Huafeng Real Estate. The person on the other end was very polite and said that the villa he had previously bought from Huafeng could be discounted by 30% based on the original price. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Huang hung up the phone. "Psycho." Huang cursed. His wife asked, "What happened to Lao Wang?" Huang said, "That person called pretending to be Huafeng Real Estate and said that the house we bought could be discounted." Don't you think these scammers are funny? Her wife also thought it was ridiculous. Nowadays, scammers are really unscrupulous and don't even bother to inquire about the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate. It is no exaggeration to say that Huafeng Real Estate's reputation in Shanghai is definitely among the top 3. Huafeng's houses are never lacking in buyers, and the supply is simply in short supply. How could they be discounted for no reason? Huafeng Real Estate is not doing charity. Why don't you make extra money if you have more spare cash? Besides, they have already bought the house in full, signed the contract, and the money is in Huafeng Real Estate's account. It is impossible for Huafeng to spit out the money they spend on food. After a while, the phone rang again. After Huang Zhonghuang answered it impatiently, a clear voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Huang. I am really from Huafeng Real Estate." Bang! Huang Zhonghuang hung up the phone directly, thinking that this liar was really persistent. Half an hour later, the salesperson who showed Huang Zhonghuang the house called. "Fuck. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Huafeng Real Estate gave you a discount, and you didn't want it? Do you think the money is too much? And you didn't tell me earlier that your friend knew Mr. Gu. What? Are you really going to give me a discount?" Huang Zhonghuang stared, unable to believe it. "Sales. Yes, it's 30% off. I'm so jealous." The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. He and his wife were so excited. 30% off home purchase. Huang Zhonghuang took out several million from his savings, plus the 10 million yuan in compensation from the relocation of his family's old house. A total of 18 million was raised to buy a house. The house he bought was over 100,000 yuan per square meter, with a construction area of 180 square meters and a total price of over 18 million yuan. The total price with 30% discount is 12,600,000. It saved him a total of 5.4 million. How could he not be happy? It was as if pie had fallen from the sky. He thought for a while and called a few of his friends who he thought were doing well, asking if any of them knew Mr. Gu from Huafeng Real Estate. In the boys' dormitory, Huang Zicheng didn't take Gu Wenqing's call seriously, thinking that everyone was just joking. "All right, Lao Gu, you're awesome. Just now on the playground, you were so awesome. Not to mention those girls. Even a grown man like me thought you were so handsome. Being a shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate, it feels so high-class just thinking about it." Zhou Tao danced with joy, his tone full of envy. Zheng Xiaohong was also envious and jealous. "Old Gu, you are so low-key. You are worth 8 billion. I am so envious of you." Seeing them like this, Gu Wenqing smiled slightly and said in a low-key manner, "They are just family businesses, not worth mentioning. There is no need to envy me, because you can't envy me either. 3 people in the dormitory. Oh my god. This hurts my heart. This is too much." As the 4 of them were chatting and laughing, Huang Zicheng's iPhone 13 started ringing. Huang Zicheng took out his phone and saw that it was his father calling. Huang Zicheng answered the phone directly. "Hello, what's the matter, Dad?" Chapter 57. Li Jin shows jealousy. "Son, do you know Mr. Gu?" Huang Zhonghuang's voice came from the phone. He asked all his acquaintances, but no one knew Mr. Gu from Huafeng. The only thing he hadn't called was Huang Zicheng. Although he felt that Huang Zicheng was a student and the chance of him knowing Mr. Gu was very low, he still asked, "Mr. Gu?" Huang Zicheng looked confused. "Which Mr. Gu?" "Mr. Gu from Huafeng Group. Someone from Huafeng Group called just now. We were given a 30% discount on the house we had bought, and more than 5 million yuan was returned to my father's bank card." "Fuck. The Mr. Gu you were talking about is my roommate." Huang Zicheng stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Huang Zhonghuang told his son, "I'll transfer 1 million to your card later. You have to thank Mr. Gu and remember to get along well with him." After hanging up the phone, Huang Zicheng still couldn't believe it, as if he was dreaming. A full 5 million, which is equivalent to his father's annual business income. With just one sentence, Lao Gu saved his family 5 million. This is too horrible. Besides, Lao Gu was on the phone for only 10 minutes, and he gave me a discount and refunded the money so quickly. Lao Gu is so generous. The dormitory is not big, and the conversation can be heard by the whole dormitory. Zhou Tao said loudly with envy, "Old Gu, you are such a brother and loyal person without saying anything. With just one phone call, you saved Huang Zicheng 5 million yuan in house purchase money. Only you have the ability to do this. When I have enough money in the future, I will definitely buy a house from Huafeng, and you have to give me a 30% discount." Zheng Xiaohong also looked at Gu Wenqing with admiration. Old Gu doesn't say anything. Is it too late for me to recognize him as my father now? Gu Wenqing curled his lips. "Get lost. I'm so young. I don't have a son as old as you." Huang Zicheng stepped forward and said that his father's 1 million had arrived in the account and asked Gu Wenqing for the bank card number. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and refused. "You can keep it. I don't care about it." Hearing this, Huang Zicheng thought so too. Lao Gu is so rich, let alone 1 million. Even 10 million is pocket money in front of him. Then his eyes sparkled, and he said to Gu Wenqing, "No more words. When the military training is over, I will invite you to the biggest nightclub in Shanghai. Just spend money. I will pay for it." Hearing this, Zheng Xiaohong and Zhou Tao in the dormitory smiled brightly and gave Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. Gu Wenqing took a shower and changed into clean clothes. White t-shirt, black shorts, white shoes, a simple outfit, looks classy and handsome on Gu Wenqing. Old Gu, I also bought a pair of Nikes. Zhou Tao is holding a pair of gray and white Nike sneakers. The last time he met Li Wafang, he saw that Mo Luo was wearing nice Nike shoes, so he bought a pair online for a few $dozen. Huang Zicheng took a look and said, the hooks on these Nikes are all crooked. Yours are not even as good as the ones from Putian. Did you buy them for just a few $dozen? Zhou Tao didn't care. He thought it looked good and said, 68 and free shipping. Gu Wenqing smiled and patted Zhou Tao on the shoulder. It doesn't matter whether it's genuine or not, as long as it's comfortable to wear. Zhou Tao chuckled. He thought so too. It was then that Zhou Tao noticed Gu Wenqing's outfit. Fuck. Are you going on another date? That's good to know. If they check the dormitory, just say I was in the toilet. Gu Wenqing said as he walked out of the dormitory. The remaining three stared at each other in disbelief. They were extremely envious of Gu Wenqing. They didn't need to guess that Gu Wenqing had gone to taste the girls again. Damn, the comparison is really infuriating. The three of them had never even held a woman's hand, but Gu Wenqing already possessed the youth of a girl. Oh no. Maybe the youth of many girls. Before Gu Wenqing got into the Ferrari, his cell phone's WeChat message suddenly vibrated. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was a message from Wang Min. Gu Wenqing clicked on the unread message. Wang Min, husband, I miss you. Crying. Wang Min, are you coming today? I'll be waiting for you at the hotel. Photo, a seductive selfie. Wang Min, what's your zodiac sign, husband? Kiss. With a slight smile, Gu Wenqing typed back. Wait for me to take a shower. And I was born in 2004, and I'm a monkey. Why are you asking this? Wang Min, no, you belong to me. Shy. Gu Wenqing looked at the cheesy love words and a smile rose on his face. Gu Wenqing, you don't look like a monkey. Wang Min, I don't care. You belong to me. Angry. At this time, the senior also sent a message. Wang Yanran, did Niu Tianxi cause you trouble today? Pouting. Gu Wenqing, yes, you also mocked me. How are you going to compensate your junior for his hurt heart? Wang Yanran, junior, do you look good? Picture, shy, artistic photo of the senior. Gu Wenqing, are there any benefits? Smirk. Wang Yanran, bah, little pervert. Picture. Hey sis. When you see the tune you like, think about Wang Yanran's perfect figure. Gu Wenqing became angry. Fairy, you only create fires but don't know how to put them out. Gu Wenqing walked onto the Ferrari, steering the wheel with one hand. The Ferrari roared like thunder and rushed into the darkness of the Magic City. On the way, Gu Wenqing remembered that he also had a Magic City game studio. There are more and more industries, and if you are not careful, you will forget them. When I have some free time in a couple of days, I will go to the game studio to inspect their work. Magic City University, Wang Yanran's dormitory. One of the girls, named Li Jinxiu, was looking at the school forum on her mobile phone. Exposure. Freshman Gu Wenqing is actually a shareholder of Huafeng. At the very beginning of the post, there is a fire pattern. This proves that this post is very popular now. The comments below are also very strange. Li Jinxiu automatically filters out those trolls and envious messages. She found out that Gu Wenqing gave Wang Yanran a Porsche, and the watch Gu Wenqing was wearing was worth 10 million. At this moment, she was extremely jealous of Wang Yanran. Li Jinxiu asked, Yanran, is the family of the junior you are pursuing really a shareholder of Huafeng Group? And did he really buy your Porsche? Yes, he said that last time. He bought the car for more than 3 million. Wang Yanran was also reading the forum and replied without even raising her head. Oh, their villa is quite expensive, Li Jinxiu said after a moment of silence. Is it expensive? For Gu Wenqing, it's not expensive at all. Wang Yanran answered casually. Li Jinxiu curled her lips and said nothing more. The trend of comparison among girls was very serious. Li Jinxiu's boyfriend had bought a townhouse from Huafeng Real Estate, and Li Jinxiu had been showing off her superiority in the dormitory for a whole month or two. Chapter 58 Yang Imo was framed. It is said that the villa will be decorated in the new Chinese style. Then he said the villa was so big, it would be too spacious for 2 people to live in. She also said that there are 3 parking spaces in the villa, so should she ask her boyfriend to buy her a car? Li Jinxiu spent almost half a semester looking at cars on her phone, but ended up not buying one. Her boyfriend said he needed to renovate the house and had no extra money. She looked at Wang Yan and thought that Wang Yan was already driving a Porsche Cayenne, and she was extremely envious. And her junior is so handsome. The family is also a shareholder of Huafeng Group. The wealth is immeasurable. How come Wang Yanran got such a rich and powerful junior fellow student so easily? Half an hour. Li Jinxiu said, Yanran, Last time Nyo Tianxi gave you a Porsche, didn't you say you didn't like the Porsche Cayenne? I just don't like the guy who gave me the Porsche. Gu Wenqing drove to the Radisson Hotel. I found that the garage was blocked. I walked around the hotel entrance and found that all the parking spaces were occupied by luxury cars. I simply went around to the underground parking garage, thinking that there shouldn't be any traffic jam there. As a result, the traffic was still blocked, with more than 10 cars blocking the entrance to the underground garage. Gu Wenqing wanted to change another entrance, but a few more cars came from behind and blocked the Ferrari in an instant. Gu Wenqing got off the car and went to the entrance to check the cause of the traffic jam. 3 minutes ago, Yang Mo drove her BMW 1 Series to the Radisson Hotel. Her classmate was getting married at the Radisson Hotel today. The entrance to the parking lot is generally downhill, so she parked at a high place and waited for the car in front to drive into the basement. The Mercedes-Benz S400 in front might have been in the wrong gear, and it stepped on the accelerator and crashed directly into Yang Mo's BMW. Zhou Xianghong, who was driving a Mercedes-Benz, got out of the car and immediately accused Yang Mo of rear-ending the car, saying that she was fully responsible. Faced with the false accusation, Yang Mo felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. There were no witnesses and her car was not equipped with a driving recorder. This left her helpless. She is very panicked. She hurriedly called and asked her classmates to come over to help her deal with it. As a result, when the classmates came down and saw Zhou Xianghong wearing a big gold necklace and driving a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, they all fell silent. Among the male classmates who were pursuing Yang Mo, one boy weakly said, "Check the surveillance video." Hearing this, Zhou Xianghong was furious and slapped the boy so hard that he lost his way. Zhou Xianghong showed off his muscles, and at this moment everyone was even more afraid to speak. "I won't make it difficult for you. Just use the insurance," Zhou Xianghong said with sharp eyes. Yang Mo refused directly. "I didn't hit you. Why should I pay compensation? I can't claim insurance to compensate a shameful scum like you." Zhou Xianghong laughed loudly and said disdainfully, "What a joke. You are fully responsible for the rear-end collision, so it is only natural that you should compensate me." The drivers who got off their cars to check the cause of the traffic jam also echoed, "Beauty, it's all your fault. You should pay for it." "Yeah, you should pay for it. Stop blocking the garage and wasting our time. She looks so pretty. How can she be such a scoundrel? I really don't know how I got my driver's license. You don't even know that you are fully responsible for rear-end collisions. This woman is really annoying." Everyone was talking, blaming Yang Mo. Yang Mo's eyes turned red as she listened, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. The Mercedes owner's false accusations, the classmates' silence, and the random cursing of strangers who had no idea what happened. It made Yang Mo feel a little desperate. I thought, maybe I should just accept my fate. At this time, Zhou Xianghong said, "It's not impossible not to pay the money, Beauty. You can actually use other methods." Zhou Xianghong looked at Yang Mo with lustful eyes. This woman is really top-notch. Hearing this, Yang Mo felt even more wronged and helpless, tears streaming down her face. Gu Wenqing strode forward, just in time to hear Zhou Xianghong's lewd words and see Yang Mo crying with grievance. Gu Wenqing asked softly, "Sister Mo, what's wrong?" As he asked, he took out a piece of paper and wiped away Yang Mo's tears. "Well, Brother Gu, she framed me." As soon as she saw her acquaintance Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo cried even harder. While crying and humming, she told Gu Wenqing what had happened. Both sides say they are right. Although Gu Wenqing didn't know what happened, the man said that Yang Mo rear-ended the car, but he didn't allow anyone to check the surveillance camera. Anyone with a discerning eye knows there is something fishy going on. Yang Mo is absolutely innocent. Unfortunately, when faced with Zhou Xianghong who drove a luxury car, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class 400, everyone chose not to provoke him. Gu Wenqing frowned and said sternly, "Ask the property management to check the surveillance." "I'll tune your mother. Why don't you try to tune one?" Zhou Xianghong looked at Gu Wenqing in front of him and shouted angrily. He thought he could shock the young Gu Wenqing just like he had shocked the others. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Wenqing ignored him and directly called the property management phone number on the wall to inform them of the situation. "You really want to die." Zhou Xianghong stepped forward and was ready to use violence, wanting to slap the young man in the face a few times. Gu Wenqing, who possesses the skill Invincible, sneered. He was looking down from above and did a handsome turning kick. Puff. Only the crisp sound of flesh being hit was heard, and Zhou Xianghong was kicked away by Gu Wenqing and rolled to the bottom of the garage. Gu Wenqing's powerful kick made Zhou Xianghong cry out in pain. "You fucking bastard! You little bastard! If you dare to hit me, I will make you pay until you lose everything you have." Zhou Xianghong endured the pain and shouted. Gu Wenqing's face was gloomy. "3 times. You greeted my family 3 times. Bang, bang, bang." Gu Wenqing showed no mercy and slapped Zhou Xianghong hard on the face with 3 loud slaps. Zhou Xianghong's face swelled up visibly in an instant, and it was extremely swollen. This time Zhou Xianghong was really scared. It hurt so much that he dared not act arrogant anymore. At this time, the hotel property also arrived in time. When the security captain saw the familiar Mercedes license plate and Zhou Xianghong's swollen face, he stepped forward and asked tentatively, "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou? It's me. Don't you recognize me?" The security captain didn't say a word. "You were beaten into this state. I don't think I could recognize you." At this time, Gu Wenqing said concisely, "Check the surveillance and see what happened." Zhou Xianghong saw 5 or 6 security guards coming and felt confident. He winked at the security guards. The security captain was a shrewd man and understood immediately. The security captain coughed lightly and said, "Sorry, the camera in our garage is broken." Zhou Xianghong glanced at Gu Wenqing with disdain, his eyes filled with ridicule. "Brother Gu, I'm unlucky. I'll claim the insurance." At this time, Yang Imo spoke. "She is not stupid. It is obvious that the hotel security and Zhou Xianghong are in cahoots. Since there are no witnesses, no dashcam, and the hotel refuses to provide surveillance video. Even if the other party was maliciously framing her, she had no choice but to pay the compensation and swallow her anger in silence. Chapter 59 President Long, please give me 100 million in cash. It's too late. Now it's not just about the car. This bastard also beat me violently. I need to go to the hospital to get my injuries checked. Boy, this is a society ruled by law. You can expect to lose everything you own to compensate me for all my losses." Zhou Xianghong said with gritted teeth. "The medical expenses, medicine fees, loss of work time, mental damage compensation, etc., must make the other party pay compensation until their entire family is empty. After being beaten, you know that this is a society ruled by law? Who was the arrogant one beating people everywhere just now?" Gu Wenqing spoke calmly, brushing off the dust on his clothes, and continued. "As for compensation, I will never shirk my responsibility." Then, Gu Wenqing changed the subject and his tone became cold. "You want me to lose everything? Your life is not worth that much money." The security captain saw that the two sides were refusing to give way to each other and that the cars in front of the hotel garage had formed a long queue. In order not to arouse the anger of the superiors, he came forward and said, "Oh, little brother, no matter what happened, it's wrong for you to take action first. Let's deal with the car accident first and then sit down and talk it over. We'll do what we need to do. What do you think?" The security captain spoke in a kind tone, but he was always defending Zhou Xianghong, who was driving a Mercedes. "Who says Mr. Zhou is a platinum member of Radisson Hotel and often comes to Radisson Hotel to spend lavishly? In order to protect old customers, he will tend to favor Mr. Zhou out of both moral and legal reasons. The membership card uniforms of Radisson Hotel are ordinary membership card, silver card, gold card, platinum card, and diamond card. To upgrade to a platinum member, you must recharge 1 million renminbi." Gu Wenqing said coldly, "I am not handling it. If you have time to beat around the bush with me, why not quickly pull up the surveillance video?" The security captain insisted, "The surveillance equipment is broken." Hearing the sound, Gu Wenqing walked to the surveillance camera, pointed at the glowing cameras, and said sarcastically, "Do you think I'm as blind as you, or do you think I'm stupid? The light from this fucking camera is brighter than the oil on your face. Are you telling me it's broken? Stop playing tricks on me and get the video for me." Hear the sound. The security captain remained unmoved after his lie was exposed. He said bluntly, "Sorry, according to company regulations, you don't have the qualifications and rights to access the video. And please ask you and the lady in the BMW to deal with the accident as soon as possible and drive away from the garage entrance to avoid causing more congestion." As soon as the security captain said this, many anxiously waiting car owners also spoke up. "That's right. Move the car out of the way first, and you can handle it in private." "Yeah, I'm still waiting to go to the hotel for dinner. Damn, it's so blocked that I can't hold my pee anymore. This couple looks like decent people, but how can they be so unreasonable? Move the car, clear the garage entrance." Everyone spoke loudly, one by one. At this time, Zhou Xianghong's swollen face also showed a smug smile. "Haha, I'm a platinum member of the Radisson Hotel. How can you compare with me?" His words were full of disdain for Gu Wenqing. He is a platinum member, so Radisson Hotel helps him. He is a platinum member, so the security guard didn't check the surveillance video. In a society where money is everything, having money means having privileges. Zhou Xianghong was very proud and thought that he must make Gu Wenqing, who hit him, pay a heavy price. The two sides have been in a stalemate for so long. Yang Imo was already disappointed. She gave in. She calmed down her depressed mood and said softly, "Brother Gu, let's move the car first. We'll pay for it." "It's okay. I'll take care of everything." Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Gu Wenqing raised his eyebrows and asked, If I have a platinum card in your hotel, I will have privileges, right? The security captain nodded subconsciously. How much does it cost to apply for a platinum membership? The security guards looked at him with contempt. Recharge 1 million. They all didn't believe that a young man like Gu Wenqing could take out 1 million in cash to recharge the card. Gu Wenqing continued to ask, what about above platinum? Hearing this, both the security guard and Zhou Xionghong burst into laughter. Haha, you little bastard, you want to apply for a platinum membership? As a poor student, I'm afraid you don't even have the money to top up 50,000 yuan for an ordinary membership. Diamond membership requires a deposit of 10 million. Can you afford that? Zhou Xionghong's face was full of sarcasm, and his heart was filled with contempt for Gu Wenqing. He's wearing a shabby mask on his face, and he looks so young. At first glance, he looks like a poor student, but he's trying to pretend by wearing a fake watch. The other woman was driving a crappy BMW 1 Series and looked like she had no money. If I don't bully you, who should I bully? I'm going to bully you to the end today. Hearing the sound, Gu Wenqing ignored it. This kind of social garbage. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, President Long? This is Gu Wenqing. I'm in the garage of the Radisson Hotel now. Please find a branch nearby and withdraw 100 million in cash for me. Please hurry, I need it urgently. Facing Long Zipin, the president of Modu Bank, Gu Wenqing spoke in an impolite tone. The president of the Shanghai Bank opposite was also a very capable person, but he was not angry at Gu Wenqing's tone. Instead, he put on a very humble attitude. Not only did he say yes, he also said that the money would be sent over soon. The reason why the president of the Magic City Bank was so flattering was because Gu Wenqing had more than 10 billion in cash deposited in the Magic City Bank. What does more than 10 billion in cash mean? Even those wealthy people on the China rich list, whose net worth is often tens of billions, may not be able to easily come up with 10 billion in cash. Many of the assets of those wealthy people are stocks, company valuations, real estate, etc., but they don't have much cash flow. In comparison, how terrifying is Gu Wenqing, who can deposit 10 billion in cash in the bank? Facing Gu Bai, the president of Magic City Bank dared not be negligent in the slightest. If Gu Wenqing gets upset and changes his bank, not only will Magic City Bank lose its high-quality wealthy depositors, but even President Long's official position will be in jeopardy. Gu Wenqing's voice on the phone was not loud, but the people around him could just hear it. Everyone felt like they were struck by lightning and were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. What did they just hear? Withdraw 100 million in cash? This is too ridiculous. This guy must have lost his mind. There should be a limit to how much lies he tells. All he talked about was withdrawing 100 million in cash. Could it be that Gu Wenqing used a currency other than Chinese currency? He used Zimbabwean dollars? 100 billion Zimbabwean dollars is only enough to buy 6 peanuts. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Xionghong felt that his stomach hurt from laughing, and his swollen face was also hurt by his grinning. His face was crooked and monkey-like, which was extremely vulgar. Chapter 60, a group of people carrying money came. Fuck. Taking 100 million? That's too fake. Haha. Maybe withdraw 100 million Zimbabwean dollars. This young man may have a misunderstanding of the unit of 100 million. You have to be realistic when you're pretending. This is the first time I've seen someone pretend so awkwardly. I'll believe you if you ask for 10,000 or 100,000 yuan, but I'll be really embarrassed if you ask for 100 million yuan. This young man is useless. It's obvious that he daydreams a lot. 100 million? That's really an exaggeration. When everyone heard that Gu Wenqing was going to take 100 million, their jaws dropped. Damn it. Taking 100 million. It's amazing that this young man could think of such a thing. This is too fake. Some people felt ashamed for Gu Wenqing. How could he have the nerve to say such blunt and brainless words in front of so many people? Standing next to Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo's classmates also subconsciously stepped back, embarrassed, and didn't want to stand with him. Everyone thought, even if he wanted to act like a hero in front of Yang Mo, he shouldn't brag so much. Too much is as bad as too little. It's absolutely ridiculous. The outrageous mother opened the door for the outrageous. It was outrageous to the extreme. There were several female classmates who admitted that Gu Wenqing was so handsome that they were moved, but his behavior of talking nonsense was really low. One of the fat girls said to Yang Mo, "Mo, don't be fooled by him. I can tell from what he says that he is unreliable." The others nodded in agreement and said, "Yeah, when choosing a partner, don't just look at the appearance. Don't choose someone who brags. Alas, what a pity for his good looks. Uft, bring me 100 million in cash. I can't help but laugh when I think of it." Hearing the classmates around her mocking Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo could no longer bear it. She shouted angrily, Has that been enough? It was the first time that the classmates saw the usually gentle and virtuous Yang Imo, and they were furious. They were all frightened and shut their mouths. Yang Imo walked forward, stood with Gu Wenqing, and said softly, "I'm sorry." Gu Wenqing smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Yang Imo was a little disappointed with her classmates. When she got into trouble, they were all scared to death and afraid of offending the man driving the Mercedes-Benz, so no one came forward to help her. It is their right not to help. Yang Imo may feel aggrieved at most, but she won't be angry. What made her so angry was that if he didn't help her, why did he speak ill of Gu Wenqing who helped her? Although mentioning 100 million is a bit exaggerated, you can laugh at it, but you can't mock it. After all, they were in the same camp just now. Besides, Yang Imo knew Gu Wenqing's ability very well. He drives a multi-million supercar, and the license plate alone cost him 168 million to buy. He definitely has the ability to come up with 100 million in cash. There were also a few people in the crowd who noticed Gu Wenqing, who came from a Ferrari LaFerrari. They had no doubt about Gu Wenqing's ability to earn 100 million. But except for those few people, everyone present was laughing at Gu Wenqing and thought he was bragging. At this time, Zhou Xionghong also said in a mocking tone, "You're still asking for 100 million? Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue twisted? If you can really come up with 100 million, I, Zhou Xionghong, will kneel down and call you daddy." Zhou Xionghong stood in front of several security guards with contempt on his face. "Gu Wenqing, I took out 100 million. What would you call me? Call you daddy? Hey son. Fuck, I'll let you take advantage of me verbally first. You'll regret it later. You just go ahead and show off. You'll cry when I go to check your injuries." Zhou Xionghong was furious. Just as he was about to curse the national quintessence, he remembered the several slaps Gu Wenqing had given him before. His face was still hurting from the slaps. He couldn't help shivering and swallowed the national quintessence that was on the tip of his tongue back into his stomach. Magic City Bank. Long Zipin is very glad that the Shanghai Bank is located in a first-tier city like Shanghai. If it were in a small city, the cash in a branch would be very small, at most a few million. But in a first-tier city like Shanghai, Shanghai branches generally have tens of millions to more than 100 million in cash stored in the vault. This is also the time when the money transport truck transports the money to the vault. At the command of Long Zipin from the Shanghai head office, countless nearby money transporters reported the funds in the vehicles to the bank. Adding up the cash in many armored trucks, it was just enough to make up 100 million in cash, and then it rushed quickly to the Radisson Hotel. How much is 100 million in cash? Taking the 100 yuan note as an example, one 100 yuan note weighs about 1.15 grams, and 100 million yuan is 1 million notes. Therefore, 1.15x 1000000 equals 1150000 grams equals 1150 kilograms, or 1.15 tons. According to the current load capacity of 375 kilograms for private cars, if an individual uses a private car for transportation, at least 4 to 5 cars must be prepared. If 100 million yuan in cash were piled up, it would be 100 meters high, which is equivalent to the height of a 30 or 40-story building. Soon, more than a dozen money transport trucks, carrying different amounts of money, arrived at the Radisson Hotel one after another. The garage was blocked, so they parked on the side of the road next to the Radisson Hotel. 30 or 40 bank employees in suits who had been waiting here for a long time got in the car, carrying the money in the sacks, and rushed towards the garage of the Radisson restaurant. Half an hour. What the hell is this? I've been stuck here for more than 20 minutes. Damn it, this man and woman are such scoundrels. They could just take a photo of the accident scene with their cell phone to determine who was responsible, but they had to block the way here. Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you just watch the show? Haha, I think so too. I'm waiting to see how this young man makes up for his bluff today. What a waste of time. I don't think he can make it up at all. The crowd watching the show were talking to each other. Some were waiting anxiously, while others were watching the show with a smile. At this time, someone in the crowd was the first to notice the difference. In sight, a group of people in the same uniform, holding large sacks with great effort, were rushing towards the garage entrance. He murmured in disbelief. Could it be? Could it be? More and more people discovered the abnormality. One of them shouted loudly, "Damn it, look behind you." In an instant, everyone turned around. Everyone present was stunned with shock. What did they see? A group of young men in white shirts and uniforms, each carrying a bag of things on their shoulders. Holy shit, could it be that he is carrying cash? Thinking of this, everyone was no longer shocked, but horrified. Could it really be that this was the person the young man called to deliver the money? This is too outrageous. Chapter 61. Zhou Xionghong was very scared. At this time, When Zhou Xionghong noticed a group of people, he felt a little panic in his heart. He kept comforting himself in his heart that it was impossible for Gu Wenqing to come up with 100 million at such a young age. This group of people just happened to be passing by. That's right, I just happened to pass by. Zhou Xionghong muttered to himself in a cold sweat. In everyone's sight, bank staff quickly ran to the crowd from far away. The first bank employee to arrive was panting heavily from exhaustion. He asked anxiously, "Who is Gu Wenqing, Mr. Gu?" Gu Wenqing said calmly, "I am." Following the sound, the bank staff took a closer look and was shocked. How could the person who withdrew 100 million yuan in cash be so young? This is too amazing. He must be a super rich second generation. Mr. Gu, I have to confirm your identity first. No problem, I'll call your president Long. Gu Wenqing can understand. He knew very well that with such a large sum of money, the bank would definitely be very cautious and had to confirm his identity to ensure that the money would not go wrong. Gu Wenqing picked up his phone and made a call. After confirming Gu Wenqing's identity, the bank staff said respectfully, "Mr. Gu, the 100 million cash you withdrew is arriving here one after another. Please wait patiently for a while." Gu Wenqing nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." After seeing Mr. Gu nod, the bank staff turned around and ran towards the road, where there was still countless cash waiting for him to carry. Ignoring everyone's shocked expressions, Gu Wenqing opened the bags one by one, revealing the top layer of banknotes. The bundles of banknotes made everyone stare in amazement. One bundle costs 100,000. Doesn't this sack contain more than 1 million? Before they could be shocked, more bank staff arrived one after another, carrying bags. After placing bags of money next to Gu Wenqing, they turned around and ran towards the road again. 100 million in cash is really too much. It will take them a long time to move it back and forth. Boom. Everyone who saw this scene felt as if they were struck by lightning. Everyone was extremely shocked and stared blankly at the countless packages. It's full of money. Even if one package costs 1 million, with 40 or 50 people behind Gu Wenqing, wouldn't that be 40 or 50 million? Moreover, the money is still pouring in. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The boy was not joking. He really took out 100 million? Oh my God, this is too outrageous. Those who had questioned and laughed at Gu Wenqing just now are now extremely embarrassed. Damn it, that's so embarrassing. How sarcastic their words were just now. How miserable they are now. Gu Wenqing directly used his actions to tell them what it meant to be slapped in the face. The car owners who knew that Gu Wenqing drove a Ferrari LaFerrari also said, "I just told you that this young man is very rich, but you didn't believe me. Now you are dumbfounded. When I saw him driving a Ferrari, I knew he had the ability. To drive a multi-million Ferrari, you must be awesome. Yeah, the license plate is also a lot. Ooh, a 11111. Rich kids like them don't lack money at all. Haha, I'm dying of laughter." The person who just said that others are showing off is now so scared that he dares not say a word. The excited words of these people were heard by everyone present. After hearing their words, those who questioned Gu Wenqing felt extremely ashamed. It's so embarrassing that I want to find a hole to crawl into. In the first 10 minutes or so, they all mocked Gu Wenqing for using Zimbabwean dollars, being so awkward, and so on. Unexpectedly, Gu Wenqing is a real boss. Not only does he drive a Ferrari, but he also made a phone call and actually withdrew 100 million in cash. Judging from the current situation, Gu Wenqing, who they just treated as a laughingstock, is not only rich, but also extremely rich. What a rich guy. It's so scary. Haha, I'm saving my life. The more they thought about the ugly way they had mocked the rich man just now, the more ashamed they felt. It's so embarrassing. The security guards at the Radisson Hotel were so scared that their legs went limp. What big shot had they offended? Zhou Xionghong looked at the bags of money spread out on the road beside him. He was so scared that he almost cried. He was just a demolition household with a little money, and also a senior executive of a construction company. He was used to bullying others and had never seen such a big scene. You have to know that the boss of the construction company he works for, his total assets are just over 100 million. As for the boy he had offended, he only made a phone call, and the bank staff carried a full 100 million in cash to the boy's back. The opponent is a ruthless rich man. What should he do now? He regretted it so much. How should he end this time? How ridiculous. Just now he wanted to see how the pretentious boy would end up, but the ending was how he was thinking about ending now. How could he afford to offend someone who could easily take out 100 million in cash? Especially when thinking of what he said just now. "I will make you lose everything," kept echoing in Zhou Xionghong's mind. I am such an idiot. Someone who can easily come up with 100 million must have assets of more than 1 billion. At least his net worth must be over 10 billion. I just shouted that I would make Gu Wenqing, whose family had assets worth hundreds of billions, lose everything? Just thinking about it, Zhou Xionghong felt like a complete idiot. He tried to make amends and said in a horrified tone, "I shifted the gear wrong and hit the front of this beautiful woman's car. It's all my fault for having a crooked mind. Now I know I was wrong. I will pay for the repairs. I only ask that you, young master, forgive my unreasonable offense." Gu Wenqing was unmoved. He took out a thick stack of money from his bags and threw it at Zhou Xionghong. The heavy money hit Zhou Xionghong, and he grimaced in pain. "Is it enough? If not, I will pay more. However much you want a day, I will compensate you." Gu Wenqing walked forward slowly, looked around, and then fixed his eyes on Zhou Xionghong and continued. "If 1 million is not enough, then 10 million. If 10 million is not enough, then 100 million. I will compensate you in the amount you dare to ask for." The faint voice shocked everyone. Listen to these words. It is really domineering. Zhou Xionghong was so scared that his legs were shaking and beads of sweat flowed from his face to the ground. The sweat was not from the heat, but from fear. Hearing such inhumane words, he was terrified. 100 million or 10 million. Is that enough to buy a few of his lives? Not to mention 100 million, 10 million, or 1 million. He doesn't even dare to ask for a penny in compensation now. Chapter 62. One day interest 1.09 million. How dare Zhou Xionghong ask for money from the super rich? Faced with a big shot who could take out 100 million in cash, how could he dare to think about the compensation for being beaten? What compensation? I'm afraid you remembered it wrong. Zhou Xionghong knelt down and bowed his head, saying shamelessly, "It was clearly my face that scratched your precious hand, so I should be the one to pay you." The people around who heard this felt a chill in their hearts. Holy shit, is this something a human can say? Especially when they saw that Zhou Xionghong, who no one dared to provoke before, changed his previous arrogance and domineering, put on a smile with a swollen face, and begged for Gu Wenqing's forgiveness. They were all shocked. How could they have thought that Zhou Xionghong, who was driving a Mercedes-Benz S400, would give in so quickly? They have become rotten fish and shrimp on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. A smile also appeared on Gu Wenqing's face, a sarcastic smile. It is only natural to pay for hitting someone. I, Gu Wenqing, am not an unreasonable person. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a tone that could not be refused, "Now it's time to settle the money you owe me. My time isn't cheap. Gu Wenqing believes that if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him. As the saying goes, do not do to others what you do not want others do to you." And Gu Wenqing is going to use Zhou Hongxiong's rogue methods to bully Zhou Xionghong in return. Gu Wenqing snapped his fingers. A bank professional nearby immediately understood and said directly, "If Mr. Gu deposited 10 billion renminbi in demand deposits, the daily interest would be about 82,000 renminbi. The interest rate for large denomination certificates of deposit is higher, about 4% for a 3-year term. So the daily interest for the 10 billion renminbi deposit would be as high as 1.09 million renminbi. That means that Mr. Gu's daily income is 1.09 million renminbi without doing anything. What's more, Mr. Gu has more than 10 billion in our Magic City Bank. I won't count the remaining tens or even hundreds of billions." After the bank staff finished speaking, in an instant, the air became quiet. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds. What did they hear? More than 10 billion in deposits? The interest income from one day alone can buy a luxury car Maserati. If it wasn't said by a bank insider, no one would have believed that a teenager had more than 10 billion in cash in his card. Just thinking about that string of numbers can make people feel scalp tingling. After more than half a minute, the noise started. 10 billion. This is too unbelievable. Fuck, listen to what people say. I won't count the odd tens or even hundreds of billions. Kneel down, sir. Please accept my knee. Is this the strength of a true rich man? The real pinnacle of life? Everyone stared at Gu Wenqing in amazement. They were no longer just envious of him. They were almost ready to kneel down and worship him. Facing the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Wenqing's face remained calm. He looked at the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist and continued. "So far, you have delayed me for almost 30 minutes, which is half a day if rounded up. So you should compensate me for my time loss for about 500,000 yuan. 30 minutes, rounded up to half a day? Gu Wenqing is so unreasonable and domineering. This is how you treat others the way they treat you. Gu Wenqing will never be merciful to a thug like Zhou Xionghong." With a loud bang, Gu Wenqing's words were like a bomb that exploded in Zhou Xionghong's mind. He was so shocked that he lost his mind. 500,000. Zhou Xionghong was so scared that he stuttered a little. He usually spends money lavishly. How could he have so much money in his card? He gritted his teeth and bought the Mercedes-Benz S400 just to show off. The platinum card of Radisson Hotel is not his at all, but his boss's. He borrows the card to show off when he has nothing to do, so that the low-level minions of Radisson Hotel think he is a rich man. Calling him Mr. Zhou? Let him get lost in the shouts of Mr. Zhou. Where can he find so much money? The person in front of me is a billionaire with a golden word. If I can't come up with so much money, I will definitely die. He knows very well how powerful the tricks of the rich are. He can just spend money to hire a good and eloquent lawyer and turn black into white. Besides, the one who was originally against it was Zhou Xionghong himself. False accusation, libel, attempted blackmail. If the lawyer accuses him of these crimes, he will definitely go to jail. Thinking of this, Zhou Xionghong's face turned pale with fear. He gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "I will compensate you. It is indeed my fault that I wasted Mr. Gu's precious time. Mr. Gu, please don't take it to heart." After saying that, he called the company boss and asked for an advance of more than 200,000 yuan in salary. Together with the more than 200,000 yuan in his card, it just made up a total of 500,000 yuan. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and asked the bank staff next to him to come over and directly transferred the 500,000 yuan to the staff's card. Then, Gu Wenqing looked around and saw dozens of bank employees transporting 100 million in cash and 40 bank security guards armed with real guns and live ammunition. Gu Wenqing said, "Everyone has worked hard. This 500,000 yuan is my reward for your hard work." Hearing this, the resentment of the staff who came to deliver the money in the hot weather disappeared completely. Generous, open, and awesome. At this moment, the staff who had been busy for half a day were all filled with joy. Mr. Gu is really generous. He takes every aspect into consideration and ensures that his subordinates will not suffer any loss when doing things. If the 500,000 yuan is divided equally among 80 to 90 people, each person will get nearly 6,000 yuan. Soon, the insurance company came. Zhou Xionghong bears full responsibility for this accident. The dust has settled, order has been restored to the garage, and the long queue of cars that was stuck in the traffic jam has gradually entered the underground garage. Bite. The host unlocks a new title. Shocking. Reward: Radisson Blue 5-star Hotel. Reward: a plot of land in the Magic City worth 30 billion. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. The matter of withdrawing 100 million in cash was completed, and Gu Wenqing also unlocked a new title in due time. Radisson Hotel. The 5-star Radisson Blue Hotel is 47 stories high and has 520 rooms. It provides guests with a range of convenient facilities, including 5 restaurants and bars, 10 meeting rooms, 1 multifunctional banquet hall, gymnasium, indoor swimming pool, and spa. There is also a revolving restaurant and starry sky lounge at the top of the hotel. The reward this time is the Radisson Blue 5-star Hotel alone, with an estimated value of 5 billion. Chapter 63. The system invested 30 billion to buy the Land King. When I saw the second reward, Magic City land worth 30 billion. Huh? Gu Wenqing exclaimed in surprise. Land worth 30 billion? You should know that this is the second batch of concentrated land transfer in Shanghai this year. As the quality of land supply in Shanghai has improved significantly, real estate developers are enthusiastic about participating in the auction. In the end, nearly 40% of the plots reached the stop price, and the total transaction amount reached 78 billion yuan. The total transaction value of the 4 plots of land was only 78 billion yuan, while Gu Wenqing's plot of land was worth 30 billion yuan, which means that his plot of land not only has an excellent location, but also a larger area. The land is located in Shuzhou District, covering 28 plots including the southern extension of the Huangpu River in Shuzhou District, involving various business formats such as commercial offices, catering and hotel industries, culture and sports, commercial housing, social rental housing, and plaza land. The total area is more than 320,000 square meters, and the total development volume is approximately 1.8 million square meters. The location and size of this plot of land cannot be replicated. This land area is located in the central urban area where land resources are scarce. It is one of the only areas in the central urban area of Shanghai, especially along the river, that can be developed on a large scale with a high starting point and in an integrated manner. In fact, large plots of land in the center of Shanghai have long disappeared from the land market, and Shuzhou District's protective development policy along the riverside has made the value of Shuzhou's riverside land needless to say. The land along the river in Shanghai worth 30 billion yuan left Gu Wenqing dumbfounded. When receiving the reward, a piece of land in the Magic City worth 30 billion, Gu Wenqing was obviously stunned. Although he had previously obtained 10 billion in cash, Ferrari LaFerrari supercars, high-end Western restaurants, cinemas, and other rewards from the system by unlocking new titles, and his net worth could be considered high, he was still shocked by the value of the Magic Capital land. It's not just because of the price. For such scarce land resources, if you don't have deep connections and background, you won't be eligible to participate in the land bidding even if you have a lot of money. Besides, a piece of land is worth 30 billion yuan, and the profit from development will be more than 10 billion yuan. 10 minutes ago, Magic City, Shanghai Land Exchange. 24 real estate companies from all over the country gathered together. Huafeng Real Estate is one of the star properties in Shanghai. Huafeng Real Estate's 7 plots of land in Shanghai have recently been developed, and most of them have been delivered, with only some high-end villas and houses yet to be sold. The funds used to purchase the land have been repatriated, and the company now has sufficient cash flow on its books. The founder of the group, Lin Hongtian, came here with full confidence and was determined to buy 2 pieces of land and take them back. In the end, reality gave Lin Hongtian a slap in the face. Because the land king in this land auction is the extremely scarce Suzhou Riverside land. So it attracted many nationally famous real estates. Huafeng Real Estate is well known in Shanghai, and the residential communities it develops are all high-quality projects. However, its competitors are all nationally renowned real estate giants. In front of these giants, Huafeng is simply not good enough. A total of 15 plots of land were auctioned in this land auction, 14 of which were acquired by large real estate developers, and Huafeng didn't get a single piece of land. At this moment, there is only one last piece of land left, the Suzhou Riverside land. At this moment, the business CEOs who took photos of the land were smiling. I, Hengjin, must get this piece of land. We must also take down Biguay. The top-ranked real estate developers in China are gearing up for success. The bidding price rose directly from the initial reserve price of 12 billion to 20 billion in an instant, and it is still rising. In the back row, several local real estate developers in Shanghai said to Lin Hongtian, "Old Lin, don't even look at it. A piece of land like this is worth more than 20 billion. We can't afford it at all. Yes, these big companies are coming for this piece of land. Otherwise, we wouldn't be unable to get any land. Don't worry. Fortunately, my company still has land to develop." Listening to their words, Lin Hongtian frowned, feeling very helpless. These large real estate developers often pay a premium of more than 10 billion yuan to acquire land, which makes medium-sized real estate developers like him very passive. The land parcels auctioned this time were bought by large companies at a premium, so they have no taste for it, and it is a pity to abandon it. Oh, Huafeng has no land anymore, and we have to wait for several months for the next land auction. Lin Hongtian thought disappointedly. 22.3 billion. 22.6 billion. Biguay Real Estate offers 25 billion. As soon as the 25 billion offer came out, all the real estate companies were silent. The Suzhou Riverside land is valued at 23 billion yuan, which means that Biguay Real Estate has a premium of 2 billion yuan. Many real estate companies present had the ability to add more money, but the CEOs had to consider many factors such as their own company's capital chain, bank loans, projects under construction, etc., and in the end, everyone gave up the bidding. 25 billion at a time. 25 billion for the second time. 25 billion. Just as the hammer was about to fall, someone said, 30 billion. The person who spoke was the person in charge of the auction land. He continued, Mr. Gu from Huafeng Real Estate offered 30 billion. Just now he received a call. Mr. Gu from Huafeng Group offered 30 billion to buy the land king, and all the 30 billion yuan has been transferred to the government account. The system is so unscientific that Gu Wenqing doesn't even have to show up. The system will directly help him buy the land. Wow, 30 billion? A full premium of 7 billion? Crazy. Play like this. The real estate company bosses were dumbfounded. They were no longer interested in the land because the premium was too high. 30 billion at a time. 30 billion twice. 30 billion 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Gu Wenqing of Huafeng Group for winning the land auction. Bang, bang, bang. The bosses below clapped their hands symbolically. Mr. Gu from Huafeng Group? Who is this guy? He is so awesome that he won the land king with a premium of 7 billion. Lin Hongtian said while applauding. It's really awesome. This Huafeng Group is really powerful. It slaps these big real estate developers in the face. Other local real estate developers in Shanghai are also saying this. The moment he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Lin Hongtian, what the hell? Huafeng, Isn't that my company? Other Shanghai real estate. WTF. Huafeng Group is Lao Lin's real estate. Someone came to his senses and asked, Gu Wenqing, the one who bid for the land, is a shareholder of your group. Lin Hongtian also answered with mixed feelings. Yes, a small shareholder. Lin Hongtian's mood was extremely complicated at this time. After developing 7 plots of land, Huafeng Real Estate was valued at about 90 billion. And a small shareholder of his group actually spent 30 billion yuan of his own money to buy a piece of land. Damn, this is too crazy. 30 billion is equivalent to 1/3 of Huafeng's valuation. Even though Huafeng Group is valued at 90 billion, the actual available liquidity on the books is less than 20 billion. Old Gu, you are richer than I thought. Lin Hongtian said with emotion. The implantation of the system allowed Lin Hongtian to also have the memory of the company's shareholder Gu Wenqing. Chapter 64. Yes, I acquired Radisson Hotel. Radisson Hotel. Mr. Gu, no offense intended, please don't take it personally. The security captain said anxiously. The security guards who were accompanying them didn't even dare to breathe. They were uneasy in their hearts, and they cursed Zhou Xionghong more. Damn, those guys actually offended a billionaire. We brothers have suffered an unexpected disaster. Gu Wenqing showed a sneer on his face. Unprovoked disaster? He didn't think so. On the other side, in the manager's office of the Radisson Blue 5-star hotel, the hotel manager suddenly received a call from his boss. After hearing what the boss said on the phone, the manager was suddenly confused. The boss told him on the phone that the Radisson Blue 5-star hotel had been sold by him, and from now on, he was no longer the owner of the Radisson Blue Hotel. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, the manager was stunned for a while. The business of the Radisson Blue 5-star hotel has always been booming, so why did the owner sell it? This is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Ding dong. A piece of information was sent to the manager's email address. It was a message from the former boss. Above is the new owner of the Radisson Blue 5-star hotel. I'll go. Look at the new boss's information. The manager was a little dumbfounded. Only 18 years old. Being so young, he was able to acquire the Radisson Hotel. It seems that the new boss's family wealth is quite terrifying. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Opening the office, the lobby manager Mingwan walked in. Manager, the traffic jam at the garage entrance has been resolved. Mingwan said. The manager frowned. It took half an hour to handle such a small matter. What were those security guards doing? The manager then forwarded the email to the lobby manager and said, The Radisson Hotel has a new owner. Please find out the new owner's information. I've sent it to your email. Oh, the lobby manager Mingwan was also shocked. A 5-star hotel worth 5 billion yuan was purchased without any hesitation? The new owner is too arrogant. Thinking about it, she clicked on the information. When she saw the photo, her eyes almost dropped to the ground in shock. Isn't this the guy who caused trouble in the garage? She was watching from a distance just now. Although the boy was wearing a mask, his hairstyle and eyes were exactly the same as in the picture. What did you say? The manager asked quickly. Are you sure? Mingwan nodded. Seeing Mingwan nod, the manager stood up suddenly, unable to believe what he heard. His heart was already filled with sadness. On the first day that the new boss acquired the hotel, he gave the boss a warning and offended the new boss badly. He is definitely courting death. No, it must be saved. The manager said in a hurry. Quick, notify all the managers and go to the garage to welcome Mr. Gu. Okay, Wenwan said and went to issue the notice. Garage entrance. Order was restored in the garage. One after another, armored trucks drove in, loaded 100 million in cash into the cars, and left. Although the security guards had offended Gu Wenqing with their words, they were still reckless, and since Gu Wenqing did not accept their apology, they just let it go. So what if the family is rich? So what if the assets are worth 10 billion? It's none of their business. They still get 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month salary anyway. Mr. Gu, we'll leave first. However, before the security captain finished his words, several hurried footsteps were suddenly heard. Soon, the manager of the Radisson Hotel came over with a group of management staff. Boss, you're here. The manager said to Gu Wenqing respectfully. The managers behind me also greeted respectfully. Welcome home, boss. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. What is going on? The manager of Radisson Hotel and all the management staff came out to greet us? They actually called Gu Wenqing boss. Yang Emo was very shocked. The security guards were terrified. How could things turn out like this? They simply didn't want to believe it. They were just maintaining the privileges of platinum members as usual, but they actually offended the new boss? What's funny is that they had previously questioned whether Gu Wenqing could afford to top up 1 million yuan and get a platinum membership card at the hotel. As a result, The rich man directly bought a five-star hotel worth 5 billion yuan. Is it too late to admit your mistakes now? The security guards immediately bowed and apologized. Boss, I'm sorry. Gu Wenqing had a blank expression on his face. He pointed at the hotel manager and said, "You and all of you security guards are fired. Pack your things and go to the finance department to collect your salary." The leader failed to play a good leading role and created privileges at will. This kind of experience must be fired. Gu Wenqing's words were like thunder, exploding in their minds. They are unemployed. Especially the big-bellied manager. He was so scared that he sat down on the ground. He lost his job with an annual salary of 1 million. He couldn't help but want to cry. Yang Imo asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Gu, did you really acquire the Radisson Hotel?" Gu Wenqing said without hesitation, "Yes, seeing my sister being wronged, as a younger brother, of course I couldn't bear it, so I simply bought the hotel and fired those scums." Hearing the sound, all of Yang Mo's college classmates were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? Did you acquire the Radisson Blue 5-star hotel in order to fire those security guards? WTF. This is so fucking awesome. Just to fire a few security guards, they spent a huge amount of money to buy a Radisson Blue 5-star hotel worth 5 billion. Really generous, extremely generous. Haha, and very ruthless. Acquiring a 5 billion 5-star hotel is as easy as buying cabbage at the vegetable market. Who wouldn't envy this kind of free and easy life? And those girls who had said bad things about Gu Wenqing were all convinced by Gu Wenqing when the bank actually sent 100 million in cash. They have been in society for 2 years. After being baptized by society, their hearts have become realistic. Between love and bread, they will choose bread without hesitation. Their eyes were frequently cast on Gu Wenqing. Rich and pretty. Easily withdraw 100 million in cash, acquire a 5-star hotel without a word, and have tens of billions in deposits in the bank card. Especially when he was so angry that he bought the hotel and fired the security guards for the beauty he loved. This behavior was simply domineering. The girls all feel so safe. It's a pity that they just said Gu Wenqing was unreliable and mocked him wantonly. Thinking of this, their minds exploded. I feel like I have lost the chance to get close to the nobleman Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing glanced at them. Ugly people are often mischievous. His eyes did not linger at all and went straight to the turbulent Yang Mo. Chapter 65, Interest Compounds. See you next time. Yang Mo has changed her previous professional style. Today, she wore a black dress with floral patterns. The slightly tight dress brought out her perfect body curves and her S-shaped figure. There is a small hollow design at the collarbone of the dress, revealing the white and translucent collarbone, adding a touch of sexiness and charm. The length of the dress reaches a little above the thigh, exposing the white and tender legs to the air. The sexy, slightly curly hair and the delicate and mature makeup make Yang Mo very eye-catching. The only flaw was that she was wearing a pair of flat shoes because she was driving. If you put on high heels, who wouldn't love the sexy queen style? Of course, Yang Mo didn't believe Gu Wenqing's lies. But after this incident, my favorable impression of Gu Wenqing has indeed increased. He is tall, rich, handsome, and considerate. How could she not be moved? Feeling Yang Mo's burning gaze, Gu Wenqing touched his face and asked, "Does my face look good?" "So cool." Gu Wenqing joked. "Then give me a kiss." Yang Mo had a very high favorable impression on Gu Wenqing at the moment, but she felt embarrassed in front of so many people. She spoke in a low voice so that only the two of them could hear. "Next time, there are too many people." Buzz. At this moment, the cell phone in Gu Wenqing's pocket vibrated. I took out my cell phone and saw it was a message from Wang Min. And he posted a lot of messages, and the first unread one was more than 10 minutes ago. Yang Mo also had to attend the wedding banquet. Gu Wenqing said he had something to contact her via WeChat and then walked towards the Radisson Hotel. Read the information while walking. Wang Min, husband, you haven't arrived yet? Feeling wronged. Wang Min, do I look good in this maid outfit? Shy. Wang Min, husband, why are you ignoring me? Wang Min, you stinky man, you are so ruthless. Angry. Looking at the messages, there is a gap in the time they are sent. This means Wang Min really misses him. Gu Wenqing was dealing with Yang Mo's affairs just now and did not notice Wang Min's message. I wanted to tease her. Gu Wenqing, I have something going on at school today, so I can't come. Wang Min was expecting Gu Wenqing's reply and finally got the news. When she saw it, it turned out to be bad news, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Bad guy. Ungrateful person. I have prepared all kinds of silk and benefits so carefully. Wang Min was furious. Mr. Gu, okay. Hello, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, welcome home. As soon as they saw Gu Wenqing enter the hotel, the employees all greeted the boss. Gu Wenqing saw the word lobby manager on Mingjuan's name tag. It just so happened that the general manager of the hotel was dismissed. Just promote someone to take up the position first, and then replace him if he doesn't have the ability. Gu Wenxin asked knowingly, "You are the lobby manager here?" "Yes, boss. My name is Mingwan." "How many years have you worked?" "I've been working at Radisson for 5 years." Mingwan was a little excited. The general manager was fired, and the boss asked her these questions at this critical juncture. Could it be a promotion? Gu Wenxing lived up to her expectations. "Okay, you can try the position of general manager for now." Gu Wenxing's words were very casual, but Mingwan could also hear the hidden meaning in his words. Temporary general manager, equivalent to temporary. This was the boss's way of testing her abilities, and she thought to herself that she must sit better than her predecessor. Gu Wenxing took the elevator and arrived at the presidential suite. "Raise your hand and knock on the door." Bang. "Who is it?" Wang Min looked through the cat's eye. Gu Wenxing's perfect face outside the door came into her sight. Wang Min's disappointment was swept away. She happily opened the door and hugged Gu Wenxing tightly, clinging to Gu Wenxing softly. Wang Min hung her entire body on Gu Wenxing, groaning, "Big liar. Honey, I've already showered." Gu Wenxing leaned over, slowly put his head close to Wang Min's ear, and said in a seductive tone, "Then let me smell it." She leaned her body against Gu Wenxing, with an attitude of wanting to refuse but also to welcome. Today, Wang Min is wearing a white tight dress with white half-knee stockings underneath. Under the exquisite makeup, there is a pure breath. The charm of this sexy outfit, coupled with the pure and sweet face. This outfit really made Gu Wenxing's eyes light up. It seems that this little girl has put a lot of thought into dressing up. A long time. Gu Wenxing said, "Next time, don't wear anything as short as in a nightclub." Although he likes to watch this, he has no habit of letting others see his woman wearing it. "Oh, that's because I'm heartbroken. I won't wear it anymore," Wang Min said with her cute little nose wrinkled. Gu Wenxing smiled. "No, you have to wear it." Wang Min smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wear it just for you." Gu Wenxing took a sip of water and saw black high boots for women. He asked, "Although these boots look good, will they really keep your feet from smelling in the summer? How can my feet smell if I wash them every day?" Wang Min was like a kitten with its fur standing on end. "It's not like you didn't see it the other night when we were drinking. Isn't it smelly?" "Smelly." Wang Min curled her lips. "If I hit you, it obviously doesn't stink." Wave your little fist and lightly hit someone's chest. Gu Wenxing held the little hand, his eyes burning, and exhaled hot air gently. "I don't believe it." "Long time." Wang Min fell asleep directly. At this time, Yang Imo sent a WeChat message. "Yang Imo, what is brother Gu doing? Cute." Gu Wenxing, "I can't sleep in the long night. I miss you." Smirk. Yang Imo asked knowingly, "Why do you miss me?" Question mark. Gu Wenxing said something with a double meaning. "Do it." After a while, Yang Imo replied, "Little pervert, shy." Gu Wenxing, "You owe me a kiss. When will you pay it back?" Yang Imo, "Wait until the next time we meet." Looking forward to it. Gu Wenxing, "Compound interest is more than just a simple saying." Smirk. Chapter 66 Choice. Summer in September. Youth always brings parting. The military training at Magic City University is over. Gu Wenxing and his group said goodbye to the instructor. A few sentimental girls even cried, while others hugged the instructor reluctantly. The early stage of military training is bitter, the middle stage of military training is full of laughter, and the separation in the later stage is filled with a slight sadness. The military training is over. During the time of military training, Senior Wang Yinran's black silk stockings, school beauty Chin's sparkling water, white moonlight Qin Munin, and Gu Wenxing who touched the hearts of countless girls, were also sealed in the memories of countless people with the end of the military training. "Hey, let's go see the Oriental Pearl Tower. I want to eat the Magic City fried buns. Go to the bun bar in Shanghai." Huang Zicheng in the dormitory also said excitedly, "Let's go to TXX tonight." Zhou Tao asked curiously, "What is TXX?" Huang Zicheng laughed obscenely, "It's the top nightclub in Shanghai. I heard the girls there are really pretty." Zhou Tao was a little excited. "Have you been inside?" "I've never been to a nightclub in my life." Huang Zicheng answered without hesitation, "You are talking nonsense. How can I know the quality of TXX girls if I haven't been there?" "Wow, I didn't expect you to be a veteran. So awesome." Zhang Xiaohong stared with eyes wide open and raised her thumb. Huang Zicheng felt the shock of the two people and felt secretly happy. He was just bragging. "I just heard my cousin bragging that TXX girls are of high quality. He has never been there." But the 1 million in his card gave him confidence. Huang Zicheng said, "Lao Gu, you are so rich. You should have been to TXX, right? Tell them whether TXX is fun." Gu Wenxing, "I went there once. It was just average. I'm quite familiar with their boss. The first time I went there, I became the owner of TXX, the top nightclub in Shanghai." "Fuck? You're just bragging." "My cousin said that the boss of TXX is in his 40s. There's such a big age gap between you two. There's no way you can get along with him." Huang Zicheng didn't believe it. Gu Wenqing smiled and said nothing. The four returned to the dormitory. Huang Zicheng hurriedly took off his camouflage uniform and threw it into the trash can, took a shower, and changed into an outfit that he thought looked handsome. Zhou Tao said that it would be a pity to throw away the camouflage uniform, so he planned to wash and dry it so that he could wear it when he returned to his hometown to do farm work. Huang Zicheng wore a white shirt and slightly tight suit pants. The shirt was tucked into the pants, revealing a cool belt. He also wore Nike casual shoes. After changing his clothes, he looked in the mirror and fiddled with his yellow hair. Zheng Xiaohong said, "Fuck, why are you so showy?" "What do you know? Going to a nightclub means dressing up a little bit. What if something happens with a girl?" "Hiki," Huang Zicheng said as he fantasized, with a look of lust on his face. Zhou Tao frowned at the side. He really couldn't understand Huang Zicheng's outfit. He was already as thin as a monkey, and he tucked his shirt into his belt, which made him look even thinner, like a paper man. "Especially I like to wear tight pants. The crotch of the pants is so tight around the two S's, with a little bulge in the middle. Isn't it really uncomfortable? What a waste of money wearing such a weird outfit." Zhou Tao complained in his heart. Gu Wenqing is still handsome. Lao Gu doesn't even need to dress up. He's the protagonist just standing there. Zhou Tao thought for a while and asked, "Huang Zicheng, will Mo Luo and the others go too?" To be honest, Zhou Tao envied Gu Wenqing for having so many admired girls. He also longs for a relationship. Mo Luo is not only beautiful but also approachable. He also likes Mo Luo very much. Zhou Tao's family conditions were not good. His parents were farmers at home. He was born in the countryside, and before he was admitted to university, he had never even been to his hometown city. Zhou Tao felt a little inferior when he first came to Shanghai, but after the military training, he regained his confidence. It's a prestigious university. Zhou Tao doesn't think he will be a bad student. He will get better and better in the future anyway. He thought Mo Luo must be interested in him, otherwise Mo Luo would not chat with him. Huang Zicheng was speechless. Brother, who the hell goes to a nightclub and invites girls to join them? If we, a few grown men, have fun together, won't we have more opportunities? Huang Zicheng has been feeling very agitated lately. There has been no progress with Li Wafang, and he is envious and jealous of Gu Wenqing for tasting women every day. He can't stand it anymore. I really miss Mo Luo. Okay, let's make an appointment with him in a few days, okay? And don't tell Mo Luo about going to the nightclub. Huang Zicheng yelled. He was afraid that if Li Wafang heard about it, he would be finished. In preparation for their nightclub trip that evening, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong also started dressing up. Zhou Tao put on his Nike shoes, which cost 68 yuan with free shipping. Zheng Xiaohong used gel water to comb her hair back into a big slicked back style, and even said, "If you want a man to do well, your hair must be combed back." Gu Wenqing was speechless when he saw the three guys' flashy outfits. He said, "It's just a nightclub. Can you dress more normally?" Huang Zicheng yelled in dissatisfaction. "Damn it, old Gu. You were just jealous of my handsomeness and envious of me stealing your limelight." Zhou Tao grinned. "I think you have no idea at all. Are you worthy of competing with Lao Gu? Why not? I'm a handsome Korean guy." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing and the other two said, "Ugh." Zhang Xiaohong asked, "Have you visited the campus forum?" The forum is discussing the 4 goddesses of Shanghai. Now it has become the 5 goddesses. "Oh, who is the new one?" Zhou Tao asked. "Many wolf friends generally agree that it is Qin Yunxue." Huang Zicheng said disdainfully, "Go away. Bai Yueguang Qin Munin is the eternal god. Okay, she is more than qualified to be the school belle." The 4 goddesses recognized by Shanghai University before were Wang Yanran, Wen Qian, Lu Shiyao, and Yu Man. Nowadays, on the forum, LSBS are discussing crazily which freshman girl is most likely to become a goddess. Most people support the cool goddess Qin Yunxue. Qin Munin, who became famous with one jump and is considered by many boys as her white moonlight, also has many diehard fans. For a while, the two groups of people argued fiercely on the internet. Zhang Xiaohong asked, "Old Gu, who do you think is prettier, Qin Yunxue or Qin Munin?" Gu Wenqing was busy chatting with his senior at the moment, and he said directly, "They are all good-looking, each with its own merits. Each flower has its own fragrance." Huang Zi asked, "If you had to choose the best-looking one, who would you choose?" Gu Wenqing smiled. "Guess." Hear the sound. Noticing Gu Wenqing's half-smile, he said nothing, but Huang Zicheng seemed to understand. Huang Zicheng and others were stunned. "It's you, Gu Wenqing." This pattern opened up immediately. After coming to their senses, Huang Zicheng and the others suddenly had a ridiculous idea in their minds. It must be said that Lao Gu really has this ability. Chapter 67. Which boy did Qin Munin give fruit to? During military training, Qin Yunxue kept giving Gu Wenqing sparkling water. Even if we want to thank Gu Wenqing for his bravery, we can't send him gifts every day. School beauty Qin must have Gu Wenqing in her heart. Another white moonlight, Qin Yunan, is also related to Gu Wenqing for some unknown reason. Military training took the initiative to ask for Gu Wenqing's V signal. It must be said that Lao Gu is really lucky in love. Thinking of this, Wang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong were extremely envious of Gu Wenqing in their hearts. Buzz. Buzz. While bragging to his roommates, Gu Wenqing's phone vibrated. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Take out your phone and take a look. Message from Bai Yueguang Qin Mernan. Qin Yunan, I'm downstairs in your dormitory. The military training these days is very hard. I bought you some fruit. Qin Yunan, come down quickly and get it. Not far from the door of the boys' dormitory. Qin Yunan was wearing a white tight short top. Her white collarbone and small waist were exposed to the air, and a pair of blue loose jeans. The trouser legs of the jeans were slit on both sides, and you could vaguely see her long legs wrapped in black stockings. With her pretty face and sexy body, all the boys passing by can't help but take a second look at her. Some LSBS even looked at the faintly visible black stockings with fiery eyes, as if they wanted to eat Qin Yunan alive. Someone in the boys' dormitory yelled, Bai Yueguang is downstairs. The boys in the building shouted excitedly, and soon many boys were lying on the balcony, looking at the white moonlight below. White moonlight Qin Yunan is so beautiful. After changing out of the monotonous military training uniform, Bai Yueguang is even more beautiful today. Many boys were stunned for a moment. Is that fruit on the ground next to Bai Yueguang? She delivers fruit. Looking at Qin Yunan, they were very confused. Qin Yunan is sending fruit to a boy? That's impossible. The watermelon is probably too heavy, so she's resting right there. Bullshit. The girls' dormitory doesn't pass by here. Anyway, I don't believe Bai Yueguang would give things to boys. The boys were communicating with each other. At this time, a bold boy downstairs came up and asked, Miss, are you tired of carrying the fruits? Where are you going? I will help you carry the fruits. I'm waiting for someone. Qin Yunan said, shook his head, and refused directly. The boy walked towards the boys' dormitory in grief. Another boy patted him on the shoulder and asked, what did Bai Yueguang say? Bai Yueguang said she was waiting for someone. What? As soon as these words came out, the boys were all shocked. Is Bai Yueguang really here to look for someone? How could that be? Is it popular for goddesses to give gifts to boys nowadays? Previously, Qin Shaohua gave sparkling water to boys every day, and today Bai Yueguang bought some fruit to give to boys. They were all extremely surprised. How outstanding that boy must be to be worthy of Bai Yueguang's waiting. The boys who saw this scene felt sad. They were already jealous to death. There are only two goddesses in the freshman year. One is Qin Yunxue, who is obsessed with Gu Wenqing, and the other Qin Yunan seems to have someone he likes. The boy was dejected, wondering why he was not so lucky to be liked by the goddess. Huang Zichen was the first to run to the balcony to watch when Gu Wenqing heard the noise. He was a loyal fan of Bai Yueguang and had just been scolded by the fans of Qin Yunan and Qin Shaohua on the forum. The first time Huang Zicheng saw Qin Yunan in private clothes, he was amazed. Then I saw the fruit next to her. Huang Zicheng said in shock, fuck. Qin Yunan really came here to give fruit to the boys. At this time, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also came to the balcony. Zhou Tao said with a look of regret. What a pity. During the military training, Qin Yunan took the initiative to add Lao Gu on WeChat. I thought she had feelings for Lao Gu. Zhang Xiaohong pouted and said, everyone at Magic City University knows that Gu Wenqing already has a senior schoolmate, and there is also a school beauty named Qin who serves as Gu's liquor every day. Qin Yunan is not stupid. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng also felt that Zhang Xiaohong was right. Huang Zicheng agreed and said, I also think that Qin Yunan is definitely not looking for Lao Gu. Old Gu is already deeply involved in the world of women. Qin Yunan is a self-loving girl. It is impossible for her to like old Gu again. Finished. Huang Zicheng sighed and said with emotion, I don't know who is so lucky to be favored by Bai Yueguang. Zhou Tao glanced at the monkey-like Huang Zicheng and said, it's not you anyway. Sister, if you can't talk, just say less. Huang Zicheng really thinks Qin Yunan is pretty. If he didn't have Li Wafang, he would definitely pursue Qin Yunan. The three roommates were sighing on the balcony when the naked Gu Wenqing put on his clothes and left the dormitory. After a while, the three people in the balcony dormitory saw a familiar figure. Huang Zicheng was puzzled. Old Gu, what are you doing down there? Zhang Xiaohong was also puzzled. Could he have thought that Qin Yunan was looking for him? Zhou Tao is sober now. Shit. They're not really looking for Lao Gu. Huang Zicheng said coldly, impossible, absolutely impossible. Downstairs, Gu Wenqing felt helpless. He really doesn't want to mess with girls anymore. At Shanghai University, a senior schoolmate and Qin Yunxue were enough to give him a headache. If there is another Qin Yunan, he is not the Eastern Han dynasty, divided into 3 kingdoms. He is afraid of overturning. Why does Qin Yunan insist on walking himself into the tiger's mouth? Don't you understand the principle of a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Hey, I bought some fruit especially for you, Qin Munin said with a pout. Noticing the helplessness on Gu Wenqing's face, she felt a little aggrieved. The fruits in the school supermarket are not fresh. I picked fresh fruits for you outside the school. It was not a short walk from the school gate to the boys' dormitory. She was a girl carrying a banana and a big watermelon. She was very tired, and there was a lot of sweat on her forehead and small nose. Look at Qin Munin, who is using his little hands as a fan and waving them constantly because he is so hot. Gu Wenqing couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. After seeing the fruit, Gu Wenqing was a little confused. How did she know that he liked watermelon and banana the most? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Gu Wenqing touched the watermelon. It might have just been bought from the fruit store, so it was still a little cold. Gu Wenqing split the watermelon with one palm, broke another watermelon in half, and handed one half to Qin Munin. Look how hot you are. Eat a piece. Qin Munin happily ate the watermelon that Gu Wenqing had broken. She was very satisfied, and the little grievance in her heart disappeared completely. The boys who saw this scene were not calm. Some students had their eyes wide open and their mouths opened wide, looking as if they couldn't believe it. Chapter 68. Yuan borrows money. What is going on? Qin Munin, the school's white moonlight, took the initiative to send fruit to Gu Wenqing. Doesn't she know that senior sister Wang Yan'an and school beauty Chen both like Gu Wenqing? Qin Munin was careless. Gu Wenqing's scumbag was so obvious, and she still wanted to lean on him. The boys were so jealous, they couldn't be more envious. At this moment, Gu Wenqing became the public enemy of all freshmen. The two goddesses in the first year of college both like Gu Wenqing. This is so outrageous. Why do all the good things happen to Gu Wenqing? All the boys' faces turned pale, and they were extremely heartbroken. I wish I could rush over and smash Gu Wenqing's head into pieces like a watermelon. At this time, the crowd clamored. Gu Wenqing, that bastard, flirted with the two best-looking girls. Gu Wenqing is so awesome. 3 schoolgirls are interested in him. He's really a big shot. I really want to learn how to pick up girls from him. How can you learn? Gu Wenqing is tall, rich, and handsome. If you have his qualities, you won't be short of women either. Damn it, he's just a little more handsome, a little taller, a little rich. I really envy Gu Wenqing. The boys were arguing with each other. They were extremely jealous, but there was nothing they could do. Who made the gap between them and Gu Wenqing so huge? Anyone present would feel a little inferior when compared with Gu Wenqing. The dormitory where Gu Wenqing lives. On the balcony, Huang Zicheng was extremely embarrassed. He was saying that Qin Munin would never like Gu Wenqing the previous second, but the next second he was slapped in the face by the 2 people downstairs. He looked downstairs in confusion, where Gu Wenqing and Qin Munin were sitting on the edge of the flower bed eating watermelon, wondering when did they get together. Zhou Tao patted Huang Zicheng on the shoulder and said, "Don't be envious. Lao Gu is someone you can never envy." Huang Zicheng. Gu Wenqing ate the watermelon with big mouthfuls, not caring about his image at all. Qin Munin felt as if they had returned to their childhood, when they were both 11 or 12 years old, and her name was still Yang Mu. She was struggling over whether to tell Xiaogu. Xiaogu doesn't know yet that she is Yang Mu. It feels weird to tell him now. Let's wait until Xiaogu likes her. Just treat it as a surprise for him. Qin Munin gently said to eat slowly, then took out a napkin and wiped the juice off Gu Wenqing's face with his own hands. Student Qin Munin. Suddenly a voice came from the side, and a boy walked over quickly. Qin Munin said politely, "Hello, Senior Wang." Wang Hongyang glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was eating watermelon, and asked, "He is your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Qin Munin frowned, feeling a little annoyed with him, and replied politely, "Not yet. I added in my heart, in the future." Wang Hongyang became alert and looked Gu Wenqing up and down, cursing in his heart. Fuck, isn't this the Gu Wenqing in the forum? How did he hook up with Qin Munin again? Wang Hongyang is a sophomore student who has a crush on Qin Munin. He originally wanted to slowly pursue Qin Munin, but now after seeing Gu Wenqing, he knows that he must cut the Gordian knot quickly. Wang Hongyang warned, "Qin Munin, don't be fooled by him. Gu Wenqing has a lot of women around him." Gu Wenqing didn't say anything. As soon as he saw Wang Hongyang's expression, he knew that he was a weirdo. Talking to such a person, Gu Wenqing felt that he was lowering his status. Eating watermelon, and there's a dog barking. Let's go sit in the car. Gu Wenqing unlocked the Ferrari downstairs, turned on the air conditioner, and the two of them got in. Wang Hongyang clenched his fists and said, "Damn, is it so great to be rich? I will definitely expose your true face as a scumbag and let Qin Munin see through your true nature." Gu Wenqing and the other person sat in the car and chatted for a while, then left. On the way back, Qin Munin was very curious. After not seeing him for 7 or 8 years, Gu Wenqing's family turned out to be so rich. "Go back to the dormitory." Huang Zicheng asked curiously, "Old Gu, what is your relationship with Qin Munin?" Gu Wenqing said honestly, Ordinary friends. After all, there was really nothing between him and Qin Munin, and since they added each other on WeChat, they hadn't chatted much. Zhou Tao smiled evilly. I don't believe you, Lao Gu. You are not honest. Zheng Xiaohong also pushed up her glasses and said, who would send you fruit on such a hot day if they were just ordinary friends? Obviously, they all felt that there must be a story between Gu Wenqing and Qin Munin. After all, the sun in September is so hot. A girl is willing to brave the heat to buy fruit for a boy. Their relationship is definitely more than just ordinary friends. Gu Wenqing shook his head and ignored them. Whether it was Qin Yunxue or Qin Munin, he did not take the initiative to provoke them. Gu Wenqing thinks that matters of the heart should be left to fate. An apartment in Shanghai. Yuanin was a little anxious because she had to pay the rent soon, but she had no money at all. The money that Gu Wenqing gave as a reward can only be withdrawn next month. Far water cannot quench immediate thirst. She tried to borrow some money from her friends, but most of her classmates her age were studying and didn't have much money. Yuanin finally thought of her idol Gu Wenqing. He is so rich, I will borrow some money from him to pay the rent first, and then return it to Gu Wenqing when the income from the gifts arrives next month. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated, took out her mobile phone and typed to send it. Yuanin, my idol, are you there? Gu Wenqing happened to be playing with his phone, and when he saw Yuanin's message, the image of a G-rated girl with a baby face and big breasts emerged in his mind. She replied immediately, what's wrong, baby? Did you miss me? Yuanin, I want to borrow some money from you to pay the rent. I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Is that okay? Gu Wenqing directly transferred 100,000. Yuanin was shocked. Why did her brother turn so much? Yuanin, you've transferred too much. I'll give you some back. Gu Wenqing, you can use it first. I'm not short of money. What I lack is you, smirk. Yuanin blushed. Does her brother like her too? Yuanin, liar, then you don't even have fun. Gu Wenqing, when I have time, you must invite me upstairs to have a drink of water. At this time, the senior also sent a message. Wang Yanran, Junior, does this look good? Picture. Gu Wenqing thought it was a benefit and couldn't wait to click it. Oh shit. The picture shows the passenger seat of a Porsche. What is different from the new car is that there is a label on the passenger seat. Exclusive seat for brother Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 69. No parking allowed here. Only Mr. Gu can park. Time flies. Night is coming. At night, the magic city is full of lights, wine, and money. Gu Wenqing and his 3 showy roommates left the dormitory. I saw several groups of girls coming and going. In the hot September, they all wore shorts or short skirts, exposing their fair legs to the air. Some of them wore tights on their upper bodies, showing off their curvy breasts. The special scenery of summer is full of youthful vitality. Huang Ziqing stared at her intently, smiling, and whispered that a girl was looking at him. Zheng Xiaohong was not to be outdone and said that she was clearly looking at him. Zhou Tao looked at the 2 skinny guys with disdain and said with a grin, they are obviously looking at Lao Gu. The 4 of them arrived at the parking area. Lao Gu's Ferrari can only seat 2 people. Zheng Xiaohong, you and Zhou Tao should take a taxi to TXX. Huang Ziqing said. Huang Yiqing has never ridden in a Ferrari, so he will definitely try it next time he has the chance. Zhou Tao frowned. I want to ride a Ferrari too. Zheng Xiaohong also curled her lips. Me too. They all want to experience the Ferrari LaFerrari, a luxury car worth tens of millions, so that when they brag to others in the future, they can also brag about having ridden in a Ferrari. Seeing this scene, Gu Wenqing smiled. That may disappoint you. I'm not driving a Ferrari today. I'm driving something else. Gu Wenqing pressed the unlock button of the Bentley, and the headlights of the Bentley Land Cruiser lit up coolly, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. Zhou Tao, Huang Ziqing, and Zheng Xiaohong were all slightly shocked when they saw the Bentley Land Cruiser. Lao Gu bought another car? Is this the world of the rich? Zhou Tao exclaimed. Old Gu, your car is really cool. Zhou Tao looked at the Bentley Continental, a car with flawless aristocratic coupe pedigree. The car's domineering front, mesh electroplated grille for round headlights, large wheels, and powerful wheel arches all symbolize vitality and passion. I thought, if he also has one, how nice it would be to take him Luo for a ride. Huang Ziqing couldn't wait to get into the passenger seat. When he saw the decorations and perfume inside the car, he said, oh my god, it's obvious that this car, Mr. Gu, is not yours. It belongs to some rich woman. Gu Wenqing chuckled and said, it's from a friend. I have to return it in 2 days. Gu Wenqing had contacted Lin Yingying before, and Lin Yingying told him to drive first. Zheng Xiaohong, who got in the car, shouted, I don't want to work hard anymore. Lao Gu, please introduce me to a rich woman. Huang Ziqing also looked expectant and said, The doctor said my stomach is not in good condition and I can only eat soft food. Gu Wenqing said, "Get lost, she doesn't like monkeys." Zheng Xiaohong. Huang Zicheng. The Bentley Land Cruiser left Shanghai University with the roar of its engine and headed straight for TXX, the top nightclub in Shanghai. Huang Zicheng was extremely envious of Gu Wenqing, who drove with one hand. As the top nightclub in Shanghai, Tax's outdoor parking lot is crowded with luxury cars every day, including Ferrari sports cars, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, etc. They are very common in TXX. The Bentley Continental GT driven by Gu Wenqing is here. Although it is outstanding, it is not particularly expensive. There are luxury cars worth more than 400 million parked all around, which shows that the nightlife of the rich second generation in Shanghai is very colorful. Gu Wenqing parked the car not far from the TXX gate and asked Huang Zicheng and others to get out and book a table. After they got off the car, Gu Wenqing drove alone to find a parking space. TXX is packed at night, and the ground parking spaces are full of cars. Gu Wenqing drove around the parking lot, but it was full. At this moment, he noticed that there was an open space next to the gate of TXX, and Gu Wenqing thought about parking directly next to the gate. Before Gu Wenqing could take any action, a Lamborghini stopped in front of TXX with its engine roaring. As soon as the Lamborghini parked, the TXX security guard came over with a frown and reminded, "Sorry, sir, parking is not allowed in front of the TXX entrance. Please leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, the Lamborghini owner frowned and said, "I'm here to spend money. Why can't I stop here?" The security guard said sternly, "Sorry, this is the company's policy." The rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini was very unhappy, but he often came to TXX and actually knew that parking was not allowed near the gate. Because there was no parking space today, the rich second generation thought of parking at the door and tried it, but the security guard came and drove him away. The Lamborghini owner took one look at the pretty girl sitting in the passenger seat and thought to himself that he couldn't embarrass himself in front of her. The Lamborghini owner took out a wad of money from his bag and said loudly, 3,000 yuan, I'll park for one night. The security guard shook his head and refused, saying no. Then 5,000. The security guard still refused. "I'm sorry, sir, this is not a matter of money. The company's regulations do not allow it." Hearing this, the Lamborghini owner's face darkened and he cursed. "You don't know how to make money. You deserve to be a watchdog for life." After cursing, the rich second generation drove the Lamborghini away from the door of TXX quickly. The rich second generation driving the Lamborghini finally left, and before the security guard could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a Bentley Continental GT parked in. The security guard was so angry that he almost cursed. Why do these rich second generations like this place so much? The security guard strode forward and said in a formulaic way, "Sorry, sir, parking is not allowed in front of TXX. Please leave as soon as possible." Gu Wenqing got out of the car and asked, "No one can do it." "I'm sorry, company." The security guard hadn't finished speaking when he realized that the person getting off the bus looked so familiar. He took a closer look and exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my God, the person who came was Mr. Gu, the new boss of TXX." He was a little confused. The one driving the Bentley turned out to be the boss. After he came to his senses, he smiled and said, "Of course Mr. Gu can stop. Only Mr. Gu is qualified to park his car in front of TXX. The entire TXX nightclub belongs to Mr. Gu, not to mention the area next to the nightclub entrance." Even if Mr. Gu blocked the nightclub entrance with his Bentley, the security guards wouldn't dare to say no. Gu Wenqing sighed in his heart. It seems that after the system gave him TXX as an award, it also implanted his information into the employees. "Okay, help me keep an eye on the car." Gu Wenqing got out of the car and continued in a calm tone. "Wait and go to the finance department to collect the 10,000 yuan reward and say it was me who said it." After saying this, Gu Wenqing walked into the nightclub. The security guard was ecstatic to hear Mr. Gu's voice, which was like the sound of nature. He must be tempted by the 5,000 yuan from the Lamborghini owner, which is almost his monthly salary. But due to the company's regulations, he had no choice but to refuse. The security guard felt somewhat heartbroken for losing 5,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, the boss rewarded him with 10,000 yuan. This shows that the results of his work have been recognized by Mr. Gu. Thinking of the energetic security guard, I thought to myself that I must keep an eye on Mr. Gu's Bentley and not let some drunkard bump into it. Chapter 70. Huang Zicheng. Brothers still have a good reputation. In front of the TXX nightclub, there are two scantily clad female marketers with hot and graceful bodies. Before Gu Wenqing even entered the door, he heard the girls calling out in sweet voices, "Hello, Mr. Gu." One of the girls was called Su Mo, and she had witnessed Mr. Gu's elegance with her own eyes last time. I ordered 20 sets of 5-colored dragons at one time. As much as 1.5 million was spent in one night. For this, Su Mo also received a commission of 150,000 yuan for alcohol and beverages. The coolest thing is, he didn't drink the wine he ordered at such a high price, but fed it all to the dog. I didn't expect that when we met again for the second time, Mr. Gu had become the boss of TXX. He is really inhumane. TXX is very famous in Shanghai, with countless high-end customers and packed houses every day. TXX is making a fortune every day. Why would the previous owner sell it? For a nightclub like this to make a lot of money, it must be that Mr. Gu offered a price that the former owner couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Su Mo and another marketing girl looked at Gu, winching with admiration. There were 3 people just now, one of whom was Huang Mao. Which table did they book? Su Mo asked sweetly. Are you talking about the 2 thin ones, the tall, strong, dark boy, and the thin one with yellow hair? Seeing Gu winching nod, Su Mo continued. Area A3, seat 036. After saying that, Su Mo took the initiative to lead the way to Area A3, card 036. The other side, Jin Yi, the rich second generation who drives a Lamborghini, finally waited for a parking space. After parking the sports car, he took the beautiful girl to the nightclub to have fun. Today is his friend's birthday, and a few of them met at TXX to drink and flirt with girls. Jin Yi just walked to the door of TXX and saw a Bentley Continental GT parked quietly in the empty space that the security guard had not allowed just now. And that security guard was wiping the car like a lackey. The girl next to Jin Yi also looked at the Bentley with surprise. In an instant, Jin Yi's anger rose. He was so proud that he let the security guard fool him and embarrassed himself in front of the beautiful woman. He was furious and asked, "Didn't you tell me that parking is not allowed here? Then why is this Bentley allowed to park here? A shabby Bentley can be parked here, so my Lamborghini is worth over 7 million. Isn't it worthy of being parked here?" The security guard, who was rolling up his sleeves to clean the Bentley, shook his head and responded, "Not worthy." Jin Yi's face turned pale and he shouted, "Fuck, my Lamborghini is enough to buy 2 Bentley Continentals. Why can't I deserve it? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I won't forgive you." Jin Yi's face was full of anger and he stared at the security guard fiercely. "This is our boss's car. He is the only one who has the right to park here. Besides, TXX nightclub is owned by Mr. Gu. He can block the main entrance of the nightclub. Do you dare to park here?" Hearing the sound, although Jin Yi was angry, he could do nothing about it. Damn it, I have no place to vent my anger. After all, the security guard was right. The owner of TXX nightclub definitely has privileges. The nightclub belongs to the owner. The owner can park wherever he wants. If you want to blame someone, blame him. He is not the boss of TXX. Besides, to be able to open the best nightclub in Shanghai, the boss of TXX must have a lot of money and connections, and he is not someone he can afford to offend. Therefore, when he was not in the right place, he did not dare to cause trouble to the nightclub employees. Jin Yi had no choice but to swallow his anger and angrily took the beautiful girl into TXX. He thought that as long as he could win this girl with a beauty score of over 90 today, it wouldn't matter if he suffered a little. Gu winching followed behind the marketing girl. Su Mo's figure was perfectly exposed in front of him. She had nice legs and attractive hip proportions. Especially Su Mo, with her perky but twisting in a plaid miniskirt, is even more seductive. Gu winching couldn't help but sigh. He was in a hurry last time and didn't realize that this girl had such a good figure. This is the busiest time of nightlife. There are all kinds of people walking into the nightclub, including young girls looking for excitement, well-dressed office workers, middle-aged men with big bellies, and hot girls with great bodies. Deafening music explodes in my ears. Colorful laser lights shake the entire TXX. The people who enter the nightclub are excited and wave their hands following the sexy DJ. TXX is divided into private rooms, booths, and scattered seats. Huang Zicheng booked a booth. As for the position of the booth, A1 is best placed closest to the DJ booth, followed by A2, and finally A3. The minimum consumption price is also very different. The minimum consumption per night for A1 is 200,000, the minimum consumption for A2 is 80,000, and the minimum consumption for A3 is 50,000. Huang Zicheng ordered an A3 booth, but this is a sky-high price for a student. At this time, A3 Area 036 card. Zhou Tao was already dazzled as he sat in the booth. The women's white thighs and sexy clothes with little fabric made him drool. When he learned that Huang Zicheng ordered more than 50,000 drinks, he was shocked. Fuck. Huang Zi, the money you spent in one night is more than the money I spent on 4 years of college. Zheng Xiaohong was also dumbfounded. Huang Ziqing took a look at the sexy female marketer and said proudly, "It's just over 50,000 yuan. I'm not short of money." After saying that, Huang Ziqing glanced at the female marketer and saw her admiring expression. Huang Ziqing was completely blown away. This feeling of showing off is really great. Maybe if I work harder, I can do something I love with the female marketer. Before he could show off for long, a prettier female marketer respectfully led Gu Wenqing to the booth. The female marketing lady who had just looked at Huang Ziqing with admiration turned into a shocked expression after seeing Gu Wenqing. "Good evening, Mr. Gu." Ever since Gu Wenqing appeared, the female marketing staff has been following Gu Wenqing closely, ignoring Huang Ziqing. Huang Ziqing, who was showing off a second ago, turned into a frost-bitten eggplant. Zhou Tao patted his shoulder with a distressed look on his face. "Huang Zi, don't take it personally. After all, Lao Gu is more handsome than you." Huang Ziqing. Zhou Tao's comfort made him feel even worse. All TXX employees dare not neglect Mr. Gu's visit. The drinks, fruits and snacks were placed on the table respectfully and quickly. Zhou Tao looked around and found that the booths that arrived before them had not been served drinks yet, but later all theirs had been served. He thought it was because Huang Ziqing spent a lot of money that the waiters served the wine quickly. He gave Huang Ziqing a thumbs up. "Huang Zi, awesome." Huang Ziqing's depression was swept away at this time, and he said proudly, "Look at the speed of serving the wine. Brother, I still have a good reputation." Hearing the sound, the two female marketers covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Chapter 71 Female Marketing Sumo. Sumo thought that spending 50,000 yuan a night was very common in TXX. For an ordinary consumption of 50,000 yuan, there is no privilege of having drinks served in advance. All this is because Mr. Gu is here. Thinking of this, Sumu subconsciously looked at Gu Wenqing. Under the dim light, his three-dimensional facial features looked like a perfect sculpture, and the gently swaying laser light shining on him added a sense of mystery. For a moment, both marketers seemed a little obsessed. On the booth, "Mr. Gu, you've only come to play once, and you're so familiar with them? You keep calling them Mr. Gu left and right." Huang Ziqing asked with some jealousy. Huang Ziqing felt that the girl who had obviously shown some interest in him just now had become much more enthusiastic towards Gu Wenqing than himself since Gu Wenqing came. Especially the prettier Su Mo, who not only took the initiative to pour wine for Gu Wenqing, but also had a pleasing look to the eyes with her surging breasts, which really made him envious and jealous. The most important thing is that the two marketing girls refused to go anywhere since they met Gu Wenqing. They stuck to Gu Wenqing, surrounding him on the left and right. It's not just because Gu Wenqing is the boss of TXX, but also because there is no man more charming than Gu Wenqing in the whole audience. Huang Ziqing, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong were drinking alone. They were very envious of Gu Wenqing. Before Gu Wenqing could answer, Zhou Tao spoke up. "Hi. Mr. Gu is so rich that his spending must have been high last time. They call him Mr. Gu, a respectful title." Then, Zheng Xiaohong whispered, "Su Mu next to Lao Gu is really good looking." Huang Ziqing and Zhou Tao also nodded in agreement. Under the dim light, Su Mu's makeup was exquisite. She was wearing a gray tight short t-shirt, and her perfect body curves made it so that she couldn't see her legs when she lowered her head. She could even challenge herself to drink Wang Zai with her head lowered. And the plaid skirt on the lower body, the waist-to-hip ratio, is really exciting. The only flaw might be the pair of white and tender legs folded together, missing a pair of black stockings. If this outfit is paired with a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, which man would not salute it? Although she is not as pretty as Chun Yunxue and Wang Yanran, she is also a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing is not Lu Xiaohui. As he was talking to the beautiful girl who came to his door, his hand inadvertently rested on her round thigh. Sumo's body trembled slightly, and she paused for a moment. Then she smiled sweetly and poured wine for someone from time to time. Sumo is a student at a technical college in Shanghai and often works part-time as a bar marketer for TXX at night. Thanks to her good looks, she performed well at TXX. She would come to work from time to time every month and earn nearly 10,000 yuan at least, and tens of thousands at most. Sumo is also a popular figure in the technical college. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a hot body. Especially her extremely seductive outfits make her a goddess that attracts much attention from the boys in the school. When is a girl most charming? Not when she is naked. A woman is most tempting when she is half revealed. Sumo understood this principle very early. Her outfits were so elusive that countless LSPs were fascinated by her. But she is reserved and keeps a distance from all men. She knows that there is something very important to girls. She has always been a highly anticipated figure in the technical school. Many seniors, or rich second-generation guys who like to pick up girls, have pursued her, but none of them succeeded. In the nightclub, many wealthy men gave Su Mu brand-name bags and luxury cosmetics. There was even a boss who threatened that if she was willing to be a canary, he would give Su Mu a car and a house. Su Mo rejected them all. Although she also liked money, she admitted that she still preferred men with good looks. She was a beauty lover. Especially the boss who threatened to keep her. Su Mu wanted to vomit just looking at him. While Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao are going to the toilet, the female marketing looked at Su Mo's red face and asked in a low voice, "This is the first time I see you willing to let a man take advantage of you. What's wrong? Do you have any thoughts about Mr. Gu?" Su Mo nodded subconsciously. "I think Mr. Gu is very handsome. It's very much in my aesthetic taste. Even a buzz cut can look so good. I really love it." Another female marketer laughed and cursed. "Those who love beauty will not have a good death." She envied Su Mo to death. Why did God give Su Mo so much food? Just because of her face. As long as she nodded, countless rich people would bow down to her. In the past, she thought Su Mo was ungrateful, that she looked down on all the rich second-generation and successful CEOs. If she was as pretty as her, she would have become a wealthy wife long ago, and why would she have to come to nightclubs every day to do marketing? Who would have thought that Su Mo was just waiting for a good price, and wanted both her looks and money? What's even more abominable is that she actually wanted to sleep with the boss. Oh my goodness, this is too exciting. At this time, Su Mo's mood was not calm either. Her body couldn't help but become soft and numb. It was my first time having intimate contact with the opposite sex, and it felt so weird. She doesn't mind Gu Wenqing's intimacy. After all, the boss is so handsome and worth a lot of money, just like the domineering CEO in the novels she reads. Bathroom. Zhou Tao stared at him and cursed. "Damn, Lao Gu, you make me feel inferior." Gu Wenqing said calmly, "Hey, God has given me this gift." After flushing the toilet, the two of them walked out of the toilet one after the other. Walked to the booth entrance. A girl wearing a dress and with a great figure just happened to pass by. The girl in the dress looked at Gu Wenqing twice more, especially after seeing Gu Wenqing's face clearly. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Feeling the gaze, Gu Wenqing also glanced at the girl in the dress, and the girl was so scared that she blushed and ran to the A1 booth area. "Gu Wenqing, we've come to the nightclub to have fun. Why are you still shy?" Zhou Tao said on the side that although many girls in nightclubs dress seductively, none of them have as good figures as Mo Luo. Gu Wenqing also thought of Mo Luo, who works out regularly. Her hot and visually striking S-shaped figure. If she puts on a dress, wouldn't she be able to charm so many men? Recently, Mo Luo has been sending messages to Gu Wenqing from time to time, and Gu Wenqing would occasionally reply to her. The two walked towards area A3, card 036. In this short distance, Zhou Tao could feel many girls' eyes directed towards them. The effect of alcohol made the women's eyes look a little hot. Zhou Tao, who was usually invisible, felt uncomfortable. Under the gaze of the opposite sex, he felt that his walking posture became a little strange. This was the first time in his life that he attracted the attention of so many sexy and beautiful women. Although he knew very well in his heart that he was just an accessory, the women's eyes are all on Gu Wenqing. Chapter 72, Zheng Xiaohong's chat. But he had to admit that Gu Wenqing was indeed excellent. Even the water discharge tool is so good. The tall and strong Zhou Tao feels inferior to him. As soon as I arrived at the booth, I saw another female marketing staff already getting along well with Huang Ziqing. The two of them were talking and laughing. Huang Ziqing glanced at Lao Gu's hand, which was casually placed on Su Mo's body or on her white and tender thigh. He was extremely envious. Huang Ziqing's family conditions were not bad, but in high school, he was devoted to Li Wenhuan. Li Wenhuan was also very strong, so he didn't dare to make any unreasonable demands on her. Huang Ziqing, who had never even touched a girl's hand, occasionally showed a conflicted look on his face. He really wanted to be as cool and carefree as Gu Wenqing, but he could never take the first step. He had no choice but to drink with the female marketing. Zhou Tao huddled in a corner eating fruit, took out his cell phone, and kept sending messages to Mo Luo. When Zheng Xiaohong saw that Gu Wenqing and Huang Ziqing were both accompanied by female companions, he became extremely agitated. He took a big sip of wine and was just about to look at the pretty young lady when he saw three young and beautiful girls walking towards area A3. When he saw the looks of two of the girls, his eyes lit up. 2 minutes ago, the girl in the dress returned to area A1, booth 006. She glanced at the two men sitting next to her, then leaned over and whispered in the ears of the two sisters. "What? Are you serious?" The two sisters looked excited and spoke in excited tones. Seeing Li Yan, who was wearing a dress, Nod. The two girls couldn't sit still and asked where he was. Li Yin said that she took a peek while running and her idol seemed to be in area A3. Hurry, hurry, let's go find him. It's really boring here. The two girls stood up and pushed Li Yin towards area A3. The two men in A1 were drinking and discussing how to take down 3 female students. When they looked up, they saw the girls running towards A3 area, and they took all the bags away. It was obvious that they didn't like them and didn't even give them a chance. The two men were dumbfounded. The consumption of the booths in area A1 is not low. In addition, the seat 006 in area A1 is facing the DJ booth. On such a crowded day as today, the minimum consumption is 300,000. In order to show my strength in front of the 3 girls, they ordered 5 sets of 5 color dragons. A set of 5 color dragons costs 78888, and 5 sets costs 394,425. The alcohol consumption alone was nearly 400,000 yuan in one night. I ordered 5 sets of 5 colored dragons. It looks great. The dance group held up light boards and danced to the beat in front of the booths, feeling the admiring gazes from all around them. They were so proud. By spending money like this, they thought they could definitely win over these 3 inexperienced schoolgirls. As a result, these 3 female students actually went to area A3. What the hell is this operation? The two looked at the many girls who wanted to use the card because of the 5-colored dragon, and their quality was not as good as the student girl who ran away just now. Their faces were slightly gloomy. At this time, the gold leaf with water in it returned to card 006 in area A1. He saw 2 lonely friends drinking alone, and the 3 girls were nowhere to be seen. Genie yelled, "Fuck, where did my sister go? Did she go to the toilet with her group?" One of the pale-faced companions, who was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, said, "It seems he ran to the A3 area." Hearing this, Genie was furious, but he was still polite to his cousin. "Why don't you stop her? What if such a beautiful girl runs away?" Jinhua said weakly, "It's not like they don't have long legs. If they want to go, I can't stop them." Jinhua is a timid person. He is afraid that if he goes to the A3 area to cause trouble, what if he gets beaten? After all, he knows that his height and physique make him incapable of fighting. Damn it, my A1 zone seat worth more than 400,000 is not enough for them to play, and they even want to run to that rubbish A3. I can't afford to lose face. Jin Yi roared angrily. He continued to question another companion loudly. "Old cow, it's okay for the dwarf to be afraid of things, but why are you so cowardly today? This is not like your previous personality?" Hearing this, Laonyo took a sip of wine and said carelessly, "I've been in so much trouble recently. Why should I bother with such a small matter? I'll just go and rob her. Who dares to touch the girl we brought here? Laonyo, I have recently lost money and love, and I am in a very bad mood. I feel that today's birthday is boring." Then Laonyo changed the subject, touched his stomach, and said, "I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. I will go to area A3 to get them back after I go to the toilet." Jean, you didn't care. You are the only one who has so much trouble. Xiaohua and I will go first. I promise that when you come back from the toilet, I will also get the girls back. Laonyo waved his hand. That would be best. Jin Yi has the capital to be arrogant. His father is in the steel bar business, and the family assets are about 200 to 300 million. Jin Yi grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. When he grew up, his family bought him a Lamborghini worth 7 million. His life can be said to be smooth sailing. Jin Yi took great pains to ask out a girl whose appearance was at least 90 points. But before he could even touch her hand, she ran away to someone else's seat. What's even more infuriating is that people tend to move up, and the 3 girls actually abandoned their A1 area, which cost 400,000 yuan, and went directly to the A3 area, which cost 50,000 yuan. How the hell can I tolerate this? Thinking of this, Jin Yi walked towards area A3 angrily, and Jin Hua followed behind Jin Yi cowardly. Jin Yi was so angry that he roared, "Your family assets are worth hundreds of millions. Can you show off a little more?" Jin Hua's coward replied weakly, "Oh." Jin Yi became even angrier and sighed in his heart. If Jin Hua wasn't his cousin, he would never play with such a coward. Zheng Xiaohong looked at the 3 girls coming towards her. 2 of them are really beautiful. Among them there is a girl who is no different from Su Mo, who is with Lao Gu. The hormones in the nightclub, coupled with the effect of alcohol, made him very bold. He pushed his glasses, raised his hand to wipe his slicked back hair, and smiled a smile that he thought was handsome. He stood up and started chatting up the girls, but of course his target was definitely not the prettiest one. Zheng Xiaohong still has self-knowledge, and he has his eyes on the second most beautiful girl among the 3. Li Yin brought Wang Yeye and Yang Ru, and they soon saw their idol. At this time, Su Mo just stood up to pour wine, and the young man in white, in reality suddenly came into their sight. Chapter 73. Zheng Xiaohong was beaten. Gu Wenqing raised his head, and his eyes met those of the three girls. Ah! The three girls were extremely excited. What a pair of eyes, deep and charming, as if the entire starry sky was in his eyes. Just one look at him made them unable to extricate themselves. The idol is extremely handsome, with a boyish temperament and a gentleness. His temperament seems very complicated, with a domineering and arrogant look when he raises his eyebrows, and a gentle and elegant look when he purses his lips. The boy in white is much more handsome than on TV. They were so excited that they were a little confused. They didn't know whether to ask for autographs, take photos, or do something else. Just as they were hesitating, they saw a man with glasses and a lewd smile coming over. Zheng Xiaohong stared at his target Hiru and said, "Are you guys here to play at the nightclub too? How about having a drink or a chat together? It's more fun when there are more people." The three girls curled their lips and looked at Zheng Xiaohong, who looked a little wretched, but he walked out of the same booth as his idol. They won't refuse. Who would refuse to get close to their idol? The three of them were just about to nod their heads in agreement. At this time, the tall and strong Jin Yi caught up. He strode forward and saw that Zheng Xiaohong was actually flirting with the woman he brought out. My anger instantly grew even bigger, and I felt that my face had been greatly insulted. He rushed over and slapped Zheng Xiaohong on the head. Zheng Xiaohong, who was chatting up someone, was hit by the sudden slap and was at a loss what to do. Not only was his head confused, but even his glasses were knocked off. Jin Yi stepped on the glasses that flew to his feet and broke them into pieces. When the anger that had been accumulated in his heart for a long time was released, a refreshing evil smile appeared on his face. He shouted angrily, "How dare you, a slutty guy with glasses, flirt with my girl? Can't you take a piss and look at your own cunt? You are so disgusting. Who gave you the courage? Is it Fish Liang?" The sudden conflict stunned everyone present. Li Yan, Wang Yeye and Yang Ru were terrified. What was Jin Yi doing in the Lamborghini? Is he violent? Huang Ziqing and Zhou Tao also looked at this scene in bewilderment. They thought it was an illusion. Why did Zheng Yanjing get beaten up for no reason? Then, a surge of anger rushed to the two of them. Damn it! How dare you hit their brothers? They were all young men in their teens, full of vigor and vitality. How could they watch their good friends being beaten? With the alcohol in their heads, the two of them wanted to fuck Jin Yi right away. Unexpectedly, Gu Wenqing took action first. He grabbed it, and Jin Yi raised his hand again. Gu Wenqing first slapped Jin Yi in the face, and the power enhanced by his skill made Jin Yi see stars. He almost fainted. Gu Wenqing dragged Jin Yi to the side of the booth and signaled with his eyes to the security guard who wanted to come forward to help. When the security guard saw that it was Mr. Gu, he knew that today's matter could not be resolved amicably. Soon, several security guards came over and surrounded the booth, so as not to affect the interest of other customers as much as possible, and to avoid causing unnecessary panic. In fact, in the deafening nightclub, not many people noticed the chaos here. People in the booths next to them did see it, but they were not surprised. There are often drunk young people causing trouble in nightclubs, and they are used to it. Besides, the TXX security guards are dealing with it, so they just turn a blind eye and continue to drink. Jinhua was taken to the booth, and his legs were shaking with fear. He was afraid of being beaten, so he hurriedly explained, "This is none of my business. My cousin insisted on coming." When Gu Wenqing saw Jinhua's cowardly look, he knew that he would not be able to make any waves, so he simply ignored him. Gu Wenqing frowned as he looked at Jin Yi, who was still not awake. Zheng Xiaohong, who had come to her senses, took a bottle of wine and poured it on Jin Ye's head, shouting, "You're crazy, did I offend you?" Zheng Xiaohong was so angry that she was beaten for no reason. Even if he flirted with the girl you brought to the nightclub, just tell him. Is it necessary to hit him directly? Soon, being splashed with alcohol, Jin Ye's confused mind came to his senses, and his first reaction was that he was beaten. He was slapped hard in front of the girl he wanted to pick up. Someone even poured wine all over him. "It's so embarrassing that I'm even embarrassed at my grandma's house." He was arrogant and domineering, and had never suffered such an injustice before. He roared viciously, "You losers, do you know who I am? The car I drive alone is worth 7 million. If you beat me up, none of you will be able to walk out of the taxi standing." At this time, Jin Yi was alone facing Gu Wenqing and the other two, and he was scared. Especially since Gu Wenqing had slapped him really hard just now, he almost thought he was going to die here. His anger and the alcohol in his head had sobered up. He knew that he absolutely could not take action now. If he did, he would be beaten up. He simply shouted loudly, "My family's assets are worth hundreds of millions, and you losers can't afford to offend me. I just opened a card and spent 400,000 on drinks. Do you know what kind of person I am today? The Lamborghini I drive is more expensive than your house. He has always taken the initiative to say that his family is very rich and Gu Wenqing and others can't afford to offend him. Seeing that he couldn't win, he used money to pressure the opponent. After all, in today's society, wealthy people with assets worth hundreds of millions are indeed not someone that ordinary people can afford to offend. Hear the sound. The three girls come from relatively good families, but I think Jin Yi is too low class. On the contrary, Huang Ziqing, Zhou Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong did have concerns in their hearts. Zheng Xiaohong, who originally wanted to pour some more wine on Jin Ye's head, just stood there in a daze, not daring to act impulsively anymore. Huang Ziqing and Zhou Tao's clenched fists gradually loosened. They were indeed frightened by Jin Ye's brazen talk and flaunting of wealth. In today's money-oriented society, rich people do have privileges. If the Jin Yi family is really that rich, they definitely won't dare to mess around again. If they hurt Jin Yi, the Jin Yi family is so rich and well-connected that they can easily make a phone call and countless people will be willing to risk their lives for them. Then they'll be finished. Old Gu, what should we do? Zhou Tao asked worriedly with a frown. At this moment, Zheng Xiaohong and Huang Ziqing also had gloomy faces. Although Gu Wenqing's family is also very wealthy, this trouble has still been caused. They all knew that no matter whether Jin Yi was the first to take action or not, with Jin Yi's noisy personality, this matter would not be easily forgotten. Chapter 74, 36 Strategies. Running away is the best strategy. Hear the sound. Jin Yi saw the pale-faced Zheng Xiaohong, Zhou Tao, and Huang Ziqing. He laughed crazily and said, "Now I know the fear, but it's too late. Provoking me is the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. I will make all of you pay the price, especially you." Jin Yi said at the end, looking at Gu Wenqing with sharp eyes. It was Gu Wenqing who slapped Jin Yi to the ground just now. Jin Yi's head is still dizzy. He stood up and angrily said to the 4 TXX bodyguards at the booth, "I'm a platinum member of TXX. I've topped up 3 million in card money. You bastards are just going to watch your platinum members get beaten up. I'm going to file a complaint against you and fire all of you useless security guards." The security guards who were scolded remained unmoved. Joke. Mr. Gu who slapped you is the boss of TXX. He is still a platinum member. Even if Jin Yi is a diamond member who has recharged 10 million, he still has to be beaten. Sumu was also looking at the ridiculous Jin Yi at this time. This rich second generation has drunk so much that he is stupid, and now he can't see the situation clearly? If you think about it, a person who can make TXX bodyguards so obedient must have considerable power. How could Jin Yi be so unscrupulous and crazy? I saw that my TXX Platinum membership was useless. Jin Yi had no choice but to take out his cell phone and yell, "Fuck you, you bastard, you dare to hit me. The bodyguards don't care, right? I'll call someone myself." Hearing the voice, Gu Wenqing frowned. Before Mr. Gu could get angry, one of the security guards, a tall and strong man, raised his arm and slapped Jin Yi in the face, stunning him. He was confused and shocked. The phone fell to the ground, and both hands covered his face at the same time. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it. The security guard, how dare he? He was the son of a billionaire, but he was slapped by a low-class person? Watch your mouth, kid. Is our President Gu someone you can insult? The security guard shouted harshly. Jin Yi raised his head and looked at the security guard with hatred in his eyes. Jin Yi knows the security guard. Whenever he came to TXX to spend money, the security guard was always respectful to him and always called himself Mr. Jin. But Jin Yi never looked at the security guard straight in the eye. He was just a guard dog. Jin Yi felt that talking to such a lowly person would be a loss of his status. Who would have thought? At this moment, he was slapped by the little person he looked down upon. At this moment, his face turned the color of liver, and he was about to go crazy. He didn't care about the other party's large numbers, let alone Mr. Gu. He just wants revenge. He reached out to pick up the phone on the ground, muttering, "I must cripple them. I will break anyone who touches my hands." Click. Gu Wenqing crushed Jin Ye's Apple 13P into pieces. After seeing this, Zheng Xiaohong felt touched. Lao Gu is really a man who can deal with. "If you step on my glasses, my brother will step on your iPhone 13P. If I don't lose, I'll make money. Want to make a phone call? I'll satisfy you." Gu Wenqing showed a hint of sneer on his face. He waved his hand, and soon a security guard understood. The security guard took out his mobile phone and handed it to Jin Yi. Gu Wenqing continued in a cold voice, "I believe that if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend them. I'll give you one last chance to call for help. No matter who comes today, even if it's the Jade Emperor, they can't be stopped." Gu Wenqing's words were extremely overbearing. But it makes sense. Gu Wenqing was also very angry when his friend was beaten in his own territory. Hear Gu Wenqing's voice. Sumu, Li Yin, Wang Yeye, Yang Ru, and another female marketing were all touched by his words. Girls all admire strong men. At this time, Gu Wenqing was willing to offend the rich second generation for his friend. This behavior was so cool that it made them feel safe. This kind of man who is fearless in the face of danger can give them a full sense of security. Gu Wenqing's raised eyebrows seemed to have a hint of coolness. At this moment, Gu Wenqing changed his gentle temperament and became domineering, as if he didn't care about anyone. Jin Yu was so scared that he didn't dare to look Gu Wenqing in the eye. He made a phone call in a panic and said, "Brother Yang, help me. I got beaten up." Yeah, and TXX. Jin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he learned that Brother Yang would be here soon. Brother Yang's family assets are worth tens of billions of yuan. Not only does he have a wide network of contacts, but he also knows many friends from all walks of life. I heard that he has some connection with the boss of TXX. As soon as Brother Yang arrives, all these clowns will be dealt with. Thinking of this, Jin Yu seemed to see Gu Wenqing and the others kneeling in front of him to admit their mistakes. He had a cruel smile on his face, and he was determined to destroy this extremely handsome face in front of him. Bang! The security guard slapped him again. "Stop laughing. You should respect Mr. Gu." Jin Yu. Then the tall and strong security guard glanced sharply at the cowardly Jinhua and warned him to respect Mr. Gu. Then the security guard gave my cousin Jinhua a look that almost scared him to death. The timid Jinhua was afraid of being beaten, so he came up to him and said tremblingly, "Brother, have a cigarette." "No. Huazi is good to smoke, but other products are choking." Bang! The security guard slapped Jinhua on the head again. "Didn't you hear me say I don't smoke? Do you know what respect is? If you want to distribute cigarettes, you should distribute them to Mr. Gu first. You gave me cigarettes first. Are you trying to put me in a bad light in front of Mr. Gu, your boss?" Jinhua was stunned. I took out a cigarette and lit it because I respected Mr. Gu, even though the order was wrong. He still got beaten. Suffering from an unexpected disaster, the little coward is crying in the storm online. Gu Wenqing was smoking a cigarette and looking at Jin Yu standing beside him. This kid is really a traitor. I wonder how many people he has harmed with his arrogant and domineering character. Zhang Xiaohong saw that the situation was getting worse and worse, so he walked forward and whispered, "Old Gu, the other party is called for help. The best strategy is to run away." The incident started with Zhang Xiaohong, and Lao Gu became enemies with Jin Yu because he helped himself. Jin Yu was so arrogant and powerful that Zhang Xiaohong was really unsure. If Lao Gu was hurt, he would be the sinner. Chapter 75. My brother Yang is so impressive. Zhou Tao also looked serious. Old Gu can be patient if he can, and he has already been taught a lesson, so we won't lose anything. Fuck, if I had known this would happen today, I shouldn't have come to drink. Old Gu, please leave. Huang Ziqing rarely stopped smiling at this moment. The three roommates' voices were full of worry. Even though he was beaten, Jin Yu was still so arrogant, which meant that the reinforcements he called for were definitely not good people. It is wise to avoid the spotlight for the time being. Although everyone knows that Gu Wenqing's family is not short of money, it would be best not to make a big deal out of it. Besides, Jin Yu has been boasting that his family's assets are worth hundreds of millions, which is indeed very intimidating. Hear the sound. There was still no expression on Gu Wenqing's face. Tolerate? What should I do if I get angrier the more I think about it? Tolerate? Ninja Turtles? As a man with a system, why should I endure in my own place? It's okay. He won't amount to anything. Gu Wenqing said calmly after being silent for a while. After hearing what Gu Wenqing said, Huang Ziqing and the other two did not leave. They just sat in the booth and drank alone. At this time, Lao Niu, who had gone to the toilet, also found the 036 card in Zone 3. He looked past the security guard and saw his friend Jin Yu's swollen face. At this moment, he felt a little angry. Which bastard is so blind? How dare he hit my buddy? He and Jin Yu are close friends. How could he watch his friend being beaten? Besides, the assets of the three of them are all worth hundreds of millions. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the top group in TXX. Who can't afford to offend him? Lao Niu didn't care and pushed away the security guard who was blocking his way and rushed into the booth. The old cow's face was full of anger. Looking at the crowd, the leader Gu Wenqing was lighting a cigarette in his hand and puffing out smoke. That handsome face. Why does it look so familiar? Oh shit. Gu Wenqing. Niu Tianxi was horrified. How dare Jin Yu mess with Gu Wenqing? Niu Tianxi's face, which was furious a second ago, suddenly became uglier than crying. Is he digging his own grave? Niu Tianxi's sudden intrusion surprised Huang Ziqing and the other two. Jin Yu, this arrogant and domineering rich second generation, actually knows the vice president of the student union? That's right. Both of their families have assets worth hundreds of millions, and they have similar interests, so it's not surprising that they know each other. Gu Wenqing smiled. Come on, we'll catch them all. After hearing what Gu Wenqing said, Niu Tianxi almost fell to his knees. Niu Tianxi knows how terrifying Gu Wenqing's connections and money are. There is no one he can mess with. Mr. Gu, I was reckless. I'm very sorry. I'll ask my friend to apologize to Mr. Gu right away. Niu Tianxi immediately backed off. Then he walked up to Jin Yi and whispered in fear. Fuck, how did you offend Master Gu? He can deal with us with just one word. Jin Yi said disdainfully. Don't be a coward. This is unlike your temper before. I've called Brother Yang over. We must get back at him today. Brother Yang? Lu Yangwei. Right. After hearing Jin Ye's words, Niu Tianxi felt very disappointed. What a disaster. It was not enough to harm himself, but he also dragged himself and Lu Yangwei into the trap. Niu Tianxi's voice trembled. Do you know who Master Gu is? Mr. Gu is a person that Brother Yang looks up to. You fucking killed both me and Brother Yang. Hear the sound. Jin Yi couldn't stand steadily. What did he hear? The man in front of him was actually someone that even Brother Yang respected? How is this possible? Lu Yangwei's family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, and the family assets are over 4 billion. The assets are more than 10 times that of Jin Ye's family. Usually Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi are Lu Yangwei's younger brothers. Follow Lu Yangwei's lead. And Lu Yangwei is already a big shot in Jin Ye's eyes. And the young man who beat him in front of him was even more powerful than Brother Yang? He couldn't believe it. What? Jin Yi was sweating and said in a terrified tone. You? Are you serious? Don't tease me. I'll cheek you a few times. Niu Tianxi's mood had already fallen to the bottom at this time. The second time. This was the second time he had provoked Master Gu, and he could only hope that Master Gu would show some mercy this time. At this time, more than 20 people found the seat 036 in area A3, where Gu Wenqing was. Get out of the way. The leader Lu Yangwei shouted loudly. In the booth, all the security guards stood still. At this time, the escalation of the conflict attracted the attention of everyone in the TXX nightclub. Everyone is watching the excitement. This kind of conflict usually happens in nightclubs and will be stopped by TXX security immediately, so they are not afraid at all. The brothers behind me all have bad tempers. I'll say it one last time. Get out of my way. Lu Yangwei shouted loudly. Feeling that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Lu Yangwei was very proud. He liked this kind of big occasion the most, and he loved everyone's eyes being focused on him the most. Lu Yangwei enjoyed it very much and thought to himself that he must be extremely cool now. It was just as he thought. At this time, some people in the nightclub looked at the leader Lu Yangwei, and some people who didn't know him asked in surprise. Who is this person? How dare he cause trouble in TXX? Someone replied, Brother, you are ignorant. Brother Yang's family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, and I heard that he knows the boss of TXX. Brother Yang is a frequent visitor here, and his family has a strong background. His family assets are worth tens of billions. Someone who understands said with envy. Hearing this, some people were somewhat horrified at Lu Yangwei. Some girls also flirted with Lu Yangwei. Feeling the awe of so many people and the favor of beautiful women, Lu Yangwei felt so happy. I thought to myself, this is how a true hero should be treated. At this time, a voice familiar to Lu Yangwei came. Yangwei, do you remember what I said to you last time? I told you that if you act so bossy next time outside, I will kill you on behalf of your father. Yes, it's Mr. Gu. The ambitious Lu Yangwei died before he could accomplish his mission. Lu Yangwei bowed his head and walked up to Gu Wenqing, saying with an apologetic smile, Mr. Gu, why is it you? The powerful Lu Yangwei, as soon as he appeared on the stage, was so humble and called a teenager Mr. Gu in a flattering manner. Boom. Everyone's mind seemed to be bombarded by thunder. Shocked to the extreme. What did they see? Could a young man like Lu Yangwei also be so humble? His family had billions of assets. Who on earth was that young man? How could he be so in awe of him? This scene stunned everyone present. Chapter 76 Fully Controlling Huafeng Group. How come Brother Yang, who appeared so domineering, became impotent? Weren't you just shouting so arrogantly? Why are you groveling and lighting the cigarette for that person? Especially that flattering smile. It's really humble enough. They were shocked and surprised. That handsome young man with card 036 in area A3? Those who were familiar with Lu Yangwei followed the crowd's gaze and were extremely frightened. Damn it. Brother Yang, who has always been the most arrogant person in the world and is not afraid of anything except his father, actually showed fear in front of a young man. Oh my God, is this an illusion? They were stunned and couldn't believe that this was real. Brother Yang, why are you impotent? Even Brother Yang wants to curry favor with this existence. You can imagine how terrifying it is. It is said that this big boss is really low-key. He actually sits in the A3 area. The arrogant brother Yang finally got punished. Some people are talking. And the seat 036, in area A3. Gu Wenqing didn't say a word, just smoked quietly. The atmosphere in the booth was tense. Lu Yongwei stared at Jin Yi fiercely. It was all because of this kid who didn't recognize the great man. As time goes by bit, Lu Yongwei, Niu Tianxi, Jin Yi and others were sweating profusely. They were all scared. The more silent the boss is, the more uneasy they feel. Feeling Gu Wenqing's intimidating eyes and fierce aura, they were extremely scared. I have been thinking about how Master Gu will deal with them. Missing arms and legs. Or die in the underworld? The more Lu Weiyang and his friends thought about it, the more outrageous it became. They were almost frightened to death. This is no exaggeration. Gu Wenqing's strength and connections are unfathomable in Lu Yongwei's mind. He had just heard from his father that young Master Gu had spent 30 billion yuan on his own to buy the most expensive land in the Magic City. A total of 30 billion in cash. What a terrifying amount of financial resources. Gu Wenqing remained silent. They were filled with fear in their hearts. I don't know how long it took. They were so frightened that they forgot about time, or in other words, in front of the domineering Master Gu, every minute and every second seemed like a year. Fight. The host unlocks a new title, Powerful and Powerful. Reward, 90% of Huafeng Group shares. 50 billion in rewards have been distributed. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. Note: it is unreasonable that a general real estate company cannot hold shares by one person, but the most unreasonable system appears in the novel, so everyone should regard this 100% share as reasonable. Author Doghead to save life. The sound of the system is like the sound of nature. Gu Wenqing's expression remained unchanged, but his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he was extremely excited. 90% of Huafeng Group shares. After Huafeng Real Estate has developed all the land, the total valuation will be around 90 billion, except for the 10% shares he already owned. The total value of these 90% shares is 81 billion. It's not 80 million, nor 800 million, nor 8 billion, but more than 80 billion. Awarded previously plus the 90% of shares awarded today, Huafeng Group now truly belongs to Gu Wenqing's private property. Faced with such a luxurious reward, even the wealthy Gu Wenqing could not calm down. It's so exciting. Check out the next reward. 5 billion in cash. It's okay, something is better than nothing. With more than 80 billion in treasures before us, 5 billion in cash doesn't seem that valuable. 1 minute ago, all shareholders of Huafeng Group received a mysterious call. Acquire all shares of Huafeng shareholders at a premium. The price offered was something all shareholders could not refuse, so they nodded in agreement. Lin Hongtian, the founder of Huafeng Group, refused to agree at first with gritted teeth. What a joke. Huafeng Group, for which he had worked hard all his life, had become his spiritual pillar, just like his own son. How could he bear to sell out his own son? But under the opponent's financial offensive, his stubborn heart was shaken a little. Lin Hongtian, founder of Huafeng Group, I built Huafeng Group with my own hands. It's like my own son. No, I have to pay more. In the end, Lin Hongtian got what he wanted. He achieved financial freedom, got his billions, and started his retirement life early. In front of Lu Yongwei, Jin Yi, Niu Tianxi, and others, Gu Wenqing received all the information about Huafeng Group given by the system. No wonder Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi have always been trying to curry favor with Lu Yongwei and always follow Yongwei's lead. It turned out that Lu Yongwei's father Lu Guoyang had been in charge of the construction site of Huafeng Real Estate. Jin Ye's steel business and Niu Tianxi's construction company must obtain Lu Guoyang's approval before they can enter the Huafeng Group's construction site. The business of Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi's family is extremely dependent on Huafeng Group. As long as Huafeng Group cuts off their business and makes a fuss in the real estate circle of Shanghai, their two companies will definitely be in trouble over time. After all, those nationally famous large real estates all have their own dedicated suppliers, so they don't need the two small shrimps of the Jin and Niu families. However, low-end real estate cannot support the business of the Jin and Niu families. It can be said that the survival of the Jin family and the Niu family depends on Gu Wenqing's thoughts. In front of Lu Yongwei, Jin Yi, Niu Tianxi, and others, Gu Wenqing made a phone call and said in a calm tone, "Yes, I'm Gu Wenqing. From today on, the group will cut off all cooperation with the Jin family and the Niu family. They will be put on the blacklist, and we will never cooperate with them again." Hear the sound. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi looked at Lu Yongwei with puzzled eyes. It seems to be saying, Isn't it your father Lu Guoyang who is in charge of Huafeng's construction site affairs? Lu Yongwei was also a little confused. Although Mr. Gu had a lot of shares, he didn't have the right to manage the construction site. All the divisions of labor within the company are clear. Without his father Lu Guoyang's nod, his subordinates would not dare to do anything rashly based on just a phone call. At this time, the cell phone in Lu Yongwei's trouser pocket rang. He first looked at Gu Wenqing timidly, and only after Gu Wenqing nodded slightly did he dare to take out his cell phone. The caller ID showed that it was his father, Lu Guoyang. Lu Yongwei answered the phone. Hey, Dad. Chapter 77. I won't see tomorrow's sun. What? You are no longer a shareholder of Huafeng Group? Ah, I bought it at a premium. Let me go back and count the zeros in my bank card. Okay, I'll be back later. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yongwei felt like he was still sleepwalking. Oh my God, the shares were converted into cash, and the purchase was at a premium. After hearing the news, he did not feel disappointed, but instead felt a little happy. Everything in corporate valuation is virtual. Only the money in your hands is real. Doesn't it mean that he really has billions of dollars at home? Thinking of this, he felt a little proud. A smile appeared on his face involuntarily, and he happened to meet Gu Wenqing's gaze. He shrank his neck in fear and looked at the floor. Even if his family has tens of billions, so what? Gu Xiao is a wealthy man who bought the king of the land in Shanghai with 30 billion. Compared with Gu Xiao, how dare a firefly compete with the bright moon? Then, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi's phones also rang. He also looked at Gu Wenqing with a pitiful expression and saw that young Master Gu was not dissatisfied. Jin Yi answered the phone. Jin Yi, you bastard, have you offended young Master Lu? Huafeng Group just stopped all our business? How many times have I told you to curry favor with young Master Lu? Go and apologize to young Master Lu. You've caused a lot of trouble for our family. If we lose the cooperation with Huafeng Group, our company will be finished. Niu Tianxi's phone rang, and a questioning voice also rang out from the other end of the phone, asking Niu Tianxi if he had made Lu Xiao unhappy. The Niu family and the Jin family had always had a pleasant cooperation with the Huafeng Group. When the Huafeng Group stopped the business, the two families immediately thought that it was their sons who had caused trouble and offended Lu Guoyang's son. After answering the phone, the two were in despair. They had no time to curry favor with Lu Yongwei, and how could they possibly offend him? Besides, Lu Yongwei was just like them, bowing his head and apologizing to Gu Xiao. They are not stupid. Combining the conversations between the three of them, they soon connected the dots. Yes, it's Mr. Gu. A phone call from Mr. Gu to terminate the cooperation. Lu Yongwei's family's Huafeng shares were acquired at a premium. Afterwards, the Jin family and the Niu family also made phone calls, indicating that their business with Huafeng Group had been unilaterally cut off. And the source of all this was because they had offended the young man in front of them. Think of this. Lu Yongwei was fine as everything was fine at home, but Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were almost scared to death. Plop, plop. Two dull sounds were heard, caused by the heavy contact of the knees with the ground. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi knelt down directly. They tried to beg for Mr. Gu's forgiveness. And Jin Yi was the most fearful. Now he finally understood Gu Wenqing's terrifying power. No wonder Niu Tianxi and Lu Yongwei were so scared when they saw Gu Wenqing. So Gu Wenqing's background and connections are so deep. His eyes were filled with panic. It's over. It's all over. I was so blind that I actually offended such a terrifying boss. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If only he had known. Bang, 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 bang. Niu Tianxi knelt down and slapped himself hard in the face, hoping that Master Gu would be lenient again. When Jin Yi saw this, he was not to be outdone, and he started to slap his face with both hands. For a while, the clear sound echoed throughout Area A3. The two of them seemed to be participating in a slapping competition. You slap once in 3 seconds. No, I must be faster than you. I have to slap once in 2 seconds. Wang Yie and the other two in the booth, along with Su Mo and the others, were all shocked. Is the power of idols and bosses so strong? Just one phone call turned the arrogant Jin Yi into a miserable dog. Huang Ziqing and the other two were also stunned with surprise. Master Gu, just treat me as a fart. Mr. Gu, please don't let my family suffer. You can do whatever you want of me, but please leave a way for our family to survive. Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi cried bitterly while slapping themselves with their hands. They are not crying because of pain. It was because their family's business was in jeopardy, and almost all of their family's businesses revolved around the Huafeng Group. Huafeng Group abandoned them, and the business of that company plummeted. It would definitely go bankrupt in no time. Accustomed to the rich life of a young master, Losing the source of huge money would make Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi live a life worse than death. Oh, Gu Wenqing sneered, staring at the two men whose faces were covered in blood, and said, "Cherish your last days as a young master. You will miss it in the future." Then the topic changed, and Gu Wenqing's eyes became sharp. "I have only given you a minor punishment out of consideration for your father's sake. Otherwise," Gu Wenqing came close to the two of them and said in a cold tone that only they could hear, "Otherwise you will never see the sun tomorrow." Boom. Gu Wenqing's voice was like the thunder of the 9 heavens. It frightened the two of them to death. The yellow liquid finally flowed out. Several girls frowned and ran away with blushing faces. "I won't see the sun tomorrow. Tomorrow's sun? Can't see." They were extremely frightened, really frightened. In their eyes, Gu Wenqing was like a demon from hell, making them tremble with fear. They had no doubt about Gu Wenqing's words. Even a tough guy like Lu Yongwei begged for mercy when he met Gu Xiao. So who knows what will happen to these scums who are drowned in the Huangpu River? Lu Yongwei, who was standing by, saw that Gu Xiao's cigarette was finished, so he walked over with a smile and ordered another one for Gu Wenqing. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's lips. His words just now were just to scare Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi. I didn't expect them to be so cowardly that they actually believed it. But this is the best. Now they are so scared. I am afraid that if they see Gu Wenqing from a distance in the future, they will run for their lives. The real fear of a person is never to surrender by force, but to leave an indelible and terrifying memory in the other person's heart. This way they would never dare to act rashly in front of Gu Wenqing again. And after tomorrow, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi will be even more afraid of him when the news of Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huafeng Group comes out. The entire real estate industry in Shanghai will be shaken, not to mention these two insignificant, fearful, and timid cockroaches. Chapter 78. Mr. Gu pays for all the expenses. Two men kneeled on the ground, slapping themselves madly. Seeing this, everyone in TXX was no longer shocked, but horrified. In particular, someone recognized the identities of the two people kneeling on the ground. One is Jin Yi, whose family assets are 200 to 300 million, who drives a Lamborghini worth several million and is usually very arrogant. Another frequent customer of TXX is Niu Tianxi, whose family assets are also hundreds of millions, and he is a sinister and vicious person. These two are the bane of TXX. They have relied on their wealth and power to seduce countless women. Moreover, they often snatch the pretty girls in other people's booths. Everyone was angry but dared not speak out, because Jin Yi and the other two were very rich. Now, the arrogant duo is kneeling down and slapping themselves wildly. This is absolutely explosive news. They are the second generation of rich people with huge wealth. Now, but he knelt at the feet of a young man and severely mutilated himself. People who were closer could vaguely hear them chanting, "Master Gu, spare my life." OMG, this is crazy. Even two young masters with billions of dollars in assets are kneeling down and begging for mercy. I'm not dreaming, am I? Haha, those two are nothing. That young man is someone that even young Master Lu doesn't dare to mess with. Someone who didn't know what was going on asked, "Just a quick question, who is Lu Xiao?" The son of a shareholder of Huafeng Group. His family owns billions of assets. You see how powerful that young man is. Hear the sound. Everyone present felt a sense of awe towards Gu Wenqing. Even the young master with billions of assets at home has to bow his head and admit his mistakes. It can be seen how powerful the boy is, especially some of the girls present. My eyes couldn't help but look towards area A3, booth 036. There sits a young boss, especially under the dim light. His smoking posture is really imposing. If they could get close to this young man, wouldn't they be rich? Gu Wenqing faced countless people's complex gazes, some envious, some admiring, etc. His expression remained the same. The matter is settled. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi paid a heavy price for their arrogant nature and even dragged down the business of their family company. Without Huafeng's business, they are not far from bankruptcy. Yongwei, Gu Wenqing shouted. "Hey, Weizi is here." Gu Wenqing frowned. "Do you remember what I said last time? Do I need to do it myself?" No. I'm afraid of dirtying Brother Gu's hands. I'll do it myself." Lu Yongwei's tone was tearful. Bang bang bang. Lu Yongwei slapped the DJ hard on the face following the dynamic DJ beat. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. This accident ultimately affected the mood of many customers. Gu Wenqing waved his hand, and the manager of TXX came running over happily, with his body bent. Gu Wenqing said, "Go tell the front desk that I'll pay for all the consumption today." Then he did not forget to add, "Except for those bastards Jin Yi." Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, the manager's eyes widened in shock, and he even stuttered. Boss Gu, Mr. Gu, today is a very exciting day. The manager is saying that the consumption today is quite high. Gu Wenqing smiled and patted the manager on the shoulder. Just think of us as TXX and apologize to everyone for today's farce. Mr. Gu, you are so generous. The manager was completely impressed by the new boss. The manager knew that once the news that Mr. Gu of TXX paid for the whole meal got out, it will definitely explode in the Shanghai nightclub circle, and Tax's reputation will be further enhanced. In the future, more and more customers will come here to visit, and the nightclub will continue to be popular for a while. The hundreds of millions of dollars that Mr. Gu spent in the early stage will be earned back many times over. Mr. Gu is truly amazing. What the manager didn't know was that he was overthinking. Gu Wenqing simply paid for the entire meal because he felt that he was disturbing everyone's fun. Tax's drinks cost only a few million a night. For Gu Wenqing, whose assets are already in the hundreds of billions, even tens of millions is just a drop in the bucket. For Gu Wenqing, tens of millions is just like 1 or 10 yuan for an ordinary person. Not worth mentioning at all. Besides, Gu Wenqing just awarded nearly 100 billion in assets through the system, so the money for treating everyone to a drink is just a drop in the bucket. TXX, which restored order, became lively again. People were drinking, dancing slowly, and waving their arms vigorously. It was very lively. Sudden, the dynamic music became quieter. Let those who are having fun look towards the DJ booth. What kind of plane? Forget about the fight just now. The atmosphere was just getting started. Why did this happen again? It really affects the atmosphere and mood. Many people frowned and felt very unhappy. Cough. Ahem. At this time, the sexy DJ tried the microphone. She said in a smoky voice, based on the chaos just now, it has affected everyone's mood. So our TXX boss Mr. Gu decided. All the consumption today will be paid for by Mr. Gu from TXX. After she finished speaking, she turned up the volume on her dynamic music, held the microphone, and shouted 3 times. All the consumption today will be paid for by Mr. Gu from TXX. All the consumption today will be paid for by Mr. Gu from TXX. All the consumption today will be paid for by Mr. Gu from TXX. Boom. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Everyone present shouted in unison, Boss Gu. Awesome. Boss Gu, you are so generous. Boss Gu is awesome. Mr. Gu is so generous. At this moment, everyone present was extremely happy. TXX was so much fun. We will definitely come back to play next time. Those who have heard of Mr. Gu's name, look at the A3036 card. Is that mysterious young man Mr. Gu? Is he the Mr. Gu who spent more than 1.5 million on drinks and fed the dog in one night? Now he has become the boss of TXX. It's so terrifying. Even the famous TXX in Shanghai was acquired by Mr. Gu. His connections and financial resources are extraordinary. No wonder a proud young master like Liu Yongwei would be afraid of Mr. Gu. Liu Xiao is still in area A3, and in the 036 card, he is slapping himself in the face like crazy. They feel pain just looking at it. Chapter 79, The Moonlight is charming. The drinking party is over. Although there were some unexpected things, the ending was still happy. Those who caused trouble also paid a heavy price. The 3 little fans took photos with their idol and left reluctantly. Zheng Xiaohong was a little drunk and yelled, "Hey, Lao Gu, I haven't gotten that girl's WeChat yet." Zhou Tao was holding the wobbly glasses aside. Huang Ziqing also added another female marketer's WeChat, whose name is Wang Ya. After successfully adding the girl's contact information, Huang Zi's expression was a little smug. A group of people walked out of TXX. A cool breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive after drinking. The Bentley Continental GT can no longer be driven. Huang Ziqing used his cell phone to call a taxi, and several people were waiting on the roadside. Why? Huang Ziqing raised his head and gestured to Su Mo behind everyone. Then he said, "Old Gu, why don't you add that girl on WeChat? It would be a shame if she's so pretty." Zhou Tao also smiled and nodded in agreement. Gu Wenqing smiled and responded calmly, "I don't need this step at all." Huang Ziqing was not sisterly. He curled his lips and said, "Although we admit that you are excellent, not all girls are like Wang Yanran, who will actively pursue you like Chen Xiaohua. Some girls with high looks are still quite reserved. For example, Wang Ya is the reserved type. I could tell she wanted my WeChat ID a long time ago, but she was just too embarrassed to ask for it. So I just took the initiative to ask for her contact information." Zhou Tao on the side had a look of disgust on his face. What nonsense was Huang Ziqing talking about? Didn't he just want to say that Wang Ya liked him? What a boast. Hey, damn it, where the hell are you vomiting? Damn it, my new Nike shoes. Zhou Tao looked down at his shoes covered in vomit and felt heartbroken, wanting to cry but unable to. Fuck. When Zheng Xiaohong wakes up, he will have to pay for a new pair of Nikes. Zhou Tao wiped his shoes hastily with paper, and at this time the online car-hailing service arrived. Zhou Tao helped Zheng Xiaohong sit in the back row. Huang Ziqing was very disgusted. He opened the passenger door and sat down. He looked at Gu Wenqing with smugness, as if to say, "Old Gu will let you down. Just squeeze in the back row with them." Gu Wenqing closed the back door of the car. He was still standing on the opposite side of the road from TXX. "Hey, old Gu, you're not coming home all night again, aren't you?" Huang Ziqing yelled heartbreakingly from the passenger seat. At this moment, he finally understood what Gu Wenqing meant by what he had just said. Why had we chat? Strike while the iron is hot. Oh my god. Old Gu is so awesome. He just added Wang Ye's WeChat and looked so proud. Compare people with each other. I, Huang Ziqing, am still a little bit weak. In the back row, Zhou Tao was also shocked. He grinned and said, "Is Mr. Gu going to eat meat tonight?" As soon as the voice fell, the driver, Huang Ziqing, and others all smiled knowingly. Men who understand will understand. At the TXX door, those who should leave have left, and those who should stay have stayed. Under the dim street lights, Suemo stood there coquettishly in a gray tight t-shirt, and the breeze blew her hair. Under the shadow of the light, the charm is more prominent. Looking at the beauty, Gu Wenqing said calmly, "Come on, walk with me. Sober up." Suemo naturally took Gu Wenqing's arm and asked, "Where are we going?" "The boss is so handsome and domineering. I really want to be his little wife." Boom, boom, boom. Gu Wenqing is simply the enemy of Sumo, a beauty lover. Chapter 80. I was practicing squats and high leg raises last night. The moonlight is charming. That night, the spider kept trying to crawl. She subconsciously glanced at the boss next to her. Her facial features are three-dimensional and her appearance is picturesque. This appearance is definitely something that makes her, a beauty lover, unable to stop looking at it. She looked a little dazed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, her cell phone vibrated. It was her roommate calling. Suemo took out her cell phone and saw that there were more than 20 missed calls, all from her roommates. Suemo pressed the answer button. "Mo, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back?" A caring voice came from the other side. I was at work yesterday. You know I'm working part-time as a marketer at TXX. Suemo responded softly. "You lied to me. You never stayed out all night when you were working before. You must be with a man. Momo, you couldn't have succumbed to the temptation and hooked up with a rich man, did you?" said the roommate in a joking tone. Then, the roommate gossiped and said, "Let me tell you, Senior Bylan waited for you downstairs all night yesterday, and I saw him go home this morning. TSK, love is unrequited. Senior Bylan is so pathetic. I feel sorry for him." The roommate said that he felt sorry for Senior Bylan, but in his heart he was gloating. "Who's calling?" Gu Wenqing woke up at this time and asked. After hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, a girl screamed on the phone. Man. Momo, you were lying to me. I will never be with you." Sumo's face turned red and she hung up the phone directly. "My roommate. She has a crazy personality and she called because she was worried that I might have an accident outside." Suemo responded sweetly. After breakfast, Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Continental GT to take Suemo to the school gate. Watch Suemo walk into the school. The two had a close relationship. Gu Wenqing can use the skill, detect favorability. 99 points? Does Suemo really have a high liking for me? Wang Min's favorability towards him was 85 before. In contrast, Gu Wenqing couldn't understand why Sumo's favorability towards him was so ridiculously high. Divided by system favorability. 0 to 20 favorability is a stranger, 20 to 40 favorability is an ordinary friend. 40 to 60 favorability is close friends, 60 to 80 favorability is like. A favorability of 80 to 90 means lifelong love, and a favorability of 90 to 100 means lasting until death. So, Wang Min is the love of my life. And Suemo was so outrageous that he wanted to be loyal until death. Gu Wenqing thought about it over and over again but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, Suemo is already his. The higher your favorability towards him, the better. In the car, Gu Wenqing called Tax's finance department and asked for Sumo's bank card number. Transfer 1 million to her first. Give Suemo a little money first. If you give her too much money suddenly, it might scare Sumo. She might even think that Gu Wenqing is drawing a line between the two of them. Love your own woman. In addition, Wang Min must be treated equally. Although Wang Min's favorability is slightly lower than Sumo's, it will definitely increase over time. Gu Wenqing was very happy that there was suddenly a woman who was loyal to him until death. He parked the car, hummed a little tune, brought breakfast for the three of them, and then walked into the dormitory. There are no classes in the morning and my three sons are still sleeping soundly. Get up. Get up. The sun is shining on our butts. Gu Wenqing put breakfast on the table. Hey. Lao Gu, did you bring us breakfast? Fuck, you had a lot of fun last night? Are you willing to come back today? Zhou Tao got up and saw Gu Wenqing coming back, with envy on his face. Huang Zicheng also had a pair of panda eyes. He took a few buns and said while eating, Old Gu is so lucky. You easily won her over yesterday. Huang Zicheng's face was full of curiosity. Although Gu Wenqing is a little bit better than me. But Huang Zicheng still found it impossible to win over such a beautiful girl in less than a day. Most likely, Lao Gu was just showing off in front of them. In fact, I must have booked a room by myself last night, alone in an empty room. Gu Wenqing glanced at Zhang Xiaohong who was still sleeping soundly with a meaningful smile on his face. Guess. Huang Zicheng frowned, looking like an emotional master, and said seriously, I guess you definitely didn't get the upper hand. You still have to proceed step by step like me. We need to slowly increase our mutual affection. I think this is the most reliable way. Zhou Tao chuckled. When you get to the point where you're emotionally connected, the girl won't know whose arms she's in, and you won't even be able to touch her hand. Huang Zicheng. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng frowned and said with an awkward expression, I want you to stab my heart. Gu Wenqing just stood by and watched with a smile as the two love novices hurt each other. A university in Magic City. Suemo limped back to the dormitory. At this time, Qiao Qiao was the only one in the dormitory. The girl Qiao Qiao who had just talked to her looked at Suemo with a strange expression. She asked, What's wrong with you? Sumo's eyes turned. I was working out in the gym last night and I got a sprain. Okay. You lied to me again. Kiki. Really? I practiced squats and leg lifts yesterday. I practiced for a long time. Qiao Qiao is also an experienced person and understood immediately. With whom? Is it strong? You are not really in love, are you? Qiao Qiao was as curious as a cat scratching, and his heart was itching. As a close friend, she knows Suemo quite well. She definitely doesn't like the rich Sumu. Sumu is such a beauty lover. Then, the man who spent the night with Sumu last night must be very handsome. Suemo said sweetly, Our boss. Ah. Hearing this, Qiao Qiao was horrified and couldn't help but exclaimed. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Oh. Chapter 81 Does it look good? I will wear it again next time. I vaguely heard Gu Wenqing's voice over the phone this morning, but I couldn't guess his age because it was so blurry. Qiao Qiao couldn't believe that Suemo, who was severely obsessed with face, had also changed. Could it be that she had let it go and chose bread? Qiao Qiao had heard from Suemo before that the boss of TXX was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Qiao Qiao stared with wide eyes in astonishment. So you really gave it to him? Suemo said mischievously, Why not? Oh my god. Think of that picture. A 19-year-old goddess and a 40-year-old uncle. It's so eye-catching. Momo, you've fallen. What happened to your promise to be a face control? Our boss is so handsome. Bullshit. How handsome can a 40-something man be? Besides, can I satisfy you? Bah. Suemo spat softly and pouted. Who told you that he was over 40 years old? Our boss at TXX has changed. I tell you, he's very handsome. Qiao Qiao, are there any pictures? Seeing Suemo shaking his head, she curled her lips and said, Next time I want to see how handsome I am. I can charm you like this. Suemo smiled sweetly. Hee, it looks good anyway. I don't trust you. If it doesn't look good, I'll beat you off. The two girls had a fight for a while. Suemo checked her phone and saw an unread text message. She opened it, and her eyes opened wide. There is an extra 1 million in her bank card? The first thought in her mind was that it was given by the boss. What does this mean? Hatchling night fee? Thinking of this, Sumo's face turned a little pale. She opened her WeChat and wanted to ask her boss what happened to the money. Gu Wenqing. Use good lipstick. Smirk, don't refuse, or you will be severely punished. Remember to thank me verbally next time. After seeing the news, Sumo's tense body relaxed. It's not that I just don't want myself. Then, thinking about what happened in the grove last night, she spat in her heart. Boss, you were so mean. She replied, Humph. Then you accompany me to buy a dog head. Microeconomics class in the afternoon. Gu Wenqing and 3 other roommates sat in the back row, waiting for the teacher to arrive. A beautiful scenery passed by the window, stirring the hearts of countless boys. A boy said, it was the school beauty Chen Yunxue. The boy just finished speaking. Chen Yunxue walked into the classroom in a pretty manner. School beauty Chen wore a white slim-fit t-shirt, revealing her white arms, and a pair of slightly loose jeans. It not only showed her sexy waist, but also made her look more youthful. Her hair was tied up and swayed gently with her steps. The school beauty, who only wore light makeup, looked pure and playful. The boys were all mesmerized by it. It was so beautiful that it made their hearts flutter. What follows is a heartache. Campus beauty Chin is not studying economics. The only reason she would appear here is for Gu Wenqing. The goddess actually came to the class for a boy. Crazy, school belle, you have to be reserved. As everyone expected, Chen Yunxue walked up to Gu Wenqing with a frown on her face. Gu Wenqing was sitting at the very edge, and sitting next to him was Zhou Tao. No space. Hi, campus beauty Chen, I'll give you my seat. Zhou Tao grinned and gave up his seat. When he left, he winked at Gu Wenqing, as if to say, you were such a nice guy. Gu Wenqing sat down on Zhou Tao's original seat, and Qin Shaohua sat down next to Gu Wenqing. At this moment, feeling the envious and jealous eyes of the boys in the class, Gu Wenqing seemed to hear many heartbreaking voices. Gu Wenqing curled his lips and asked, why are you here? Chen Yunshue's body is always cold, like an iceberg. She looks so pure and innocent. Why is her personality so cold? Chen Yunxue made no secret of her purpose. Look at you. Gu Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as soon as the school beauty opened her mouth, her icy temperament was destroyed. What he didn't know was that Chen Yunxue was only like this in front of him. We all have one nose and two eyes. What's so good about that? Chen Yunxue stared at Gu Wenqing with her playful eyes. Look at you. It's not fair. I want to watch you too. Gu Wenqing said teasingly. Then he began to admire Chen Yunxue openly. He even deliberately made two tsk sounds of praise. Feeling Gu Wenqing's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Yunxue was defeated. She stopped looking at Gu Wenqing and her eyes drifted towards the blackboard. Her face flushed slightly. He should see it. Gu Wenqing admired the school beauty Chen from a close distance. Smooth and white cheeks, delicate features. The front is bulging. There will definitely be no shortage of milk for the baby in the future. Well, the slim waist is also very attractive. In sight. School beauty Chen is sitting with her legs straight, her ankles below her jeans revealing black stockings that wrap around her fair skin. It's still Balenciaga. Wow, Gu Wenqing, who loves black stockings, is in high spirits. Pants. Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Does it look good? Chen Yunxue asked shyly. Gu Wenqing said in a deliberate tone, it really ruins the view. How can you wear it like this? He said seriously, it must be very hot to wear jeans in such a hot day. Really? But I'm not hot. After Chen Yunxue finished speaking, she slightly pulled up her loose jeans, revealing her sexy calves wrapped in black stockings. But, seeing you, I feel a little hot. Gu Wenqing was dumbfounded. Was his brother seduced by the school beauty Chen? Snap. The pin in Gu Wenqing's hand fell accidentally. Gu Wenqing widened his eyes and lowered his head to pick up the pin. In this class, he just picked up pins. Then I came to a conclusion that the stockings in Qin Xiaohua's pants are really the best. The legs wrapped in Balenciaga, you can see the white skin slightly through. Tempting. In class, the teacher is giving a lecture on the stage. Many students were absent-minded and turned around to see the school beauty Chen in the back row, their faces blushing. And what was that bastard Gu Wenqing doing, raising and lowering his head so frequently? The girls looked at Chen Yunxue beside Gu Wenqing with envy. I have to admit, they are a perfect match. Just like the hero and heroine on the cover of a comic book, a perfect match made in heaven. A long time. Get out of class is over. Some students took their belongings and left the classroom. Chen Yunxue hesitated for a moment and said softly, does it look good? Seeing Gu Wenqing nod, she said, then I will wear it again next time. Gu Wenqing was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, is this still a cold goddess? Why does she feel so lively in front of me? Something is wrong. How did she know that I like sparkling water and black stockings? Obviously, she used to wear campus JK style. Chapter 82 Yin Weiwei brought the food. After microeconomics. School beauty Chen had classes, so she left reluctantly. After class, Gu Wenqing called his secretary and informed all the senior executives of Huafeng Group to hold a meeting at 5 p.m. It's time to start the 30 billion yuan land along the river in Shuzhou district. Gu Wenqing has no management experience, but Huafeng Group has a complete operating system, so the management difficulty is relatively low. Early this morning, the real estate circle in Shanghai is in an uproar. Huafeng Group was unexpectedly acquired by a mysterious person. According to Huafeng Group shareholders, the buyer offered a price they simply couldn't refuse. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar. Huafeng Group is valued at over 90 billion yuan. If it acquires shares at a premium, wouldn't it cost at least over 1,000 small goals? Rich man. Capricious. All the bigwigs in the real estate industry are curious about Huafeng's mysterious buyer. Many big guys, who seem to be worth hundreds of millions, only have stocks, real estate, etc., and their real liquid funds are not that much. And for those who can come up with at least 100 billion, these big guys are really envious. Gu Wenqing didn't care about all that. He planned to show up and let them discuss a preliminary land design plan first. And the Niu family and the Jin family also got the news. And from his son, whose face was swollen like a pig, he learned that it was Mr. Gu who called to terminate the cooperation. So, what role did Mr. Gu play in this acquisition? But it is true that only by repairing the rift with Mr. Gu can their company be revived. The heads of the Niu and Jin families forced their sons to please Mr. Gu no matter what means they use, and to repair the rift with Mr. Gu at all costs. Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi broke down and burst into tears on the spot. They actually have to face that devil. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. Not to mention trying to please him. If they are not careful, someone might die. Zhou Tao said enviously, "Old Gu, how does it feel to be deskmate with school beauty Chen?" Ha ha ha, the looks in those boys' eyes make them want to eat you alive. Actually, I think Lao Gu and school beauty Chen are a good match. On the way to the cafeteria, the three people in the dormitory were talking to each other. Zheng Xiaohong looked at Gu Wenqing enviously. "Old Gu, you are so awesome. Just teach me a couple of tricks so I can also be single. I'll treat you to a month's meal." Huang Zicheng said disdainfully. "Damn it, Lao Gu is so rich. Why does he need your money? Besides, the food in the cafeteria tastes okay occasionally, but you will get sick of it after eating it for a month." Then, Huang Zicheng smiled and said, "Help me wash my socks for a month, and I will teach you 2 tricks, which will definitely help you find your partner." Hearing Huang Zicheng's words, Zhang Xiaohong looked strange. "Even if you wash my socks for a month, I won't learn from you. You don't even dare to hold a girl's hand, and you dare to come out and accept disciples." Zhou Tao grinned. "I think Huang Zi has no clue. He doesn't even know his own rank." Huang Zicheng protested and shouted, "I just don't want to touch Wang Ya. When I think of Li Wenhuan, I can't get over it. I'm not like Lao Gu, who is affectionate everywhere." Gu Wenqing was speechless. "Stop making such a fuss and disturbing my reputation." Zhou Tao said disdainfully, "Huang Zi, I really admire you. You feel uncomfortable if you don't show off for a day, right? Mr. Gu is an excellent man. If I were as rich as him, I would also like to find a few more beauties to keep me company. And you, as skinny as a refugee, just brag all day long. Fuck, it's none of your business. Don't call me Huangzi. It sounds like the yellow paper used for tomb sweeping during the Qiming festival. It's really ugly. Okay, Huangzi. Huangzi Cheng." The 4 of them came all the way to the cafeteria. It was dinner time, and there were crowds of people. There was a long queue at every window. The 4 of them had no choice but to pick the smaller one and line up in turn. The second floor has small pots for cooking, which are much more delicious than the big pots on the first floor, and are also much more expensive. They are usually consumed by teachers and staff. It was the first time for Gu Wenqing to eat in the cafeteria on the first floor since the start of the school year. He wanted to try the taste, so he didn't go to the specialty cooking window upstairs. "The team in front of me was moving as slow as a snail." Huang Zicheng complained. "Oh my god, these people are not active in class, and they run faster than anyone else to eat." Zhou Tao, a tall and strong man, was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He shouted, "Fuck, it takes so long to queue. I'm really starving." Huang Zicheng also nodded in agreement. In the front row, a girl who was about to get her food spotted Gu Wenqing among the 4 of them. After a while, she carried 2 large plates of food and walked carefully to Gu Wenqing, saying in a low voice, "I've prepared food for you." With both hands holding food, Yun Weiwei was afraid of accidentally knocking it over, so she continued, Go eat over there." Gu Wenqing nodded, took the plate from her hand, and the 2 of them left the team one after the other. Gu Wenqing walked in front, and Yun Weiwei followed Gu Wenqing closely like a young wife. Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong, who were waiting in line, were dumbfounded. A trader who values women over friends. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, they were extremely envious. I thought that after 4 people had to wait in the same miserable queue, we could still brag happily. But when Gu Wenqing left with a large plate of food bought by Yun Weiwei, they were no longer happy. Damn, Gu Wenqing is such a dog. Even when eating, I have to show off my superiority in front of them. Zhou Tao sighed. Did Lao Gu mess up the goddess nest? This Yun Weiwei seems pretty good too. In short, the 3 of them were extremely envious of Gu Wenqing, who could eat in advance. The 2 of them found a corner and sat down. Gu Wenqing's plate was full of meat, eggs, and 2 vegetables. Gu Wenqing glanced at Yun Weiwei, who was eating green vegetables with dry rice. Feeling Gu Wenqing's gaze, Yun Weiwei felt a little uncomfortable. Her face slightly flushed, and she whispered, Just thank you." Then she raised her head and said firmly, "I asked others and checked online. The car is very expensive, So the compensation should be more than 10,000 yuan. I will pay you 150,000 yuan. I'll go work after class. I'll make money. Yun Weiwei looks weak in character, but she is actually very stubborn. Gu Wenqing swapped their dishes and took a few bites of vegetables. I've been lacking vitamins these days. I need to eat more vegetables. It's not 150,000. That's justly Yuan Gui's exorbitant request. It's just nonsense. Don't worry about how much I have to pay. It's my fault and has nothing to do with you. The Porsche you hit was only slightly damaged. $10,000 is enough. After Gu Wenqing finished speaking, he glanced at Yun Weiwei, who was sitting quietly opposite him. She was really pretty. Oh, Yun Weiwei responded cutely. Chapter 83 Senior Sister. Junior brother, why are you ignoring me? When someone's eyes were on her, Yun Weiwei's face flushed red. She lowered her head and dug rice into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Gu Wenqing said with a smile, Yun Weiwei, do you have a grudge against Fan? Oh. Yun Weiwei was dazed, with a confused look on her face. Gu Wenqing thought that she was looking for a part-time job, so why not help her find a part-time job? Whether it's a Western restaurant, a movie theater, or a five-star hotel, Yun Weiwei can choose any job she likes. In the end, Gu Wenqing gave up the idea. A girl who is stubborn to the core and has a closed heart, it is best to take things step by step. Besides, Yun Weiwei has her own ideas. Gu Wenqing was in a good mood after dinner. When he was about to leave, he saw his three roommates had just prepared their meals and looked at him with some resentment. Everyone went into the cafeteria together. Lao Gu had finished eating, but they had just gotten their food. This is the difference. Gu Wenqing smiled and left the cafeteria. There were a lot of people at Magic University at noon. Many girls wearing hot pants and short skirts, showing their long legs, were walking on the road. It was a beautiful scenery in the hot weather. Gu Wenqing returned to the dormitory, prepared to take a nap, and then went to inspect Huafeng Group. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrates. Gu Wenqing opened his phone and saw a WeChat message from his senior schoolmate. Wang Yinran. What are you doing, Junior? Shy. I wonder if you're a senior? Depend on. This fairy. It's the same routine again. Gu Wenqing is too lazy to pay attention to her. Just leave her alone. She has been a little bit jumpy lately. If she is not disciplined for 3 days, she will tear the roof off the house. In addition to Wang Yinran's news, Lin Yingying with red hair also sent a WeChat message. Lin Yingying. Gu Wenqing, are you free this afternoon? My bestie and I have an appointment to go shopping together, and they both brought their male companions. I'm so lonely, can you walk with me? Poor, poor, poor. Gu Wenqing remembered that Lin Yingying's car was still with him. He thought that he could return the Bentley to her after seeing her. Gu Wenqing typed. What time in the afternoon? Lin Yingying. My girlfriends and I have an appointment at 3 o'clock. Looking forward to it. Huafeng Group's high-level meeting is at 5 o'clock. The times don't overlap. Gu Wenqing replied directly. Sure. Send me your location and I'll pick you up right away. Magic City. Inside a villa. Lin Yingying cheered with joy after receiving Gu Wenqing's message. I hope time can go faster, preferably till 3 p.m. There are some other messages on the WeChat account of your mobile phone. Don't miss them. Gu Wenqing ignored him and locked his phone directly. Lying on the soft bed with his head resting on his hands, Gu Wenqing looked at the ceiling and thought about the assets he owned. In addition to the 16 billion in cash lying in the bank card, various assets awarded by the system, companies under Gu Wenqing's name. Debang Western Restaurant. 2 of the top cinemas in Shanghai. Huafeng Group. Moda Game Studio. 10 sets of Huaxi Street storefronts. Radisson Blue 5-star Hotel. TXX Bar. Before he knew it, Gu Wenqing already had so many assets in his name. Any one of them is a high-quality asset that many people dream of and can enable ordinary people to live a comfortable life. But Gu Wenqing has them all, especially Magic City Studio. Gu Wenqing has always forgotten this little transparent person. Today I suddenly remembered that I had been saying that I would visit the Magic City Studio, but I had only talked about it and never taken any action. Gu Wenqing shook his head and sighed. Why? I can only blame it on the fact that there have been too many things going on recently. I was busy all day accompanying the girls. At this time, the cell phone on the bedside table started buzzing again. When Gu Wenqing looked over, he saw that the senior schoolmate was constantly refreshing the screen. Oh, woman. Wang Yinran. Junior, why are you ignoring me? Crying. Wang Yinran, are you in love with someone else? Gu Wenqing curled his lips and said, Who told you to keep me in suspense? Those before were just appetizers at most. Unfortunately, this main dish is still in the pot and has not been served yet. Gu Wenqing hasn't been feeling that bad lately. After all, there is already a beautiful woman by my side. When playing games, AD Gu Wenqing's output is very fierce. The senior student dragged it out for so long that Gu Wenqing, who was no longer a novice, was no longer so impatient. After all, the classically beautiful Wang Min, the sweet Su Mo, and Wang Yinran have similar overall ratings, and they are all rare beauties. Whenever any of the three of them walk out, they will attract the attention of a large number of LSPs, and they are the focus of everyone. Senior sister, it's not me, Gu Wenqing, who ignores you. But you have been keeping me, Gu, in suspense, which led to me being picked on by someone else. Gu Wenqing, really don't want to pay attention to you today? Wang Yinran, Jr., does this look good? Picture, 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 picture. More than a dozen different pictures of different days, with different equipment. The only thing in common is different long stockings. You really deserve to be a dance student. Those attractive long legs, round and straight, relatively evenly coordinated, those different outfits. Gu Wenqing stared intently. His attitude remained calm. Gu Wenqing said shamelessly, that's it? Disdain. A long time. Wang Yinran on the opposite side seemed to be shy or hesitant. Wang Yinran, then how about you help me with this one? I bought it especially for you. Picture, picture, picture. Gu Wenqing curled his lips and clicked in. Enlarge the picture. The photo shows a slim waist and sexy long legs. Okay. Senior sister, YYDS. Gu Wenqing, address. I'll be there right away. Wang Yinran. Location, I'm still in class. If you like the last one so much, I will definitely keep it for you and wait for you. Then what the hell am I talking to you about? Gu Wenqing. I'm waiting. One day I'll make you cry. Angry. Wang Yinran. Then I'll wait. Shy. Gu Wenqing. Chapter 84. All living beings are licking dogs. The other side of the bedroom. Huang Ziqing's phone also rang. I saw that the sender of the message was a WeChat message from someone with the note, Goddess Wenhuan. Huang Ziqing was smiling from ear to ear. Usually he was the one who took the initiative to look for Li Wenhuan, but the other party rarely looked for him. Huang Ziqing thought that after the military training was over, Wenhuan would probably ask him out to play. He clicked on the message with great joy. Li Wenhuan. Mo Luo asked me to ask why Gu Wenqing ignored him. Damn it. Huang Ziqing was very disappointed after seeing the message. I was thinking, why is Mo Luo chasing Gu Wenqing? Why does he always come to tell me, Huang Ziqing, what to do? But as Li Wenhuan's veteran bootlicker, he would not refuse the goddess' request. Huang Ziqing typed a response. Huang Ziqing, okay, I'll help ask. Huang Ziqing, Wenhuan's military training is over. Let's go out and play together when we have no classes. Question. Li Wenhuan, let's talk about it later. It's inconvenient to go out without a car. Huang Ziqing, oh, you are right. It is indeed inconvenient to go to far places, grin. After the message was sent, there was no response from Li Wenhuan for a long time. Huang Ziqing thought she must be taking a nap. Huang Ziqing curled his lips and said, Old Gu, what's going on between you and Mo Luo? Wenhuan asked me to ask you. Hear Huang Ziqing's voice about Mo Luo. Zhou Tao on the side pricked up his ears. Zhou Tao just sent a message to Mo Luo, but it fell on deaf ears. Gu Wenqing casually replied, nothing. She asked me to go out for a workout, but I didn't want to go. Gu Wenqing really doesn't want to go. And he didn't reply to Mo Luo because they had nothing in common to talk about. Mo Luo always talks about interesting things about fitness, but Gu Wenqing doesn't know anything about fitness at all. Besides, his body shape has been transformed by the system to be quite perfect, so he doesn't need to exercise at all. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Zhou Tao perked up and grinned. If Mo Luo asked me out, I would definitely want to fly over. Moreover, Zhou Tao felt relieved. It seemed that Gu Wenqing had no other thoughts about Mo Luo. Thinking of this, Zhou Tao felt that he should not be timid, but should take the initiative. Zhou Tao grinned. He sent a message to Mo Luo. Are you working out? I can join you. After a while, Mo Luo replied. No. Huang Ziqing reminded him. Zhou Tao, you'd better be realistic. Girls like Mo Luo come from well-off families and have high standards, so it's hard to pursue them. Huang Ziqing saw Zhou Tao's dog-licking smile and curled his lips. Zhou Tao must be crazy about Mo Luo. Zhou Tao said nonchalantly. I am also a student of Shanghai University, and my academic qualifications are not bad. I will do well in the future. P.S. The roommate will not get involved in Gu Wenqing's business. At least there will be no cooperation with the roommate before graduation. A pure father-son relationship. Hearing the sound, everyone stopped talking. Gu Wenqing thinks that everyone is young, and it is normal for them to dare to love and hate. If they break up, the worst that can happen is that they can just change their target. Looking at the two roommates staring at their phones in a daze, Gu Wenqing sighed. What is love in this world? At this time, Huang Ziqing also remembered what Li Wenhuan had just said. It's not convenient to go out and play without a car. Huang Ziqing was thinking about whether he should buy a car. Although his family has a car, it is usually driven by his father Huang Zhonghuang to work, and it is not Huang Ziqing's turn to use the car at all. Especially when I think back to the moment when Lao Gu drove the Bentley Continental GT with one hand on the way to the bar, he looked so handsome. He became even more excited. Damn, no wonder I can't compare to Lao Gu. It turns out that the only difference between me and Lao Gu is a car. At this moment, Huang Ziqing stared at Gu Wenqing, and suddenly his mind became clear, as if he had found a breakthrough point. It just so happened that Huang Zhonghuang hadn't spent much of the money he had put into his bank card, and he also passed his driver's license test during the summer vacation, so he might as well buy a car and drive it. Huang Ziqing opened the app to look at the car. Gu Wenqing activates the skill, favorability detection. The affection between him and the two girls Guan Bao had with him was shown. Wang Min current favorability towards the host, 91%. Su Mo, current favorability towards the host, 99%. My previous favorability towards Gu Wenqing was 85%. After a few days of getting to know each other, my feelings have warmed up and directly reached 91%. Their love for Gu Wenqing lasts until death. Rain and dew are equally shared. Gu Wenqing also transferred 1 million to Wang Min and told her to use it first. 1 million may not be a lot for Gu Wenqing, but it is a huge sum of money for other college students. 1 million is not a small sum for Wang Min and Su Mo. Gu Wenqing was very clear about this, so giving them money was considered quite restrained. Just use it first, and I'll give you more if it's not enough. Wait a few days, then let them get a driver's license and buy a car. A school in Shanghai. Wang Min's cell phone is charging on the table. Suddenly the phone vibrated and the screen lit up. The roommate sitting next to me took a curious look. It's a message. Your account 0328 received 1 million renminbi, and the balance is 1,022,019 renminbi and 59 cents. Alipay income. Mode of bank. So many zeros? My roommate thought he was seeing things. I rubbed my eyes and looked twice more. Yes, it was a 7-digit number. A full 1 million. She was totally stunned. What did she see? Someone transferred 1 million to Wang Min? After the roommate was confused, the whole person was shocked. She said to herself, a full million? What 1 million? The other two roommates saw her shocked expression and walked over to take a look. Boom. Their eyes were wide open, and their heads seemed to be bombarded by thunder. They were so horrified that they couldn't speak. Is it really 1 million? One of the girls with short hair thought. Did the bank transfer the wrong amount of money? Or did Wang Min do something shameful? 1 million is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for them, and their breathing has become rapid. At this time, Wang Min, who had just washed her hair, walked in with wet hair. Seeing her three roommates standing there like wooden chickens, she asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Why are you all standing there like wooden chickens?" One of the girls who was close to Wang Min said, "Min Min, you are rich." The other two roommates looked at Wang Min with envy. If only they had 1 million. Chapter 85 Meeting Lin Yingying again. Am I rich? Wang Min had no idea what they were talking about. Until she picked up her phone and saw the bank card information, she understood. Then I saw an unread message on WeChat with the note, "Husband." The 1 million transferred to him by her husband Gu Wenqing. She typed back, "Husband, why did you give me so much money?" Shocked. Wang Min didn't know how much money Gu Wenqing had. Gu Wenqing just told her that he wanted to buy a house, but she didn't take it seriously. When she received the 1 million from Gu Wenqing, she realized that Gu Wenqing was not kidding her, and he seemed to be really rich. 1 million is not a small amount of money for my husband, a freshman, right? At this moment, she felt valued. Gu Wenqing, I give you pocket money. Buy whatever you want. My husband is not short of money. Buy a few more Balenciaga shoes. Otherwise, they won't be sexy enough. Smirk. Wang Min, okay. I'll buy a whole box and wait for your husband. Shy. My roommates have all seen news like this online about banks making mistakes and transferring money to the wrong account. And they heard that the money has to be paid back. There is no way that the money was given by Wang Min's family. It must be a bank error. They knew that Wang Min was a native of Shanghai and came from a well-off family, even though her parents didn't want her anymore after their divorce. But Grandma was very kind to Wang Min and often gave her a lot of pocket money. Otherwise, Wang Min wouldn't have the money to spend at TXX. But this outrageous 1 million, no matter whether her grandmother has that much money or not, she will not give it to Wang Min. At this time, the girl who was close to Wang Min asked curiously, Min Min, the bank must have made a mistake in transferring the money, right? The other two girls also pricked up their ears, waiting for Wang Min's answer. Wang Min did not hide it either, she whispered, It was not a mistake by the bank. It was pocket money my boyfriend gave me. As she spoke, she felt a little sweet in her heart. What? What did they hear? Pocket money given by Wang Min's boyfriend? The three of them looked in disbelief. A college student who is in love directly transfers 1 million yuan to a girl as pocket money. It's totally off the mark. The short-haired girl snorted. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Is it necessary to tell such an outrageous lie? Another girl next to her said, That's right, not honest at all. Wang Min smiled and said, I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. After saying that, she ignored the two girls, turned on the hairdryer, and blew her hair with a buzzing sound. The two girls curled their lips, snorted coldly, and walked away. Unlike boys, girls' dormitories usually have their own small groups. The two girls who left gossiped quietly. A girl said, It's obvious that she is lying to us. Didn't she just break up? Could she really have found a new love so soon? The short-haired girl said disdainfully, I don't believe that Wang Min would give her 1 million yuan in pocket money if she is in a relationship, but what if she is being kept by someone? Another girl covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. Is Wang Min being kept by someone? It seems to make sense. That 1 million is the maintenance fee. That should be it. Afternoon. Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Continental GT and used the navigation to arrive at a villa area. Beautiful villa in Yijing Garden. The average price of villas here is close to 200,000 yuan per square meter, and they are single-family villas. Jijinjuan Villas has 81 single-family villas, each of which is different, with 81 styles and 81 exterior patents, each with its own merits and uniqueness. The smallest villa in Jijinjuan is over 700 square meters, which means that any villa is worth at least 140 million yuan. Each building has its own basement, fine garden, and swimming pool. Those who live here are either rich or noble. Lin Yingying's clothes are all very expensive, and the car she drives is a Bentley Continental GT worth millions. It is not surprising that she lives in a super luxurious villa area like Jijinjuan. And he didn't envy. Gu Wenqing himself owns a respectable real estate group, so what kind of villas can he not develop? He owns land and has money, so others should envy him. Since the Bentley originally belonged to Lin Yingying, it was automatically identified as the owner's car at the door, and Gu Wenqing arrived at the navigation location smoothly. Gu Wenqing looked at the ancient and unique villa in front of him and thought that he would have one in a few days. A villa can be without, but it must have. Besides, you don't even need to buy it. Just go to the project developed by Huafeng Group and choose the best one. The time is now 14:52. Gu Wenqing arrived a few minutes early. He contacted Lin Yingying. Soon Lin Yingying ran out happily. She still had red hair and a slim black dress. The protrusion of her chest and hips made her waist even more sexy. The whole dress seemed to show off her S-shaped hot body. The lower body is a pair of high heels. Look at the sexy and unique shape, making the legs look so long. The black dress that covered her lower body was just a little below her thighs, exposing her long, white legs to the air. With the addition of high heels, Lin Yingying's already good figure looked even taller, especially those beautiful legs, so long and round. Lin Yingying opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. She was a little happy sitting in the car. She had spent a long time choosing this outfit. If she couldn't attract Gu Wenqing's attention, she would cry to death. Lin Yingying said to go to the gate first, and her two best friends arrived soon. After parking the car at the door, the two chatted about interesting things. Gu Wenqing made Lin Yingying cover her mouth and giggle. She has a pair of beautiful big eyes, filled with Gu Wenqing. Boom, 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 boom. Two deafening sounds of sports car engines and the rumbling sounds of street explosions came from far away. Soon, a blue Ferrari 488 and a silver Aston Martin, the two sports cars were parked next to each other in a very stylish way. The one driving the Ferrari 488 is called Yan. Another Aston Martin owner is Zheng Jihong. Madden saw this in this comment. Both families are very wealthy. Lin Yingying started to introduce. Zheng Jihong smiled friendly at Gu Wenqing as a greeting. Gu Wenqing also nodded to him, and they became acquainted. Yan Yun, who was driving the Ferrari, looked so superior that he raised the window and didn't even look at Gu Wenqing. His girlfriend next to him frowned and said that this was not a good idea. After all, Gu Wenqing was Lin Yingying's friend. For Lin Yingying's sake, she couldn't ignore Gu Wenqing like this. Yan Yun. Chapter 86 bought Gu Wenqing clothes worth more than 500,000 yuan. Yan Yun snorted disdainfully. Does he deserve it? In Yan Yun's eyes, even the person who had to use Lin Yingying's Bentley Continental GT to drive was obviously not the same kind of person as them. Yan Yun doesn't care about this kind of man who relies on his looks to make a living. Yin Yun believed that Gu Wenqing was just relying on his good looks to live off Lin Yingying. The girlfriend of the co-pilot said, "But he looks like a young man in white." Gu Wenqing's full appearance only flashed by in the news, and she was not sure whether it was true or not. In addition, the popularity of the young man in white has declined, and he has been buried in the hearts of many people. Yin Yun showed a hint of sarcasm. Who cares who he is? He is just a gigolo. He must be trying to get close to the rich because Lin Yingying's family is rich. Hearing this, the girlfriend stopped talking. The target this time is Huaxi Street. After a while, 3 luxury cars drove into the underground garage on Huaxi Street. Lin Yingying's best friends are all second-generation rich, and their boyfriends are also well-matched rich young men. When shopping, you can also visit the high-end luxury goods sales area. Louis Vuitton, LV, Chanel, Dior, Versace, etc. As soon as the group walked into Chanel, the shop assistants came up to them enthusiastically to introduce the various clothes. Having worked in a luxury brand for a long time, I have developed a pair of sharp eyes. At first glance, Gu Wenqing and his group are all rich girls or young masters. A clerk took Lin Yingying to the high-end ready-to-wear women's clothing area, and she started introducing everything to Lin Yingying, from long skirts, one-piece dresses, to short skirts and t-shirts. Lin Yingying looked at Gu Wenqing eagerly as she chose for him. Women dress up to please themselves, and they buy clothes just to wear them for him to see. So which one does he like? You really want me to choose? Lin Yingying nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. Then we won't buy it here. Gu Wenqing took Lin Yingying to other stores. Soon, Valentino, Balenciaga, Victoria's Secret. Seeing Gu Wenqing's preferences, Lin Yingying understood. So he likes this kind of thing? If I had known I would have worn Balenciaga today. The two of them left the group and bought some tunes that Gu Wenqing liked. Then she reunited with Lin Yingying's best friend. When Zheng Jihong and Yin Yun saw Gu Wenqing carrying large and small bags, especially the brand logos on them, this surprised Zheng Jihong and Yin Yun. Mad's eggs. Balenciaga. Men all like this, but they don't have the courage to tell their girlfriends what to do. They really want them to wear Balenciaga and step on Valentino. They both stared at Gu Wenqing with envy. I was extremely envious of Gu Wenqing. Lin Yingying is already very beautiful. If she wears sexy clothes, she will simply charm everyone. Zheng Jihong punched Gu Wenqing lightly, smiled and whispered, "Brother, you are really good. You got Lin Yingying so quickly, and you trained her to be so obedient. You are awesome." Gu Wenqing smiled and didn't explain. As long as Lin Yingying didn't reveal their true relationship, he couldn't destroy Lin Yingying's stage. Yin Yun, on the other hand, was even more disgusted with Gu Wenqing. The word hate was almost written on his face. Gu Wenqing didn't care. He was not RMB, so he didn't need to be liked by everyone. The group strolled around for a while, and Lin Yingying bought Gu Wenqing a lot of luxury clothes, spending more than 500,000 yuan. Gu Wenqing was ready to pay for it himself, but Lin Yingying took out her membership card and asked the front desk to deduct the balance on the card. Gu Wenqing is not the shy person. He just needs to return the gift. Seeing this scene, Zheng Jihong and Yin Yun were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn it. When they go shopping with their girlfriends, they are like human ATMs. They just pay for whatever their girlfriends buy. On the other hand, Lin Yingying, as a girl, bought Gu Wenqing clothes worth more than 500,000 yuan. In contrast, the damage is too great. In particular, when Lin Yingying buys clothes for herself, she always asks Gu Wenqing what style she likes to wear. She buys whatever type Gu Wenqing likes. The obedient Lin Yingying makes men feel satisfied and proud. The two rich boys were extremely jealous of Gu Wenqing. Different from Yin Yun's arrogance, Zheng Jihong had a pleasant chat with Gu Wenqing. Through the chat, he learned that Zheng Jihong's family runs a decoration company. Gu Wenqing smiled and said that they could cooperate in the future, and Zheng Jihong nodded in agreement. Yin Yun heard this and laughed. Zheng Jihong's family takes on big projects. But why would you ask Zheng Jihong to do some renovations or paint your home with white powder? Isn't that funny? Hear the sound. Lin Yingying frowned and looked at Gu Wenqing apologetically. Her best friend's boyfriend was so rude. My best friend was also very embarrassed. Gu Wenqing also frowned. But at this time I happened to pass by the Vacheron Constantin store. Gu Wenqing noticed that Lin Yingying didn't have a watch. Gu Wenqing didn't like to owe favors to others, so he simply bought a watch for her. Plus, Gu Wenqing forgot to bring his watch after taking a shower this afternoon, so he bought himself another one. He took Lin Yingying and pushed the door into the Vacheron Constantin store. Behind, Zheng Jihong also followed in with his girlfriend. Yin Yun saw that everyone had entered. He walked away and said mockingly, "Tisk, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? You want Lin Yingying to buy you a luxury watch. I've had enough. His girlfriend pinched him and told him to shut up. Yin Yun shouted even louder. Why are you pinching me? I didn't say anything wrong. He relies on his good looks to feed women. His behavior is disgusting. His voice was so loud that everyone in the Vacheron Constantin store turned their attention to Gu Wenqing and his group, especially after seeing the leader Gu Wenqing. Several people in the store were stunned. Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu. Several voices were heard in the store, and their words were full of respect for Gu Wenqing. Yun Jing, the salesperson who had served Gu Wenqing, was full of surprise in her tone. Lu Yongwei's tone was full of respect. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were both in awe and fear of Gu Xiao. Lu Yongwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianxi came to Vacheron Constantin to buy watches. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi planned to buy a luxury Vacheron Constantin watch to apologize to Mr. Gu. With the money given by their families, they came to Huaxi Street with their eldest brother Lu Yongwei to choose watches. Chapter 87. What? He is Mr. Gu. Lu Yongwei and Niu Tianxi have both seen Gu Wenqing's 10 million Vacheron Constantin watch. I thought Mr. Gu liked the Vacheron Constantin brand. The three of them went to Vacheron Constantin to choose a suitable watch to give to Mr. Gu as a token of apology and to slightly mend their relationship with Mr. Gu. Gu Wenqing said calmly, Xiao Yongwei, it's you again. Hearing Gu Wenqing calling him, Lu Yongwei hurried to him and said respectfully, Mr. Gu, are you here to choose a watch too? Then Lu Yongwei glanced at Lin Yingying, the daughter of Lin Hongtian, former chairman of Huafeng Group. Lu Yongwei had the honor of seeing Lin Yingying from a distance before, and he was amazed at the first sight. Unfortunately, he knew that he had a bad reputation, so he didn't dare to get close to Lin Hongtian's daughter. She was Lin Hongtian's Achilles heel. It seems that Gu Xiao and Lin Yingying have a complicated relationship. She stood behind Gu Wenqing like a little bird. Lin Yingying seems to have a strange attitude towards Gu Wenqing. He can even win over Lin Hongtian's daughter. He is indeed worthy of being called Master Gu. Mr. Gu? Xiao Yongwei. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gu Wenqing and young Master Lu address each other. Lin Yingying's two best friends were even more stunned and looked at Gu Wenqing. Is he some big shot? Especially Yin Yun, who looked down on Gu Wenqing. His expression was horrified at this moment. Did he hear it right? Young Master Lu actually called the pretty boy young Master Gu. Yin Yun still knows something about the notorious Lu Yongwei. Lu Yongwei is definitely a bastard who is as cruel and vindictive as a wolf. But in front of Gu Wenqing, the gigolo, the wolf turned into a tail-wagging pug, as obedient as he could be. Yin Yun's heart sank to the bottom. Gu Wenqing's clothes were not of any luxury brand at all. They didn't look famous at all. How could he be called Master Gu? And the car he was driving was also Lin Yingying's car. Then why did Lu Yongwei respect him so much and even call him Mr. Gu? Yin Yun's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he had made a mistake. Lu Yongwei and Yin Yun know each other, and their relationship is just an acquaintance. Behind Lu Yongwei, Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi looked at Yin Yun fiercely. Damn it, this guy actually dared to ridicule Master Gu just now. I will start with this tactless Yin Yun, hoping to ease the relationship with Master Gu. Why don't you introduce the watch to us? Gu Wenqing said to the salesperson Yun Jing. Gu Wenqing pointed at Lin Yingying behind him and said to the salesperson Yun Jing, pick a watch for her first. The price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. Hearing this, Yun Jing said respectfully, okay, Mr. Gu. Yun Jing kept thinking about those domineering words in her mind. The price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. I admire Gu Xiao to the extreme. He is so handsome. Many women present also looked at Lin Yingying with envy. All the salespeople in the Vacheron Constantin store were extremely envious of Yun Jing. Yun Jing was also very happy in her heart. It seemed that Mr. Gu still remembered her. Sales clerk Yun Jing took Lin Yingying to choose for a while, and finally Lin Yingying chose a watch worth more than 600,000 yuan. 600,000 is a very clever number, not much different from the price of the clothes she bought for Gu Wenqing. Lin Yingying took off the jewelry on her hands and put on the Vacheron Constantin watch. She looked at it with joy in her heart. It looks great. I like it very much. Lin Yingying was happy, not because of the price of the watch, but because the person who gave the watch was Gu Wenqing. Then Gu Wenqing randomly picked a watch worth 6 million. When Gu Wenqing successfully swiped the card, Yun Jing bent her knees respectfully, lowered her body slightly, held the bank card in both hands, and handed it to Gu Wenqing. This. Yin Yun was dumbfounded as he watched Gu Wenqing take back the bank card, his eyes wide open. Brush successfully. More than 7 million just to buy 2 watches? Yin Yun was greatly shocked. The price of both watches is more expensive than the Ferrari 488 he drives. This is too outrageous. Although Yin Yun's family is rich, it is too wasteful for him to spend 7 million to buy a watch. If his family gave him 7 million, he would definitely buy a better sports car instead of these two small watches. This is the gap. Yin Yun and Gu Wenqing are not at the same level at all. Gu Wenqing has control over his own money and can spend it however he wants. Although Yin Yun's family has assets worth more than 1 billion, if he wants to use the money, it depends on whether his family is willing to give it to him. Lu Yongwei and others, as well as Lin Yingying's two best friends, stared blankly at Gu Wenqing's Vacheron Constantine, feeling very complicated. Lu Yongwei and Niu Tianxi were fine, as they had long known that young Gu was not short of money. Last time, young Gu wore a watch worth 10 million yuan, but this time, the two watches were only worth more than 7 million yuan. This small amount of money is not even worth mentioning for Mr. Gu. On the contrary, Lin Yingying's two best friends were extremely envious of Lin Yingying. Her boyfriend was really generous. They thought about it. Lin Yingying's family was also super rich, and after selling the shares, they heard that the family had hundreds of millions of dollars in funds. Since ancient times, daughters of wealthy families usually marry people of equal status. Gu Wenqing's family is probably not much different from the Lin family, and it may even be better. Although their family conditions are not bad, compared with Lin Yingying, it is like a world of difference. Anyway, they and their boyfriends can't afford to buy a watch worth more than 6 million yuan. Not to mention more than 6 million yuan. They may not even buy a watch worth 600,000 yuan. The saying, poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches, is perfectly reflected. At this moment, Yin Yun was extremely embarrassed. On the way here, I was still laughing, saying that Gu Wenqing was just a gigolo. He thought he was driving a Ferrari 488 worth millions, and looked down on Gu Wenqing who was driving Lin Yingying's Bentley. He even openly mocked Gu Wenqing for being a gigolo who only knew how to cheat women out of their money. I never thought that Gu Wenqing was someone that even a young master like Lu Yongwei would have to respect. Chapter 88, 18-year-old chairman. Just buy 2 Vacheron Constantine watches, which are worth more than his Ferrari 488. He even mocked Gu Wenqing as a poor guy. He still shows off his Ferrari in front of his girlfriend, and that pretty boy can only drive Lin Yingying's car. As a result, the watch that others casually wear is worth more than 6 million. This is not just wearing a watch. It is simply wearing a Ferrari on the wrist. I am just a clown. It's extremely embarrassing. Yin Yun's face turned green as liver color, and he was extremely embarrassed. Gu Wenqing ignored a clown like Yin Yun. He took Lin Yingying and her group out of the Vacheron Constantine store. Yin Yun had just stepped out of the store when Lu Yongwei grabbed his neck and cursed. What the hell did you just say? Be respectful to Mr. Gu. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable situation. Lu Yongwei walked into the corridor while speaking, followed by Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi. At this moment, Yin Yun, whose head was stuck, lost all his pride, and was only filled with fear. Lu Yongwei, this bastard, actually offended Yin Yun just to please Gu Wenqing. At this moment, Yin Yun didn't understand that Gu Wenqing was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Unfortunately, it was too late. Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi followed behind him, cursing. You can insult Master Gu? I'm going to beat your mouth into pieces. Lu Yongwei and his two companions took Yin Yun away to the corridor for a friendly exchange. When Gu Wenqing saw this scene, a sneer appeared on his face. Every evildoer will receive his due punishment. Gu Wenqing could let Yin Yun off for being so arrogant, but Lu Yongwei, Niu Tianxi, and Jin Yi, lackeys who wanted to please Master Gu, would never let Yin Yun off easily. Yongwei is still able to deal with. The 3 girls and Zheng Jihong didn't care at all. Zheng Jihong had long been fed up with the arrogant Yin Yun. Seeing Yin Yun being bullied, he even felt a little happy. Yin Yun's girlfriend was already extremely disappointed with him. They had only been dating for a few months, so luckily she didn't tell him. Yin Yun was indeed arrogant. The most important thing is that Yin Yun didn't think before he spoke. He knew that Lin Yingying was the leader among the 3 of them, but he openly laughed at the people around Lin Yingying. He really has no vision. She wondered why her vision was so poor. Compared with Gu Wenqing, Yin Yun would be crushed into dust in a second. Score. Must score. Mr. Gu, how about adding me on WeChat? Zheng Jihong doesn't want to give up the opportunity to get to know Gu Wenqing. He was glad that he was not as contemptuous as Yin Yun. He and Gu Xiao just had a pretty good chat. Maybe the cooperation that Mr. Gu just mentioned can actually be realized. Seeing Zheng Jihong's sincere eyes, Gu Wenqing agreed. At this time, they just walked out of the mall. Gu Wenqing raised his wrist, looked at the time, and said, Yingying, I have to go to the company for a meeting this afternoon. Let's make an appointment when we are free. Lin Yingying nodded her head subconsciously. Cheers in my heart. What did he call me just now? Yingying. Such an intimate name. Hee. Lin Yingying. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to backslash. Gu Wenqing looked at Lin Yingying in confusion as she smiled foolishly. Could it be that she had heat stroke? He stretched out his hand to lift up Lin Yingruan's hair, and his hand stayed in front of her fair forehead for a while, and then touched his own forehead. The temperature is normal. Lin Yingying's expression remained unchanged, but her cheeks turned red. Lin Yingying. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. How could two female friends not know Lin Yingying's changes? She is in love? Finished. Looking at Yingying like this, I'm afraid she's not far from being completely defeated. Who would have thought that the rich girl who was loved by countless men but could not be with her would now be so infatuated by a man? If I tell them this, I'm afraid those people won't believe it. After all, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Lin Yingying would be so obsessed with a boy. They subconsciously looked at Gu Wenqing. He has fair skin, three-dimensional features with a touch of coldness, and a gentle temperament. The temperament he exudes is so complex, sometimes gentle and elegant, sometimes unruly and uninhibited. The two girls couldn't help but think of a sentence. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Even though Lin Yingying was reluctant to let him go, Gu Wenqing still left. He first went to Debong Western Restaurant on Huaxi Street. He put all the things Lin Yingying bought for him in Debong. Then I interviewed a female manager. He has a humble attitude, rich experience in catering work, and does not ask for an exorbitant annual salary. Gu Wenqing is quite satisfied with him. Gu Wenqing guaranteed with his personality that he was definitely not dazzled by the female manager's car lights, but truly recognized her abilities. Give her 3 months to try to manage the restaurant and prove her ability, then we can talk about salary and benefits. Although Gu Wenqing's money came like the wind, he was not generous to everyone. Although he really likes to give generously to others, especially the kind that is bloated. For example, the young anchor Yuanan is quite good. Because I was driving a Bentley Continental GT. The car has been returned to Lin Yingying. Now that he is the chairman of Huafeng Group, as long as Gu Wenqing makes a phone call, a special driver will come to pick him up. Gu Wenqing was fine, he just took a taxi. During inspection, one must remain calm. The meeting was supposed to start at 5 o'clock, so Gu Wenqing had to arrive early so that he could examine things that he normally wouldn't see. Otherwise, once the group's special car driver arrives, the entire Huafeng Group will know that the new chairman has arrived, and everyone will show their good side. How can they inspect the bad side? After all, as the chairman of Huafeng Group, it is still necessary to inspect it. Think of this. Gu Wenqing was also very emotional. After getting the system, he went from being a poor student to a man with a net worth of over 100 billion. Who would have thought that Gu Wenqing, who was still a freshman at the beginning of the university, would now become the chairman of Shanghai Huafeng Group? The 18-year-old chairman of a group. Ordinary people would get excited just thinking about it. And the 18-year-old Gu Wenqing is such a person. Now the assets under his name span across catering, entertainment, real estate. His assets have skyrocketed to hundreds of billions. The current net worth is something that Gu Wenqing never dared to dream of. Not only money, but also the beautiful woman by your side. Chapter 89. Gu Wenqing's cold face. At this time, online taxis came. Gu Wenqing got in the car and said to the driver, Huafeng Group. Huafeng Group is located on the bank of Huangpu River. The overall energy saving standard of Huafeng Headquarters Center is 65%. Dozens of green technology measures have been comprehensively applied, and a good transportation system has maximized the use of public transportation by employees to commute to get off work. The office building of Huafeng Group has an elegant appearance. Just like a piano standing on the bank of Huangpu River, it is very impressive. Less than half an hour, Gu Wenqing came to Huafeng Group. At 4:30 p.m., Gu Wenqing entered the gate of Huafeng Group. Before Gu Wenqing reached the main building, he could see a Mercedes-Benz parked next to the gate of the main building of Huafeng Group. Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. Huafeng Group has its own underground parking garage. For the safety of pedestrians, parking is expressly prohibited on the company's interior grounds. It seems that this inspection has achieved some results. How many days has it only been since Huafeng Group changed hands? Just as Lin Hongtian left, some people have become more independent? Gu Wenqing strode forward. I heard a woman arrogantly say, "The guard at the door didn't dare to stop my car. Are you sure you want to stop us from entering?" The security guard said apologetically, "I'm sorry, no outsiders are allowed to enter unless I receive instructions from my superiors." Instructions from the superior? Do you know who he is? Xiang Mei pointed at the man next to her. Then, she held up her proud neck and said, "He is the son of Du Yixing, the vice president of your group." Hearing this, The security guard was a little overwhelmed. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. If you are not a company employee and do not have a company card, you cannot enter the company building. Normally, except for the company's internal staff, he would receive instructions from his superiors before letting anyone else in. In fact, it is a very simple matter. As long as they make a phone call to Vice President Du Yixing, they can enter without any obstacles. As a result, Xiang Mei was stopped by the security guard. She was very unhappy and started to criticize and educate the security guard. Deputy General Manager Du Yixing usually has a lot of airs, relying on the fact that he is a senior member of Lin Hongtian's team. He has always been dismissive of them. Whenever Du Yixing is in a bad mood, he likes to vent his anger on his subordinates. The security guard really didn't have the courage to call Vice President Du Yixing to ask. A higher-ranking official can crush a person, not to mention that Vice President Du Yixing is much higher in rank than him, and he can easily decide the fate of a small security guard like him with just one sentence. Upon hearing that the man was the son of Vice President Du Yixing, the security guard finally compromised. Seeing the security guard let them go, Xiang Mei was still aggressive. "You are such a tactless person. It's really bad to be a security guard. I can make you lose your job with just one word. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see." Xiang Mei was very angry. His boyfriend's father is the vice president of the group. In the group, he can be said to be second to a few people but above 10,000 people. They were stopped by a small security guard and were not allowed to enter. This feeling made her lose face in front of her friends. There were 4 of them in their group, and except for Xiang Mei's boyfriend, the other 2 girls were Xiang Mei's friends. Xiang Mei and the other 2 are all recent graduates, and they plan to use their boyfriend's connections to get into Huafeng Group through the back door. Xiang Mei boasted in front of her friends that they would be able to successfully enter Huafeng Group to work. As a result, I couldn't even enter the company building. It's all your fault. You should have told your dad in advance. Xiang Mei scolded her boyfriend again. The boyfriend just smiled timidly. He finally got the goddess, so he has to worship her. The 4 of them walked into the Huafeng building, and Xiang Mei turned back to threaten, "Just wait. I'll make you pack up and leave right away." After hearing this, the security guard was filled with helplessness and grief. At this moment, a pair of strong hands patted his shoulders. The security guard looked up and shouted in surprise and awe, "Hello, Chairman Gu." "Hello, Chairman Gu." Gu Wenqing said, "Don't be discouraged. You did the right thing." Then, Gu Wenqing said word by word, "Don't worry. No one dares to fire you." "I, Gu Wenqing, said so." Hearing this, the security guard was almost moved to tears. They are both big shots in the company, but Vice President Du likes to bully his subordinates, while Chairman Gu is so kind. That's the difference. Afterwards, Gu Wenqing strode into the Huafeng building. All Huafeng employees have had the information about Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huafeng Group implanted in their system. At this time, I just entered the first floor of the company. There were several reception girls at the front desk. They immediately stood up and shouted respectfully to Gu Wenqing. "Hello, Mr. Gu." "Hello, Chairman Gu." "Hello, Mr. Gu." After witnessing the absurd incident at the door, Gu Wenqing was in a bad mood. He nodded slightly, then picked the receptionist who caught his eye the most and said, "Take me to the meeting room." "Okay, Mr. Gu." The female receptionist who was chosen was slightly delighted. She led the way in front in her professional attire, twisting her buttocks and pressing the elevator button. Gu Wenqing had a cold expression on his face and frowned slightly. Several other receptionists saw Mr. Gu getting on the elevator. They let out the breath they had been holding in their hearts. Mr. Gu's aura was so strong, and his cold expression made them dare not breathe too loudly. Chairman Gu is really young, and so handsome. Such a cold, realistic, overbearing president. Oh my god. I really envy Xiaola who led the way. I hope he can stay with Mr. Gu for a while longer. Mr. Gu is not only handsome, but also young and rich. He is simply their dream lover. Unfortunately, they know themselves well and can only think about it in their hearts. Xiaola took Mr. Gu all the way to the conference hall. "Twist your body from time to time." But Gu Wenqing ignored them all. He just liked her and asked her to lead the way. Mr. Gu has gone to the meeting room. The receptionist on the first floor must notify all the people in the company who need to go to the meeting. Otherwise, it would be their dereliction of duty to make the chairman of the company wait for others for a long time. At this time, most of the senior executives have also learned that Chairman Gu has arrived at the company. Soon, the company's planning department, engineering department, technical department, construction department, etc. managers were all present. Several vice presidents and general managers were already sitting quietly in the conference hall, waiting for the new owner to arrive. Forehead. In fact, it's not a new owner. Previously, Gu Wenqing was the director of the company and owned 10% of Huafeng Group shares, but he was often elusive, rarely came to the company, and did not participate in the company's management. Now, a former small shareholder acquired Huafeng Group in full. Just thinking about it now, they are full of respect for Mr. Gu. It's simply awesome to the extreme. Chapter 90. All those who didn't come were expelled. A real estate group worth more than 90 billion. If you say acquire, then acquire. It goes without saying how powerful the power behind Mr. Gu is. At this moment, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but feel awe and a little bit of trepidation. They are about to face a brand new chairman. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things to do. I wonder if the first one will burn me. Most of the senior executives were quite relieved about Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huafeng Group. At least Mr. Gu, who acquired the group, is an old acquaintance and was a shareholder of the group before. Otherwise, if an outsider acquires Huafeng Group, I'm afraid their management will be purged. Waiting quietly among the senior executives. The huge conference room has no noise at all. No one will whisper to each other. They all want to leave a good impression in front of their new boss. Who knows, maybe they will be appreciated by the boss and soar to the sky. Shallow at the front desk first took Mr. Gu to the chairman's office. As soon as Gu Wenqing walked out of the elevator, the former chairman's assistant, Li Jiahui, has been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time. He immediately said in a clear voice, "Mr. Gu, good afternoon." Li Jiahui is wearing a gray white-collar uniform. She wore a white shirt under a thin gray coat and a gray hip skirt that was lifted where it should be, and the shape of her hips made the skirt look very round. Black stockings and black high heels make her legs even and stylish. Li Jiahui's long hair was tied into a bun, with simple makeup, peach blossom eyes, and slightly red thin lips. She was wearing a white-collar work outfit and black-framed glasses, which gave off a familiar feeling. It feels a bit like a teacher or a female boss in an action movie. Gu Wenqing took a closer look. According to the information provided by the system, this Li Jiahui was 26 years old, graduated from a prestigious overseas university, and had strong working ability. And what about the rest of her information? Unmarried, no boyfriend. Gu Wenqing nodded and walked into the chairman's office. The first thing I noticed is that the office is huge. About 400 square meters. The decoration style inside the villa is unique, luxurious but not vulgar, classic yet flamboyant. It is elegant but noble, and its magnificence is hard to describe in words. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors allow you to easily overlook the nearby Pujiang River. Sitting in the boss's chair, the chairman's assistant Li Jiahui made tea and gently placed it on the table. She looked at the new chairman with her peach blossom eyes. Really young and handsome. The information shows that she is only 18 years old. At the age of 18, he bought the land at the highest price for 30 billion, and at the age of 18, he acquired Huafeng Group. Before they met, the legend about Mr. Gu had always been circulating in the group. She has been looking forward to meeting Mr. Gu. At this moment, Mr. Gu was sitting in front of her, and his aura was so strong. She was a little breathless due to the pressure, and the car lights bulged up and down with her breathing. Gu Wenqing looked at the tea in front of him. He didn't understand tea and didn't like drinking tea. Gu Wenqing, who was only 18 years old, in the prime of his life, would not be willing to learn about the tea ceremony. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. From now on, I will only keep sparkling water in my office. Hearing the sound, Assistant Li moved. Walking with sexy legs, I prepare sparkling water for Mr. Gu. She thought to herself that she was indeed a young chairman, very unique, very domineering. With the system, Gu Wenqing wants to live a free life. As long as you like it, don't care what others think. Gu Wenqing stood up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the high floor. The view was broad and all the mountains were small in a glance. Especially the Huangpu River is right in front of you. The spacious and luxurious 400-square-meter office has a view of the Huangpu River, and a beautiful female assistant is standing next to him. It is not an exaggeration to call him a winner in life. Gu Wenqing looked at the time, and it was time to go to the meeting. Huafeng Group headquarters. Huafeng's conference room is very large, but it is packed with people at the moment. The company's planning department, engineering department, technical department, construction department, and other managers were all present. At this moment, no matter how high their position in Huafeng Group or how long they have worked, they are all sitting quietly in the conference room waiting for the new chairman's inspection. Seeing Gu Wenqing step into the meeting room, everyone greeted him. For a moment, Director Gu, or General Manager Gu's voices kept coming. Gu Wenqing smiled and nodded without saying anything, then strode forward to the chairman's position at the front. Gu Wenqing just sat there, looking around, who didn't come. For example, Vice President Du Yixing. Or other managers. Then, the first thing Gu Wenqing said was, call the names first. Those who are not present will be fired, and those who are late will be fined 3 months bonus. Hear the sound. With a loud bang. Everyone was shocked. This atmosphere was not right. Firing people without any reason is too harsh. The conference room suddenly became quiet again, with questions showing on everyone's faces. Assistant Lee hesitated for a long time before speaking. The sales director is still supervising the sales department. Because the sales department is too busy and he really can't come, he called in advance to ask for leave. Gu Wenqing stared at her and said calmly, except for those who ask for leave. Roll call. Li Jiahui didn't understand why Director Gu was so strict, but she just had to do her job well. Pick up the list and start calling the names. Apart from the sales director who called in for leave, people did not show up in the end. Gu Wenqing looked at his watch, paused for a moment, and said, "The time I notified you is 5 o'clock. Now it's 5:10. If they don't have the execution capability to handle something as simple as holding a meeting, how high can their execution capability be for more complex tasks in the group?" No one spoke, because Mr. Gu was right. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering how the young Mr. Gu could be so powerful. He was totally unlike a young man. You'll be fired at any time. Just opening your mouth means deducting your bonus. The killing was decisive. Then they were glad that they were not late, let alone absent. Gu Wenqing didn't say anything, but glanced at everyone with complicated expressions. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry. The bullying scene downstairs in the building already made him feel very uncomfortable. Even though the meeting was notified in advance, some people were still absent. It is better not to have such employees who have no execution ability. Besides, if he wasn't a little more assertive, how could he control a bunch of old foxes? The old foxes have been in the workplace for many years and have done many things like saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. If Gu Wenqing hadn't been more assertive, they would have thought that the young Mr. Gu was a fool with a lot of money and a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone. Chapter 91 Huafeng Group's money doesn't support waste. Seeing that Mr. Gu was not in a good mood, everyone fell silent. There were a few people in particular whose expressions changed slightly. At the beginning, some people did have a chance of success, thinking that Mr. Gu was only 18 years old and should be easy to fool. In addition, when Gu Wenqing was a shareholder before, he did not participate in the management of the group at all. Such a person should be easy to talk to. Who would have thought that such a show of force would come right at the beginning, which really caught many people off guard? Some smart people are not surprised. Since ancient times, new officials have always been very active when they take office. As long as they do their job well, the change of boss of the group has little to do with them. Gu Wenqing was silent for a while before he said, "Let's start the meeting now. The main purpose of this meeting is to fill the vacant position of Huafeng shareholders. Our ability speaks for itself. In my opinion, the one who has the ability will get the position." Is the specific development plan for the riverside land in Shuzhou district that was auctioned for 30 billion yuan. Hearing Mr. Gu's words, everyone suddenly became excited. It turns out that the shareholders of Huafeng hold high positions in the group and are almost all the heads of various departments. Now that there are vacancies, the people who can take the positions will surely come from among them. And there is also the Land King in Mr. Gu's hands. The plot is located in Shuzhou district, covering the southern extension of the Huangpu River in Shuzhou district. The location and size of this plot of land cannot be replicated. This piece of land is located in the central urban area where land resources are scarce. It is one of the only areas in the central urban area of Shanghai, especially along the river, that can be developed on a large scale with a high starting point and in a large area. It can be directly built into various business formats such as commercial office, catering and hotel industry, cultural and sports industry, commercial housing, social rental housing, square land, etc. With a total area of more than 320,000 square meters and a total development volume of about 1.8 million square meters. This piece of land is a high-quality plot that Huafeng Group needs. If it is well developed, it will make Huafeng Group's reputation even higher. In addition, along the river, as long as Mr. Gu is willing to spend money, he can take the high-end route and make this piece of land along the river the trump card industry of Huafeng Group. Thinking of this, everyone present was full of hope for the future of Huafeng Group. As long as Huafeng Group gets better and better, their income will also increase. Squeak. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Group Vice President Du Yixing is standing in front of the door. Gu Wenqing frowned, looked at his watch, and said in a serious tone, "Mr. Du is really a busy man. He is more than an hour late." Everyone in the conference room was looking at Du Yixing standing at the door. No one was surprised. When former director Lin Hongtian was in power, Du Yixing often came to meetings late because he was a veteran employee of the company. They were used to it. Although everyone was not surprised, they secretly cursed Du Yixing for being an idiot. He was already a vice president, but why didn't he know the rules? On the first day of the new boss inspection, he was late. He didn't give Chairman Gu any face at all. It seems that Du Yixing was really used to being carefree in the past, and now he doesn't know how to correct himself. At the door, Du Yixing, who was being stared at by everyone, remained calm. He explained, "Boss Gu, I'm really sorry. I was busy with work just now, arranging work for the newcomers and explaining some company rules and regulations to them." "No need to explain," Gu Wenqing said coldly. Then he looked around, with a stern look on his face. "What does HR do? A vice president of a group needs you to condescend to arrange work for new employees and introduce group affairs? Then how about we just abolish the HR department and let you, Mr. Du, interview all the new employees?" Hearing Chairman Gu's words, the HR director was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew very well that a strong man like Chairman Gu might really do this. After all, the measures just now were swift and decisive. Those who didn't come to the meeting were fired, and those who were late were fined. It was decisive and ruthless. The HR director was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly stood up and explained, "Mr. Gu, our group has stopped recruiting recently. We have already recruited fresh graduates and interns in June and July. The group's land has also been developed recently, and the group is not short of people at all." Gu Wenqing sneered, "Oh, then you should explain to me, where did the newcomer that our vice president Du mentioned come from?" In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. It was nothing more than the people he met downstairs who used Du Yixing's connections to get in through the back door. Du Yixing, who was standing at the door, was now blushing and extremely embarrassed. I cursed in my heart, this young man Gu Wenqing is so aggressive. It is normal for the group to use the back door to get people in. Why does Gu Wenqing have to make such a big fuss? Hear the sound. The HR director stared at Du Yixing at the door. At this time, the human resources director was also in a dilemma. Chairman Gu and Vice President Du are not people it can afford to offend. But between the two, he would definitely stand on Gu Wenqing's side without hesitation. He is not a fool. Chairman Gu is the one who holds the power of life and death. Vice President Du, who is usually in a glorious position, is nothing in front of Chairman Gu. After a moment, the HR director said directly, "It was Vice President Du who brought the people here. He assigned them the job directly without going through our HR department." Then he continued with difficulty, "Mr. Gu, you also know that a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. I can't do anything about this kind of thing." Gu Wenqing nodded without saying anything and looked at the Vice President Du Yixing who was standing at the door. Du Yixing knew that he had to give in front of so many people, otherwise he would offend Chairman Gu, and he would definitely not end up well. Du Yixing showed an awkward smile on his face. "Boss Gu, I'm really sorry. My son's girlfriend is looking for a job, and I wanted to arrange it for her in my own group so that I can take care of her." No need to say more. Gu Wenqing didn't want to listen to Du Yixing's nagging anymore. Gu Wenqing interrupted him and said coldly, "Everyone has some relatives in their family. It's okay to arrange for relatives and friends to join the group. I, Gu Wenqing, am not a heartless person. If you want an internal recommendation, you can. I, Gu Wenqing, support this, but the internal recommendation must also pass the HR interview. At least the person recommended must be capable. Can do the job well. If the person recommended by the company fails the HR interview and is a loser who can do nothing, is he getting paid for nothing? Remember, I don't use my money to support losers." Chapter 92. What? Dad, you're fired? Hear the sound. Du Yixing was already sweating coldly at this time. The group has clear regulations that internal referrals from the group also need to pass an interview with the HR department. Without waiting for Du Yixing to speak, Gu Wenqing added, "The Mercedes-Benz at the gate of the group was also parked by that group of people, right? You even aggressively brought up your reputation as Vice President Du and pressured the security guards to bow their heads. You really have a lot of power." Du Yixing wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, please listen to my explanation." "Explain? There is nothing to explain. Didn't I notify you in advance of this meeting? I repeatedly emphasized that you are not allowed to be late or absent. Did you ignore my words? If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, get out. What Huafeng group lacks the least is talent." Du Yixing was sweating profusely and his face turned red when he heard what Gu Wenqing said. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. As a veteran of Huafeng, he is always the one who scolds others. Who would have thought that he, the vice president of a group, would one day be scolded and speechless in public? It's not that he was afraid of Gu Wenqing, but everything Gu Wenqing said made sense and he couldn't refute it at all. I can only be a clown and let Gu Wenqing lecture me at will. He knew that the new chairman, Gu Wenqing, was making an example of someone to scare the monkeys and establish his authority. At this point, he knew he could no longer stay in Huafeng Group. Du Yixing gritted his teeth, turned around and walked out of the conference room. Gu Wenqing didn't care and said calmly, "This is the best. Don't forget to ask him to submit his resignation report to the Human Resources Department later." Gu Wenqing then asked, "Which departments are the other three who haven't come yet from?" Assistant Li Jihui said, the head of the property department, the administrative director, and the planning director, none of them asked for leave. Gu Wenqing said calmly, all of them have been fired, and we will promote new people from within. Then, Gu Wenqing looked around and said, Huafeng Group is a big company, and the last thing they lack is talent. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. Gu Wenqing continued to ask, do you have any objections? The chairman has said so much, how dare they have any objections? Even the general manager Zhang Jingyin didn't dare to express his opinion, let alone the management. However, although everyone was indeed shocked by Chairman Gu's swift and decisive approach. As a vice president of a company, he just opened the business as he said. However, everyone was also happy. The usually domineering bastard Du Yixing was finally gone. This cancer had done countless bullying things in the company. The former chairman, Lin Hongtian, turned a blind eye to him out of old friendship. The new director, Mr. Gu, is ruthless and fires people without mercy. It is true that a new emperor appoints new ministers. Then, Gu Wenqing glanced at the group's general manager Zhang Jingyin. According to the system's information, she is very capable in Huafeng Group. Gu Wenqing said to Zhang Jingyin, there are so many vacancies in the group, and those with ability will be promoted. These decisions all depend on Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jingyin quickly said that it was what she should do. Gu Wenqing only participates in the group's formulation of the company's strategy and leaves other matters to Zhang Jingyin. After all, Huafeng has been in perfect order under her management in recent years. At the end of the meeting, Gu Wenqing took a quick look at everyone's salary information on the website and found that it was still a little worse than those of national real estate companies. How can you let the horse run without giving it grass to eat? Gu Wenqing clapped his hands and asked Zhang Jingyin to make a performance growth table for each department. As long as a certain standard was reached, the salary would increase by 10% directly. The tasks of each department are also realistic and achievable goals. As long as everyone works hard, they can accomplish them. This means that as long as they don't slack off, the wages of most employees in the group will increase by 10% on the original basis. Wow. The senior executives in the conference room were in an uproar. All the senior executives present were very excited. This is not just empty talk. Real salary increase. As soon as Mr. Gu took office, he increased everyone's welfare. Although Mr. Gu is quite strong and overbearing, it is only when the other party makes a mistake. No, I just turned around and announced the benefits to everyone. A conscientious boss. Mr. Gu is so awesome. The employees present at the scene had a rapidly increasing favorable impression of President Gu. Why do you work so hard? Isn't it just for money? As long as their salary increases, they are happy, which means they have more money to distribute every month. How can they not be excited? Following Gu Wenqing's shout of meeting adjourned. The group's top executives all walked out of the meeting room in a happy mood. 3 good news. 1. The company's domineering vice president Du Yixing was fired. 2. All vacant positions in the company will be created among them. 3. With just a little effort, your salary can increase by 10%. On the first day Mr. Gu took office, he made major changes to Huafeng Group. At this moment, everyone was full of respect for Chairman Gu. Mr. Gu is swift and resolute in dealing with people and is decisive in killing people. But they are very generous when it comes to employee salaries. In short, after the first time getting along, no one looked down on Chairman Gu because of his young age. The meeting is over. The group's initial strategy has taken shape. The group's malignant tumor that needed to be cleaned up has been cleaned up. Assistant to the chairman Li Jihui called the group's driver and informed him that he was at the entrance of the group to pick up Chairman Gu. A group of people came to see the chairman off in a grand manner. Just walk downstairs. I heard a man standing next to the Mercedes-Benz car questioning loudly. Didn't you just say that Mimi and the others' work has been implemented? Du Yixing patiently said to his son, it's yellow. Hearing this, the man became even angrier. Dad, you are the vice president of a company, but you don't even have the power to arrange a few people? Who has the power to ruin everything you arranged? Gu Wenqing felt helpless towards the son of a vice president. Damn, he was as cowardly as a dog in front of his girlfriend Xiang Mei, but he had a bad temper in front of his father. Gu Wenqing sneered and replied, me. I heard a sudden voice behind me. The 4 young men and the former vice president of the group, Du Yixing, all looked behind them not far away. A group of company executives. The man saw that Gu Wen was young, and he questioned loudly, you? Do you know my father is? Gu Wenqing interrupted the man directly. He said calmly, I know your father is the vice president. And then what? I also have news for you. From today on, your father is no longer the vice president of the group. Hearing this, the man frowned and looked at Gu Wenqing angrily. What the hell are you talking about? It seems like you don't want to work at Huafeng anymore, right? My dad is the vice president, who has the right to fire him. I think you are really young and ignorant. Hearing the man's words, all the executives present had strange expressions on their faces. It seems. Vice President Du's son really can't see the situation clearly. Chapter 93. Xiang Mei and others are shocked. Feel the ridicule of a group of people. Especially some senior executives. Many of them were ants that he had bullied and looked down upon. Those ants who he could easily toy with before were now laughing at him. Du Yixing. Du Yixing's face flushed red. Not wanting everyone to see how miserable he was, he hurriedly wanted to get in the car. Seeing that the position she had obtained was about to be lost, Xiang Mei became anxious. Xiang Mei poked her boyfriend with her hand, and the man understood. Dad, Xiang Mei and the others work. Bang. A series of crisp slapping sounds. Dewey gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You ruined your father's position as vice president, and you still have the nerve to mention their jobs?" Boom. When they heard Du Yixing's words, the man and Xiang Mei and the others felt as if they were struck by thunder. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What? What did they hear just now? Lin Yixing was the vice president of Huafeng Group, and he was fired? It's impossible? Who can possess such great energy? The only person who can fire the vice president is the chairman of the group. Xiang Mei quickly thought of the security guard. It must be you. Did you tell the boss about it? Did you exaggerate and tell a lot of lies? Hear the sound. The man next to Xiang Mei had red eyes from anger. As a person who lives off his parents, he relies entirely on his father Du's good income. Now his father, the vice president of the group, has lost his job, which means that his family has lost their source of income. How can he not go crazy after living a luxurious life? Besides, the little things that happened at the door before were not enough to make Vice President Du Yixing fired. Then, it must be that the young security guard made up some nonsense and reported his father, which led to his father being fired. Otherwise, why was his father fired when he was doing a good job? And they only provoked the security guard just now. Thinking of this, he rushed to the security guard, ready to ask him what was going on. Xiang Mei and the other two, who had lost their jobs at Huafeng Group, also surrounded the security guards angrily. The security guards were at a loss. Gu Wenqing showed a sneer on his face. How dare you be so arrogant? Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said coldly, kick them all out. Okay, Chairman. Several security guards nearby responded. Chairman? Boom. These three simple words sounded like thunder to Xiang Mei and the others. The man's eyes widened with a look of horror. Is Huafeng's chairman so young? Looks like he's not even 20 years old. He is already the chairman of Huafeng Group when he is less than 20 years old? The one who fired his father was undoubtedly the young chairman in front of him. What's funny is, just now he asked threateningly whether Gu Wenqing still wanted to work at Huafeng, and ridiculed him for being young and ignorant. How ridiculous. He should be the one who threatened the chairman of a prestigious group because he was young and ignorant. Moreover, even if there was a slight chance of a turnaround in my father's position, it was all set in stone after he made such a fuss. It's over. It's all over. The more he thought about it, the more he collapsed. His legs went limp and he sat on the ground. And Xiang Mei and the other three girls were also shocked. Chairman, is this true or false? The young man in front of them looked younger than all of them. How could he be the chairman of such a large real estate group? Looking at the handsome Gu Wenqing in front of them, the three of them were stunned. No matter how they tried to escape reality, they already have the answer in their hearts. The young man stood firmly in the C position, surrounded by countless Huafeng executives behind him, plus the silent Du Yixing. They knew very well that the young man in front of them was the chairman of Huafeng Group. In an instant, their faces turned pale. Without the chairman's order, even if the vice president Du Yixing was fired, they would not dare to step forward to help. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Now that Mr. Gu has given the order, the security guards directly drove one man and three women out of the building. Everyone saw that the former vice president Du Yixing escaped in a very embarrassed manner. Many people felt inexplicably relieved. Especially those employees who had been bullied by Du Yixing. They couldn't wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Mr. Gu really has a keen eye. On his first day at the group, he kicked out Du Yixing, the cancer. Many employees kept shouting in their hearts. Boss Gu, that's awesome. Boss Gu, well done. After dealing with the group's vice president Du Yixing, Gu Wenqing's prestige and popularity within the group reached an unprecedented peak. Huafeng Group's special car had already been parked at the group's gate in advance. The executives, smiling, surrounded Chairman Gu and came to the front of the car. Before the driver in white gloves could open the door, an executive had already opened the door. Another executive was also a flatterer. When he saw Chairman Gu getting in the car, he quickly put his hands under the roof to prevent Chairman Gu's head from hitting the roof. The exclusive car of the chairman of Huafeng Group is a Rolls-Royce. The executives looked at the Rolls-Royce that was leaving a trail of dust, and they finally let out the anger they had been holding in their hearts. The aura is so strong. It's so terrifying. Before the meeting, some of the senior executives looked down on the 18-year-old chairman. After all, his age was there, and his lack of experience should be easy to fool. Who would have thought that the young chairman would catch everyone off guard when he came on board? What's even more exaggerated is that they directly killed the chicken to scare the monkeys and forced the group's vice president Du Yixing to step down. After that moment, no one dared to underestimate Chairman Gu anymore. Even the group vice president fired him. Then aren't they, the ants who are lower than the vice president, even more humble? Although the new chairman is indeed decisive, he is still very generous with employee benefits. We are all smart people, and we all know that this is a slap in the face followed by a candy. But they just love this kind of routine. After all, my salary has increased, and the actual money I earn has increased. I really hope Mr. Gu can use more of these tricks. Thinking of this. Now, everyone in the group is convinced by Gu Wenqing. Li Jiahui, assistant to the chairman, has a pair of peach blossom eyes filled with curiosity. Curiosity about the 18-year-old Chairman Gu. Chapter 94. Wang Min is suspected to be kept. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun is setting. There was still some residual heat in autumn, so after class, Wang Min took a shower and changed into a beautiful outfit. She was wearing a light gray t-shirt with a hollow collarbone design, revealing a little bit of her collarbone. She is wearing a pair of ordinary jeans. Her buttocks are round and stylish. The short-haired girl in the dormitory looked disdainful when she saw Wang Min, who had taken a long time to change her clothes. She thought that Wang Min was probably going to meet her financial sponsor. Wang Min is quite famous in school and is called a classical goddess by many boys in the school. Wang Min has a slim figure, big eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, skin as white as snow, and long black hair draped in front of her. The only thing she lacks is a hanfu costume. With such a look, wearing hanfu, she will definitely charm many boys. Unfortunately, no one in the school had ever seen a classical beauty wearing retro-style clothing, which made the old perverts in the school feel regretful. Wang Min, who only wears lipstick and has a bare face, is still young and beautiful. The short-haired girls in the dormitory envied me for a long time. I guess she is going to meet her sponsor. The girl with short hair whispered to the girl next to her. But she does have the capital. She is so pretty. If she can make more money while she is young, she won't have to worry about the rest of her life. Hearing this, another girl said, if the boys in school knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. And Wang Min's ex-boyfriend will definitely be pissed off. The short-haired girl showed a mysterious smile on her face, glanced at the beautiful Wang Min, and said in a lower tone, it won't be long before many people know about this. The short-haired girl anonymously posted many posts on the campus network to discredit Wang Min for being kept by someone. For girls with short hair, this is not called slander. She posted the real thing. Wang Min has already received 1 million yuan. Apart from being kept by someone, the girl with short hair really can't think of where Wang Min can earn 1 million yuan a day. There shouldn't be any other way except being adopted, right? What do you mean? I don't understand. Another girl looked confused. On the other hand, although she envied Wang Min for having 1 million and suspected that Wang Min was kept by a wealthy sponsor, she never thought of making this secret public. After all, Wang Min had never offended her, and she was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. The short-haired girl smiled mysteriously. You will know soon. Let the bullets in the forum fly for a while. Wang Min looked at herself in the mirror for a while and thought that this outfit was conservative enough. My husband said last time that she was wearing too revealing clothes. Looking at my cherry lips in the mirror, with a little lipstick on. Suddenly I remembered that my husband particularly likes her verbal rewards. It's a bit inconvenient to put on lipstick. So she simply took out a tissue and wiped the lipstick off her lips. This way it will be much easier to reward your husband. Then, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Wenqing. I learned that he will be coming to my school soon. Wang Min went downstairs and walked out of the school, waiting at the school gate. At this time, Wang Min was standing on the roadside in front of the school gate, concentrating on chatting with her husband on her mobile phone. But even so, the reputation of a classical beauty still attracted the attention of many men, and their eyes were fixed on Wang Min with fiery passion. I heard that the classical goddess Wang Minkai broke up with her boyfriend. Many people are eager to try, wondering if they can have a taste of her beauty. Some boys just plucked up the courage and wanted to approach the goddess. Squeak. Just then, a convertible Audi stopped in front of Wang Min. Then, the window of the convertible Audi rolled down, and a man wearing sunglasses appeared in the car with a burning look in his eyes. Miss Wang, would you please have dinner with me? The boy driving the convertible Audi was from the same school as Wang Min and had long coveted Wang Min's beauty. But Wang Min had a boyfriend before, so he couldn't find an excuse to get close to Wang Min. Now that her boyfriend has cheated on her, Goddess Wang Min dumped the cheating man, and it caused a sensation in the school. Almost everyone in the school knows about it. Now that Wang Min is single again, it's the perfect opportunity to take advantage of her sadness. The man driving the convertible Audi had a confident look on his face. He believed that Wang Min would definitely not reject him. After all, Wang Min's ex-boyfriend was a loser, but Wang Min was still devoted to her ex-boyfriend, and he was a man who drove a convertible Audi. He is several levels higher than Wang Min's ex-boyfriend. Any girl with good eyes would know that she would choose him. Wang Min was waiting for Gu Wenqing like a husband waiting for his wife. She stared at the road and said without turning her head, "I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Click. Countless boys felt their hearts breaking. Goddess is single again? It's only been a few days, and you've already found someone you love so soon? This is too outrageous. After hearing the news of the breakup of the classical goddess Wang Min, many boys in the school who thought they were not bad were ready to fight, dreaming of winning the goddess over. As a result, the big guy hasn't attacked yet. Then came the bad news. Wang Min actually had a boyfriend again? Damn, this is too fast. Everyone was so angry that their teeth itched. Which bastard took advantage of the situation and took down the goddess? This person is probably going to become the public enemy of the boys. What? This is impossible. Didn't you just break up? The Audi convertible man was so shocked that his sunglasses fell off. Could it be that Wang Min has found another poor boy? Why does she always like to date poor boys? The Audi convertible man curled his lips, glanced at Wang Min's no-name bag, and said, "You can dump your boyfriend even if you have one. As long as you promise me, I will buy you a new LV bag." Wang Min frowned slightly. Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? I've rejected you all, but you're still pestering me. Wang Min walked with her long legs, staying away from the Audi man. What if my husband sees this and misunderstands me? Seeing Wang Min distance herself from him, the Audi convertible owner was slightly stunned, as if he didn't understand why such a beautiful girl like Wang Min wouldn't use her own advantages and instead chose to find some poor boys as boyfriends. He simply got out of the car, walked to a distance from Wang Min, and said, "You are so beautiful. You shouldn't waste your youth. They can't even afford to take you to Debong Western restaurant. What's the point of talking about this kind of relationship?" His eyes were fixed on Wang Min, who was facing away from him. Her figure wrapped in jeans and her perfect hip proportions made him look greedy. Chapter 95, A World of Difference. On the other side, on the way to Wang Min's school, the driver wearing white gloves saw Chairman Gu squinting his eyes and dozing off, so he drove the Rolls-Royce more carefully and steadily. In the backseat of the Rolls-Royce, Gu Wenqing was looking at the system. Gu Wenqing just went crazy in Hua Phone Group and unlocked a new title in the system. Byte. The host unlocks a new title, Majestic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Basketball Master. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Secondary Growth of Height. Basketball Master. Greatly improve the host's basketball skills, enhance the host's jumping, confrontation, etc., so that the host has the qualities of an NBA professional basketball player. Physical Secondary Development. Can improve the host's established height and guide the host's secondary development. Over time, the host will slowly grow 3 to 5 centimeters taller. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. The system prompt sound is over. Gu Wenqing was a little confused. This time the reward is this. 2 bonus skills, Basketball Master, and Height Secondary Development. What? Does the system still want him to play in the NBA? Although this skill, Basketball Master, is generally not used, but it's always good to have many skills. Something is better than nothing. As for the second reward, Secondary Growth of Height, this reward is pretty good. Gu Wenqing is exactly 1.8 meters tall, and growing another 3 to 5 centimeters would be pretty good too. The system is still so reliable. Secondary Height Development. Note, increase by 3 to 5 centimeters. Otherwise, it will just keep growing like a bamboo, and that will be the end of it. At the school gate, Wang Min carried her bag and waited pitifully for Gu Wenqing to pick her up. The man driving the Audi convertible stood far away. He guessed that Wang Min must be going to meet her new boyfriend in private. He wanted to see if Wang Min's new boyfriend was another poor boy like her ex. Many males around were watching intentionally or unintentionally. They wanted to see whether the man in the Audi convertible could successfully seduce the goddess. At this time, a luxury car among the cars on the road attracted everyone's attention. The flying goddess standing in front of the car. It means that the luxury car is very valuable. It is a Rolls-Royce. People who like cars even recognize that this car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom model, and it's a long wheelbase version. The price of the bear car is more than 900 W, and it will cost at least tens of millions to put it on the road. The most distinctive feature of Rolls-Royce is that it uses a lot of manual labor, which will inevitably lead to high production costs. This is also one of the reasons why the price of Rolls-Royce is so astonishing. It takes 15 hours to make a steering wheel, 31 hours to assemble a body, and 6 days to install an engine. Because of this, it can only move 6 inches per minute on the assembly line. It takes 2.5 months to make a 4-door car, and each car has to go through 5,000 miles of testing. So customers who generally order Rolls-Royce need to wait patiently for more than half a year. Rolls-Royce Motors produces only a few thousand cars a year, not even a fraction of the world's major car companies. But from another perspective, scarcity makes things valuable. The reason why Rolls-Royce cars have become a symbol of status and identity is because of their low production and pure handmade production. Everyone sees the unique and domineering appearance of Rolls-Royce, and the body of the car seems to have an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, many people couldn't help but sigh with envy. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I wish I could have one. I'm not as greedy as the people upstairs. I wish you could let me go up and sit for a while. It's really cool, standing out from the crowd. Only big guys can ride in this kind of car. I really want to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom and experience it for myself. Come on, with your temperament, even if you drive a Rolls-Royce, people will only think you are the driver. Just when everyone was extremely envious. Squeak. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground was heard. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that made them so envious was parked right in front of them. Boys who drive Audi are also attracted by the domineering Rolls-Royce, which is simply extremely cool. Compared with this Rolls-Royce Phantom, the Audi A5 convertible that I have always been proud of is simply weak. You can buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom right now, which is equivalent to the top configuration of a dozen or 20 Audi A5s. He couldn't help but imagine that if he could own a Rolls-Royce Phantom one day, wouldn't it be possible to pick up any girl at school if he wanted to? Thinking of this, his eyes were full of envy for the Rolls-Royce owner. The person sitting in this car is a real big shot. On the side of the road, Wang Min also took a look at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. She usually doesn't pay attention to cars and doesn't understand much about them. She wondered why this car was so long. Ugly, like a moving coffin. Wang Min thought, even though the car is not good looking, such a big car must be very expensive. After taking a look, she shifted her gaze and stared at the chat history on her phone, hoping that Gu Wenqing would come soon. Under everyone's gaze, the driver, wearing white gloves, got out of the car. Gently opening the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he said respectfully to Wang Min, who was standing by the road. Ms. Wang, Mr. Gu is waiting for you in the car. Hearing the voice, Wang Min first took out his mobile phone and asked if Gu Wenqing was in the car, and got a positive answer. Wang Min was delighted as she could finally see her husband. She jumped happily into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boom. Seeing the school goddess sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, everyone present seemed to be struck by lightning. They were stunned, also shocked that they forgot to speak. Looking at the goddess sitting in a luxury car worth tens of millions, they all felt uncomfortable. At this time, a song came from the store next door. If I was young and successful and didn't feel inferior. Snap. Everyone's already fragile hearts were shattered into powder and flew away in the wind along with the singing. There was silence for a while. A boy sighed and said, Alas, the goddess just ran away with someone else. Another junior student said with emotion. Senior Wang Min is really pretty, but it's a pity that she has a boyfriend again. Who says it's not true? Wang Min followed that scumbag for so long, but he cheated on her in return. Wang Min must be heartbroken, so now she only chooses bread. For boys who drive Audi A5, the sense of superiority in their hearts is gone. How the hell can they be compared? Others drive Rolls-Royce Phantoms, while he only drives a small Audi. They are not in the same league at all. There is a world of difference between the two. He is the mud under the ground, and Gu Wenqing is the cloud in the sky. No wonder Goddess Wang Min didn't even look at me from beginning to end. This is the difference. Chapter 96. See the silk in the pants again. I saw Goddess Wang Min get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom and leave. The scene was in chaos again. What the hell? A date at night. Who knows what to do? It's over. My goddess is no longer pure. Another girl who fell for money. Alas, in today's society, the rich can afford a Rolls-Royce, while the poor work themselves to death. You're wrong, brother. The big shot in the Rolls-Royce tonight is going to be exhausted to death. At this moment, all the boys present felt extremely complicated when they thought about the goddess spending a good night with the boy. Rolls-Royce Phantom. The driver in front was driving with his eyes fixed. Wang Min leaned in Gu Wenqing's arms. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but move his hand downwards. He looked at Wang Min, who was wearing jeans. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, Why aren't you wearing what I like today? I've worn it. Wang Min pouted. Her pants were silk. Rolls-Royce Phantom driving fast. Now that it's close to nightlife, there are a lot of cars on the road. The Rolls-Royce was driving smoothly, because all the cars on the road were avoiding the Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, if you accidentally scratched the car, you couldn't afford the compensation. The car drove into Huaxi Street. The driver who received Gu Wenqing's order also drove away. Gu Wenqing and Wang Min got out of the car, but they hadn't eaten yet. Gu Wenqing asked Wang Min what she wanted to eat. Wang Min leaned on Gu Wenqing. After the teasing in the car, her body was soft. She said, "I haven't decided yet. What do you want to eat?" Gu Wenqing blurted out, "Verbal reward." Hearing this, Wang Min was stunned for a moment. Seeing Gu Wenqing's gaze, how could she not understand what he meant? She blinked playfully. "What else to eat? You know which is more important without thinking." A long time. Gu Wenqing sat in front of the computer, feeling refreshed. At this moment, Gu Wenqing's cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Gu Wenqing looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Huang Zicheng calling. He pressed the answer button. "Good old Gu, you're not home at night again? Sooner or later I'm going to report you. And have you not read the news in the group? The welcome party for the new students will start soon. Our economics department will also have a show. Finally, everyone agreed that you, Gu Wenqing, are extremely talented, and you will represent our economics department on stage to perform." As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard Huang Zicheng saying a lot of things. "Old Gu, you have to prepare well. Don't mess up the rehearsal tomorrow and the performance the day after tomorrow." The voices of Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong could also be heard on the phone. Hearing their words, Gu Wenqing slapped his forehead. It seemed to be true. The class monitor had indeed approached him before because of the freshman party, but he refused on the grounds that he didn't have time. Who would have thought that after not checking the group messages for a long time, the task of representing economics still fell on Gu Wenqing? Gu Wenqing pouted and said, "Forget about the rehearsal. I'm not free tomorrow. Just tell the monitor. I can perform if I, Gu Wenqing, want to, but I won't waste time rehearsing. Let's see if she will still let me perform." "Just kidding. It's just a small school performance, and they want me to help with the rehearsal. He is a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions. How could he have the leisure to waste his time on such things? It would be better to use the rehearsal time to play games." Besides, the parallel space song rewarded by the system has been memorized in his mind, and he will not make mistakes no matter how he performs it, so why rehearse? "Okay, I'll talk to the monitor, but I think with your talent, it's a foregone conclusion that you'll be able to perform on stage. You should think carefully about what kind of show to perform. If the performance is cool, the three of us will be more prestigious when walking around the school, and it will be much easier to pick up girls." There was a hint of arrogance in Huang Zicheng's tone. "Mr. Gu, boys should protect themselves when they are outside. And remember to be safe and bring TL." On the phone, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong's dirty talk came again. Gu Wenqing said with a smile, "Sister, go to your big men." After saying this, Gu Wenqing hung up the phone. Who called? When Wang Min saw her husband hung up the phone, her big eyes were full of curiosity. Gu Wenqing said, "College roommate." Wang Min pouted and said, "Oh, I really envy your friendship as boys. Unlike us girls." "Hey, there's no such thing as friendship between us boys. It's purely a father-son relationship. The three of them have always treated me as their father." Hearing what Gu Wenqing said, Wang Min blushed and said in a shocking loud voice, "You are my baby." Hearing the sound, Gu Wenqing was stunned. "Am I a father now?" Wang Min drove the car directly, and the wheel ran over Mr. Gu's face. Chapter 97: Gu Wenqing's Rejection. After playing the game, Gu Wenqing felt a little hungry. He touched her softly and asked, "Minmin, what do you want to eat?" Wang Min thought for a while and said softly, "I want to eat Debong Western food." Debong Western Restaurant is well known in Huaxi Street. Many internet celebrities in Shanghai come here to check in. Wang Min has also seen it on Douyin and has always wanted to try Debong Western Restaurant to see if it is delicious. Hearing Wang Min's words, Gu Wenqing smiled and said, "Then I'll call and ask Debong Western Restaurant to send us food." Wang Min pouted with a pitiful expression. "Honey, Debong Western Restaurant doesn't deliver food." As far as she knew, Debong Western Restaurant was doing a booming business, and customers had to wait in line for a long time. If Debong Western Restaurant started doing takeout, wouldn't it be exhausting its employees to death? Gu Wenqing scratched her nose with his finger. Who said that? The Douyin influencers are all talking about it, saying that Debong Western Restaurant is so busy that it doesn't even have time to deliver food. Gu Wenqing smiled and said, "Maybe Debong Western Restaurant didn't have a takeaway service before, but as long as our Minmin wants to eat, there will definitely be one today." Wang Min was very happy after hearing this. No matter whether Debong delivers food or not, she was deeply touched by her husband's thoughtfulness. Gu Wenqing made a direct call to Debong's front desk landline. Inexplicably, I thought of the newly hired manager. What's it called? I forgot. Let's just call her the manager. The manager's bulging thing is indeed comparable to yuan's. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but think of a sentence. When a woman lowers her head and her toes are invisible, she is already the most beautiful woman in the world. Subconsciously, he stared at the beauty next to him. Compared with Yuanan, it seemed that he still needed to continue to develop himself. While Gu Wenqing was thinking, the phone rang. Hello, this is Debong Western Restaurant. What can I do for you? The clear voice of the female receptionist came. Oh, send me a takeaway to the Azure Hotel, 5 to 520. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have delivery service at Debong Western Restaurant. Wang Min, who was sitting next to Gu Wenqing, gave her husband a look from a distance. It seemed to be saying, see, what the internet said was right, Debong Western Restaurant does not deliver food. Gu Wenqing smiled and continued, I am Gu Wenqing. Ah, it's Mr. Gu. After a burst of exclamations, the receptionist was so frightened that she remained silent on the phone for a long time. Oh my God, it was Mr. Gu who called. Then, the female receptionist whispered, only Mr. Gu can enjoy the takeaway privilege of Debong Western Restaurant. Mr. Gu, would you like to order? Gu Wenqing said that the two of them could just let the kitchen take care of the arrangements. The female receptionist at Debong Western Restaurant hung up the phone, thinking that fortunately her tone was polite and there was no mistake. The meal that Mr. Gu wants cannot be delayed. The female receptionist directly said on the intercom that Mr. Gu wanted a takeout for 2 people. The kitchen could arrange any dish, and it would be delivered to the Tianqing Hotel. After receiving the order, the kitchen staff immediately put 200% effort into their work when they heard it was Mr. Gu's meal. At this time, the new manager heard the word takeout from afar. She walked forward with a turbulent pace and said, Xiaoya, we at Debong don't deliver food. This takeaway is for Gu Wenqing. Mr. Gu wants it. Hearing this, the female manager said without hesitation, oh, that's fine. Let the kitchen staff hurry up and prepare Mr. Gu's meal first. Inside the Tianqing Hotel, Wang Min's pretty eyes widened. Debong Western Restaurant actually made an exception and delivered takeaway. Moreover, the employee across the street calls my husband Mr. Gu. Wang Min asked curiously, husband, are you a shareholder of Debong? Gu Wenqing replied calmly, open up a little bit. Are you the owner of Debong Western Restaurant? When Wang Min saw Gu Wenqing nodding, she was completely confused. Is your husband so awesome? Doesn't that mean I don't have to queue up when I want to eat at Debong Western Restaurant in the future? If Gu Wenqing knew what she was thinking, he would definitely give her a slap on the head. She was so narrow-minded. She only knew how to eat. With the expedited efforts of Debang's kitchen staff, Gu Wenqing's dishes were quickly delivered to the hotel. Outside the door, a waiter from Debong pushed a small food cart into the room and brought more than a dozen dishes and 2 bottles of red wine to the table. Boss Gu, these dishes are specially prepared by the kitchen according to your previous tastes. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Gu Wenqing gave the waiter a tip of 1,000 yuan. Gu Wenqing had no cash, so he took the 1,000 yuan from Wang Min's bag. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, you are too polite. This is what I should do. The waiter bowed to Gu Wenqing to show his gratitude, then walked out of the door backwards and closed it gently. After leaving, the waiter was still a little excited. It was the first time for him to receive such a large tip. Wow, hubby, it's so delicious. Wang Min said with her cheeks puffed out. Her cheeks as puffy as a little hamster. Then you should eat more. As soon as Gu Wenqing finished speaking, his phone started vibrating. Gu Wenqing opened his phone and saw that it was the squad leader adding him on WeChat. Gu Wenqing passed the friend. Monitor, I heard from Huang Zicheng that you don't have time to rehearse tomorrow? Question. Gu Wenqing, I don't have time tomorrow. Class monitor, I have reported your name to the publicity department of the student union. What if you don't rehearse and mess it up? Seeing this, Gu Wenqing frowned. Damn it. I didn't say I wanted to participate. You just made your own decision, and you even made me have to rehearse. You're so proud of yourself? Gu Wenqing directly retorted. If you are afraid of messing up, just change someone else. I don't think I said I wanted to participate. That's it. Gu Wenqing put his phone aside and concentrated on eating. When it comes to the position of class monitor, everyone originally nominated Gu Wenqing. After all, he had done something brave before. The students in the class were all familiar with Gu Wenqing. When selecting the class monitor, most of them voted for Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing alone received 95% of the votes in the class, and the position of class monitor was destined to be his. As a result, Gu Wenqing himself refused. The reason why Gu Wenqing refused was because he was often late for classes and stayed out all night, which was completely unsuitable for him. This class monitor was not suitable for him at all. Besides, being a squad leader means a lot of things to do, and Gu Wenqing will not be as free as before. So Gu Wenqing directly refused, which led to the birth of the current female monitor. Gu Wenqing was already somewhat resentful of the fact that the female monitor made the decision to let him perform without permission, and she even forced him to go to the rehearsal. There's no way he would agree to this. But then again, it seems that since he received the 10 Chinese-style songs as a reward from the system, There are still 9 songs lingering in his mind. Mainly because Gu Wenqing himself is not short of money. There is no need to release an album to earn that hard-earned money. Chapter 98: Lin Hongtian's Matchmaking. The news spread from Huafeng's internal employees. After 1 or 2 days of fermentation, many real estate-related companies in Shanghai were shocked. The mysterious person who spent all the money to acquire Huafeng Group has surfaced. It was Mr. Gu Wenqing, the former shareholder of Huafeng Group, who acquired Huafeng Group in full. According to reports, Mr. Gu's actual age is less than 20 years old. At this moment, countless real estate workers in Shanghai felt like they were going crazy. A young man under 20 years old acquired Huafeng Group. He became the chairman of Huafeng Group when he was less than 20 years old. Moreover, many people are familiar with Gu Wenqing. It was Gu Wenqing who spent 30 billion yuan to acquire the land along the river. Not long after, Mr. Gu took all the money from Huafeng Group. It's so inhumane. For a time, the 3 words Gu Wenqing became famous in the real estate circle of Shanghai. Mr. Gu Wenqing is the real boss. He acquired more than 90 billion yuan of Huafeng Group and 30 billion yuan of land along the river in less than a month. With hundreds of billions of dollars invested in the market, one can imagine how huge the connections and liquidity behind Mr. Gu are. A curious real estate tycoon wanted to check Gu Wenqing's background, but found nothing. At this moment, the bosses are even more convinced that Mr. Gu is extremely capable. Maybe he is the descendant of a big boss in Kyoto. Anyway, they can't afford to offend him. In fact, they thought too much. All of Gu Wenqing's information had been protected by the system, making it impossible for anyone to find out. Both the Jin family and the Niu family received the news first. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were greatly shocked. Is this the level of Gu Xiao? At this moment, they were extremely afraid of Gu Wenqing. If the segmentation position, Gu Wenqing is undoubtedly the strongest champion, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi are just silver dregs at best. There is no comparison with Master Gu. Magic City, Jijinjuan, beautiful villa. Lin family. It's actually Gu Wenqing. Lin Hongtian frowned and muttered to himself. In his impression, Gu Wenqing has a good appearance, and he doesn't know whether he is capable or not, but he didn't care much about the group's affairs before. Lin Hongtian thought Gu Wenqing was a young man who liked to be free and easy. I didn't expect that such a young man would actually acquire Huafeng Group from him. Lin Hongtian had to admit that he had made a mistake. Moreover, Lin Hongtian knew more information than others. On the first day of Gu Wenqing's inspection of the group, he dismissed the group's vice president Du Yixing, as well as several arrogant executives. Young people do things without any delay, so ruthless. Lin Hongtian himself couldn't be as decisive as Gu Wenqing. He was a nostalgic person. As long as the people under him didn't touch the bottom line of the group, he would not pursue them to the end. Gu Wenqing ruthlessly dealt with Vice President Du Yixing and his men. Lin Hongtian had a little respect for Gu Wenqing in his heart. This young man did what he had always wanted to do, but never did. Thinking of this, Lin Hongtian sighed to himself. It seems that I really should retire. At this time, the door of the villa opened. Lin Yingying, who had spent a crazy day with her girlfriends, walked into the house. Lin Yingying saw Lin Hongtian smoking alone in the living room, and she asked, "Dad, you haven't slept yet?" Lin Hongtian saw his daughter standing at the door and thought that Gu Wenqing seemed to be less than 20 years old. A crazy idea emerged in his mind. Lin Hongtian asked tentatively, "Yingying, do you know the group that Dad belongs to?" Lin Yingying replied puzzledly, "I know, you sold it, didn't you? Well, do you know how big the mysterious man who acquired Huafeng Group is?" Lin Hongtian looked at his daughter's face full of doubts and continued, "The guy who spent a huge amount of money to acquire Huafeng Group is very young, and he is also a freshman like you. Yingying, you can learn more about this kind of genius." Lin Yingying knew what her father was up to. It was just that she regretted selling Huafeng. He wanted to take the chairman of the board of directors who acquired Huafeng Group as his son-in-law. In this way, Huafeng Group would be closely connected with the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Yingying pouted and said unhappily, "Dad, you told me not to date other boys before. Why are you pushing me to date other men now? Aren't you afraid of pushing your daughter into trouble?" Hearing this, Lin Hongtian touched his nose awkwardly, cleared his throat twice, and said earnestly, "I just want you and him to get to know each other, just in case you two fall in love with each other. Besides, if you don't like him, just ignore him. It's still necessary for you to get in touch with more outstanding peers. Dad really admires the young man in white you mentioned before, but compared with the young man who can take charge of $1 trillion group at such a young age, the young man in white is inevitably inferior. No, I won't listen to you." Lin Yingying covered her ears and ran back to her room. no longer giving Lin Hongtian the opportunity to nag her. Lin Hongtian looked at his daughter who had escaped and sighed softly. Ying is still too young. She has no idea how terrifying the power behind this young man who can be in charge of a trillion-dollar group is. It is no exaggeration to say that based on Gu Wenqing's too lavish spending, the number of families in Magic City that have the financial resources to squander like this can be counted on one hand. It is not an exaggeration to call Gu Wenqing a real wealthy man. There are countless women who want to get close to Gu Wenqing, but Ying actually looks down on this genius. Lin Hongtian thought, forget it, let it be. Gu Wenqing, who is well known in the real estate industry in Shanghai, is sleeping soundly with his beauty in his arms. The night slowly faded away. The sun slowly climbed up into the sky. A new day? Gu Wenqing woke up unexpectedly. A new day, a new friendship. After a long time, Gu Wenqing woke up refreshed. I thought to myself that this unique method is quite effective, and I didn't feel grouchy at all when I woke up. I must try it more often in the future. Gu Wenqing first called the hotel front desk and ordered some food. After breakfast, the two prepared to go see the house. Walk out of Huaxi Street and arrive at the garage. Gu Wenqing slapped his forehead and thought, damn, I forgot I wasn't driving. The Ferrari LaFerrari is still parked in the school gathering dust. Gu Wenqing originally wanted to call his assistant Li Jiahui to order a special car, but in the end he thought better of it. Chapter 99 Tianyue Number 1 House Viewing. Let Li Jiahui send a special driver. It's a long way from Huafeng Group to Huaxi Street. If you have the free time, you might as well take a taxi, and it's faster. Gu Wenqing took out his mobile phone and called a taxi on the app. Wang Min took his hand, and the two of them waited on the roadside. Magic City University. Every year, Shanghai University holds a welcome party. In order to ensure that there are no mistakes in tomorrow's performance, the Student Union Propaganda Department will rehearse in advance. Cancel the unqualified programs. Just keep some exciting and interesting programs. Wang Hongliang, director of the Publicity Department of the Student Union, was looking at the program list with several staff members of the Publicity Department. Hey, the Economic Review show is a solo performance, and the weird thing is there's no song title. Minister Wang Hongyang didn't even raise his eyes and said directly, oh, what kind of monster dares to come here, kill them, and let the economics program start again? Hearing this, a female staff member nearby said with regret, this is the program of Gu Wenqing, an economist. What a pity. The female secretary has admired Gu Wenqing for a long time. Especially the military training video on the campus website, the song Luzhou Moon is so beautiful. It's a pity that the recording is not clear and the sound quality is unsatisfactory, but the lyrics and the singing are indeed incredibly beautiful. Oh, what a pity. My male god Gu. Minister Wang Hongyang narrowed his eyes. It was that boy. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. Ever since Qi Munin sent some fruits to that scumbag Gu Wenqing, Wang Hongyang couldn't sleep all night. Whenever he thought of Qi Munin and Gu Wenqing riding in a Ferrari, he couldn't help feeling jealous. Damn. It is so difficult for me to possess the youth of a goddess. And Gu Wenqing, this boy, relied on his wealth to possess the youth of many goddesses. In Magic City University alone, those who are known to be entangled with Gu Wenqing include Wang Yanran, Chen Yunqiwei, Qi Munin. All three of them are top-notch goddesses, but they all stick to Gu the scumbag. Thinking of this, Wang Hongyang hated that Gu Wenqing so much. What if I could make Gu Wenqing look bad in front of the whole school? As soon as this thought came out, Wang Hongyang's eyes lit up. Haha. Gu Wenqing's solo has no song title and no background music. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Wang Hongyang clapped his hands and pretended to be kind and said, since Shaon wants Gu Wenqing to perform on stage so much, then Gu Wenqing doesn't need to rehearse anymore. He will be promoted directly. Just come and perform tomorrow. Shaon, the female secretary, replied happily. Okay, thank you, minister. You are so nice. A smile appeared on Wang Hongyang's face. Gu Wenqing wanted to create something original like he did during the freshman's military training? It would be fine if Gu Wenqing played well, but if he didn't, he would be a laughingstock in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Anyway, Wang Hongyang was not optimistic about Gu Wenqing and thought that Gu Wenqing would most likely become a clown. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Wang Hongyang's face. He had finally tricked the scumbag Gu. At this moment, Wang Hongyang felt very happy. Gu Wenqing and Wang Min are sitting in an online car-hailing vehicle. Wang Min was so tired yesterday that she fell asleep leaning on Gu Wenqing's shoulder. For Wang Min's convenience, Gu Wenqing plans to buy a house near her school so that Wang Min can go home conveniently after classes. Huafeng Real Estate's house is quite far from Wang Min's school. Just choose a house from other properties. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Tianwei number 1. Tianwei number 1 is located not far from Wangmin School and is considered a project with a good reputation in this area. Located in a prosperous area, the surrounding commercial facilities are mature, and the greening ratio of the community is very high, making the environment and air of the community very good. Tianwei number 1 is also a local real estate development in Shanghai. The project is grand and the entire plot is divided into two sections, one section with high-rise buildings and houses, and the other section is the high-end villa area. The online taxi sped all the way and soon arrived at Tianwei number 1. Ingyang. Wang Min, who was awakened by Gu Wenqing, had hazy eyes. She looked around in confusion. Isn't this next to her school? Gu Wenqing smiled and said, yes, buying a house is for convenience. Wang Min was very moved. She hugged Gu Wenqing and said, honey, you are so good to me. Gu Wenqing said, how can such a dry sentence be enough? I will give you a verbal reward in the evening. Wang Min glanced at Gu Wenqing shyly and did not refuse. Anyway, she has tried everything. As long as Gu Wenqing likes it, she will not refuse. When Wang Min saw the sales office and the four large and majestic words, Tianwen number 1, he knew at once that it was definitely not cheap. I remember that when Tianwen number 1 was first launched, the sales staff went to their school to distribute flyers. Of course, their target was not the students, but the teachers and professors in the school. After all, many teachers in Wang Min's school are local residents who were relocated, and the sales staff will definitely not forget these relocated residents. Wang Min also picked up the flyers scattered on the ground in the school and read them. The price on the flyer stopped many people from buying. Tianwei high-rise buildings start from 100,000 per square meter. Tianwei villas start from 150,000 renminbi per square meter. Tianwei single-family villas, the smallest of which is over 400 square meters, have a minimum starting price of 96 million. The expensive prices on the flyer still make Wang Min feel scared. Tianwei number 1 is not located in the best location, but it is sold at such a high price. Are the housing prices in Shanghai rising so sharply now? Wang Min is a native of Shanghai. Although he occasionally hears people around him discussing housing prices, he has never paid much attention to it. It was not until she saw the flyer for Tianwen number 1 that she realized how expensive housing prices were in Shanghai. Honey, why don't we wait until the housing prices drop before buying? Wang Min said with a frown. Although she knew that Gu Wenqing was rich, she always felt that it was not cost-effective to spend more than 10 million to buy a house. Even if they don't buy a house, they can do a lot of things with more than 10 million yuan. It's hard to say whether the housing prices will drop, but we all came in to take a look. Gu Wenqing pulled Wang Min and walked into the sales office. On the way, Gu Wenqing noticed some luxury cars parked in the ground parking lot. Bentley, Maybach, Lamborghini, and the like, ordinary Porsche models can't even stand up here. The sales office of Tianwei number 1. Entering the sales office hall of Tianwei number 1, there were not many people looking at the house. There were 3 or 4 sales ladies staring at the door, waiting for customers to see the new house. When Gu Wenqing and Wang Min entered Tianwei number 1, the eyes of several sales ladies lit up. What a handsome man and beautiful woman. Especially seeing Gu Wenqing's clothes, swinging his arms when he walked, and the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. The sales ladies already knew that the young couple in front of them were definitely high-quality customers. Chapter 100. Sir, we need to verify our capital. The young ladies working in real estate sales have long developed a pair of sharp eyes. Gu Wenqing has an extraordinary temperament. He was wearing all luxury brands. A Versace men's t-shirt alone cost tens of thousands, and the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, although the specific model was not clear, but judging from the unique appearance, it must be worth at least millions. Although Gu Wenqing and the other man got off the taxi, none of the real estate salesmen dared to look down on them. A small watch alone is worth millions. Who dares to say that this young man has no money? Look at the girl next to him. She is wearing ordinary clothes and carrying an ordinary bag, but her appearance is outstanding. The girl's stunning beauty alone is incomparable to that of ordinary girls. The rich second generation and his beautiful girlfriend. When she saw Gu Wenqing coming in, she knew at first glance that he was a high-quality customer. The female salesperson who ran over to greet Gu Wenqing first said softly, "Sir, what type of room are you looking for?" "The villa," Gu Wenqing replied. Hearing this, the saleswoman was delighted. The lowest price of Tianwei number 1 villa is 96 million. If this deal is successful, she will get a lot of commission. The female salesperson had no doubt about Gu Wenqing's ability. As she approached, she recognized the price of the Vacheron Constantin watch at first sight. The one that young Gu Wenqing is wearing is the one worth more than 6 million. A rich second generation whose watch alone costs more than 6 million yuan, it is conceivable that he is definitely not short of money. The female salesperson was inexplicably envious of Wang Min, who was next to Gu Wenqing. Then, the saleswoman continued to ask, "Sir, what size villa do you want to see? What types of apartments are there here? Townhouses, Single-family houses. The female salesperson introduced many apartment types, orientations, etc. I heard that Gu Wenqing wanted to buy a villa. Wang Min, who was sitting next to her and looked like a little bird, was terrified. The cheapest villa in Tianwei number 1 costs 96 million, which is close to 100 million. Wang Min thinks it is expensive to spend more than 10 million to buy a small high-rise apartment, not to mention spending nearly 100 million to buy a villa. She thought, maybe her husband was just taking a look. Although she knew that Gu Wenqing was rich, Wang Min felt that it was too incredible for a freshman to spend 100 million to buy a villa. It's a pity that she doesn't know luxury watches, let alone the millions of watches that Gu Wenqing wears. The single-family villas currently for sale are 1,060 square meters, 860 square meters, 660 square meters, and 560 square meters. If calculated based on the price of 200,000 yuan per square meter, the total price of a 1,060 square meter villa would be more than 210 million yuan, which is exactly 2 small goals. The smallest single-family villa is 560 square meters, and the total price is also a small target price. The high total price of Tianwei number 1 villa has stopped many people from buying it. The villas of more than 400 square meters are not many and have been sold out, but the 1060 square meters has only sold 2 units in more than 2 years since it was launched. Gu Wenqing directly chose the largest single-family villa. 1060 square meters is only a little over 200 million. Gu Wenqing said directly, no matter how much you talk, it's better to go and see it for yourself. The saleswoman took out an information sheet and said respectfully, Sir, to see the villa at Tianwei number 1, you need to verify your capital. Is this convenient for you? Although it seems that Gu Wenqing's identity should be prominent, he still has to go through the necessary procedures. Generally speaking, you need to verify your capital when looking at this kind of villa. Homebuyers must provide bank deposit receipts, which must reach the amount specified by the developer of Tianwei number 1. While verifying the funds, we also need to see whether the homebuyer meets the purchase conditions. Birds of a feather flock together. The owner of a single-family villa, of course, hopes that people of noble status will live in the same villa area with him, rather than cats and dogs who lower the status of the owner and the quality of the villa. Capital verification? This was also Gu Wenqing's first time buying a house, but according to the rules of Huafeng Group, capital verification was indeed required before viewing houses in high-end villa areas. Of course, Gu Wenqing would not refuse. Gu Wenqing took a look at the form. Buyer's identity information, company he works for, annual salary, etc. Especially in the column of companies he worked for, Gu Wenqing had many titles, but in the end he filled in the most impressive one, chairman of Huafeng Group. After filling in the form, the bank card deposit slip was much simpler. Gu Wenqing directly opened his mobile phone, found the balance information of the Mata bank card, and handed it to the female salesperson for a look. OMG. The digital balance on the bank card shocked the female salesperson. She covered her mouth with both hands in surprise. Gulp. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. There were so many digits that she didn't even have time to count them before she was dazzled. After waiting for a long time, she calmed down and finally counted it clearly. It was a full 11 digits. That means more than 10 billion. This young man in front of me is too scary. You have to know that in the past 2 years, she has received many people who came to see villas, and the customer with the largest amount of bank card funds during the capital verification was 1 billion. A balance of 1 billion, she was astonished at that time. I didn't expect to encounter something even more exaggerated today, over 10 billion. At this point, she didn't even bother looking at the form. It would be ridiculous for a wealthy man with a card balance of over 10 billion to waste time verifying his identity information. She casually put the form on the table and said respectfully, Sir, you don't need to go through the capital verification process. I will take you to see the house directly. After the sales lady finished speaking, she took away a series of villa keys and prepared to take Gu Wenqing to see each one. At this moment, the saleswoman was very excited. The client has tens of billions of dollars in deposits. If nothing goes wrong with this order today, the chances of it being completed are very high. Sir, our courtesy car is ready. You can leave at any time if you want to view the house. Gu Wenqing said calmly, let's go. Wang Min hugged Gu Wenqing obediently, still thinking about the position her husband filled in as chairman of Huafeng Group. It seemed to be a real estate company. Wang Min was a little confused. Could it be that her husband's family was also in the real estate business? Then why did she spend so much money to buy a villa in Tianwei number 1? At this moment, her little head was full of big questions. The three of them got into the courtesy car together. The driver drove the car skillfully and drove into the huge villa area. As soon as the two left, discussions broke out in the sales office lobby. The saleswomen in the sales department were talking quietly. You went straight to the house without verifying my identity? I'm so envious. The second-generation rich must have a huge balance on their card, so they skip the verification information. Looks like Xiaomi has run into a big shot. The Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist is worth millions. His status must be extraordinary.